The zombies are coming, and countless humans have suffered an unprecedented attack. A little girl named Sugar is unfortunate enough to fall into the midst of the zombies. "Mommy, it hurts." The heartbreaking cries of her daughter Sugar woke up the mother. She jolted out of bed and sat up in shock, cold sweat soaking her back. She looked around, the familiar and unfamiliar room putting her in a trance for a moment. That's right, she was reborn. Thinking back to her previous life, when terminal cancer left her struggling in the post-apocalyptic world. In order to give her daughter Sugar a complete home, even though she knew of her husband Lee Kayun's betrayal, she kept dragging her feet on the divorce. But so what? 3 days later, the apocalypse descends, terrorizing the zombies, and her so-called family treats mother and daughter as a liability. Eventually, during the government rescue, she and Sugar were mercilessly pushed into a herd of zombies, watching her daughter's tiny body being torn and gnawed on by the zombies, a scene that became her eternal nightmare. Since God had given her a chance to start over, in this life, she would never be weak again. She is Xue Wenxin, and at the moment, she is decisively divorcing Lee Kayun and plans to get $2 million in cash and custody of her daughter. Immediately afterward, she also turned on the check-in system to get all sorts of magical supplies for later, and bought an RV to take her daughter away from the city and head out into the countryside to find safety. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. However, the gears of fate turn again. In the parent-child hotel, Sugar suddenly woke up from a nightmare, crying that she had dreamt of a tragic past life. Xue Wenxin heartily comforted her daughter, but what happened next shocked her. Sugar is surprised to hear a mysterious voice asking, "Is the End Times safe hotel activated?" And due to Sugar's incorrect answer, the hotel is locked. Xue Wenxin realized that her daughter seemed to be hiding a secret that even she didn't know about, and this secret might change the course of their destiny in the end times. In this post-apocalyptic world full of crises and unknowns, will Xue Wenxin be able to protect her daughter with her own strength? What is Sugar's secret? How will the mother and daughter survive in this cruel world? On this day, Xue Wenxin looked up as the sky darkened and the sun was slowly swallowed by a dark shadow. The Tengu eclipse has already begun, and the curtain of the end times is thus slowly drawn back. "Sugar, let's hurry back to the car." Xue Wenxin knew that this Tengu eclipse would last for about 2 hours or so, and after that, there would be a sudden and large outbreak of zombie crisis in humanity. A portion of the population will turn into horrible bloodthirsty monsters, known as zombies, which feed on fresh humans and bite them on sight. Others awaken powers, and she had heard that someone in the building they lived in had awakened water powers and could conjure up streams of water out of thin air. As for the other powers, she had heard of them even though she hadn't seen them herself. However, their family are ordinary people. After the Tengu eclipse, neither turned into zombies, nor became supernaturals, not up and down, ordinary. Back in the caravan, closing the door, in this small space, Xue Wenxin felt a slight sense of security. Even though she had already experienced the end of the world once, she still couldn't help but shiver when she thought about the scene of the zombies gnawing on humans in her last life. She hugged Sugar tightly, trying to draw strength from her daughter. "Mommy, what's wrong with you?" Sugar noticed something strange about her mom, but couldn't understand what she was afraid of. "Nothing." Xue Wenxin pretended to be calm. "Sugar Plum, do you want to drink milk tea and eat cake?" She wanted to eat when she was nervous. "Want?" Xue Wenxin took out a cup of pearl milk tea without extra sugar and a piece of cream cake from the space. The two went together just right. Even though sugar is still small, there's no harm in having it once in a while, not to mention the fact that it's almost the end of the world now. Aren't they still allowed to drink a cup of milk tea and eat a piece of cake to suppress the shock? Mother and daughter shared a cup of milk tea, and Sugar looked at the sky curiously through the glass. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the sun was about to be completely blocked out. It was the first time she had ever seen such a sight. Even the sunrise in the morning wasn't as spectacular as this. "Mommy, it's completely dark." Sugar was pleasantly surprised to find that it was getting dark so early. "Well, it will be light again in a little while." "Ah, why? Don't you have to sleep before it gets light?" Sugar was very confused. When she didn't want to go to sleep at night, she had asked her mom when it would be dawn, and she had always replied that it would be dawn when she woke up from her sleep. How come it's dawn now in a while? "Because this is a Tengu eclipse. It's different from normal weather." Mom, what is the heavenly dog eclipse?" Xue Wenxin couldn't say clearly. She only knew that there was such a phenomenon as a Tengu eclipse, so she simply opened her cell phone to Baidu, and then read it to Sugar Plum accordingly. The eclipse of the sun by a Tengu, also known as a solar eclipse, is an astronomical phenomenon based on the principle that when the moon orbits between the Earth and the sun and all three are in a straight line, The moon blocks the sun's rays from reaching the Earth, thus creating a solar eclipse on Earth. This phenomenon only occurs on the solstice, when the moon and the sun are in a state of conjunction. There are 4 types of solar eclipses: total, partial, annular, and total. The moment the sun was covered by the moon, it was as if a huge black shadow appeared in the sky, like a dog opening its big mouth to eat the sun, so it was called the eclipse of the sun by a heavenly dog. Sugar nodded with a look of realization. Oh, I know. The dog ate the sun. Sure enough, the sun slowly peeked out behind us, and the sunlight flooded the Earth again, and it looked like everything was back to normal. However, Xue Wenxin knew clearly that this was only the appearance, and the world had already undergone a radical change. Xue Wenxin had been closely following the information on the internet. Sure enough, someone had posted remarks about the end times, and the massively filmed videos showed the unconscious zombies munching on humans in the street. Because from all previous indications, the zombies have always been there, and now that they've been let loose, they may be literally breaking out all at once and no longer be able to be controlled. Officials have also issued a message asking people to stay home alone as much as possible, close doors and windows, and wait for help. If you encounter a walker, make sure to avoid it in time and don't let the walker find out. If you can't avoid it, be sure to attack the zombie's head, otherwise the zombie won't die and will still continue to attack. With this news, the panic of the masses has eased a little. Their people here, in particular, have a lot of trust in the government and believe that they will soon be able to get the situation under control and return to normal life once again. So everyone should eat and drink at home, and then brush up on their little videos and have a good time. That night, Xue Wenxin kept in mind about Sugar's End Times Safe Hotel, and she taught Sugar how to answer in advance. If anyone asks you again if you activate the End Times Safety Hotel, just say yes or activate. When it's activated, you'll tell her that I'm too young to hear and apply so my mom can hear our conversation and that she'll help me. Understand? Xue Wenxin taught twice over, afraid that Sugar Candy wouldn't be able to understand. Just pinch me when someone talks and remind me, okay? That way she'll know and be there to remind Sugar. I got it. I'll pinch you when someone talks. Sugar nodded. Xue Wen thought to himself that was probably what it meant, and it seemed that Sugar really understood. I just don't know if she'll forget it later. Sugar Plum finished yawning and rubbed her little eyes with her little hands. Mommy, I want to sleep. You can't go to sleep at this hour. It wouldn't be good to miss that end-of-the-world safe hotel. Although she had a signing system, in the end times, who would mind having more means to stay alive? Xue Wenxin said to Sugar Plum, good girl, Mommy will show you Woof Woof Team, okay? Or Super Flying Man will do. Really? Then can I watch Number Blocks and Pajama's Little Hero? Seeing that Sugar immediately came into the spirit, Xue Wenxin opened the tablet and let her make her own choices. There were many cartoons, movies, and music downloaded inside the tablet, enough for them to pass the time occasionally as mother and daughter. Sugar Plum clicked on Pajama's Little Hero and watched with great interest. Seeing that she was refreshed, Xue Wenxin was also relieved. Although it was not good for small children to stay up all night, compared to binding a safe hotel, this harm was small and small. If it is really bound to a safe hotel, Sugar will have a higher possibility of surviving in the end times, even if she is not there by then. Sugar watched 3 episodes of Pajama Little Hero and pinched Xue Wenxin, while watching the 2nd episode of Digital Building Blocks. Xue Wenxin nervously whispered beside her, agree to activate. Sugar followed suit. Agree to activate. I'm young, let Mommy hear you. Mommy will help you finish the task. I'm young and Mommy helped me with my mission, so that Mommy would listen to us. Sugar said. Xue Wenxin nervously waited for a response. She didn't know if the other party would say yes. Time passed minute by minute, and Xue Wenxin felt that every second was incomparably long. Just when she almost thought there would be no response, a childish voice, different from Sugar's, rang out. Okay, please ask Xue Wenxin to assist the host in completing the mission. Thank you. We'll do our best to complete the mission. Xue Wenxin was grateful, while immediately taking a stand. The post-apocalyptic safe hotel system was also secretly relieved. It didn't want to get tangled up with this little nub and then lock up again. Last time it was 48 hours, next time 72 hours, next time 96 hours, next time 120 hours. Scary to think that it will ever bind correctly as well as complete its task. Once selected, there is no way to reselect it. It will simply run out of energy and die out in time. The post-apocalyptic safe hotel system looked at the host, who was squatting and playing with a muddy tree stick, and let out a cry of despair. No. It didn't want it to end like this. It would rather expend a little energy so that a third person could hear it. That please, is there any good or bad for Sugar? Xue Wenxin wanted to ask clearly. The only bad thing might be that you have to keep completing the quest posted. As for the benefits, there are many, such as will ensure the absolute safety of the host. Complete the task will have a variety of useful rewards. In the hotel within the safety of the zombies and bad guys do not have to worry about. In the post-apocalyptic world is definitely a must-have home good. Tiny's childish voice was full of pride. It is the Doomsday Safe Hotel, definitely the most popular system in the end times. Guaranteeing the host's absolute safety. Is it true that no matter what harm is done, Sugar's life will not be jeopardized? Right. That's right. Even if she can't figure out that she doesn't want to live anymore, she can't kill herself. She can only die at the end of her life. End of life. How distant and unattainable this word was to Xue Wenxin, who had cancer. But the fact that Sugar could guarantee absolute safety reassured her that she would never have to worry again in the post-apocalyptic world. It was just a matter of being wary of others knowing the secret and being unfavorable to Sugar. As for the rest, it was all just icing on the cake. She had Sugar bound to the End Times Safety Hotel all because she would keep Sugar safe. After binding the End Times Security Hotel, Xue Wenxin gave a name for this hotel, or simply called the End Times Security Hotel. Ant House. It sounded pretty good. Xue Wenxin thought in his heart, ants. In this End Times cataclysm, aren't humans like ants? So, isn't the place she thinks for the surviving humans to live in an ant house? Not to mention, the more I hear about it, the better it sounds. Though Sugar took the name just because she was playing with ants and didn't think of the deeper meaning. Okay, let's call it the Ant House. Sugar's Hotel. Take the name, Sugar said. Then it was time to determine the location, or else this RV. Mordecai's Safe Hotel System? Are you there? Xue Wenxin shouted a bit tongue-tied. The system responded, you can call me Wine. Okay, Wine. The name of the hotel is already taken. It'll be called the Ant House. Will the venue be okay with just this caravan? Or do we have to find a building? Both. There are RV hotels too. Wine inquired, then answered. You can take the caravan as the center and draw a piece of land. That's the address of our hotel. Wine had already started analyzing it for them. A camping hotel? Xue Wenxin felt that this piece of open land was very suitable for the positioning of a camping hotel. It was sparsely populated, and the scenery was stunning. It was also big enough and flat enough, and there was also a highway for direct access. Please give the hotel a nomination, then hang it in the right place. Then you can complete the task. A pen and a piece of paper appeared in front of Xue Wenxin and Sugar. Sugar Plum. Let's write the hotel name together. Sugar Plum was young and couldn't write yet, but it was her hotel, and she had to be along to write the hotel name. Good. Xue Wenxin took Sugar by the hand and wrote down the words, Ant House. Mom, can I draw some ants? Yes. Does our Sugar Plum still know how to draw ants? Uh-huh. Mr. Ho taught us that. Mommy, I'll teach you. Sugar took the pen and, with style, mouthed the steps. First draw a circle, draw a smaller circle next to it at the back, then a bigger circle, draw 2 lines upwards for the first circle, 2 dots at the top, and 4 lines at the bottom. There, an ant is drawn. Sugar, look Mommy, does it look good? It looks good. Xue Wenxin looked at it, and could vaguely tell it was an ant. In this way the two of them drew 2 ants each on the paper. Okay, the hotel has been opened successfully, mission accomplished. Obtaining a set of cashier's desk and cashier's system. Please host choose the placement. The paper and pen in front of him disappeared. Just here at the highway intersection, Xue Wenxin stepped out of the RV, came to the highway entrance, and pointed to a location. Come a car, pay the fee before you can enter the campground. Okay, 1 set of cash register systems has been placed at the register. Please check. Xue Wenxin and Sugar then saw a slender bar table that suddenly appeared, with a computer set up on it, and next to it was a scale with supplies weighing goods. Mom, what if it rains? Will the computer get wet and break? Sugar Plum was happy to see a computer and then thought about the rain. The system produces absolutely fine products. Host rest assured. No matter the wind, rain and sun are not bad, and do not have to connect to the network can be used. Oh. Sugar asked happily, really? Can I watch Wolf Team? Of course you can. Sugar was so happy that it suddenly occurred to her that she hadn't asked her mom's opinion yet, and was careful to look at her face to see that she wasn't angry before she was relieved. Mommy, can I watch Woof Woof? Just 1 episode. Sugar finished by holding out a tiny index finger. Xue Wenxin nodded. Okay, but you can only watch 1 episode. Oh, definitely can't watch more than 1. She also wanted to see how a computer that didn't need a net worked. Xue Wenxin drove the Ant House RV and looked over her shoulder as she passed by her second grandmother's house, intending to check it out after picking up the residence. Her second grandmother was very kind to her, and she used to eat there when she was a little girl, but now she and her second grandfather are the only ones left at her second grandmother's house. The mountains are rugged and sparsely populated, and we didn't run into any walkers along the way. The zombies increase when they get to town and the RV drives by without disturbing them. Shui Wenxin worries that Sugar will be scared by the zombies, but realizes that Sugar is not scared. Gao Yang was so hungry at home that he thought he was hallucinating when he heard the knock on the door. After confirming that it is the Ant House Hotel people, he excitedly rolled off the bed to crawl outside. After opening the door, Shui Wenxin mother and daughter saw him lying on the ground. He has limited mobility due to leg injuries. Sugar Candy took out the hidden eggs and gave them to Gao Yang, who wolfed them down and almost got an infarction, and drank Sugar Candy's milk to slow down. Shui Wenxin realized that he had to educate Sugar that in times food should not be exposed. Gao Yang is suspicious of Shui Wenxin's mother and daughter, but his attitude changes slightly when he learns that they are from the Ant House Hotel, and when he sees Shui Wenxin struggling to help him into his wheelchair. Shui Wenxin informed the hotel had just opened and only provided the site. Others needed to bring their own. Gao Yang said there was camping equipment in the storage room. Shui Wenxin helped him pick out tents, sleeping bags, bottom pads, and other essentials, but also mentioned that living in hotels need to exchange items for points, although Gao Yang had doubts but still took the computer, hand office, bank card cash, and so on. When they go out and see a zombie, Gao Yang screams and tries to go back, but Sugar says that zombies don't bite, and the zombies didn't attack them when they passed by. Shui Wenxin explains that within the safe range zombies don't bite Ant House residents, and leaving the range is still dangerous. Gao Yang remembers the content of the video and is relieved that he has picked up a treasure and won't have to worry about zombies in the future. Soon after arriving at the caravan, Gao Yang saw the ant house and the ant's portrait on the car body. Shui Wenxin settled Gao Yang's things and himself, let Sugar watch cartoons in the back. After arriving at the hotel, Gao Yang first take 1,000 yuan cash exchange points, learned that 100 points, and asked how many points for one night stay. Shui Wenxin said that the opening of the preferential 10 points a night, the price will rise later. Gao Yang thought that even though the hotel was just an empty lot, it was a good deal in the post-apocalyptic world without the threat of zombies, so he exchanged the other items for points, totaling 5,100 points, and intended to pay the accommodation fee in full. Shui Wenxin completed the check-in registration and gave Gao Yang the points card. Seeing Gao Yang's inconvenience, she asked if she needed help setting up the tent. Gao Yang appreciated it, and the two of them worked together to set up the tent after choosing a location. At this time, the system rewards camping equipment vending machine. Shui Wenxin and Sugar curiously went over to check out the vending machine. Screen has a variety of camping supplies and sets to choose from. With it, the hotel is more decent. While the two were busy shopping, a female walker appeared at the window. Shui Wenxin claims that this is the next-door neighbor turning into a zombie, and that the commotion here will attract more zombies, telling the second grandparents to hurry up and leave with them. Shui Wenxin also arranged for Sugar to be next to Air Zuzu, reminding Air Grandma to pack the necessary items and to redeem points for check-in at the hotel. The iron net can stop it for a while, and it's too late to move fast. Due to Sugar's proximity, the zombie's movement becomes smaller, and it continues to bang on the window. The second grandmother listened to the second grandfather sent word to pack things. The second grandfather asked the second grandmother to carry him. His own leg is injured, wanna buy them time. The second grandmother, although the mouth to agree, in fact, will not leave him behind. The four go out, the walker still banging on the window, and they get in the car without incident, with second grandpa sitting without a bed and second grandma holding on. Shui Wenxin drove the car, and second grandpa was worried that Sugar was scared by the wounds, but Sugar said she wasn't afraid and had seen worse wounds. When we arrived at the hotel, the second grandmother got out first to check in. In order to treat the injuries of the second grandfather, Shui Wenxin thought of signing up for the renewal of the bone cream can cure broken bones. No side effects, 3 days to recover. So he asked the second grandmother whether to give the second grandfather to use. The second grandmother could not decide. The second grandfather agreed to clean the wounds and put on the ointment. He said that he felt very comfortable. In the middle of the night, the second grandfather was woken up by the bone itching. Cannot wait to look at the leg at dawn. The bones in the wound actually closed. The second grandmother was surprised, decided to go home to get the old hen and eggs for Sugar girls to replenish their health. Old man Huang reminded don't add to the trouble. At this time, Shui Wenxin in steamed buns to the tent. The second grandmother said that the second grandfather feet much better. She went in to see the ointment effect is good, and said that once again to rub the medicine is about the same. The skin trauma needs to be slowly nourished. She claimed that the ointment was a gift from the hotel owner and that she couldn't use it herself, and that she gave it to her second grandfather as a stroke of luck, fearing that the two of them would have small minds. With half a tube of ointment left, she plans to give it to Gao Yang, who trusts the hotel and gladly accepts it. Shui Wenxin got durian from the signing system. She and Sugar love to eat. This time the durian meat and thin skin. The two people eat satisfied. Gao Yang's itchy legs have not slept well, smelling the durian flavor itchy, but Huang Laohan thinks it's like eating shit. In the back of a hotel, a girl named Zhua Qingqing and her roommate have unfortunately attracted a zombie siege. Shut up. Shut up if you don't want to die. Still don't think there are enough zombies, do you? Zhua Qingqing angrily shouted, and the screaming trio immediately covered their mouths. Zhua Qingqing looked around, quickly closed and unlocked the glass partition door between the balcony and the dormitory, and pulled the curtains. Then commandedly used 3 people. The 3 of you come over here and together move this table and bed to block the glass door. Make sure not to make any noise. The 4 of them worked together to block the glass door. Not long after, Liu shouted that it was hot. Zhua Qingqing swept over with a look. If it's hot, go to the balcony to cool off. Liu, shut up. Zhua Qingqing took out her cell phone. The power was insufficient, and the call to the rescue phone was not working, and she couldn't get through even if she tried to call home. Suddenly, her cell phone popped up the notification of the end of the safe hotel. She saw Ant House Camping Hotel to recruit residents, absolute protection of personal safety, free door-to-door pickup and drop-off. The video zombies cannot get into the hotel. Her eyes lit up, hurried to leave a message address and then shut down the phone, quietly praying for the time to be able to do so. At this time, the sound of the safety net breaking came. The zombies are fast breaking through the first line of defense, and the psychological defense of the 4 people is fast collapsing, and Zhua Qingqing warned everyone that they cannot make a sound to stimulate the zombies. On the other hand, Shui Wenxin mother and son who finished eating durian after Sugar fell asleep. Shui Wenxin swiped her cell phone and saw that a resident had come to her door and decided to leave immediately. The system popped up with the instruction, open the system check-in before departure to obtain an item upgrade modification, which allows you to choose an item to strengthen or upgrade a certain function. Shui Wenxin tried to ask if it was possible to make the caravan instantly reachable by entering an address, and AI answered yes, but with a 12-hour cooling time, and the car could run normally while cooling. She determined to use it, and a white light flashed. The RV upgrade modification was successful. She entered the address, started the vehicle, and quickly reached her destination. After Shui Wenxin arrives, she sees a group of zombies surrounding a window, and counts the number of zombies, which should be the residence room. She decides to go in through the front door, and comes to 102 bedrooms and knocks on the door. The 4 people inside the door were startled. Zhua Qingqing stood up excitedly. The girl named Liu against the door said, "Do you want to get everyone killed?" Zhua Qingqing explained, "Outside is my call for outside help. Waiting here is a dead end. Go out and still have a fight." Outside the door of the hotel, the first line of defense has been breached by the zombies. Only the balcony door and the iron bed are left. As long as the glass of the window is shattered, the iron bed inside will definitely not be able to stop the zombies. At this point, the 4 people in the hotel room began to hesitate, not knowing who to listen to. "If you guys are scared, hide. I'll go out and gamble." Zhua Qingqing said that she wanted to open the door, but Liu resisted against the door. "Liu, get out of the way. I promise to close the door when I get out." "No, you can't leave." Liu was dead against the door. Zhua Qingqing looked at Xiao Lin and Zhang Ku. "You guys also want to wait for death? Open the door to have a chance to get to safety." Liu was so scared that she pushed Xiao Lin away and opened the door, shouting, "Help me. My family has money." Xiao Lin and Zhang Ku ran out the door and unfortunately fell, waiting for death. "Get up and run." Zhua Qingqing shouted. The 2 people got up in shame and ran out. Zhua Qingqing loosened the force and also ran out, closing the door as he passed it. To the outside, Zhua Qingqing saw a middle-aged woman holding a child standing in the doorway, holding up the woman to run. Shouted, "What are you standing for? The zombies are coming out." Shui Wenxin pulled Zhua Qingqing. "I am a staff member of the ant house. The car is outside. Are you Zhua Qingqing? Help me hold the baby." After saying this, she gave her the candy and she walked outside without slowing down. Zhua Qingqing was so anxious that she was on fire, holding the baby with one hand and pulling Shui Wenxin to rush out. "Hey, slow down." Shui Wenxin stopped teasing her. Out of the dormitory to see the 3 people pulling the van. The door cannot open or drive away. "Let's go, get in." Shui Wenxin easily pulls open the door and sits on it. "Qingqing, you hold the child and sit in the passenger seat. You guys can sit in the back if you want." Zhua Qingqing carries the child to the car. The others cannot wait to sit in the back. The zombie followed out, and when the car door closed, the zombie was bewildered. "Don't worry, Ant House is absolutely safe." Shui Wenxin comforted. "Thank you." Zhua Qingqing thanked. Sugar in the arms of Zhua Qingqing sleep sweet. Woke up to see that it was a stranger, skimming to cry. Zhua Qingqing coaxed, "Mom is driving it." Sugar saw his mother smiled. It took 4 or 5 hours to go back and arrived at the hotel at dawn. Shui Wenxin opened the car door and took the sugar candy. Zhou Qingqing got out of the car, saw that his roommate did not go down and then pulled the car door, and after seeing the inside, his face turned black. After they all returned, the four young girls began to make the In Time Safety Hotel their home. What have you all done? Zhou Qingqing was speechless. Her roommates slept in other people's beds with a big grin, took food in private, and threw garbage everywhere. What are you shouting for? It's not just a little food. I'll pay for it. My family has money. What's wrong with buying some food? Liu was woken up with a bad tone. Hee hee. You have money, terrific. Zhou Qingqing didn't want to care. After all, she didn't have a deep friendship with them. At this time, Shui Wenxin and Sugar Candy came over. Sugar Candy saw the sugar and milk being eaten and cried. Shui Wenxin's face is not good. The second grandmother coaxed Sugar, said there are eggs, take her to eat. Shui Wenxin gave Sugar milk bread. Let her go play with the second grandmother. Shui Wenxin got into the car to check and was eating quite a lot of things. You guys say how to pay for it. How much money? I will transfer it to you. Li Yu's face was ugly. Does money work now? It's 100 points in total, split between the three of you. Why not 4? They pointed at Zhou Qingqing. I don't eat or drink. Why should I contribute? You guys call out your parents. I'll consider contributing part of it. Zhou Qingqing retorted. Zhang Ke said they are a collective. Zhou Qingqing said they don't share the same when they run away. Xiao Lin said they have to be one size fits all. Zhou Qingqing didn't want to talk to them and asked Shui Wenxin how to check into the hotel. Shui Wenxin has a good feeling for Zhou Qingqing and a good attitude, so she asked the other 3 people to clean up the garbage, wash the bed sheets and covers, and come back to her when they are ready to get the points, and then took Zhou Qingqing to the cashier. I'm sorry. They really don't want to pay for it. Just put it on my account and I'll pay it back. Zhou Qingqing felt that it was her own fault. Shui Wenxin laughed at her for not knowing how much 100 points was, and said she didn't need her to pay for it, and would ask those 3 for it. To stay in a hotel, everything can be exchanged for points. Camping hotels, with equipment, can bring their own. No can shop at the machine. Everything? Zhou Qingqing felt her empty pockets, thought of the pendant her mother had given her, and ruthlessly removed it. Shui Wenxin reminded the stuff exchange cannot be redeemed, and Zhou Qingqing nodded. Zhou Qingqing looked at the vending machine. The cheapest cannot afford to buy. Back to the cash register, hesitantly asked, Can I consult a thing? I want you to help me pick up my family, mom, dad, brother. A total of 3. How much do you charge? Shui Wenxin thought about it, and said that it was free to receive people to stay and 100 points for not receiving them, and asked if she could understand and accept it. Can? Zhou Qingqing nodded excitedly. I'll just stay for 1 day first. I'll exchange the rest of the points to 100 points as soon as possible. Shui Wenxin said, 50 points are still needed. But Zhou Qingqing didn't have anything on her except a short sleeve and shorts. She couldn't even cut off her hair because she was too troublesome and had always had short hair. Zhou Qingqing's line of sight looked toward the woods in the back of the mountain, once again determining, Sister, can anything be exchanged for points? After receiving Shui Wenxin's reply, Zhou Qingqing immediately entered the mountain. Soon she pulled various plants from it and put them into the point converter, wanting to see how many points she could exchange in total. A total of 10 points. Zhou Qingqing jumped up in excitement. With 15 points from such a trip, he will go a few more times and look for a little more to reach 100 points soon. Without further ado, Zhou Qingqing immediately drilled into the jungle again. On the other side, the 3 Liu reluctantly tidied up the caravan. To be precise, it was Zhang Ke Xiao Lin who cleaned up, and Liu sat there like a grandpa, not moving a muscle. Shui Wenxin watched coldly as they dawdled over. That big sister, we've already packed the caravan. You, come here. Shui Wenxin pointed at one of the girls. What is it? Zhang Ke nervously pinched the clothes on his body. Shui Wenxin didn't talk nonsense and directly pulled out a box of chocolates from inside her purse. This was what she had put in the caravan, saying that she had witnessed Zhang Ke sneaking it into her pocket. Zhang Ke, you stole. Zhang Ke defended, No, I didn't. Shui Wenxin asked back, Then how did this get inside your pocket? Xiao Lin wasn't stupid. It couldn't be that the chocolate itself ran into her pocket. She suddenly thought that before in the dormitory, there was also something missing from their dormitory, and everyone suspected that it was Zhou Qingqing. After all, only her family is in the worst condition and most likely to steal something. Shui Wenxin now thinks that this thief should be Zhang Ke. So long have wrong people's Zhou Qingqing. It could be it. It accidentally fell in by itself. Zhang Ke uttered in a small voice. Shui Wenxin stared at Zhang Ke with a smirk. You have so much food. What's wrong with me taking one? Zhang Ke looked angry. It really was as if it was her fault that she had more supplies. If I eat a lot of food, it's mine too. What does it have to do with you? Shui Wenxin didn't want to bullshit with them. The 100 points before, have you guys discussed it yet? How will you pay it back? I'm still 30. I eat the least amount of stuff. This time Sholem volunteered to take her share. I'm also still 30. Zhang Ke also immediately said, although she ate more, but who asked Li Yu to take the lead in eating? If she hadn't taken the lead, she would never have eaten it herself. Good. I'll give the rest. It's only 40 points. How are the points exchanged? Li Yu didn't care at all. Anyway, she's never been poor since she was born. Points were just that. Anything can be redeemed for points. Which one of you is first? First things first. Nothing redeemed is redeemable. The main thing was that she didn't even know where they had gone, and she couldn't ransom them if she wanted to. I'll do it. Li Yu immediately stepped forward. She looked around her body, and there wasn't anything other than the necklace bracelet. Taking off the necklace bracelet, she put it in the designated spot, and soon the thing disappeared. It showed 110 points on it. It seemed that her two items were still worth something. Shui Wenxin had sort of realized that the amount of exchange points was still related to the value of the thing. It wasn't complete, but the general trend was like this. Okay, a total of 110 points, deduct 40 points, there are still 70 points left. Our hotel is 10 points for a day's stay. We don't provide accommodation stuff. You can go to the self-service vending machine next to it to buy your own. Also, renew by 12 noon every day after the expiration date, or you will be evicted from the hotel. May I ask how many days to stay first? Li Yu thought for a moment. Stay for 2 days first. The rest had to buy some camping equipment. Li Yu didn't want to sleep in the open like this. Please take the points card. The top number is the remaining points. The bottom number is the number of days available. When the number is 0, be sure to renew your stay-in time. Li Yu took the card and proudly left to shop at the kiosk on the side. Having already checked in, Shui Wenxin also stopped paying attention to Li Yu. Xiao Lin stepped forward. Having just been watching Li Yu check in, she already had a general understanding of the process. She didn't have any adornments on her, and luckily her cell phone had been kept inside the pocket of her jean shorts. May I ask if you do points exchange and check-in? Although Zhang Ke was Shui Wenxin's least favorite of these people, she still had a certain professional conduct towards the residents. Zhang Ke wanted to do it, but she had neither jewelry nor a cell phone on her, except for her sheltered shirt and pants. Can I get credit up front? Shui Wenxin shook her head. There is no precedent for this. At the same time, probably knowing that the other party didn't have anything to exchange, she gave a suggestion. If you really can't, you can exchange your hair for points, and shoes are fine. No, it wouldn't be pretty without hair. No shoes to rest your feet on. Look at your uneven ground and so many stones. Zhang Ke didn't want to choose either. If you can't, you can go outside and gather a few handfuls of grass. No, it's so dangerous outside. Shui Wenxin looked speechlessly at the winding highway, where there was danger. No to this, no to that, are you going to do it or not? Please leave if you don't handle it. Shui Wenxin was speechless. Zhang Ke turned red and came to Xiao Lin and Li Yu who were looking at their equipment. Can you guys lend me some points? I'll return it soon. Xiao Lin was still a bit hesitant. She herself didn't have enough points in the first place. She couldn't even afford to buy a tent herself. To lend out her points, to be honest, she was a bit reluctant. But looking at Zhang Ke's pitiful appearance, she was still a bit unable to bear it. It would be better to just keep her. Before the end of the world, she had a lot of money, so it didn't matter if she spent a little on them, even if it was for the labor of being her follower. Now that it was the end of the world, points were spent as money, not to mention that she didn't have many of them. With the points, you might as well buy yourself a better tent and live a little more comfortably. Zhang could see that both Li Yu and Xiao Lin were unwilling to lend her points and stomped her feet in anger. However, Li Yu had been realistic and did not consider them as friends. Shui Wenxin looked at the farce in front of him, ran out of patience, and directly interrupted. In the post-apocalyptic world, everyone is struggling to protect themselves, so where are the extra points to support others? Li Yu and Xiao Lin felt that Shui Wenxin had a point. Shui Wenxin also pointed out that he only needed to move his hands to gather some plants to get points to stay, while Zhang Ke shook his head for fear of hurting his skin. Shui Wenxin stopped persuading and informed Zhang Ke that he would be evicted from the hotel if he didn't check in after 30 minutes, and then he dug into the tent of his second grandfather's house. In the tent, Sugar was having a good time with Air Zuzu, completely unable to see the sadness she had just felt. Shui Wenxin inquired about second grandfather's leg injury. According to the ointment instructions, the bones would grow back in 3 days, and now the time was almost up. With Shui Wenxin's help, Old Man Huang, the second grandfather, stood up, and his second grandmother surprised him by coming over to ask about the situation. Shui Wenqin squatted down to check and found that the bones had indeed grown back, but the split flesh was not yet fully healed. It seems that the main medicinal effect of the bone renewal cream is to renew the bones, and it is not very effective on flesh wounds. Shui Wenqin told her second grandmother about the discovery, and also mentioned that there were many things in the mountains, and that points could be exchanged for gleaning some grass, and that there were more points for the first exchange and fewer points for the same plants later on. The second grandmother heard, think this is a good thing, ready to hurry to go, walked to the door and thought in the help look after Sugar Candy. Now he left Sugar Candy no one to see. Shui Wenqin took Sugar Plum and said that she could play with Sugar Plum. The mission was important, but Sugar Plum was more important. She would not lose sight of her priorities. At this time nothing happened. Shui Wenqin hugged Sugar back to the cashier and saw that there was an additional tent in the open space, presumably rented by Li Yu and Xiao Lin together. Shui Wenqin didn't care about this. In the difficult circumstances of the end times, as long as they could be accommodated, it didn't matter how many people lived in one tent. Shui Wenqin checked the system. 5 of the 10 residents required for the mission had been completed, and the mission was half over. Shui Wenqin looked at Zhang Ku, who had been by the cash register, and asked her if she was really not redeeming her points to check in. She just wanted to complete the mission earlier, not pitying Zhang Ku. However, Zhang Ke made up her mind to rely on not to leave. She even felt that Shui Wenqin sickly still with the child, if really entangled up their own may not lose, but also thought that perhaps to become the owner of the hotel. Shui Wenqin noticed the change in Zhang Ke's eyes and silently hugged Sugar Plum tightly. Although there was a hotel system to protect Sugar Plum that would be fine, she was unwilling to take the slightest risk. At this time, Zhuo Qingqing came back. She did not have the tools to load plants, can only run a few more times back and forth exchange, although hot and tired body also itchy, but think of the family, she is very energized. Zhuo Qingqing took a short break after exchanging points, saw Zhang Ke standing in place and didn't ask, took a breath and continued to weed and pick wild fruits. Shui Wenqin saw the countdown start on the computer and guessed that it was the countdown to expel Zhang Ku. Given the malice in Zhang Ke's eyes earlier, she did not remind. She thought that if she was short of one person, she could find another, and she didn't believe that no one would want to come to such a nice place. The system's countdown ended, and Xiao Lin had just drilled out of the tent to get something for her points when she saw Zhang Ke suddenly disappear in front of her eyes, scaring her so much that she immediately shrunk back. Li Yu didn't want to go out and suffer on a hot day. Anyway, there were still points left. She planned to wait for the weather to cool down a bit before looking for something to redeem. This was her last stubbornness. But seeing Xiao Lin's face pale and fall back, saying that Zhang Ke suddenly disappeared into thin air, although Li Yu was a bit unconvinced, but thinking that someone had said earlier that he would be expelled from the hotel if he exceeded the time, he still hurriedly stood up and walked out of the tent, and sure enough, he didn't see Zhang Ke's figure. Big sister, where's that Zhang Ke guy? It's the one who just stood here and came with us. Shui Wenqin looked up when she heard the voice and responded with a long drawn-out voice. Oh, Xia, was expelled from the hotel? Then evicted to where? Sholem walked out just in time to hear this and couldn't help but ask an extra question. I said I don't know. Maybe in the mountains and water on the highway, maybe just inside the zombie pile, who can say? Hearing the zombie pile, the 2 female college students turned white with fear. But don't worry, you guys. As long as you don't violate the hotel rules, you won't be evicted. Don't worry, we won't go against it, huh? The 2 dryly laughed and quickly left. Shui Wenqin looked at the 2 people so unintimidated and thought that the zombies were still quite powerful and ran away without even asking what rules the hotel had. In fact, there are just 2 major rules in hotels. Don't check in for more than half an hour, eviction. Fight inside the hotel, eviction. Sugar Candy squatted next to the ants and watched them go about their business, creating some difficulties for the ants and laughing with joy as she watched the ants turn around in a hurry. Shui Wenqin, on the other hand, was studying the camping equipment vending machine. With the lessons learned from earlier, she didn't want to live inside the RV anymore, because when there were more customers to pick up and drop off in the future, everyone slept in the bed, and while she wasn't a cleanliness freak, she didn't like it either. Simply pick a tent to be their home, and the RV will be dedicated to picking up and dropping off customers, and will sleep around when they're out for the night. Shui Wenqin looked at a tent set, which was a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom, with an interior like a normal house, with a bed, table, toilet, shower, and kitchen pots, pans, and stoves, equivalent to a turnkey, which was very suitable for her kind of situation. Next, Zhuo Qingqing made 2 more trips and had enough points, staring at Shui Wenqin with a burning gaze. Sister, I've gathered 100 points. Can I trouble you to pick up my family at my house?
Yes.
Shui Wenqin simply agreed. Anyway, She just happened to be able to stop by to collect supplies and then redeem her points for a new pink, cute, and cuddly tint soon. Thank you, thank you. Zhou Qingqing was so moved that she almost cried out. Thinking that he was going to be away for a while again, Xuewen decided to let the hotel residents know. There weren't many people at the hotel, and there were only 3 tints, which were quickly notified. Xiao Lin gets nervous when she learns that her points card has been emptied after she and Liu bought the tints together, and before she can find supplies to redeem her points, the hotel owner is leaving. She is worried that she will be evicted, and Xuewenxin promises to be back by this time tomorrow for sure, and tells her to prepare her things first, and then redeem her points for a renewal of her stay when she returns. But Xuewenxin also realized that this is not a long-term solution. If you go out one day and cannot come back, what about the residents? Redeeming points can wait, but renewing a stay can't. She felt that the hotel needed staff at the front desk but was unsure of others and didn't have the right people. So she had to take a step and let the residents plan ahead and take the blame for missing out. Afterwards, Zhou Qingqing happily climbed into the co-pilot and informed Xuewenxin of his home address. Xuewenxin entered the address and realized that it was in the next province, not too far away. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard of Zhou Qingqing's house. Zhou Qingqing was shocked and immediately jumped out of the car and rushed toward the house after regaining her senses, but found that the doors and windows were closed. She slapped the door, lying on the window to see, all to no avail. Remembering that the spare key was in the window, she reached down to find it and opened the door when a walker burst out, which she narrowly avoided. When the zombies attacked again, Xuewenxin, who had just gotten off the bus, rushed over and kicked over the zombies, and Zhou Qingqing, with a face of fear, looked at the zombies on the ground with a bad face and hesitantly didn't dare to go forward to confirm. Xuewenxin looked at the zombies on the ground that couldn't climb up for a moment like turned-over turtles and said softly, "Go take a look to make sure it's not a family member." Zhou Qingqing spat out a good word with difficulty and approached the zombie with heavy feet, carefully recognizing its face and confirming that it was not her father. Her heart felt a little bit more at ease, and her hope was renewed. After Zhou Qingqing ties up the zombie, she searches for her family inside the house with Xuewenxin, but finds nothing. Xuewenxin asks Xiao AI if the zombie has a crystal core and is disappointed to learn that it doesn't, but quickly accepts it, and tells Xiao AI to let her know if she has a crystal core in the future. Zhou Qingqing walked out in a low mood. Xuewenxin understood that she did not find anyone, so she comforted her. Zhou Qingqing wanted to leave an address for her family. Xuewenxin took out Sugar's colored pens and paper and wrote down the address, which Zhou Qingqing pasted on the door and left a message on the family group. Zhou Qingqing is still not willing to give up after doing this, and wants to transport things to the hotel to exchange for points, and after getting the consent, she picks it up in the room and prepares to leave after filling the car. Just as the car was about to start, her cell phone rang. Zhou Qingqing saw the cell phone caller is the younger brother's Wubuoqiao, immediately connected, but due to bad signal can only intermittently hear, "Sister." After the phone was hung up, she dialed again but hung up automatically after a long time without sound. Zhou Qingqing thought of a place and looked at Xuewenxin to request to wait, and Xuewenxin agreed to wait for an hour. Zhou Qingqing ran toward the cellar in the woods behind the house, where the grain was stored, and his brother always called it a kiln. After 20 minutes, Zhou Qingqing came to the door of the cellar and saw that there were traces and opened the cell phone flashlight to climb down. Hearing his brother cry, Zhou Qingqing comforted his brother after asking the location of the parents, along the direction of his brother pointed to see lying on the ground with his eyes closed and motionless parents. Zhou Qingqing touched the carotid artery to confirm that there is a beating reassured, but the parents are very hot. She patted the 2 cheeks, but no movement. Zhou Qingqing could not think too much, said to his father, "Zhuode, Dad, wait for me. I'll be back later to take you away," and then carried his mother and held his younger brother to prepare to go out. Zhou Buoqiao, his younger brother, said he could climb up on his own, and his little arms and legs climbed nimbly and quickly went out. Zhou Qingqing carried her mother on her back, and considering her brother's slightly slower speed, she arrived in front of the caravan at 53 minutes. Sugar has fallen asleep. Zhou Qingqing introduces her mother and brother to Xuewenxin, happy to finally find her family. After settling down, Zhou Qingqing, with a red face, asked Xuewenxin to do another favor. Her father is still in the cellar, which has hoarded grain. The grain is all given to Xuewenxin, and she wants to go and bring her father out. Xuewenxin agreed with a soft heart, holding Sugar and Zhou Qingqing to go to the back of the mountain, and Zhou Qingqing explained that his younger brother waited in the car and did not run around and touch. When she arrived at the entrance of the cellar, Zhou Qingqing said that her father and the food were down there. Xuewenxin asked her to bring her father up first, and the food would be taken next time. Zhou Qingqing was grateful, and in her heart, she treated Xuewenxin as a dear sister. Zhou Qingqing tried many times but could not climb up with his unconscious father. Xue Wenxin put Sugar by his side, and he could see Sugar in the afterglow. Xue Wenxin proposed that Zhou Qingqing push her father up and pull himself on top. Zhou Qingqing did as she said, and the two of them worked together to pull the strong man of 1 meter 8 up. After that, Xue Wenxin didn't intervene again. She wasn't in good health, and it was already a struggle to hold Sugar. Back in the caravan, Zhou Qingqing was paralyzed with exhaustion and concernedly wiped the sweat for sister Xue Wenxin. Xue Wenxin took out the bread and milk and asked Zhou Qingqing to eat first and return to the hotel to return the points. Zhou Qingqing and Cao Cao wolfed down their food, and after replenishing their energy, Zhou Qingqing asked if the hotel still needed any more lodgers and suggested that by yelling all the way, they might be able to find survivors. Xue Wenxin thought it was a good idea and decided to look for them as they walked. Finally found a pair of grandchildren willing to go to the hotel in the village. They slowly drove toward the hotel, and on the way the cooling time ended. Xue Wenxin did not use it, and Zhou Qingqing was encouraged to drive the caravan. The two of them took turns driving and returned to the hotel at around 9 the next morning. Xiao Lin was relieved to see them back and worried that the unconscious person would turn into a zombie and opened her mouth to ask after the nagging. No, this is a prelude to them awakening their psychic abilities. The crowd was stunned. Zhou Qingqing was especially surprised. She had thought that her parents were sick, but she didn't think that there was a possibility of awakening her powers. Of course, it's not absolute, it's very possible. This was what the system informed Xue Wenxin. If not, she would have been worried about whether or not to let them get in the car and go back to the hotel for fear of turning into zombies. Zhou Qingqing was happy. Xiao Lin recognized that the unconscious ones were Zhou Qingqing's parents, and she was surprised that they were not local but arrived at the hotel so quickly, and they may have awakened their supernormal abilities, and they secretly surveyed them. Xue Wenxin let Sugar and Zhuo Buoqiao play next to her, and she was busy with her own work. She treats the hotel mission as a job and enjoys it, and there is a safe place in the post-apocalyptic world. Even if it's 996, it doesn't matter. Zhou Qingqing has experience and quickly put the things on the points converter, totaling 380 points. She asked how the points were distributed. 150 points for each of her parents, 80 points for herself, and 10 points for her brother. Xue Wenxin said that it was fine and emphasized that 10 points per day would be counted on a per capita basis, and that his younger brother would also be counted. Zhou Qingqing didn't care, thinking that she could support a family, so it wasn't difficult for her to earn 40 points a day, and she was ready to look at the tents. Wenxin Xue checked in the grandchildren and asked them to put their redemption points in the designated place, totaling 60 points. Although Granny Jane is disappointed, but she also thinks it is reasonable, Zhou Qingqing said that the fruits of the plants in the mountains can be exchanged for points. As long as you are not lazy, you will not starve. Xue Wenxin allocated points according to Jane's request, 10 points in her grandson's card and 50 points in her mother-in-law's card, and quickly set up the points card and told them to use the points card for all consumption in the hotel, and that the machine next to it could be used for purchasing lodging supplies, and that if they didn't know how to operate it, they could ask Zhou Qingqing to teach them. When Zhou Qingqing heard it, she called Granny Jane to go over, and Granny Jane thanked her and walked over with her grandson. This child has a pitiful life. His father died, his mother ran away, and he can only follow his grandmother. Xiao Lin came holding the loot and put it on the point exchange machine. Xue Wenxin heard a ding sound and learned that the mission was completed, earning 3 rewards: a hotel van, a food vending machine, and a hotel fast track. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 3 things, but the other people did not react, Xue Wenxin puzzled, asked the wine, and learned that the hotel system will automatically rationalize all things. Next to the motorhome was a brand new white 7-seater van, which in the last days could seat more than 7 people. Next to the camping equipment vending machines are food vending machines, similar in appearance to the camping equipment vending machines, with many common foods. Xue Wenxin tasted the cheapest buns, which tasted average, and Liu bought bread and milk in the back and ate it right away. Xue Wenxin looked to the last item: hotel fast track. A 2-way channel appeared next to the original highway. She asks Wine about its role, and learns that it is a friendly bonus for the hotel's remoteness, allowing it to reach the city quickly to gather supplies in a location that changes every 3 days, is random and unspecifiable, and the original highway can still be used. The system also informs that in order to protect the ecological environment, the hotel stipulates that only widows and orphans under the age of 6, children over the age of 65, or disabled people who have lost most of their labor force can redeem their points with backyard plants, etc., and that they are allowed to use them for their own purposes, such as picking fruits and hunting wild game. Xue Wenxin felt that this provision was quite good. I did not expect the doomsday security system to be so ecological, and could not help but ponder whether the end times were a natural punishment for people not caring for the environment. Over here, Everyone at the hotel received information about the 3 new things that had appeared. However, Xiao Lin was angry at the hotel's rule that she couldn't go to the back of the mountain to pick plants to redeem her points, and thought it was discriminatory. The others had no problem with the rule, and felt it was taking care of the old and the weak. Xue Wenqin had a tough attitude and said that she could leave if she didn't want to, or she could beat herself into a handicapped person. Xiao Lin is blocked and speechless. Liu comes over and pulls her to give a step. Xue Wenqin emphasized that although he is only a part-time worker, but to live in the hotel must abide by the rules, otherwise the hotel cannot tolerate people who do not abide by the rules. Gao Yang took the lead and promised that he would abide by the rules of the hotel. He had witnessed the miracle of the hotel. The second grandpa and the second grandma also stood on Xue Wenqin's side and promised to abide by the rules. Zhuo Qingqing naturally listened to Xue Wenqin, and Granny Jane nodded her head in agreement. There were only 3 children on the scene who hadn't spoken up, and after everyone else had made their positions known, the pressure was put on Xiao Lin and Li Yu, who said they would follow the rules as everyone watched, and Xiao Lin finally nodded reluctantly to make her position known. Gao Yang stood out to round up the scene and let everyone rest early. People dispersed, and Zhuo Qingqing chose a family tent that could accommodate 2 large and 1 small, intending to wait for her parents to wake up and work as a family to change to a larger tent. Granny Jane and her grandson chose the cheapest 2-person tent, and Gao Yang helped fix the tent. The setting sun dyed the sky red, and people temporarily forgot that they were in a post-apocalyptic world, as if they were on a tourist vacation. At this time, the system released a task to recruit 50 residents, limited to 1 month. Xue Wenqin felt that although the pressure is high but the time is long, it is not very difficult to complete the task. She asked AI to sign in today. Signing in complete, congratulations on obtaining Omnipotent Butler *1. A humanoid, faceless and unable to tell its gender, appeared in Xue Wenqin's mind. Xue Wenqin's system prompt: Omnipotent Butler, wholeheartedly fulfill all the master's orders, loyal and reliable, never betrayal. Age can be set, gender and all 5 senses are optional. Once selected, cannot be replaced. Xue Wenqin's eyes lit up, thinking she was lucky to be in need of someone to put her mind at ease. She chose the gender of the all-powerful housekeeper as female, age 45 years old, features and hair selected in the middle of the road, looking smooth. The image of the all-powerful butler presents itself, but Xue Wenqin wants to think of a good way to appear and decides to take a trip out tomorrow and bring back the butler, calling him an outside survivor. Xue Wenqin sees Gao Yang coming out of the tent and asks if his foot is better. Gao Yang thinks Xue Wenqin is deep in hiding and thanks her for the ointment. Xue Wenqin asked Gao Yang not to call him boss, but to call him Sister Xue, as he is only a part-time employee. Xue Wenqin asked Gao Yang if he could drive, and Gao Yang said yes. He used to like camping and drove around a lot. Xue Wenqin asked Gao Yang to help with the driving, and when he found the right person, the van could be used to pick up the lodgers as he drew the all-powerful housekeeper unsure of when he would be drawn next. Xue Wenqin said that she covered the lodging and food expenses during Gao Yang's drive. Gao Yang asked about the job description, and Xue Wenqin said he mainly drove, picked up people when he was busy, and went out and around when he wasn't. What's more, Gao Yang had an extra bonus for taking the survivors back to the hotel and was absolutely safe in the car. Neither zombies nor humans could cause any harm. Gao Yang agreed repeatedly, thinking that this was a good thing. Xue Wenqin gives the van to Gao Yang and tells him to start working from tomorrow, and Gao Yang promises to complete the task. It was getting late, Sugar was sleepy, there were 3 new kids at the hotel, and they had a great time together in the afternoon. And Grandma Jane's little baby was so tired of playing with everyone so quickly that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Looking at Sugar being much more cheerful, Xue Wenqin felt that she had made the right decision and regretted that she had not broken away from her old home earlier. She imagines the people who hurt her being poisoned by rat poison and then eaten by zombies, but gives up in order to keep her daughter from knowing the tragic situation. While the stars twinkle in the sky and the night is quiet in the mountains, the night in the city is like a horrible monster, full of despair and helplessness. Many families have run out of food, and some have left their homes without returning. On the other side, a woman named Zhang Yuanyu and held her child in her arms and dared not close her eyes because there was no food in the house and the child was so hungry that she and her husband, Lu Jiwei, regretted that they hadn't stocked up before. Lu Jiwei decides to go out at dawn to look for food, and although Zhang Yuanyuan is worried, she knows there is no other way. She was having trouble sleeping against her husband and took out her cell phone to swipe through the videos when she suddenly came across one that stood out from the rest. A post-apocalyptic safe camping hotel. When Yuan saw the video of Safe Camping Hotel in the last days, she initially thought it was a traffic sucker and the actors were good, but when she thought of her family's food shortage and her husband's risky life, she thought what if the video was real? She began to look for the video but could not find it. In the heat of the moment, refreshed the video. The child was almost woken up. She calmed down and found the video by searching for keywords and private message, left the building address. The next morning, Xue Wenxin saw the private message to know to come to work. Wash up and wake up, Sugar ready to go. Found the hotel reward van was driven away by Gao Yang. He was very positive. Xue Wenxin took Sugar to the RV. Sugar wanted to stay at the hotel to play with his friends. Xue Wenxin was uneasy and wanted to let Sugar stay at the hotel the next time after he took Sugar out, this time to put the omnipotent butler out. Watching Sugar unhappy, Xue Wenxin reflected that she was too morbid, and that Sugar dying in front of her in her last life made her unwilling to separate from Sugar in this life. But she realizes that Sugar needs friends, space, and independence, and that she can't stay with Sugar forever in case she doesn't draw life-extending drugs. At this point, Xue Wen's heart ached, and he took a handful of painkillers to recover. His clothes and hair were wet with sweat. Sugar saw his mom in pain and decided not to play to stay with her. Sugar Plum is good. Xue Wenxin stroked Sugar Plum's hair, determined to slowly make Sugar Plum independent. She wished she had more time. After the vehicle started, Xue Wenxin mother and daughter quickly arrived at the address of the building in the private message. Because only building information, Xue Wenxin sent a message to ask each other whether they come down or the staff door to pick up, and attached a photo of the caravan. Upstairs, Lu Jiwei is ready to go out to look for food and is pulled by Zhang Yuanyuan. When her cell phone rings, Zhang Yuanyuan sees the message and photo and excitedly tells Lu Jiwei that he is saved, and the two of them discuss whether to take a gamble. Xue Wenxin saw that the private message has been read but not replied, and was about to ask again when he received a message from the other side requesting a door to pick up the message, and reminded that you can first pack your bags. The hotel will only provide a safe place to land, and the rest can be self-contained or purchased. Xue Wenxin leads Sugar past the zombies and into the lobby, and Lu Jiwei and Zhang Yuanyuan upstairs see it and become even more convinced that there's something in the hotel. Sugar tiptoes to press the elevator, which has 3 zombies in it. Xue Wenxin stops the elevator and tries to wait for the zombies to leave to dissipate the smell, and Sugar recites, down first, then up, causing Xue Wenxin to feel bitter laughter. When they reached the 12th floor, there were no zombies roaming on this floor. Xue Wenxin knocked on the door of the room, and soon the door opened, and a man stood in front of them, with a woman's head poking out behind him, curiously and warily surveying them. Chapter 38. The woman was still holding a tiny baby in her arms, sleeping soundly. Hello guys. We are the staff of Ant House. My name is Xue Wenxin. You can call me Sister Xue. This is my daughter, called Sugar. Xue Wenxin knew that the other party must be a little apprehensive right now. Never would have believed an online video if I wasn't at the end of my rope and cornered. By the look on the faces of the two men, it was clear that they had been hungry for a long time. The woman, in particular, had a bad look on her face. So take the initiative to introduce yourself and try to show your amiability. Hello. My name is Lu Jiwei. This is my wife named Zhang Yuanyuan, and this is our daughter, who hasn't been named yet. Sis is so cute. Sugar tiptoed around trying to see her sister. Xue Wenxin smiled and picked up Sugar so she could see clearly. Come on in. We haven't packed our things yet. Zhang Yuanyuan smiled a bit embarrassed. I might have to trouble you guys to wait a bit. Okay. Xue Wenxin naturally walked into the room. Little friend, sit and watch your sister. Zhang Yuanyuan sat down. Now Sugar could see her sister standing by herself, and so stood to one side, quietly watching his tiny sister. Mommy, my sister is so small. You were this big when you were a kid. Really? Well, of course it's true. Xue Wenxin saw that the hostess Lu Jiwei was packing up his things, and Xue Wenxin gave a general description of the hotel situation. The hotel is checked in with points, which can be redeemed for anything. So you can bring something you don't need to redeem your points, and then pack some essentials for normal use. There are kids, and there's a lot of things the hotel doesn't have. All the hotel can get at the moment is camping-related equipment and food, nothing else for a while, so you watch. Okay, thank you. Sister Xue. With Xue Wenxin's reminder, Lu Jiwei packed up his things with more purpose. Not as clueless as I was at the beginning. Xue Wenxin wasn't going to get on and help, but instead sat beside his mistress with his arm around Sugar and waited quietly. Thank you, Sister Xue. If it wasn't for you, Zhang Yuanyuan's voice choked a little as she spoke. She's a new mom, and her daughter hasn't even seen this wonderful world yet. Don't be sad. It's important to keep your monthly mood soothing. It's also mutually beneficial. Soon, Lu Jiwei packed up, big bags and small bags, a total of 4 or 5 suitcases. Sorry, the kids got a little too much stuff. Diapers alone accounted for 1/3 of it. It's okay. We're in RV, Take as much as you want as long as it fits. Really? Lu Jiwei's eyes lit up. In fact, there are still a lot of things did not get, but thought not too good sense to pick and choose to load the most important he felt. It's a hotel perk. This trip is free, if you need to give points to use the car from now on. So don't waste it. Lu Jiwei first put these suitcases and bags at the door and started to go organize things again. Even if you can't use it, it's good to exchange it for points. In the end, I took everything I could except for the big stuff that I really couldn't take. Looking at the overflowing stuff, Lu Jiwei and Zhang Yuanyuan smiled a bit awkwardly. Sister Shui, sorry, this seems a bit much. Never mind. Luckily, the elevator works. Having an elevator saves a lot of effort, otherwise there are two tired people. Looking at Zhang Yuanyuan holding the child, she also used her feet to help Lu Jiwei push something lighter. Child, if you're not worried, I'll help you push it. Shui Wenxin saw a stroller next to her, the kind that was suitable for younger babies to lie flat. Then, Sister Shui, I'll trouble you. Zhang Yuanyuan glanced at her daughter, then at her tired and sweaty husband. Give the child to Shui Wenxin. Mostly, I was worried that my husband would be too slow by himself and would make Sister Shui angry, in case they weren't allowed to go when the time came. Chapter 39. The commotion over here made Lu's neighbors hear the commotion. Thought it was a walker coming and held my breath in fear to see what was going on in the cat's eye. So it was the neighbor across the street who was, what, moving? Seeing pots and pans all over the floor and clothes and quilts and televisions. Moving in a post-apocalyptic world. What's the fuss about? Seeing that the corridor was safe and there were no zombies in sight, Chen Xian didn't hold back her curiosity and opened the door to the room. A head poked out. What are you doing, sister? It's all walkers out there. It's old and dangerous. Zhang Yuanyu, and saw that it was a neighbor who had been in and out many times before. So he asked Shui Wenxin in a low voice, Sister, can I tell her we're going to your hotel? Yes, no problem, whatever. Willingness to go to a hotel is even better. Shui Wenxin couldn't wait for more people to know about it, and then finish the mission early. Seeing Sister Shui nod her head and say it was okay, Zhang Yuanyuan then smiled at her neighbor's big sister and said, We're going to Shui's Aunt House Safe Camping Hotel. What is this? Chen Xian was confused and puzzled. It's a post-apocalyptic safe hotel. There won't be any zombies in there, and there's also a lot of food for sale. Zhang Yuanyuan had a longing face, where there's no more fear of walkers or worrying about going hungry. After hearing this, Chen Xian secretly said, Giving birth to a child makes you stupid. How could there be such a place? Casually, Zhang Yuanyuan deflated when she asked if she would like to tag along and simply closed the door. She also has a lot of food at her house. Save it to last at least 10 days and half a month. I'm sure we can wait for a government rescue when the time comes. Zhang Yuanyuan watched the other party bang on the door and ate a closed door, looking at Sister Shui with some embarrassment. It's okay, and not everyone believes in me as much as you do. This episode, no one put on the heart. Lu Jiwei feel quite lucky. Up and down several trips, did not encounter zombies. Although there were walkers around the car, there was a scare and they didn't attack them. The two couples found it magical as hell. Shui said that this is the security of the hotel. The walkers won't attack them from a safe distance. This strengthens the resolve to go to Aunt House Safe Camping Hotel. Your family of 3 will sit in the back. Watch out for the kids, don't fall. All right, Sister Shui. Before long, the car was moving. What they didn't know was that the condition of their car was seen by a young man in the building across the street. Watching them walkers get in and out of the car and carry things in front of their eyes, the walkers didn't even move. Thought walkers didn't bite. Looking at the shortage of food in the house, he took the bag and went out, despite his parents' objections. Just as he opens the door, he is spotted by the walkers, lunging towards him with teeth and claws. Scared, he took a step back and closed the door. This time, the zombies noticed it too, and just kept banging on the doorway. Cece, I told you not to go out. Now we've been spotted by walkers. The boy's mom's face went white with fear as she listened to the commotion outside. A man frowned. All right, cut the crap. Xiaoxian is also kind enough to want to go find food. Huang Wenxuan hung his head and lowered it, saying sullenly, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. He's too impulsive. But why is the family okay? He seemed to vaguely see writing on the car, but the distance plus the fact that he was a bit nearsighted didn't make it clear. Chapter 40. The voices of the zombies outside were much quieter, and it seemed that the zombies with no memories had forgotten what they were doing. Within a few moments, it would go wandering again. Because the cool-down time had not arrived, Shui Wenxin had to follow the navigation and drive back to the hotel. The navigation shows that it will take about 6.5 hours. And that's with smooth traffic. In case of a traffic jam, the time it takes for them to turn around and change roads is even longer. As the car was traveling, Shui Wenxin suddenly thought that the omnipotent butler hadn't been released to cross the open road yet. It's getting silly to have to eat too much. Shui Wenxin found a service area and stopped. Do you guys want to take a bathroom break? Actually, Zhang Yuan didn't want to rest. She wanted to get to the hotel quickly, but she thought that Sister Shui would be tired from driving, so she nodded her head. Hope, you guys should use the restroom and move your bodies around. I'll go see if there's any food left in the service area supermarket. The main thing is to go ahead and release the all-powerful butler. I'll join you. Lu Jiwei stepped forward. Both he and Yuan were already hungry. Before it was high spirits, so I forgot for a moment that I was hungry. Now at the mention of food, my stomach rumbles a bit uncontrollably. Though scared, they couldn't let Sister Shui go and find them food. He and Hope sit back and enjoy the ride. Being the top man himself, and the only male, he should take responsibility. When Shui Wenxin heard this, he immediately made an excuse. You protect your wife and child in the car. I don't feel at ease if you leave. Hearing this, Lu Jiwei was also a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, watch the car for me. We'll split the food in half when I find it. All right then, be careful, Sister Shui. I know. Shui Wenxin glanced at Sugar. Earlier it was said to be reassuring and for her to be independent, but it couldn't be done for a while. So leaving the choice up to Sugar, Sugar, do you want to go with Mommy? Well, Sugar Plum is going with Mommy. Sugar Plum jumped out of the car cheerfully. Shui Wenxin breathed a long sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Sugar would say just stay in the car. Let's go. Then you can be a good boy and follow Mommy. Good. Sugar is good. The two walked hand in hand into the service area supermarket. Lu Jiwei watched, sighed. Ruthless. Who would believe someone who rushes around with a child in the end times without some strength? So he looked at the RV honestly. Don't even dare to think a little. Shui Wenxin sighed, holding Sugar walked into the supermarket and found that the shelves were falling to the east and west, and all the food on them had been so taken away. Come to think of it, people know that the end times are here, and if they can take it, they certainly won't leave it for anyone else. Continuing to walk inside, Shui Wenxin suddenly heard the sound of an animal feeding, and she headed in the direction from which the sound came and saw a pair of feet in the corner, and then a person burying his head, his shoulders shrugged. Thinking of a possibility, Shui Wenxin hurriedly led Sugar in the opposite direction. Shui Wenxin had no idea to keep wandering around, looking for supplies or anything. Put the omnipotent butler out directly behind the next shelf. Mommy, there's an auntie here. Sugar's eyes were sharp, and she saw the all-powerful housekeeper at once. Hello, little friend. Can you take me home? I can't find my family. Sugar looked to her mom and saw her nod before she replied crisply, Okay, come back to the hotel with us. Oh, thank you. My baby. You're so cute. Sugar was a little embarrassed by the compliment and went straight to hide behind her mom. Chapter 41. Shui Wenxin looked to the all-powerful butler, the same one she had chosen yesterday. The image of a 45-year-old middle-aged woman looks unremarkable when put into a crowd, but it's quite soothing to look at and very approachable. Master, please give me a name. The gentle voice of the omnipotent butler appeared inside Shui Wenxin's mind. It's called Wenmai. Thank you, Master. We can communicate through consciousness? Yes, Master. We can communicate regardless of distance. And my eyes are your eyes as well. You can always look around through mine. That's kinda handy. Had she been outside, she could have observed the hotel at any time. How does that work? All you have to do is say in your mind, connect the butler. Shui Wenxin tries it out, silently connecting to the butler in his mind. Sure enough, his own sight was connected to the butler, and it was able to manipulate the butler's body. This is really great. Mom. Sugar gently pulled Shui Wenxin's hand. Shui Wenxin returned to his senses and silently canceled the connection in his mind. She then withdraws from her connection with the housekeeper, Wenmei, and becomes two separate people again. And Wenmei looked exactly like a normal person, smile, hands, eyes, etc. Okay, Sugar, let's take Annie out. Okay, Auntie, let's go out to the car. Shui Wenxin didn't intend to continue searching for supplies, and directly took out a few loaves of bread and milk from space. It's also plain and consistent with what you can find in a service area supermarket. She's a car that also doesn't have fuel and electricity troubles, so no need to obsess when faced with the gas station next to her. Those barrels of gasoline I stocked up on earlier don't seem to be doing much good. There's also a lot of stuff that doesn't seem to work. She wouldn't regret it though. After all, she didn't know what she was signing up for with the system at that point. I also didn't know that Sugar would be bound to the post-apocalyptic security hotel system. It might be nice to organize and redeem points for things you really don't need. You guys are back. Lu Jiwei immediately opened the car door when he saw Sister Shuya returning with Sugar. Seeing an unfamiliar person following behind him, he froze slightly. Her name is Wen Mei. You can call her Aunt One, just don't call her Sister One. It's a survivor found inside. At first, I was going to say that I called out to Aunt One, but then I thought that it was a bit of a messed up seniority. Sugar called Auntie and told Lu Jiwei and the others to call Auntie One. It's still better for Sister One. After all, it only looked like he was in his 40s, not much older than Lu Jiwei and the others. Sister One, they are hotel residents. Hello, you guys. Sister One smiled gently. Shui Wenxin had been watching carefully and realized that he couldn't tell any difference from normal people at all. That's good. When the time comes, it's a relief to leave the hotel in her hands. By the way, here's a bit of bread and milk we found inside. So feel free to pad your bellies. You'll have something to eat when we get to the hotel. Shui Wenxin finished speaking and divided the bread. Not much, just a little bit for each person. Lu Jiwei and Zhang Yuanyuan shared a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk. Chapter 42. Shui Wenxin and Wen shared a loaf of bread, and the milk was given to Sugar Plum. Because she doesn't love this bread. Lu Jiwei took the fragrant bread, first let his wife eat, and so she left himself only 2 mouths to swallow. The same goes for milk, which he drinks only when Zhang Wenwan doesn't drink it anymore. Of course, a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk was certainly not enough for the starving Zhang Yuanyue, but still rely on perseverance from inside the mouth left Lu Jiwei. The car continued to drive down the road with Sister when holding Sugar in her arms. Sugar loved this gentle aunt, because Annie played games with her and sang to her along the way. Shui Wenxin looked on. This all-powerful housekeeper, really all-powerful, even knows how to bring up a baby and coax it. In the late afternoon, we finally returned to the Ant House Safe Camping Hotel. Hearing the commotion of the car stopping, the others rushed out, because today, they had found a lot of supplies that they hadn't yet exchanged for points. Looking at the supplies when everyone was hugging, Shui Wenxin couldn't take a break and handed Sugar to Sister One, while he himself started to work. Don't be in a hurry, everyone. There aren't many of us, one by one. We'll start by letting the newcomers redeem their points to check and come on. They've got a baby doll with them, and it's going to get dark later if we don't hurry up. Some were reluctant, but seeing that no one else made a sound, they learned their lesson this time and didn't open their mouths, but were just silently upset. You guys go ahead and put what you don't need on here for points. Zhang Yuanyuan held her daughter and surveyed the surroundings with Lu Jiwei. It's a flat dam on top of a hill, and the surrounding scenery is still beautiful, even in summer. The temperature feels right here, not hot at all. There was also the sound of unknown birds chirping all around. It didn't look like there were many people staying at the hotel, but there were old people and children, so it seemed like it would still be a good place to live in the post-apocalyptic world. Being in the middle of the observation, when he heard Sister Shui's voice, Lu Jiwei came back to his senses and immediately got on the car to carry things. Zhang Yuanyuan, on the other hand, waited on the sidelines with her baby in her arms. Seeing this, Zhou Qingqing immediately helped, and the second grandmother and second grandfather also helped. They can't redeem points until the new ones are done. Help out, it's faster. Thank you, thank you. Lu thanked those who reached out to help. There's nothing to be thankful for. We'll all be neighbors from now on. It's windy on top of the mountain at night, so you should check in early and set up your tents so that your wives and children can hide inside the tents. Lu Jiwei looked at his wife and child. This month is considered a waste. First, there was the fear, then the lack of food and nutrition. Only slow conditioning later. As for standing next to the 2 girls who did not reach out to help, Lu Jiwei, quietly in mind. It can't be helped, he's just so petty. He won't be able to help with anything in the future. With a few more people on board, the points redemption and check-in were quickly processed. Others began lining up to take turns redeeming their points. Zhou Qingqing teaches newcomers to use the kiosk. Lu Jiwei looked more and more alarmed. The self-service vending machine, he knows how it works. But he couldn't figure out how this hotel's kiosk worked. No one puts merchandise in there, but you can shop for it, and it's in a wide variety of categories. After figuring out how to sell it, Lu first bought a hen soup and a stir-fried seasonal vegetable, plus the staple steamed buns, and told Zhang Yuanyuan to put the baby in the stroller and eat it herself first. Instead, he hastily bites into 2 buns to pad his stomach and then goes shopping for a tent. That granny was right just now. Get the tent done early so that the mother and daughter can go in early to get out of the wind. It's the end of the world. He doesn't want to live a tight life anymore, and he doesn't want to aggravate their mother and daughter. Chapter 43. Just redeemed 9,400 points. He went straight for a 1-bedroom, 1-kitchen, 1-bath combo tent. Check off all the items that can be optional. And it's still packaged and installed. There are locations on the screen where it can be installed. Lu Jiwei looked at it and randomly chose a location leaning to the side away from other people. It's not that they're sociopathic, it's just that he has a little baby at home who sometimes cries and makes a lot of noise. So choose a place that's a little out of the way. The tent just appeared out of nowhere and was in a state of being set up. Everyone else was shocked by this scene, even Xue Wenxin. What the heck? Why did it suddenly appear? The second grandmother found it unbelievable and circled around the tent, not noticing anything special. Lu Jiwei saw that everyone looked strange. This is an automatic installation, don't you know? Xue Wenxin shook his head. We don't really know. As a staff member of the hotel, she was surprised that she didn't even know there was such a feature. So she curiously walked over to the kiosk, whereas everyone else gathered around. After Lu's guidance, we finally saw that there really is an auto-install option. I know, surely you bought the combo set, that's why there's an auto-install option. Zhou Qingqing remembered that when she bought it at that time, she was sure that there was no such option. The only difference must be buying a different tint. Xue Wenxin immediately tapped the single and combined sets on the screen separately, and sure enough, he found that the difference was here. I should have known that I would have chosen the combination set as well. Liu muttered. Thinking about all the effort she and Shoulin had put into installing the tint in the first place, she might as well have gotten a combo. But she forgot that she was no longer the rich young lady who used to buy whatever she wanted. Lu bought the combo tint for half the points. But it was well worth it. The kitchen had all kinds of stoves inside, even pots and pans. The toilet has a shower for bathing and a toilet. Lu Jiwei pressed the flush button. Surprisingly, there is really water out. Is the water directly discharged to the ground? Will it stink when the time comes? He got down on the ground to look and didn't seem to see any wet ones. Whatever, the hotel itself sells them anyway, so they must have considered them. It's good for them to use it with peace of mind. Other people's envious eyes cast over. Lu Jiwei proudly raised his head and straightened his chest. The others envied nothing else, but most of all this bathroom. Realized that they want to fix their poop and pee, and after that go to the back of the hill and walk a little farther away. Want a toilet so bad? No way. You can't put up a fight. You have to work hard and try to get a tent with a toilet soon. Especially Li Yu. The thought of her, a delicate young lady, solving her urination and defecation under the open sky in the wilderness was simply intolerable. The girls were not allowed to pick plants in the backcountry, so today they're swinging by the hotel. She wasn't going to take any chances, and there were still a few points left anyway. Now it seemed she had to move. She didn't want anyone to see her bare ass one day when the hotel was crowded and she was fixing her poop, or go to the bathroom with the person across the street bathing in the sun, or enjoying the rain wide-eyed at each other. Tomorrow I must go out and find supplies for points. Chapter 44. However, she seemed to have a good idea. Sister Xue, I heard Qingqing say that you can give 100 points to pick someone up at a designated location? Having asked for help, Miss Liu was still very polite. Yes, if you receive someone to check in, you can do it for free, but if you don't receive it or don't check in, you need to pay 100 points for it. Xue Wenxin nodded, since he had opened this up before. Not too fond of Li Yu, but still wouldn't treat him differently. 100 points, in fact, wasn't much at all, and if the place was far away, she would have to waste 2 chances to reach her destination instantly. Good. Then can I make a reservation for tomorrow? Li Yu immediately booked it in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to interrupt her plans a little later, in case something else came up. Xue Wenxin nodded. Yes, that's fine. There are no other arrangements for the time being. Li Yu received a satisfactory answer and happily returned to his tent. She began to calculate exactly which home to go to gather supplies. As for family, who knows where they are? So Li Yu didn't even intend to pick up his family, but went home to carry his stuff. As for the 100 points, small matter. When she went back and moved the supplies, it was a matter of minutes. The second grandmother on the sidelines saw this scene and wanted to say something, but said nothing, but hurriedly ran towards her own tent. Xue Wenxin didn't notice, but was teaching Sister Wen how to deal with the hotel. The main thing is to redeem points, check in, and for other residents to find her and have something to resolve things. Don't worry, I can accomplish the task. Sister Wen, the all-powerful housekeeper, said with a smile. All of this is a piece of cake for her. Well then, the hotel, I'll leave it to you. Xue Wenxin was still very happy. Although I love the work, sometimes it feels like a distraction. It's nice to have someone to help share the load. Compared to being stuck in a hotel all the time and driving around outside, Shui Wenxin was willing to choose the second. She had been at home for a long time because of her illness. I used to think that I wanted to, with the remaining time, travel more with my kids, but there are a lot of realities that get in the way. For example, Sugar has to go to school. Even though kindergarten, you can't take time off all the time. There were also monetary considerations, the thought that she was going to die of an illness and that Sugar's father would surely have to marry someone else in the future, so she wanted to leave as much money as she could for Sugar. Money isn't as good as love, but it's better to have money than no money. So even when she's homesick, she's trying to do some part-time work to earn some extra money. It was all hidden from the others. Besides money, safety is also considered. Everywhere was crowded before the end of the world, and she was a sickly person with a small child. Wasn't she a fat sheep in the eyes of human traffickers? When she was sick, the pain in her body often left her with little energy, and if she was out in the world, a wobble could give someone an opportunity to take advantage of her. Now that the end times were upon us, she had an absolutely safe RV, and she and Sugar were protected by the hotel system, so safety was assured. There was also no need to worry about Sugar suffering from her stepmother's stepfather after her death. After all, the stepfather's stepmother was already dead and gone. She didn't know if it was because of the system now, but her body was a bit better than before, and her spirit was also a bit better, so Shui Wenxin wanted to take advantage of this time to take Sugar Plum out more. Don't worry, master. You can connect to me at any time, and you'll be able to see the status of the hotel? Sister Wen's voice sounded inside her head. Shui Wenxin nodded. Sister Wen's performance really made her unable to treat her as a dummy. Either way, it behaves just like a normal person. Chapter 45. Sister Shui, I'm back? Gao Yang's excited voice rang out. Shui Wenxin looked up and saw Gao Yang jumping down from the van and then opening the door. Invitingly, he said, Sis, I brought 3 people to check into the hotel. Awesome. Shui Wenxin looked behind Gao Yang. 3 children came down from the car and were standing together, surveying their surroundings in an anxious manner. The oldest looked to be 11 or 12 years old, a girl. The younger boy was only 4 or 5 years old. The one in the middle is also a teenage boy. You can tell that they should be siblings, as you can see some similarities in the faces. Don't they have parents? Mommy and Daddy are turning out to be zombies. The oldest girl stepped forward and answered her aunt's question. Listening to Brother Gao Yang, she is the owner of a safe hotel, and those who want to stay must know how to behave and be polite. Shui Wenxin nodded, indicating that he knew that the 3 of them were lucky to have survived until now. The latter let Wen handle the points redemption and check in for these guys, while she stood by to see if she was really up to the task. Gao Yang first joined the 3 siblings and helped pawn their supplies to be exchanged on top of the points exchanger, then came over to Shui Wenxin. Sis, who is this big sister? I haven't seen her before. Did she come to the hotel today too? And why stand in Sister Shui's place and do her job? Yes, you can call her Sister One. From now on, she'll be in charge of everything at the hotel when I'm not there. Gao Yang's eyes rolled around, showing a hint of interest in Sister One. Sister Shui looked okay to talk, but you could tell that she was a more cautious person. This Sister One must be extraordinary to have gained Sister Shui's recognition and trust so quickly. He could help Sister Shui keep an eye on it. After all, the safety of the hotel was related to his own interests. Even if he thought about it, he didn't realize that this Sister One wasn't a human being, but just something like a robot. Loyalty and all that, absolutely assured. As Shui Xian watched, this omnipotent butler really went back to using and conducting business and was very skillful. You'll be able to go out with confidence from now on. The 3 siblings checked in, and Gao Yang sought their advice and helped buy a cheaper 2-person tent. Looking at the trio's bewilderment, Gao Yang continued to help them set up their tents. It's all small children, more than enough room for 3. As for men and women living together being less convenient and whatnot, it would not be something the 3 siblings would consider for the time being. After all, having just arrived in an unfamiliar place and not yet having a mom or dad, the 3 of them can only feel safe if they stay together. Looking at them, they are still so young. But it doesn't fit that the hotel can go to a safe place in the backcountry and pick plants to redeem points. It seems a bit cruel to let them go out into the scary world. Gao Yang simply sent the Buddha to the west and brought the 3 siblings to Sister Shui, pampering and selling pity. Sis, don't you think it's pathetic that they have 3 kids and no adults? What's up? Get to the point. Gao Yang immediately collected the expression of feigned pity on his face. Sister, they are the ones that don't meet the requirements of going to the back of the mountain to pick plants, but they are really too small. Can you see if you can be a little more accommodating? One of the little girls seemed to understand as well, raising her head with a steely gaze. Boss, I'm old enough to go outside to find supplies to exchange for points, but can you accommodate my younger brothers and go to the back of the mountain to pick? The hotel's requirements are for orphans under 6 years of age only. In terms of age, the young one is fulfilled, but he has family and does not qualify as an orphan. And the older boy didn't even match in age. But the three of them were the biggest on a 12-year-old girl, and it was really stressful. In the end, Shui Wenxin communicated with Wine and decided to agree that the two little boys could go to the back of the mountain to pick, and the little girl could not. Thank you. The little girl bowed deeply. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Brother Gao. The next one without the protection of her mom and dad is a little scary for Amore, but she'll try anyway. She would protect herself and her brothers. Just now she had learned how to use the two machines, bought 2 loaves of bread and milk, and took them back to the tent. The three of them split the food, and the day was over. Something finally felt different before Amore fell asleep. It was as if she could finally sleep with confidence and boldness, and she liked it here. Mom, you're in heaven. Can you see us? Aren't I great? Look, I'm not crying. I have taken good care of my brother. We got to a safe place with shelter and food. As long as we're not lazy, we certainly won't starve. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I love you guys. Good night. Chapter 46. At dawn, Zhou Qingqing carefully got up. She first bought her brother's food for this morning and noon. And water, too. Get it ready. Later she would go out and find supplies for her points. There were still a few points left, but she couldn't just sit back and wait. She didn't know when her mom and dad would wake up. When she dug into the tent with the food she'd bought, she saw her dad doing it. Zhou Qingqing ran over excitedly. Daddy, you're awake. Qingqing, where is this? Big brother Zhou had just woken up and was a little confused about the unfamiliar surroundings. Only just saw Su Mei and her son Chao Chao by her side. She didn't realize that her daughter had walked in from outside as well, and if it weren't for her physical discomfort, she would have thought she was dreaming. Before passing out, both she and Su Mei felt sick all over and had high body temperatures, like they wanted to bake themselves dry. But suddenly, horrible monsters appear outside, biting people on sight. I wanted to go to the school where my daughter was studying, but they were getting less and less fit. The two of them agreed to simply take their son and hide inside the cellar at the back of the house. Just as they reached the cellar and sat down, the two men gave out and fainted. Now wake up in unfamiliar surroundings. Dad, this is the ant house, the end-time safe camping hotel. Zhou Qingqing watched her dad wake up and reddened with excitement. It crackled with the events of the last few days. You mean in the safety of this hotel where walkers can't get in? And there's plenty of food for sale? Yeah, look at all this food I bought for my brother today. Zhude looked down at the box Qingqing had placed next to him, and the aroma of the food inside wafted out. The stomach began to rumble. The old face flushed. Dad, you're hungry. You eat first, I'll get it later. Zhude is not polite. After all, he is really hungry, and he feels as if he has not eaten in 8 lifetimes. Took the food and ate it. Zhou Qingqing prepared a boiled egg with milk and bread for her brother in the morning, and a tomato and egg-covered rice at noon. The amount of the younger brother's 2 meals, the left elder brother ate it all in 3 or 2. Tummies aren't full yet, but at least it was padded and not so hungry all over. Dad, I'll get some more? Enough is enough. Now that the end times are over, you can't help eating like that. Save a little if you can. When Zhou Qingqing saw her dad say this, she didn't insist, because according to her dad's previous food intake, this much would be almost enough. Then his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Zhude. Dad, do you see anything different about yourself? What's different? Zhude was a bit puzzled. Like I don't burn. Dad, that's not a fever. The owner of the hotel said that state of yours and Mom's is awakening psychic powers. Feel it. What's different? Zhou Qingqing looked more excited than her dad. She hadn't really seen a shifter yet. It would be great if Dad awakened his powers. Upon hearing this, Zhude didn't doubt Zhou Qingqing's words and immediately carefully examined and felt the places where the body was not right. He spread out his hand and was startled by a small flame suddenly sprouting from it. Fire, fire! Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Dad, you've awakened the fire ability. Dad, you're too powerful. Zhou Qingqing's excited voice woke up his brother. I saw the little guy's sleepy eyes, and when he saw his dad sitting next to him, he got up on his butt and rushed into his arms. Chapter 47. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qingqing and Zhude were startled, afraid that this fire would burn their son/brother. Zhude hurriedly put out the fire, even he didn't know how to put it out. It's as if he's thinking to himself that the fire is going out fast. Just really extinguish it. Dad, you finally woke up. You slept for a long time. I missed you. Zhuo Buochao nestled in his father's arms. He really misses his dad. You're so good. Zhude was obviously still a bit dumbfounded. looking at the palm of his hand, not yet back to his senses. Responding to my son's rainbow farts was a bit of a ramble. Just then, Jiang Su-mei also woke up leisurely. The first thing that came into view was a family. She couldn't be dreaming. It was especially unbelievable to see his daughter Qingqing. Before she slipped into a coma, she explained to her son that she had been calling her sister. Had she really gotten through? Qingqing, are you all right? She immediately got up and pulled her daughter's hand. Mom, you're awake. Zhou Qingqing was startled, but when she saw that it was her mom, she instantly smiled happily. That's so nice. Mom's awake too. Their family was finally reunited. Mom, I'm fine. Jiang Su-mei listened to what had happened to her daughter during this period of time and sighed with 1,000 sighs. 1,000 words that would only converge into one sentence. Qingqing, you've grown up? He's grown up and matured, not like the kid he used to be. Even without them adults, she could live well. I'm no bigger than your babies. Also Chow Chow's baby. Zhuo Buochao picked up with a little head peeking out from his dad's arms. Yes, it's your baby. Zhuo Qingqing had long been used to this follower. Nothing less than his. Mom, look if you have any psychic powers. Dad has awakened fire-type psychic abilities. Zhuo Qingqing looked at her mom with a babbling curiosity. Abnormal ability? Jiang Su-mei was a bit confused. Zhou Daiwa secured his son with his left hand and spread out his right hand, and sure enough a small spark came out. Look, this is the supernatural power. Zhuo Dai was triumphant. Jiang Su-mei held her mouth, looking at his smug look. What are you doing lighting the fire like that? Lighting mosquito coils? It does seem appropriate to light mosquito coils though. Mom, the supernormal ability can be improved by practicing or using the crystal core. Don't look at Dad's fire is not big now, when in the future, he can burn the zombie into slag at once. It's awesome. Zhuo Qingqing was honored with it. Mom, check it out. What kind of powers do you have? Zhuo Qingqing stared at her mom excitedly. Jiang Su-mei followed the example of Zhuo Dai and stretched out her hand, palm up, and nothing happened. Trying again is the same. How did you make the fire appear? Jiang Su-mei asked Zhuo Dai. Just think inside your head. Fire appears, it appears. Want it to disappear, it disappears. Jiang Dai couldn't say for sure. He could only spread his hands again and show them to Jiang Su-mei. Fires appear and fires disappear. Appear and disappear again. Not to mention a few more times. Zhuo Dai feels more comfortable and the fire seems to be a little bit bigger. Came to be interested and continued to be in touch. But this time, it didn't take long for Zhuo Dai to feel dizzy and a little tingling in his head. What's going on? Dad, I guess you're running out of psychic energy, so let's fiddle with your fire first. All of Zhuo Qingqing's knowledge came from the novel she read before. Now, Mom and Dad won't say she doesn't miss a day of work and only knows how to read novels anymore. Chapter 48. Zhuo Dai sniffed and immediately stopped, mainly because the headache was a little difficult. Be sure to pay attention in the future. No fire appeared on Jiang Su-mei's side no matter how she thought about it. I shouldn't have not awakened my powers. You close your eyes and take a closer look. What's different? Zhuo Dai suddenly thought that at the very beginning, when he closed his eyes, he saw burning flames. That's why it's so trying to come out. Maybe your powers, Mom, aren't fire, there's something else. Maybe it's water, lightning, earth. Jiang Su-mei nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. Looking at the 3 pairs of eyes staring at her, Jiang Su-mei closed her eyes and did as she was told. The other 3 didn't dare to interrupt with their voices for fear of disturbing her discovery. The whole inside of the tent was so quiet that the only thing that could be heard outside was the chirping of insects and birds. There, I see a 4-square thing. Jiang Su-mei suddenly exclaimed. 4-square? Zhuo Qingqing suddenly thought of a possibility. Mom, could you be awakening a spatial system ability? Space-based powers? It's a space that can hold things. Zhuo Qingqing said excitedly, then picked up the bottle of milk that her father had just finished drinking. Mom, you're thinking of putting this bottle of milk into the space. Well, I'll give it a try. I don't know if it'll work. Jiang Su-mei took the milk bottle and murmured in her head, put the milk bottle away in space. The milk bottle suddenly disappeared. Jiang Su-mei was shocked, closed her eyes to carefully feel that 4-square box, really could feel the milk bottle inside the box. Only much smaller. It's done. Mom, you try to get the bottle out again. Okay, I'll give it a try. This time Jiang Su-mei's tone was going to be much more assertive. As before, the milk bottle reappeared in her hand. Wow, Mommy can do magic. Zhuo Buochao clapped his little hands. Mommy again. Good. I'll try again. Zhua Qingqing watched her mother contacting the spatial supernormal ability and quietly retreated today. And since her mom and brother hadn't eaten breakfast yet, she wanted to get more to celebrate. Xue Wenxin looked at Zhua Qingqing, whose mouth had been hanging high, and asked curiously, "What's so happy?" "Sister Xue, my mom and dad woke up. They really awakened their psychic abilities just like you said." "Really? Congratulations." Xue Wenxin was also very happy for them. What kind of powers are they all? So far, she hadn't seen anyone who was a shifter. Although it is said that when the end times come, there are some who awaken supernormal abilities, some who turned into zombies, and some who are still ordinary people. But the ones who awaken their powers to become psychics are still a very small number, which is not. The only ones she knows are Zhua Qingqing's mom and dad. Most of them turn out to be zombies and normal people. The number of ordinary people is rapidly decreasing. After all, if you accidentally get bitten or scratched by a zombie, then you will be infected. My dad is a fire psychic and my mom is a space psychic. That's quite good. One attacker and one assistant complementing each other. Xue Wenxin felt that this pairing was quite good, perfect. I think so too. The smile on Zhua Qingqing's face couldn't even be covered. You can ask your mom and dad to get in touch more. The supernatural ability should be able to be improved. Xue Wenxin wasn't sure. But all the post-apocalyptic novels she's written can be upgraded, as can most of the other novels she's read. Also, the space you can let your mom try more. Can you fit a living person in? If you can, then it's a treasure for you guys to save your lives. And can the food be kept warm and fresh, etc.? Chapter 49. Wow, Sister Xue, do you read post-apocalyptic novels too? She had read quite a few in the time between her high school graduation and her freshman year. There was a time when I especially enjoyed reading post-apocalyptic novels. Xue Wenxin nodded. She did not tell Zhua Qingqing that she actually not only reads post-apocalyptic novels, but also writes post-apocalyptic novels. She also read a lot of post-apocalyptic novels in order to write them. But as a punt, this should be left unsaid. Her intention to write a novel was after she got sick and wandered into all the major mobile apps and saw someone say that writing novels was lucrative. Then the idea of writing a novel sprang up, so that if he died then, he could leave a fortune to Sugar. As it turns out, the only way to know that those are lies is to start writing a novel yourself. There are great moneymakers, but definitely not her. There is a generation gap between older and younger people. It's also gripping to have to keep up with the amount of updates each day. It's a good thing the end times are upon us, or she'd have to lose this hair she's regrown from chemo again. Zhua Qingqing waited for Sister Xue to leave, quickly chose some delicious food and hugged back to the tent. "Mom, chow chow, eat your breakfast." Jiang Sumei was indeed very, very hungry and had just forced herself to endure it. But now the aroma of food wafted into her mouth and came to her stomach. She felt her stomach start to turn, so it was not polite to take it and eat it. After she'd eaten some, and her stomach wasn't so upset, she saw Chow reluctantly sipping her milk. "What's wrong?" "Mom, it's not good. I want to eat your cooking." After a few meals, Chow Chow was now not hungry again and found it even more unpalatable. "Mom, is Chow Chow a picky eater? The meals bought inside this machine really don't taste good. It doesn't taste as good as the ones you make." "That's what pre-made dishes feel like anyway. It's okay to eat it once or twice, but after a while, it's definitely less favorite. But in the post-apocalyptic world, it's good to have food, and it's only children who don't know any better and are still picky about what they eat. They're grown-ups. It's good to have something to fill their bellies. They can't afford to debug. Chow Chow will stick over for this meal. Mom will see later if she can figure out how to cook for herself." Jiang Sumei ate it anyway and thought it tasted pretty good. Probably too hungry. Doesn't affect the way. The hotel has that kind of combined set of tents for sale with a kitchen toilet. Thinking about the tent that he saw yesterday, Zhua Qingqing still liked it. Mom and Dad hadn't woken up at that time yesterday, and there was nothing she could do about it even if she liked the heartbeat. Now that Mom and Dad were awake, then she had the luxury of thinking about it. There are even pots and pans in there. Really? It seems to even have seasoning. And there's a restroom. No need to go to the also toilet. Zhua Qingqing nodded repeatedly, and it was written on her face. Mom and Dad buy it quickly. Quickly buy. Jiang Sumei was also a bit moved. "Okay, take us there later." Zhua Dai clapped to make the decision. "It's the end times, so try to satisfy your kids as much as you can as long as it's not too much." The three of them had breakfast, and all the rest went into Zhua Dai's stomach. "It's not that bad, but the kid wants another tent, so let her have it." Chapter 50. Zhua Qingqing let her mother experiment with the space. There is no preservation function, and living people can't enter. much less the passage of time and spiritual water. It's just a plain old space. How big the area was, it wasn't too clear at the moment. There was nothing big inside the tent to experiment with. The only way to experiment was to go outside and find something bigger. After packing up, Zhou Qingqing couldn't wait to drag his dad outside. Dad, look, it's that kind of tent. Zhou Qingqing pointed to the tent of the new residents yesterday. Zhude looked over and looked really good. At least it was bigger than the tent they were living in now. Dad, look at the tents you can buy here. There are a lot of them to choose from. Zhou Qingqing clicked on the screen to show her dad, Zhude. Daddy, I want this kind. Good. Zhude came closer to take a closer look. Su Mei, come and take a look. I think it's really good. Although compared to the building of the previous family, but at least 2 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, the family can live. Zhude looked at the price. And the price of all the optional selections was 8,000 points. It's more expensive than what Lu Jiwei bought last night. So, Cyan, how many points do we have? Zhou Qingqing looked at the price on the screen, then said weakly, about 200 points. They had over 200 points, and the tent 8,000 points, a bit of a gap. Zhou Qingqing laughed a little dryly. It's okay. We'll work together to take this tent soon. Okay, Dad. Zhou Qingqing smiled happily. Even if he didn't buy this tent in the end, at this moment, Zhou Qingqing is still happy. Mom and Dad, that's Sister Shui. She's the one who saved me, and she's the one who saved you. Zhou Qingqing introduced. Hello, thank you. Zhude walked to Shui Wenxin with some haste. You're welcome. I need lodgers too, we're a win-win. Shui Wenxin said with a smile. That's not the same thing. There are plenty of residents, and we're lucky to have been saved by you. By the way, I heard from Girl Qingqing that you haven't taken the food inside that cellar. You couldn't take it with you at that time. Don't worry, I'll repay you. Zhude assured. It was a bit of a distance from their house, and he wasn't necessarily back home to help Boss Shui bring the kiln's contents over, but he promised that he would repay the others. No need, it's convenient for me to go to your house to get paid. Don't believe me? Asked Qingqing. Shui Wenxin looked at Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing nodded. Yes, Dad. We arrived in a short time last time, a few dozen seconds. Zhou Dahua was a bit skeptical, but there was no need for his daughter and Boss Shui to lie to him. So he spoke, that Boss Shui, when are you going to get the supplies? Can you bring us along? Don't worry, just like last time. We also pay points. The main thing was that home, the place where they had lived all their lives, and it was still hard to leave suddenly. There are still a lot of things left to be dealt with at home as well, so if you can, why not just go and take care of them together? And you can live in this hotel without any worries in the future. It's okay. I'll tell you in advance when the time comes. Shui Wenxin thought for a moment. If there's nothing else, we can make a trip tomorrow. I promised Li Yu today. If you don't get another pickup later, then the day after is fine. A 12-hour cooldown is fine for 1 trip a day. Good, thanks. Zhude was grateful. It really was just like what Qingqing said. Boss Shui was really a very good person. Li Yu walked out from inside the tent. Zhude saw it, and he still recognized it. It was Qingqing's roommate, so he smiled and greeted him. Chapter 51. Hello, Uncle. Li Yu responded enthusiastically. Hello, Auntie. How's your health? Just woke up, get some rest and relaxation. Scared the hell out of Zhude and followed her question with an answer. Seeing her leave with Boss Shui, Zhude said to Qingqing, Daughter, I remember she used to be quite cold. Why is she so enthusiastic now? Can this post-apocalyptic world still change people's personalities? The very first greeting was out of politeness. It was his daughter's roommate, and he did all right with the other guy ignoring it. Dad, she's human. Zhude thought Qingqing was talking about her roommate being so enthusiastic. In fact, Zhou Qingqing means that Li Yu is like this, and if she is useful to her, she will have a good face. Like she used to, her family was poor and never treated her well. In fact, she thought it was normal. Wasn't that what people did when they met each other? Then let's go out and look for supplies today as well, and come back to redeem our points. Okay, Dad, but what about the brother? Looking at only a small Zhuo some difficulty, take it, and do not worry, do not take it, also do not worry. Mom, I have an idea. Granny Jane and Xiao Bao have come to the hotel with us. Can we let Granny Jane take care of Chow Chow at the hotel, and we, on the other hand, come back and give her some supplies as the cost of taking care of Chow Chow? What do you guys think? Jiang Sumei thought for a moment and looked at Zhude. I think it's fine. It's not for a day or two. We'll definitely have to go out to look for supplies in the future. Bringing Chow Chow with us is too dangerous. Zhude also nodded. I think it's okay. After all, it's the same village, and it's also known. She's carrying Xiao Bao is carrying and another one. It's also the same carrying. They pay for it. so it's kind of mutually beneficial. Then Sume, you go and talk to Granny Jane? Okay, but let's first see what we can buy to take with us. Jiang Sume looked at the iFood vending machine and asked Qing Qing to teach her how to operate it. It's impossible to come to someone's door and ask for work with empty hands. In the post-apocalyptic world, no gift is as good as food. They ended up picking something that could withstand storage. A carton of milk, a bag of apples, and sealed bread. The gift is not much, it's a little bit of thought. The three of them came to Granny Jane's tent as a family, and Jiang Sume stood at the front and shouted toward the inside, "Granny Jane, are you awake?" Actually, according to seniority, they shouldn't be called Jane's mother-in-law, but in their part of the world, adults can call after their children. Just as Qing Qing and Chow Chow called out to Granny Jane, they followed suit. Ego, Sume and Dahi are awake. Granny Jane opened the tent after a long interval. People are so old they can't see where the zipper is. There was some immediate pleasure in seeing the two men standing in front of the door. At that time, she was to see the two rolling all over and falling into a coma. Fortunately, the two woke up, or Qing Qing and Chow Chow two children's days would have been a little difficult. Yeah, Granny Jane, we just woke up this morning. Little Treasure is still asleep? That's right. It's just a little slacker. Granny Jane was happy to hear about Little Treasure. Right now Bo was her hope. All she asks is that she can raise her little treasure in the end times. Chapter 52. That, Granny Jane, we do have something we want to ask you for. Jiang Sume opened her mouth with some embarrassment, and at the same time handed over the bag in her hand. When Granny Jane saw what was inside, she actually shouldn't have taken it, but in this current situation, she still had the cheek to take it. Say what you want about please or not, if there is anything you guys just ask. That, can we ask you to take care of Chow Chow for us? Don't worry, we'll pay you to help look after Chow Chow while we go out to gather supplies. What's with this one? You guys don't worry about leaving the kid with me. It just so happens that he and Xiao Bao can be companions, and I guess Xiao Bao will jump for joy when he wakes up. Granny Jane agreed without even thinking about it. In the end, they gave Granny Jane 50 points a day, Chow Chow's food and drink prepared ahead of time by herself, and when they went out to look for supplies, they gave Chow Chow to Granny Jane and picked him up when they got back to the hotel. 50 points, and 20 points per day for Granny Jane and Bao's stay. There are 30 points left for food and drink, and a little simplicity is perfectly adequate. If you can be frugal, there's still time to save. So Jane's mother-in-law is satisfied. The Zhuade family is also very satisfied. Without having to worry about Chow Chow's well-being, their family of 3 could gather supplies in peace. 50 points a day is still pretty easy. After all, before, Zhua Qingqing was able to exchange 100 points for casually gripping some grass. Not to mention the fact that the 3 of them, all of them, were now strong laborers, and it was even more convenient since Mom was a spatial psychic. Chow Chow and Bo are also happy with it. After all, there hadn't been a lot of hanging out together in the old days in the village. Granny Jane decided to follow Zhua Qingqing and come along to open the village at that time. And another important reason was that Xiao Bao cried and insisted on going with Chow Chow. Now it seems that Bao is also a blessed one to be in such a magical place. Another busy day has opened up. It's post-apocalyptic and not working, but what about it? Still have to go out every day to find supplies. Whatever is useful or not useful is picked up at the hotel, more or less can be exchanged for some points. Xue Wenxin looked at the location given by Li Yu and saw that the distance wasn't too far. He could get there in 3 or 4 hours if he drove. So she chose to ask Sugar, "Sugar, are you at the hotel, or are you going out with Mommy?" Sugar cocked her head and said, glancing at Chow Chow and Bo, who had been waiting for her to play hide and seek. With a bitter little face, it was hard to make a choice. Then Sugar Plum will be at the hotel, okay? You have to listen to anyone, and Mommy will be back at noon, okay? Okay, fine. I'll miss you. Sugar nodded tornly. Mommy will miss you too. Xue Wenxin explained to the housekeeper Wan Mei to watch the child. Anything else but the child must be watched. Wan Mei nodded. Xue Wenxin glanced at Sugar driving away with Li Yu in her car. She'll be back as soon as she can. In a few dozen seconds, the car appeared in front of a villa. This was Li Yu's destination. This villa had a great pair of gold and silver jewels inside, as well as some collectibles that were worth a lot of money, so I thought I could redeem a lot of points. Xue Wenxin followed Li Yu to the entrance of the villa, and Li Yu just entered the password to open the gate. A walker sprang out of it. Li Yu was startled and forced himself to hold back his fear and kicked the zombie out, then quickly closed the door. Scared the hell out of me. I see you reacted quickly. Xue Wenxin was still a bit surprised by Li Yu's performance. Oh, I used to practice a bit of martial arts to try to defend myself, but I was too tired and gave up halfway through. Chapter 53. If she hadn't given up, she felt like she would be horribly strong right now. After all, the coaches Dad hired for her were super awesome national level. Thinking of her parents, Li Yu's eyes dimmed a little, unable to contact them until now. Did something happen to them? But that's okay. She can live fine on her own. Sister Shui, wait for me. I'll go see if the family is around. Li Yu still pretended to look around a bit. Finally, he came to Shui Wenxin. They don't seem to be here. Why don't you wait for me? I'll go get some supplies and go back to exchange points. Yes, you go. Shui Wenxin nodded. In fact, she discovered that Li Yu's purpose wasn't family at all, but to get the villa's supplies so she could go back to the hotel and exchange her points. She didn't even look at the walker that had just scurried out of the house because she hadn't even mentioned it later. That means she knows the walker isn't her family. It also doesn't worry me, which means that I know that my family is not in this villa. But that's okay. She's willing to pay the points as long as she's willing to pay them, and there's no other pickup or drop-off orders anyway. Plus, the points she redeemed were due at the hotel. Shui Wenxin felt the pain in her body start again, and immediately pulled out the painkillers and just dry swallowed them. Seeing this scene, Li Yu walked over. Sister Shui, are you sick? No, it's a vitamin tablet. Shui Wenxin didn't want anyone to know she was sick. The only people at the hotel who knew she was sick, her second grandparents and Sugar, were the ones she had specifically instructed. It's the fear that people will think otherwise if they know about her health. Oh. Li Yu didn't suspect anything as she placed the box of expensive jewelry, clothes, shoes, and bags she took out of her hand at the front door. Then keep running away and keep cleaning up. Li Yu also didn't say that she would let Sister Shui help. She knew very well that Sister Shui wasn't the type of person who was particularly warm-hearted and offered to help when she saw others in trouble. Shui Wenxin, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and waited until the medicine took effect. It wasn't long before she felt the pain get better. It was the painkillers taking effect before she opened her eyes. The cold sweat that had just dampened his hair and clothes was fortunately not a big problem as it was a hotter day. AI, sign in today. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll just sign in and play. Yes. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Extreme Painkiller *1. A pill bottle suddenly appeared inside Shui Wenxin's mind. With a thought, the pill bottle appeared in his hand. Seeing the simple words written in black on the bottle, Extreme Painkiller. Efficacy. Take 1 tablet. It can stop pain for a week. Used for all kinds of pain. Includes all pains not limited to back pain, menstrual cramps, bruises, cancer pain, and more. Shui Wenxin saw the word cancerous pain and her heart was moved. It's nice to have a piece that doesn't hurt for a week and 7 days. Regular painkillers were having a weak effect on her now, and if this was really that effective, it was practically tailor-made for her. She immediately swallowed a piece. It melts in your mouth. It won't get stuck in your throat. I'm not feeling effective, or not at the moment. I'll find out later or tomorrow. When Shui Wenxin finished eating, he twisted the cap tightly and found a nook in the space to put it in. The little ones don't take up much space either. Ah. Shui Wenxin suddenly heard Li Yu scream and immediately stood up nervously and ran towards the direction the sound came from. Chapter 54. Shui Wenxin rushed to where Li Yu was to see a small zombie clenching Li Yu's arm. She couldn't think fast enough and kicked the little walker in the side. His teeth were clenched to death, and he tore off a piece of flesh from Li Yu's arm in a raw manner. Ah! Li Yu screamed miserably. That little zombie fell to the ground due to inertia, but his mouth kept chewing on the fresh meat. Stupid. Seeing this scene, Shui Wenxin looked at the blood on the little zombie's face, and all of a sudden her body went cold, and she couldn't hear Li Yu's agonizing voice. Floating in his eyes was Sugar's cries of pain. It was the same in her last life, surrounded by walkers, their faces, mouths, and hands stained with sugar her blood. With murderous intent in her eyes, she maneuvered a computer chair from the side and kept pounding on the walkers. 1, 2, 3. Computer chair in pieces from violence. The little zombie's brain was also shattered, and brain matter and blood crumbled all over the place. Li Yu was on the side, so scared that she forgot about the pain and looked at Shui Wenxin dumbfounded. This was the first time I had seen such a Shui Wenxin, with such a great mood swing. Used to look all cold and frigid, except for being gentle with her daughter. The heart was a little touched. Is this the first time someone's defended her like this? Obviously, Li Yu would be wrong to express her feelings. Shui Wenxin had just been irritated, recalling the tragic circumstances of her and Sugar's death in her last life. You're okay. Shui Wenxin finally calmed down and continued to become her cold self. Li Yu's red eyes. It hurts. She's not zombie-bitten. She's dying. Woohoo. With a thought, Shui Wenxin took out the painkiller he had just signed for in his hand and opened the bottle cap to give Liu a piece. It really is. What she lacks comes to her. Either that or what comes, happens. In that case, she'd rather not have painkillers. But right now, the painkillers are much needed for Liu. Eat painkillers that work well. Take it and it won't hurt. It says it can be used for all kinds of pain, so a zombie bite should have an effect.
Thanks.
Liu dutifully took the painkillers. The wound on his arm was too painful. The painkiller tablets melted in her mouth and she felt a cool sensation around the wound. Like, it really didn't hurt that much. Liu's eyes lit up, but then he thought, so what if it hurt? Bitten by a walker herself, she's going to turn into a walker. She's going to die. But it's a little bit of comfort to be pain-free before you die. She began to make arrangements for her afterlife. Though I have never been able to contact my mom and dad, and the thought of not being able to see them before I die is saddening. Still, with tears in my eyes, I left a text for my mom and dad. Hopefully they will see it someday. Sister Shui, thank you for saving me. When I die, take back everything inside this room that you can and exchange it for points. Also, if I turn into a zombie, can you please not kill me like you just did and let me die with some dignity? Liu's afterglow looked toward the puddle of small walkers. Bit himself though, but he died a horrible death. It's all about to crumble into mush. She didn't want to be like that. Liu felt chills all over her body, but it didn't hurt. Sister Shui, I'm so cold. Can you hug me? Soon, Liu felt a warm embrace take her into her arms. Thank you, Sister Shui. You're so kind. I'll definitely bless you in sugar when I die. Liu's consciousness was a little fuzzy, a little self-deprecating. Do people really have souls when they die? She would soon be able to reveal the secret, but there was no way she could tell anyone else. Well, don't think blindly. You won't necessarily turn into a zombie. You might also awaken supernatural abilities. If you have to fight the zombie virus, then you must be brave. We'll all be waiting for you. Liu was already completely unconscious, and it was not known if she heard Shui Wenxin's words. Shui Wenxin hugged Liu tightly, feeling her body temperature rise and fall. One moment it was hot as fire. 1 minute it's cold as ice. Maybe it's the human immune cells fighting the zombie virus. Combine that with Zhua Qingqing's mom and dad, with a high body temperature, maybe they'll turn into aliens. Hypothermia, maybe down to a zombie. I also wonder which way Liu will go. Shui Wenxin wanted her to wake up and become a shifter. Even if she, as a person, didn't have a pleasant personality before. Liu felt as if she had gone to hell. Otherwise, how could she be put in a frying pan one moment and frozen into an ice sculpture the next? But it seems like I haven't done anything that's so evil, right? Chapter 55. It was hard, but she could take it. There doesn't seem to be much else but cold spots and hot spots. It felt like someone had been holding her, so her soul had remained here as well. I don't know how long it took, but Liu felt like he was in the middle of a volcanic eruption, and he suddenly broke his bonds and opened his eyes. What you see is Ba Shui with both eyes closed. She was still being held in her arms herself, and moved a little uncomfortably, being so old. How could she feel here as if she were in her mother's arms? You're awake. Shui Wenxin was awakened by Liu's movement, and saw that Liu's eyes had a sharp look and his appearance had not changed. She knew that Liu hadn't turned into a zombie. Have you awakened your psychic ability? Regardless of whether or not she became a psychic, she was happy for Liu. Alien energy? Liu immediately sat up and carefully examined where he was different again. Not long after, hanging her head, she didn't notice anything unusual. When we go back to the hotel, you can ask Zhua Qingqing's mom and dad. They have experience. Shui Wenxin was not an alien herself and couldn't give advice. Might as well ask the seniors for better results. None of those experiences she had could be considered experiences. Okay. Liu stood up and moved her body. She saw that the wound on her arm was no longer bleeding. But there was no way to recover the meat that was lost. So ugly. It's good to be alive. Shui Wenxin looked at Liu, who still cared about beauty and ugliness. Well, indeed. She's lucky to be alive. She once saw a zombie bite at school and quickly turn into a zombie. Surprisingly, I picked up a life myself. Worth it. Pack up your stuff. Let's go back to the hotel. They have been delayed for a long time. Liu was unconscious until dark, and in a little while, the cooldown would expire. Waiting back quickly to get back to the hotel because Sugar was already crying. While Liu was in a coma, she connected to the omnipotent butler and saw that Sugar was unhappy and missed her mom. It took a few more moments of coaxing through warm Mai's hands and mouth, telling Sugar that he would be back soon, for Sugar to turn cloudy. So hurry up and pack. Don't delay yourself back to the hotel. Oh, okay. Right away. Liu acted immediately. She sensed that Sister Shui was in a real hurry. Luckily, I had collected some supplies earlier, so I should be able to clean up after myself, and I should be almost done. Anyway, her father and her mother are not there, and in the end, these things are kept still. Do not know who is cheaper, simply bring all of them. There were pots and pans in the kitchen that she would have had to move if she hadn't been unable to move the refrigerator. But what's in the fridge? What's in the kitchen cabinets? Everything that's edible. She packs it all away. The inside of the safe is loaded with cash and gold bars. Dad's thatched wine and antiques packed up. Mom's gold and silver jewels are loaded up. For some unknown reason, Liu felt that he was now full of energy, packing up these supplies, running up and down, moving them up and down, and surprisingly, he did not feel tired. When Liu was ready, she opened the door of the villa, and the zombie from before was already gone. I don't know where I wandered off to. Liu went back and forth alone, stuffing the RV full of all her stuff. Even the co-pilot had something at his feet, and when he sat down himself, he found a bag of supplies in his lap. Okay, I'm all cleaned up, Liu said with a slight gasp. Wait. Shui Wenxin looked at the time. Chapter 56. Wait a minute. Waiting for who? Although Liu was puzzled, he didn't ask more questions. After death, she knows better now. A lot of things have been figured out as well. Okay, sit tight and get ready to go. After about a couple minutes, the car started. Just a few dozen seconds of waiting, and they were back at the hotel. Mom. Hearing the sound of the car, Sugar immediately flew over. Shui Wenxin hugged Sugar and kissed her little cheeks. I'm sorry, Sugar Plum. Mommy slipped up and came home late. It was delayed because of something? It doesn't matter, as long as Mommy comes back. Sugar hugged his mom tightly, as if he was afraid she would disappear into thin air. Liu took out a box of chocolates from inside the bag she was holding and walked up. Sugar children, this is my sister's reparation. Because of my sister's delay, that's why your mom came back late. Can you forgive my sister? This box of chocolates was brought back from her trip abroad before the end of the world, and it tasted great. Sugar looked at her mom and wondered what she should do. Take it if your sister gives it to you. But what are you going to do? Thank you, sis. Sugar said sweetly. Well, you're welcome. Shui Wenxin put the candies down. You can only eat one, then take it and share it with the kids. Save the rest for later. Sugar looked at her mom, a little reluctant to leave. Don't worry, Mommy won't leave the hotel when it gets dark. Yes. Sugar heard the promise, not this, before she ran off to find her best friend, clutching her chocolate tart tatin. Let's exchange our points first. Shui Wenxin said to Liu. If you want to use it to exchange points, put it on this point exchanger. Liu took his points card out and swiped it first, then put his things down one by one from the car. They were separated when I packed them earlier, so if you want to use them, you put them together, and the ones you don't use to redeem points are kept separately. So quickly, all the supplies that needed to be redeemed were put up. A total of 78,900 points. Liu looked at the points balance, and his face was all smiles. Thanks so. How do you pay for the fare with 100 points? With so many points, 100 points for the car payment, it's a piece of cake. It's just too good a deal. Sorry, 200 points are needed because you used the fast arrival service twice. Shui Wenxin looked at Liu's happy face and couldn't help but think of a little prank. Actually, 100 points, 200 points, to Shui Wenxin, the difference was not that big. No problem. You row. Liu didn't feel any physical pain at all. Shui Wenxin scratched 200 points on her own points card. This is not the points of the hotel operation. It is considered to be a small extra money she earns. Right now, her points card only had a pitiful 300 or so points, which was still far from buying that pink tint. Keep up the good work yourself. Liu returned to his tent with a smile on his face, saw Xiaolin inside, and greeted him in a good mood. You're back. Did you find your family? Liu shook his head. I'm not looking for my family either. I'm telling you, you should go make a reservation soon as well. Go home and move your family's things to exchange for supplies. It's much safer than going out to look for supplies on your own. The points aren't expensive either. Liu still reminded Xiaolin for the sake of being a classmate. It's better to go home and get supplies for points than to find supplies in a place you don't know. Xiaolin thoughtfully nodded her head to indicate that she knew. Yeah. What happened to your hand? Xiaolin noticed the wound on Liu's arm at this time. Hey, it's okay. I got bitten by the babysitter's grandson. Chapter 57. She knew the first walker to open the door was the family's nanny. It was also known that the little walker was the babysitter's grandson. She knew better than that the nanny had been hiding her grandson in the nanny's room. But as long as she didn't show up in front of him, She didn't care. The nanny used to think she was doing a good job of not knowing what was going on, and the child never showed up as long as the owner was home. Didn't realize the little walker would be in her room. It seems that when he's not at home, his sphere of activity isn't the nanny's room. Bite? Bite that hard? Shaolin was a little disbelieving. Of course the zombie's teeth are powerful. Liu still had some heart palpitations even now. If the babysitter hadn't turned into a zombie as well, she would have absolutely had to go after the babysitter. Walkers. Shaolin immediately stood up and moved away from Liu. Liu could feel Shaolin's fear of herself. Don't worry, I won't turn into a zombie. I've defeated the zombie virus. Don't you come any closer? Shaolin backed away in fear. Liu rationalized that it was normal for Shaolin to be scared, but emotionally she was still a little hurt. I really have defeated the zombie virus, or else Sister Shui wouldn't have brought me back and instead just blown my head off. Liu finished and turned to leave. She gave Shaolin a little time and space to accept it. She came to the tent of Zhou Qingqing's family and heard the family inside laughing and smiling. Her mood became even lower, but quickly collected his emotions. Qingqing, can I ask my aunt and uncle something? Zhou Qingqing heard the sound and immediately walked out, together with Zhou Qingqing's mom and dad. Liu, what are you looking for my mom and dad for? Zhou Qingqing was a bit puzzled. Uncle, auntie, I just want to ask what to find out what my special ability is. Liu directly asked the subject. It was Sister Shui who told me to ask you guys. It's a situation like this. I was bitten by a zombie today, but don't worry guys. I overcame the zombie virus, otherwise Sister Shui wouldn't have let me into the hotel. Sister Shui said that I might have awakened psychic abilities, but I don't see where I'm different. So let me ask you guys. Liu hurriedly made his intentions clear, and even emphasized that he was not infected with the zombie virus, would not turn into a zombie, and would not endanger them in any way. Indeed, I have read novels before. It is also like this. Being bitten or scratched by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus will not necessarily turn into a zombie. There is a possibility that it will awaken supernormal abilities. Zhou Qingqing thought about the novel she had read before. There was indeed this plot. Are you in pain? Zhou Qingqing saw the almost fist-sized wound on Liu's arm. In the deepest places, you can see white bones. Liu felt that Zhou Qingqing was really heartbroken, and his heart warmed. Sholem's first reaction was to be afraid of herself. And Zhou Qingqing, whom he had always despised, would care if he was in pain. It doesn't hurt. Really, not at all. Liu didn't tell any lies. I guess it might be because of that painkiller from Sister Shui. Surprisingly, she didn't feel any pain at all. But the others don't believe it. Silly boy, what doesn't hurt? Ouch. Chow chow hoo hoo. Zhuo Buochao also immediately poked out a head to join in the fun. Only Zhou Qingqing's father said serious things. As for the supernormal ability, you can close your eyes and feel it carefully. See what you can see? I'm a fire ability, so I can see small flames, and Qingqing's mom is a spatial ability, so she can see a 4-square box. Try and see. Liu sniffed and nodded, listening to Qingqing's father's words. He immediately closed his eyes and felt it hard. You can relax. Seeing that Liu was nervous, Jiang Sumei comforted her. I didn't see anything. Liu was a bit lost. It seemed that he had not awakened his powers. Come to think of it, how could she have such good luck when psychics were so rare? Liu was about to open his eyes and give up when it wasn't right. No, I saw some bright spots, very, very small. Small enough to almost ignore. But these bright spots, what kind of supernatural abilities could they be? Liu opened his eyes and was a bit puzzled. Zuodai and Jiang Sumei were similarly confused, and the two of them dropped their eyes on Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing, why are you looking at me? Qingqing, what kind of supernatural ability do you think it could be? After all, you have more theoretical knowledge. Jiang Sumei said. At this moment, she felt that Zhou Qingqing's previous hiding in her room to read novels was still somewhat useful. Yes, she is theoretically knowledgeable and has no practical experience. But what will be the highlights? She doesn't know. He could only look at Liu and ask, do you feel anything different? Not the same. Checked before and nothing seemed different. However, she thought of a place that seemed a little different. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with psychic powers. It seems to be a little different. What? Come on, you say it? Chapter 58. Liu sensed the other party's eagerness. It's just that it's like I can feel other people's emotions. Zhou Qingqing frowned, the post-apocalyptic novel she had read before spinning frantically inside her brain, trying to find an alien ability related to this. Perhaps it could be a spiritual faculty ability? Zhou Qingqing spoke with some uncertainty, because it was still a bit different from the spiritual psychic abilities inside the previous novel. But feeling someone else's emotions is only as good as being associated with psychic powers. Mental faculty psychic ability? Liu fell into deep thought when he heard Zhuo Qingqing say this. If it really was a psychic ability, then she was a bit of a chicken with this ability. You can't attack, you can't load things, you can't sense other people's emotions. What can you do? Hey, Liu was disappointed. But the thought of the balance inside her scorecard gave her a renewed sense of refinement. Save yourself a little, and you can feed yourself for a long, long time. Plus going out a little more cautiously each day, even if the supplies you find each day can only be exchanged for 1 or 2 dozen points. Thanks. Thank you. Before Liu left, he still sincerely thanked them, even though he knew about his useless psychic ability. After all, they had helped him. And then also said sorry to Zhuo Qingqing. She was wrong about everything before. As she turned around and prepared to go back to her tent, she saw Xiao Lin standing in front of Sister Shui. She heard Xiao Lin mentioning herself to Sister Shui, and she immediately stopped and stood quietly. Boss Shui, Liu has been bitten by a zombie. Why do you still let her go back to the hotel? That poses a great threat to our safety. You can't just ignore it. Xiao Lin's voice of righteous indignation reached Liu's ears. She was a little sad again. Does Sholem want to leave on her own so badly? If Xiao Lin was asking Boss Shui if she would never turn into a zombie, she could accept it. But Sholem opened her mouth and said directly that she shouldn't be allowed to go back to the hotel. Others aside, in a dormitory, she had the best friendship with Shaolin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seen that Shireen didn't have enough points and offered to share a tent with her. But the way she is, she makes herself feel like she's feeding the dogs with all the work she's put in. I can guarantee that Liu will never turn into a zombie. Shui Wenxin had consulted Wine before, making sure that there was no latent zombie virus inside her body, and that she wouldn't suddenly turn into a zombie in the future before bringing Liu back to the hotel. But do your assurances work? What if? In case Liu turns into a zombie, can you pay the responsibility? Xiao Lin thought of the fact that she shared a tent with Liu. In case she turned into a zombie, she would be the first to suffer. No, we have to get Liu out of here. That way, the tent would be all by itself. 2 people living together is very cramped and not as comfortable as one. My guarantee is useless. Anyway, I'm telling you Liu will never turn into a zombie, believe it or not. Sugar had dozed off, and Shui Wenxin was anxious to get back to the RV. Washed Sugar, then put her to bed. Probably went crazy playing with the other kids during the day. No, you must let Liu leave. Xiao Lin stopped Shui Wenxin. I'm sorry, I don't have permission to let anyone else leave. Shui Wenxin walked around Xiao Lin and turned to leave. Sholem stomped her foot angrily. You want me to leave the hotel so badly? Liu operated up behind Xiao Lin. Liu, you misunderstood. I'm just a little worried. Sister Shui has said that I won't turn into a zombie. Don't worry. Liu took Xiao Lin's hand affectionately, just as she had taken her own in the past. She felt Sholem stiffen. Chapter 59. Come on, let's go back to the tent. Oh, okay, let's go back. Xiao Lin wanted to pull out her hand, but still stiffly followed Liu forward. For the next few moments, Liu watched as Xiao Lin thought she was hiding well, not moving away from herself. But her bad taste deliberately went against her, specializing in sticking and cuddling and making physical contact with Sholem. The next morning, Liu woke up without seeing Xiao Lin. There was no longer a temperature where she belonged. It seems like it should have left a long time ago. She was so tired yesterday that she slept more and got up later. Liu packed up properly and left the tent, ready to buy breakfast. In front of the vending machine, Granny Jane was there, as if she was still a bit unskilled. Need a hand? Liu wanted to release his goodwill, but he didn't expect Granny Jane to see him and hurry away. Ahead of steam. The next thing she saw was that the other residents of the hotel were also avoiding her. It's very strange. But she didn't think much of it and went straight back inside the tent. Today she decided to take a day off. After redeeming so many points yesterday, she had the capital to take a day off. When the cooling time is over, Shui Wenxin said yesterday that he would go to Zhuo Qingqing's house and move the supplies in that cellar back to exchange points. Sister, Liu really won't turn into a zombie, right? On the road, Zhuo Qingqing hesitated for half a day or asked. Shui Wenxin thought that Zhuo Qingqing was a little worried, so she assured, it definitely won't turn into a zombie, don't worry. There is the slightest possibility that I won't let her go back to the hotel. I told you, Liu has awakened her powers. How could she turn into a zombie? She is just talking nonsense. Zhuo Qingqing thought it was impossible. Her? Who? It wasn't Xiao Lin, who found our house early in the morning, saying that Liu had been bitten by a zombie, that there was a zombie virus inside her body, that she was a ticking time bomb, and that What else? Sadly, you will turn into a zombie when the time comes and our whole hotel will suffer. Shui Wenqin heard, did not expect this. Xiao Lin is still talking nonsense, obviously yesterday with her assurance. I didn't expect to find anyone else from the hotel. Zhou Qingqing thought of the previous incident and continued, Xiao Lin not only told us this, but seemed to have told other people as well, that when she was looking for our family, she first came out of Granny Jane's tent, and after she left our house, she went towards Sister Yuanyuan's tent. Shui Wenqin sort of understood. It seemed that Xiao Lin was trying to get the people of the hotel to unite and put pressure on her. Or to be precise, she wanted to oust Li Yu. She didn't much like the kind of people who like to cause trouble. Luckily, the hotel is less crowded now. If there were more people staying there, there would be a lot more of this kind of thing. Annoying yet? Shui Wenqin was impatient to deal with this and let them be. They can work it out themselves. Soon, they reached the cellar. With Zhou Qingqing's mom's spatial faculty supernatural ability, it was really convenient, only to see her wave her hand. The grain inside the cellar all disappeared. That's quite a space for your mom. Aha, it's estimated to be about 100 pings. Zhou Qingqing nodded. They had tested it outside yesterday. I'll give you the supplies when we get back. Jiang Sumei walked over. Yes. For the rest of the day, they went back to their home and transferred all the things that Qingqing hadn't taken away before into space, like the big fat pig in the house and the big white goose and the old hen. Live animals cannot enter. Only Hardworks would kill these livestock and then collect it into the space. The pots and pans in the house and some spices, Jiang Sumei took away. Since Super said he wanted to eat her cooking, he could figure out how to make his own food at the hotel. You don't have to make every meal yourself, just make it yourself once in a while to improve the meal. Because of the smell of blood, there were already walkers surrounding the area. Chapter 60. Get in the car, let's get out of here first. Zhou Qingqing said anxiously. Zhuodai is killing that old goose at home at the moment, and when he sees this, he can only wipe its neck immediately, and then Jiang Sumei immediately collects it into the space. Then a few people quickly got into the RV. The doors and windows of the car were closed, isolating their smell. Shui Wenqin immediately found a gap and the caravan moved forward. They kept following the navigation back, and when they passed by a county department store, Zhuodai suggested, why don't we go down and collect some supplies? It's out there anyway, so it would be a waste not to collect it. Yeah. Shui Wenqin also wanted to collect some supplies and exchange points. The pink tent was still waiting for her. Tell you what, I'll make some room out, so when it's time to collect the supplies you can put them in my space, and then we'll go back to the hotel and split them equally? Fine, we'll split it head to head. Jiang Sumei had wanted it to be split equally between their family and Boss Shui. No, we'll just split it in two. Their family takes a share. Boss Shui takes one share. That won't do. We'll just split it equally per head to be fair. In the end, a few people broke half a day. Shui Wenqin divided 1/3, and Zhou Qingqing's family divided 2/3. Jiang Sumei also released those grains from the space, and several people loaded them into some cabinets inside the caravan together. What you can't put away, you have to leave in a pile outside. Except for the dead animals, didn't take them out, not that I couldn't part with them, but they were bloody and I was afraid of getting the RV dirty. Everything else that could be taken out was taken out. The RV was put up to full capacity. The important thing about our trip is to exchange points, so other than food and water and those, try to choose expensive things. Shui Wenqin suggested. Food and water, and all that stuff can be redeemed for points too. And it's quite a lot of points. Again, the more expensive stuff is redeemed for more points. There are also a few rarities that are okay for points. These are their general beliefs, based on common sense, but no one has bothered to experiment with the specifics all the same. For example, how many points can I redeem for a bag of rice? How many points can I redeem for one gold jewelry item? Another example is a bag of rice and a gold jewelry, who has more points. That's why we try to choose things that are expensive but don't take up a lot of space. After all, space is limited, and the more points you can redeem the better, of course. Okay, be sure to stay safe. The four of them got out of the RV and closed the door to leave. Is it safe to leave the car right here? Zhuodai is a little uneasy. After all, there are substances on it. It's okay to lose these supplies. What if someone takes the car? Shui Wenqin glanced back at the caravan. Don't worry, no one can get into the caravan except us. When Zhuodai saw Shui Wenqin say so, he also believed it. After all, so magical hotels are there, and the magical things seem to be able to understand. Besides, Boss Shui wasn't even worried, so his words of worry seemed a bit redundant. So a few people headed inside the mall. This is a typical mixed-use commercial complex. The negative floor is a supermarket, appliances, etc. On the first floor are cosmetics, gold jewelry, shoes and bags, etc., also interspersed with a bit of dining, fast food and milk tea and coffee shop. The second to fifth floors are all about clothing, with a mature ladies gallery, a men's gallery, a teenage girls gallery, and a children's gallery. On the sixth floor is the entertainment pavilion, a movie theater, KTV, and billiards court. Let's go to the negative floor first and see if there are any more leaks. Zwadeh suggested. I know it's not very likely, but I have to see it to die. Good, what if? Shui Wenxin nodded as she took the lead. Since walkers wouldn't attack her, it was best for her to walk in front. Followed by Zhou Qingqing and Jiang Sumei. Zwadeh is at the end. Chapter 61. The escalator was out of service and they had to walk down, but luckily, it wasn't very high. When I arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, I found that it was already in a mess, with unwanted things strewn everywhere. The shelves were also crooked and things were scattered all over the place. There are still a few limbs and dried blood everywhere. It could be a post-apocalyptic outbreak. The supermarket is heavily trafficked, and there must be a lot of people mutating into zombies. The entrance is relatively narrow and people cannot escape in time. They have become the food of the zombies. Then those that didn't have time to finish being eaten by the walkers joined the zombie army. After so many days have passed, some of the zombies inside the supermarket have left, wiped out in part by the ones that came in looking for supplies. There are still a handful left to hang out inside the supermarket. Shui Wenxin saw the body of a zombie in front of him on the left. The head was rotted, and it looked like it was done hard and fast. Mentally contemplating, it seems that this man is a connoisseur. Look out, everyone. The hearing and smell sensitivity of zombies are greatly reduced during the day, and as long as they don't make a loud noise, they generally won't be detected. Because of Shui Wenxin leading the way, the four of them were able to accurately avoid the zombies and arrive at the food area. The shelves were empty for all those deli items and open bags of ready-to-eat snacks. Long gone. There's also no fruit, sweet potatoes, ground nuts, or anything else that you can eat straight away. Others are more or less left over, though not much. Let's load these up. You can't eat it directly, but you can redeem the points. You guys wait here for me. Shui Wenxin quickly left. When it came back again, it had 2 wheelbarrows in its hand. Qingqing, you're with me. We'll both go load up the supplies in the cart, then head back here and wait for your mom to come over and stow them into space. Your mom and dad together, straight into space. Good. Dad, you have to protect mom. Zhou Qingqing immediately agreed. Zwadeh nodded his head to indicate that he knew. You two should be careful too. The four split in two and went their separate ways. One to the east and one to the west. Together, Shui Wenxin and Zhou Qingqing tried not to make a sound as they put the food that was still left on the shelves into the cart. Chili? Put. Pickles? Put. Dried seaweed? Put. Ginger? Put. No matter what, not even a leaf of vegetable. Quickly collect a good shopping cart, then return to the original point. Freeing up the supplies and dumping them on the floor, the two then proceeded back out. Just pouring back and forth like that, they're pretty much done with this piece. Just hurry back immediately. Before father left and mother left came back, they saw 2 men squatting at the place where they had put the supplies and were filling the bags with the supplies they had collected. This one was collected by us. Zhou Qingqing immediately whispered. Shui Wenxin thought the other would stop moving and possibly apologize. Or maybe they are first come, first served. In fact, with a good attitude, she wouldn't think too much of it. But who would have thought that the two didn't even raise their heads, and the movements of their hands didn't even listen? Come on. You take these out and put them away while I guard our supplies here. Zhou Qingqing was infuriated. What do you mean by their supplies? Chapter 62. It was clearly something she had worked so hard and gallantly with Sister Shui to gather back. It's our supplies. Zhou Qingqing immediately approached, not expecting the other party to directly move. The knife that swung out almost scratched Zhou Qingqing, or Shui Wenxin was quick and pulled Zhou Qingqing. It's what saved her from a scratch. The other guy didn't seem the least bit afraid of things and didn't want to talk nicely. Let's go to your parents first. Go. Shui Wenxin is not afraid of men, but Zhou Qingqing is not the same. In case she really gets hurt, it is not cost-effective. And really, if you're injured, the attraction of the smell of blood to walkers can't be underestimated. Yes. When Zhou Qingqing saw that she was almost scratched, she was also a little scared, and the two of them pushed the car in the direction that Zhou Dad and the others left. The man looked up, looked out of the corner of his eye, and sneered. Heh, fight me. Out of your depth. His eyes fell on the backs of the 2 men, accurately the carts in their hands. Counting the time, the men should be arriving soon. When the time comes, not only will the supplies be theirs, but the people will be theirs as well. No one can escape. Shui Wenqin and the others knew nothing about this, and they quickly found left father and left mother in the feminine products area. Watching Mama as while collecting tampon tissues, she remembered that she had forgotten to stock up on tampons for Sugar again. But Sugar has many years before she can use tampons, and she has long been menopausal for years due to medication, so she can't use them. Putting it outside would definitely expire, and it would only be placed inside her bracelet space. But it was already full inside. Looks like it's time to see about vacating some seats. Daddy, Mommy, someone's robbing our supplies. When Zhou Qingqing saw his mom and dad, he complained. Zhude was still wondering why the two had come here, and when he heard this, he immediately became anxious. Prepare to go after the other side. Especially when he heard that the other party almost hurt Qingqing. He couldn't suppress his anger. Mother Zhua, you gather the supplies from these two cars, and we'll go to the first floor to collect those gold jewels. It's not advisable to start a conflict. Shui Wenqin still always felt unsettled in her heart, and they didn't lack that little bit of supplies anyway. Simply separate from them, don't get tough, safety is most important. If it was just her, she wouldn't be too scared, but the point was that there were 3 other ordinary people which listened to Boss Shui. Jiang Sume pulled Jiang Dai, who was obviously still a bit angry. Dad, I'm fine, let's get out of here. Zhou Qingqing was also a bit scared and wanted to leave here. Zhou Dai looked at his wife and daughter, still holding back his anger. Their safety is the most important. Okay. Zhou Sume breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that his bullishness would come up and not care. She heard Qingqing and Boss Shui say that the other party directly took action without saying anything. So it seems that they are not ordinary average people. There's no need to get tough. Even if you win, it's not cost-effective in case you get hurt. Jiang Sume sped up and gathered the supplies that had been gathered over. Then take all the tampons on the row of shelves and the toilet paper next to them into space. These are necessities. Okay, let's get out of here. The 4 of them hurried towards the escalator, and in the middle of it, they ran into the man who had just left. Brushing shoulders, the other man eyed them wistfully for a few moments. Zhou Dai glared viciously at the other party before the other party withdrew his sight. Everyone be careful. If you see a weapon that goes well, take it. It's best to go out with weapons in the future. Shui Wenqin felt that the end times were really unsafe. Weapons are really necessary to have on hand. Zhou Dai is also a little worried. He is afraid that he can't protect his wife and children in the end of the world. Chapter 63. The pressure is on. It's more stressful than it was before the end times. In those days, all you worried about was money, and life safety was still generally given little thought. Intending to make quick work of it, they went to the jewelry cabinet and found the gold had been raided. Even the end times, gold is in short supply. The first reaction is that gold is worth money. Take it away. Instead, there's makeup and shoe bags next to it. They didn't mind, and received whatever they came across into space anyway. Is there room in the space? Zhou Sume checked and nodded. There's a little more. Let's go upstairs and collect some more and leave. Shui Wenqin suggested. There was an old saying anyway. Come all the way. It's not cost-effective to not fill the space. Yes. For people hurried up the stairs, Jiang Sume no matter what directly collect. Shui Wenqin 3 people also find a big pocket, into it. What they didn't know was that they hadn't been upstairs for more than a few moments when a group of people hurried to the entrance of the mall. I guess this is the car of those 4 people that the boss said. One of the bald hunks looked at the RV with glowing eyes. He moved closer to look inside the glass and vaguely saw a lot of supplies, but couldn't make out what they were. Whatever it is, this RV they want. Rat, you stay here and unlock the RV. Idea not to screw it up. A small, thieving man in the crowd stepped forward and beat his chest in reassurance. Third brother, don't worry if you leave it to me. He's opened hundreds of locks, if not 1,000. That's why he's been in and out of the police station countless times. He was very confident in his skills, very confident. All right, brothers, follow me in to find the boss. The bald big man, second brother, led the others inside. The boss said there are fat sheep here. Looks like it's going to be a productive day. Shui Wenqin and the girls were each carrying a few bags in their hands, loaded to the brim. When they came to the first floor, they saw a man with thieving eyes crouching in front of their RV, with tools in hand. It doesn't look like it's looking good. Probably want to steal a car. Zhou Dai quickly rushed outside. Instead, a group of people coming up the supermarket escalator blocked the supermarket door. Dude, hold your horses for a second. Seeing that Zhou Dai was stopped, the 3 Jiang Sume immediately rushed over, and the 4 of them stood in a pile. Boss, you're not wrong. They really are young and pretty chicks. The other 2 are a bit older, but they should have a different flavor as well. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words fell, the others laughed out loud, their eyes immodestly sizing up Shui Wanxin, Zhua Qingqing, and Jiang Sumei. Zhua Qingqing is the youngest and prettiest, and has the most eyes falling on her. Zhua Dai blocked a few people behind him, blocking the other party's unsuspecting gawking. Big brother, this person is in the way a bit. How about we finish him off first? The bald old man coldly looked at Zhua Dai. It was like saying, "What's for lunch today?" No rise or fall, but the words were harsh. Made a neck-wiping gesture. Don't. I think this brother is not bad. I think we might as well incorporate him into our camp. Another person suggested like that, boss. Boss seriously surveyed Zhua Dai. Tall and big, a good catch. Only the stronger their camp was would they be able to live more nourishing lives in the end times. If you offer them up, we'll spare your life and agree to let you join us. Put your motherfucking ass on the line. Chapter 64. Zhua Dai said a dirty word. He is a man, and it is obvious what the other party means by offering them to them. Even if he, Zhua Dai, dies here today, he will not hand them over. You guys find a chance to rush out later, I'll try to hold them off. Zhua Dai knew that the possibility of getting out in one piece today was very small, but it had to be worked on too. Ha ha ha, boss, he said he'd stall us. The people on the opposite side heard this. It's like hearing a joke. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. The other side was tall, but only one person, and on their side, there were 12. There were 11 of them, except for Rat, who was driving the door. Even with 5 people, controlling the men and leaving 6, it was impossible for the 3 women across the street to run away. Zhua Dai squeezed his weapon. A chopper. It was retrieved from Zhua Sumei's space, which he had previously collected while gathering supplies at the supermarket. Shui Wanxin watched the situation unfold. She wasn't too worried herself, but as her own resident, she wasn't going to be petty when it came to being able to hold them. Later on, you guys protect yourselves and then try to make a big show to draw the walkers in. Attracting walkers? Right, attract the zombies. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the chaos and leave. Shui Wanxin felt that to the zombies, the group in front of him was more dangerous. I'm going to count a 1, 2, 3, and we're going to run backwards together, dropping the bags we're holding. Then scream loudly to attract the walkers. Yes. It's best if these walkers eat all these people. Seeing the other party slowly walking towards them, Shui Wanxin immediately threw down the bag in her hand and ran backwards. Others did likewise, and in the meantime, one after another, screams rang out through the mall. Shit. Catch them quickly, or else the walkers will be attracted to them later. Yes, boss. Aside from Rat, who was still fighting with the caravan lock at the door, the others were chasing towards the 4 Shui Wanxin men. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, Zhua Dai was in a heavy mood. There are villains in the back and walkers surrounding the city on all sides. Boss, why don't we retreat first? The bald big man looked at the increasing number of zombies and beat a retreat. Boss Xiao Wenjua looked at the zombies had started to attack them. If they didn't retreat, it would probably be too late. Withdraw. With a command, the others immediately ran towards the gate. They had long wanted to retreat, but they were just in the way of the boss not giving the word. Now that the boss has spoken, it would be foolish not to run. They clattered forward, letting run followed by a trail of walkers. Shui Wanxin and the others were under a lot less pressure. Immediately duck into a store. Over here, Rat was sweating. So long. What methods have been used? The door of this caravan is still not open. He was so angry that he wanted to open the door violently, but Sango said that he couldn't drum up the car, so he could only curse and continue to unlock the door with his tools. Rat, you haven't opened the caravan yet. The bald old man nationalized when he saw that Rat hadn't opened the RV yet. Stop driving and run. Immediately after shouting, he continued to run forward. Rat had been a little surprised at how his big brothers had made a mad dash outside, waiting to see the horde of walkers behind them to realize. Holy shit. Even the most precious tools cannot be put away, fluttering and crawling, even the sky eye that front run. Wait for me. Zhou He and his penis drove a minivan, the others came on foot. So they ran as fast as they could and hurriedly got into the car to start it up and drive forward, but only 5 people were loaded. The others just had to keep running forward. Shui Wanxin didn't know what would happen to the group as they combined their efforts to clear the walkers and make a path to the RV without any danger. The caravan that Rat had spent so long not opening, Shui Wanxin gently pulled and the door opened. Chapter 65. Get in the car. In fact, when you get to the side of the RV, it's also a secure area protected by the hotel. It's just that other people don't know about it. It wouldn't have been much of a stretch for the Rat not to run. Zhude also pulled open the car door to let his wife and children go first before going up last. Phew. Insulating themselves from the zombies outside, the trio exhaled in unison. That was close. Yeah. Everyone is hijacked and looking out at the zombies celebrating. Xue Wenxin was afraid of letting them create a misunderstanding, so he spoke out to remind them. You guys can't just do that again, creating a commotion to attract walkers. With her in the RV, she could guarantee that a few people would stay alive inside the zombie horde. But without them there, doing so would only be asking for death. Aha, we know. Zhou Qingqing nodded her head in a hurry. Sister Xue will protect them. You can't do that without Sister Xue. All right, let's go back to the hotel. With this accident, everyone didn't want to go back to the supplies. Just want to go home. Xue Wenxin drove this caravan and headed back. Dad, look. Is that the group that just chased us? Zhude looked outward, not to mention that it was really true. It's really not the day that goes unrewarded, Zhude said viciously, expressing pleasure at what happened to them. Only a group of walkers surrounded a group of people. It must be the same group that was just there. Rat, in the crowd, saw the familiar RV drive by in front of him and his mind fell apart. In a moment of inattention, he was bitten by a walker and couldn't break free. None of the four Xue Wenxin people thought to save them. People are going to kill them. If some sanctimonious bitch would say, they're so pathetic, you have to save them. Or, they're dangerous, you have to stop the car. But no one in the RV is a sanctimonious whore these days. It's the end times, who's still a saintly bitch, that's just a bag of brains. For the RV didn't stop at all and just drove off. They feel kind enough not to fall on their sword. The car followed the navigation and returned to the hotel. Sugar is having a crazy time with his buddies at the hotel. Mom. Seeing Xue Wenxin immediately wanting to fly like a swallow, Mom was not late today. Behave yourself today? Very well behaved, yo. Sugar said triumphantly. I even coaxed Bo when he cried today. And Chow Chow peed his pants and I didn't laugh at him. Oh. I ate a lot of food for lunch today. No leftovers. Oh. Sugar chirped and shared the big and small events of the day with Xue Wenxin, who sighed in her heart as she looked at Sugar's cheerful appearance. In the past at home, Sugar was only a little more active in front of herself and didn't dare to be in front of others at all, because if she was a little less than desirable, she would be yelled at, scolded, and beaten. A total of 3,300 points were redeemed today, and Xue Wenxin got 1,100 points. There was also cellar grain that belonged to her, sold separately for 1,000 points. It's still pretty high to see the points for food redemption. Chief, something suddenly appeared again. A strangely dressed man immediately ran into a room. The face wore a somewhat horrified expression. Chapter 66. A gentlemanly-looking man immediately stood up. Quickly go and invite old ancestor. After saying that, he hurried out of the room himself. A few days ago, something suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the warehouse. A lot of those things are unrecognizable. Various other things appeared one after another in the following days. Some of them are plants, but don't recognize what they are. There are also some odd-looking things. A little something comes up more or less every day. Law didn't need to stand far away, not daring to approach. Soon, a man with gray hair was carried on his back. Old ancestor, sorry for the disturbance. Strange things have appeared again today. Luo didn't need to be respectful to the old man. This? The old man looked at the things in front of him. His eyes stared blankly. These familiar things. They were all common when he was a child. How? How did it get here? Luo didn't need to see the old man's expression as if he recognized these things. But the old ancestor failed to raise his breath, and with a clang, he fell to the ground. Old ancestor. Luo didn't need to rush forward to check. Quick, invite Ling Lin over. The chickens flying here were unknown to Xue Wenxin, who was in a happy mood as she looked at the more than 2,000 points she had earned today. Continue tomorrow. Gaoyang didn't come back today, so I wonder if he can bring back some residents. Online orders are not available either, or you can only bring some back when looking for supplies, otherwise the mission is hard to accomplish. It's hard for the average person to come to the door on their own in this country ravine of theirs. But I didn't expect, someone to actually come to my door. When Xue Wenxin woke up early the next day, he was surprised to see a strange middle-aged woman appear at the hotel. Was looking around curiously. Hello. Is this the Ant House Camping Hotel, please? Xue Wenxin didn't expect the other party to know about Ant House. So he nodded. Yes, this is the Ant House Camping Hotel. May I ask how you know that? The middle-aged woman, also known as Tang Wenxiu, took out her cell phone. I saw it here. Xue Wenxin saw the very same video he had posted earlier inside his cell phone. I didn't believe it and thought I'd come and see for myself, but I didn't realize it was real. Tang Wenxiu exclaims that there aren't many tints here, but there is indeed a hotel here. And the walkers really can't get in. Her eyes fell on the walkers outside. It was a walker that had chased her here. I didn't realize I'd come in and the walkers were wandering and roaming as if they'd lost their target. Wandering away. Of course we're child's play. Need to check in? Redeem points for just about anything, and then you can check in. There's all kinds of camping equipment, so you don't have to worry about not having a place to sleep, and there's food to shop for, all the usual stuff. Xue Wenxin thought that the other party would nod in agreement, but she didn't expect her to refuse. No. Tang Wenxiu shook her head, followed by, I still have kids who aren't here. Is it okay if we check in together then? Can you pick up and drop off on top of the video? Does it still count? Xue Wenxin's heart rejoiced when she heard about the children, guessing that there wasn't one. Then there were at least 2 occupants. Not bad, not bad. Good news first thing in the morning. Sure thing. But you'll have to wait. I'll get my daughter settled and we'll head out. Chapter 67. Okay. When Tang Wenxiu heard this, she felt a little more at ease in her heart. It's all about having kids, so it shouldn't be a problem. It was apprehensive, but it had to be done. Then you'd wait for me. After Xue Wenxin finished speaking, she immediately left. She was still prepared to give Sugar Plum to Sister One. But surely you have to tell Sugar Plum, or you'll definitely be sad and crying when you wake up and can't see yourself. The only way to wake her up is to yell at her. Various tints one after another also got up. Tang Wenxiu looked at Here Live, are old and young, more assured. Hey, why haven't I seen you before? Are you a new resident? Granny Jane likes to nag people. Just about anyone can strike up a conversation. Hey, I'm new here, but I haven't checked in yet. Tang Wenxiu's mind moved, thinking of prying for some information. Big sister, how is this hotel? It's not bad to live in, is it? Granny Jane raised a smile when she heard this. This place is much better than other places. At least there are no zombies. Only what? It's just that I'm not used to living in this tent. It's not as comfortable as a building, but my little grandson likes it. Tang Wenxiu thought it was nothing more than that, but it turned out to be just that. This is supposed to be a camping hotel, so it's not surprising that you're staying in a tent. As long as it's safe, it doesn't matter if you sleep on the floor. How old is your grandson? Usually the younger ones like it. He's just over 3 years old. The 2 of them went back and forth. Granny Jane was not on the defensive, and Tang Wenxiu had the hotel pretty much mapped out. No one who lived here knew each other before. They were all over the place. And there are also mothers and babies who are sitting on the moon, so I guess safety is really guaranteed. Now she could finally rest assured that the kids finally had a safe place to go without having to worry. It's even better when you hear that the hotel has a variety of food available for sale. The thought that the children had been without food for a day must have been too much for them to bear. Simply do the points redemption yourself and buy some food to take back with you. Not to say that everyone is full, but at least it pads the tummy and makes it less uncomfortable. Dolls are the most forbiddingly hungry. Tang Wenxiu made up her mind, and when she saw Xue Wenxin, she immediately said that she wanted to handle the points exchange and wanted to buy some food. Yeah, no problem, it's okay. Put the supplies you want to redeem here, and they'll be automatically redeemed for points. There is no way to redeem things after they have been redeemed, so please consider carefully. Okay, I see. Is it okay if I use this bracelet? Tang Wenxiu retreated a jade bracelet from her wrist. Looks hydrated and translucent with some age. Anything can be exchanged for points. It's just that there's a difference in how many points there are. Tang Wenxiu some reluctance, gently caress. This is her wedding gift, so many years has been well kept. But still, I persevered and put it in. And what works counts as bracelet credit. That's a total of 110 points. It's already not low. Please take your points card. This machine is a food vending machine. You select the food you want to buy, click on checkout, and then just swipe your points card. Okay, thanks. Tang Wenxiu was a bit old-fashioned and struggled to look at the food on the screen to see how many points were required underneath. Calculating the quantity, she finally chose the cheapest steamed buns with soy milk. 1 serving of 5 points. Bought 22 copies in total. Xue Wenxin couldn't help but remind, it's hot now. It won't last long. That's okay. This is just enough. Xue Wenxin looked at the number on it. 22 copies. Just enough. What does that mean? Chapter 68. Means there are 22 of them. So we're almost halfway through the mission. Tang Wenxiu didn't know what the other party was happy about. Ahem, let's take the car and leave now. Xue Wenxin cleared his throat, wanting to depart immediately. Her mission was not to be compromised. Even though the address the other party said was not far from the bottom of the mountain, Xue Wenxin still used a quick arrival. Banyan Hill Orphanage. The car stopped, and Xue Wenxin saw that the destination was actually an orphanage, which was inexplicably somewhat familiar. No wonder there were 22 people. So fast. Tang Wenxin felt like she had just gotten in the car and arrived directly at the orphanage. Mouth slightly open. It's unimaginable. It's amazing. Let's go inside. Xue Wenxin didn't know how to explain. Simply don't explain. People will automatically rationalize. Oh, okay. Tang Wenshu nodded back. The hotel was truly magical. She opened the car door and carried the steamed buns and soy milk and immediately headed for the orphanage. The gates are closed. Tang Wenxiu opened the gate and kept going inside. Xue Wenxin followed behind. Come to a door. Tang Wenxin knocked on the door. Shaoli, open the door, it's me. The door creaked open from the inside at the sound of a familiar voice. A head poked out of it, a young lad. Dean Tang, how's it going? Li Lei knew that Dean Tang was going to the Ant House Safe Camping Hotel. Actually, he didn't think it could be true. But Dean Tang wanted to go, and there was no way he could refuse. Indeed, if it continues, their orphanage is in danger. Food without food was cut off yesterday, and most of them here are little kids. No food for the hungry, just no wailing. Soon will attract a lot of zombies. Found it. This is the person in charge of the hotel? Li Lei didn't expect to actually find it. Hello. Great. We're saved. Li Rei was a little preoccupied with happiness. Don't even know what to say. Where are the kids? All still asleep. Oh, come on in. Lei Lei stepped aside to let the two men in. Xue Wenxin walked in and saw that this was supposed to be the kitchen, and the children were sleeping in rows on mats on the floor. It was a bit stuffy in the airtight room on a June day, and it didn't smell too good. It smells like a child's urine and feces. And the original flavor of the cafeteria. The smell is a bit unpleasant, so don't mind Boss Xue. With the sudden outbreak of the end times, we could only hide all the normal people in the kitchen. Xue Wenxin nodded, indicating that he could understand. The youngest child here looks to be only a few months old. 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, all ages. We, the orphanage, now have 25 survivors including me. Others. Dean Don said this with a bit of a downturn in his mood. What wasn't said, Xue Wenxin probably knew. Seeing as how the only adults here are Dean Don and the guy named Li. The others either ran away or died and turned into zombies. In times, never netting you a favor just because you're a welfare agency or a child. Shaoli, go wake up the kids. I bought steamed buns and soy milk from the hotel. After breakfast, we'll go to Ant House Security Hotel with Boss Xue. Okay. Li Lei immediately went to wake up the children. They wouldn't have gotten up this late before, but now the zombies are howling and hissing all sorts of things at night, scaring these kids so much that they can't sleep at all. Chapter 69. The kids are up for breakfast. But, Dean Tang, we've run out of food. An older little girl said. It was gone yesterday. But just as soon as she finished speaking, she smelled the scent of steamed buns. Smells good. If it smells good, get up and eat it. The big ones help the little ones, then clean up and come here to line up, not able to make a big noise. Oh. Yes. The kids were very orderly older kids helping their younger ones get up, get organized, and then holding one by one in line. Grab yourself a bun and soy milk for then find a spot to eat. It was quiet throughout the room. No one made a fuss. Even the two youngest children didn't cry. Dean Tang and Li held one each and gave the little babies soy milk. In fact, they are so young in months that they shouldn't be eating soy milk, but formula instead. But no, so it can't be that preachy. Have a little drink to settle your stomach. By the time everyone had finished eating, there was only one bun left on the table. Little Li, eat your steamed buns. We'll leave afterward. But what about you? Shaoli couldn't help but gulp as he smelled the sweet flavor of the steamed buns. In fact, he had never found steamed buns very tasty before. I ate at the hotel. Xue Wenxin looked over and saw Dean Tang shaking his head at her, so she closed her mouth. Dean Don only had 110 points and only bought 22 breakfasts. She didn't even eat it herself. Shaoli cannot help his mouth to see President Tang said, so also believe it. One hand holding the baby, take away the steamed bread and stuffed into the mouth. Woohoo! The buns are so delicious. A bun isn't much, and it's eaten in 3 or 2 bites. By this time, all the other little kids had finished eating and were waiting. Boss Xue, can you wait a moment? I'm looking for something to exchange for points. Redeeming points? Li Lei was a bit unsure. Dean Tang explained briefly, anything can be exchanged for points, and you need points to stay in hotels and buy things in order to do so. Lee saw that the bracelet that Dean Tang had been wearing on his wrist was missing and understood where the breakfast had come from. The heart is a little bad for a moment. How much Dean Tang used to treasure it, ah? Yes, but I guess something too big won't work, the RV won't fit. Xue Wenxin looked at the quiet children inside the room. 25 people in all. The RV has to be squeezed to make it work. However, Xue Wenxin immediately added, you guys first take a little bit of the smaller, more valuable things and go exchange points for the ones that will allow the children to stay. We'll make another trip back to the courtyard, and then that more supplies to exchange for points. Dean Tang nodded after hearing this. Just do what Boss Xue said. I've asked around before, one person needs 10 points a day and night, and there are 25 people in their Yongshan orphanage including her. It's 250 points for a one-day stay. Not counting buying tents for food and all that. Dean Tang's head hurt a little just thinking about it. But having been used to being poor and getting over it, she would do her best. Only poor before the end of the world. At least there is the national government and some caring people's donations, barely able to get by. Now that they are poor, they can only test themselves. With a shake of her head, Dean Tang shook out the bad feelings as she carefully avoided the walkers and made her way back to her office. Trying to think of what I can take for points. The volume can't be too big, and it has to be slightly more expensive. Making the rounds, there didn't seem to be anything expensive. Inside the room, by the window with the best light, was a desk with a row of bookshelves behind it. A small desk lamp, a landline phone, some information on the table. On the side was the bed separated by a curtain. After the death of her partner, it was both an office and her home. Chapter 70. Suddenly, Dean Don thought of something and opened the safe under his desk. Taking out the cash inside, it just so happened that a payment had recently come down, and just so happened that it was taken out in preparation for the repair of the orphanage. Combined with the small change from before, that's $103,000. Finding a bag to put it in, he then took out the 2 pieces of gold jewelry that he had placed inside that were his few possessions. Still, my old partner gave it to myself when she was alive. Then closed the safe. The only thing left in there now was the official seal, which she hadn't touched, and that one couldn't be redeemed. She still holds out hope that one day the end times will end. Looking at the bag, which was still somewhat empty, Dean Don filled it with the desktop landline and a couple of books he'd been reading recently. With that, carrying a bag carefully dodging walkers, he returned to the kitchen. I was a little apprehensive and wondered if it would be enough to pay for their room for a day. She made up her mind that if it wasn't enough, she'd settle the younger ones first, as many as she could, and wait for the rest until she came back to gather supplies again. She's old and her abilities only go so far. Boss Xue, I'm ready. We can get ready to go. Xue Wenxin looked at so many children. How to get out was a problem. Walk, of course, you can walk out. There were too many people, and they couldn't protect them in case they attracted walkers. Hearing Boss Xue's concern, Dean Tang was also in trouble. She also knew there was danger. Indeed, there are quite a few walkers inside their orphanage right now. It's all the staff and children at the home. It's okay to hide and avoid fewer people, but it's hard to tell with more people, especially since the kids are so young. It would be a disaster if someone made a little noise. Xue Wenxin looked at them and thought of Sugar, all clueless and flower-like in age. Immediately, a solution came to mind. Tell you what, you guys wait here for me for a while. I'll go lure the walkers away, and then I'll take the kids to the car. No, you can't go see me go. Dean Tang immediately refused. How can you let Boss Xue take a chance on something so dangerous for his own orphanage? I'm old enough to die anyway. No, it's better for me to go. I'm young and I can run fast. Li Lei also stood out. Here, apart from the children, it's just herself who's young, and Boss Xue is an outsider, so there's no sense in letting her take the risk. Dean Tang is too old to run, and usually plays with the kids and is out of breath in no time. If he hadn't said that, he would have been caught and eaten by the zombies before he could run out of the gate. So it's still best for you. I'll go. I'm old enough to die anyway. You're different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm younger. I'm faster than you. It's only fitting that I go. I'll go. I'll go. The two argued endlessly, and in the end, it was Xue Wenxin who pulled the two together. Or I will. No. No. Xue Wenxin looked at an old man and a young man, a united front, speaking in unison very much. You guys listen to me. I have my reasons for going. Dean Tang, you went to the hotel too. See the difference in the hotel? Dean Don didn't know what that meant, but nodded anyway. Indeed, the hotel was amazing. If the hotel can protect from walkers, then I, as a staff member, have that ability. The hotel will protect me. So it's safer for me to go than for you guys. You don't have to argue. If one of you gets into trouble, what will happen to all the children in the orphanage? Dean Tang and Li Ray looked at each other. Sure, the hotel will protect you? The zombies can't hurt you? Chapter 71. I'm sure. I'm not a saintly mother, yo. I'll never do anything that's dangerous. After all, I have kids to grow up with. Finally, when Dean Tang heard it, he was right. If there was danger, there was no need for Boss Shui, an outsider, to take the risk and urged, Boss Shui, thank you, but you must be careful. Even if there's no danger and people are willing to help, it's because they have a good heart and are good people. One big reason Shui Wenxin was willing to come forward was because this was an orphanage. And the dean and staff did not give up on these children even in the end times. She's not a saintly mother or a saintly whore. She just has a bit of a special place in her heart for the orphanage. Growing up with parents who treated her differently, she felt in her heart that she might as well have been an orphan. This way she could live in an orphanage instead of in that extremely biased home. There was an orphanage next to where she went to school, and when she used to walk by after school, she kept staring inside, yearning. She knew there was no way he could go to an orphanage with both his parents. Also, in her last life, when she had a messy divorce, she was worried about what would happen to Sugar if she died someday. According to their mouths back there, it's certainly not possible to treat Sugar kindly. She was all moved to think about what happened to her when she was a child, and how she might as well send Sugar to a dependable orphanage. Guess it's better to be in an orphanage than in that home. So Shui Wenxin's own special orphanage episode makes her willing to step up and help out in any way she can. I know. You guys wait for my news. Then he walked out of the kitchen under the worried eyes of the others and closed the kitchen door. Then he turned on his cell phone and played a stirring song and dance of high passion. Although they were not as flexible during the day as they were at night, they couldn't afford to have Shui Wenxin searching for them again all over the orphanage and asking them to listen to songs. If the zombies moved slowly, Shui Wenxin would still stop and wait for them. Being locked inside the door, she even thoughtfully opened the door for them. Then again, they take them to other companions. Just like that, Shui Wenxin was in the front with her cell phone, followed by a series of zombies. According to Dean Tang, there are 11 adult walkers, the staff of the orphanage. The little walkers, the orphans, numbered 9. 20 walkers in all. Shui Wenxin walks through the orphanage, stopping to count to see if all the walkers from the orphanage are here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20. Just in time. Looks like the walkers are in here. Come on, let's get out. When the number of people were all together, Shui Wenxin took her cell phone and headed out. And every now and then he turned around to make sure the walkers hadn't fallen off. She kept walking and walking until she felt she was far enough away from the orphanage to stop. Well, you guys just hang out here. Shui Wenxin turned off the music and walked back through and around the walkers. Without the sound of music, the walkers were at a loss. Like, who am I? Where am I? Soon they wandered aimlessly, separating in 2s and 3s. The scene was seen by both sets of people upstairs, dumbfounded with surprise. Mr. Tan, I'm not blind, am I? Was that a human or a zombie that just left? The woman named Tam frowned slightly. It's a human, but how does one get away from a zombie horde with ease? The other wave, with Mr. Tan and the others, was the same reaction. Chapter 72. Shui Wenxin quickly returned to the Banyan City orphanage and knocked on the kitchen door. Whispering, "It's safe now, let's get in the car." Hearing the sound, Dean Tang immediately opened the kitchen door with a small baby in his arms. Carefully surveying Shui Wenxin, he asked with concern, "You're not hurt, are you?" "No, let's grab the car. I'm afraid that the other zombies will come back by then." Shui Wenxin shook her head. How could she be hurt? The walkers wouldn't hurt her anyway. Good. Dean Tang, knowing that the sooner he gets on the bus, the better, yelled back toward the kitchen, "Everyone, come on out. Line up and pull your partner. Don't grab or fall out." Then Shui Wenxin saw 2 people walking out in an orderly line of 2. It's all a big 1-2 combo. The older one is holding the younger one in order without crying. It's really too small, not a very steady walk kind of thing. It's just being babied in the arms. Lee followed at the end with another small baby in his arms. Everyone keep up. No crying or talking or making a big noise, okay? The children nodded, obedient and somewhat heartbreaking. But there's no way around it. The orphanage isn't your home, and there's no one to cover for your misbehavior. They also knew that Dean's mom and brother Lee were already having a hard time. Shui Wenxin ran to the front and quickly helped them open the car door. "It's a little cramped. Get over it, people." The children get on the bus in an orderly fashion. You can squeeze in bed, and you can squeeze at the dinner table. Squeeze in a seat wherever you can anyway. Ended up with 23 people crammed in the back. Dean Don was holding a child in the passenger seat. Since the distance wasn't very far and the cool-down time was still quite long, Shui Wenqin drove normally towards the Ant House Safety Camping Hotel. Shortly after they left, a man and a woman came to the Yongshan kindergarten. Looking at the greatly opened door, there was some bad feeling in his heart. The pretty woman's face went pale. Are we late? They're in a hurry, and they're still missing it? The man's face also looked a little bad. Don't scare yourself yet. Let's go in and take a look. They were on their way and their cell phones and other belongings were accidentally dropped during their escape. There's no way to contact Dean Tang now if you want to. The two walked into the orphanage, which was quiet and too abnormal. No small children sound normal, but it seems like we haven't even seen a walker. Looked all over the orphanage and not a single person, not a single walker. They should have left on their own. Because there was no sign of a panic fight. Let's stay here and take our time finding it, the man suggested.
Yes.
The two immediately closed the gate just as there were no walkers inside. Mr. Tan, look, it's that woman just now. There's writing on the car. What word? Like some kind of ant house. Ant house? Something familiar. There were 5 of them, Mr. Tan, and they were talking when they saw Shui Wenqin's car. When Mr. Tan heard someone say familiar, he immediately looked at the person who spoke. Did you see that somewhere? The speaker was a young girl who had only recently graduated. It was a little uncomfortable to see his boss staring at him. No, let me think. Dunji racked her brain as to why it was familiar. The rest of his eyes caught sight of a cell phone on a side desk and had a flash of insight. Come to think of it, Mr. Tan, I remember. The phone. I saw it on my phone. Deng Jia immediately picked up her phone to look at it and opened the note symbol app. Click to enter Ant House. I found this video of the Ant House Camping Hotel inside a bunch of videos on buying a car. What? It won't be attacked by walkers. Isn't that ridiculous? Chapter 73. There's also self-service food for sale. At first people didn't believe it. But when I think about what I just saw, there's a small hope deep inside that maybe it's true. Ms. Tan? Everyone's eyes fell on the young woman in the center. She's the head of their company, and they're stuck in the company since the end of the world. It was Mr. Tan who made the immediate decision to take them to hide in the president's office. It was also Tan who led them to find an office where they could eat, and they've stuck with it until now. So what Mr. Tan says they do. Listen to Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan thought darkly that now that food and water were running out, it wasn't an option for them to hide here. Maybe this will be their chance. Doesn't it say here that pickup and drop-off is included? Deng Jia, tell her our location and we'll wait for her to pick us up. Let's go see if this hotel is really that amazing. Okay. Deng Jia took the phone and crackled as she began to send messages. Not long after, the message was received. Okay. It'll be here in 3 hours. You can prepare in advance. Mr. Tan, the other party said they'll be here in 3 hours, so we can prepare in advance. Ready for what? Are you stupid? Didn't the video say so? Points are needed to move in, and anything can be exchanged for supplies. It must be so that I can prepare something to redeem my points when the time comes. Perhaps it was the sight of hope that gradually enlivened the otherwise dead atmosphere. All right, let's get everything we can take packed and ready. Mr. Tan snapped. Take all you can of this company. It's not clear if it can survive. This company is her heart and soul, though. Of course it's better if it can survive. They don't take it away, something that doesn't work as well over time. Not to mention the fact that there will be other survivors to gather supplies. So might as well take it away myself.
Yes.
They started to move. And another wave of people are talking about it. Are you sure this is the right car? A woman nodded. I'm sure. I even sat in it back in the day. There's no mistaking it. They pack transportation, you say? Do you know how to get in touch? It was a question, but the man's sharp eyes fell on the woman. But it was a sure thing. No. They posted the video online and it's contactable up there. The woman had to say it. After so many days, the other party's character she had already figured out, if she didn't listen, she could be fed to the zombies herself. Boss found it. Indeed. I can't believe the walkers can't get in. Boss, the hotel even has food. I'm dying to eat it. Boss, let's go to this Ant House security hotel. Tao had a cigarette in his mouth, and after reading his cell phone, his eyes narrowed with a vicious expression. Brothers, dare you make a big fortune? Boss, we all listen to you. Yes, boss, the brothers listen to you. Tao doesn't like to be a parasite. Might as well take possession. Do you know the exact location? The woman's eyes showed delight when she heard Tao's words, but the location she really didn't know. I don't know the exact location, but we can have her pick it up, Just contact her by private message. Better not have lied to us. Tao's sinister eyes fell on her. Heart chills. I swear, I'm telling the truth. But I can't let her see me then. Why? Because what? Tell me. Chapter 74. Because I have a little bit of conflict with the hotel owner. Once you see me, won't you reveal yourself? Zhangke said naturally. She wasn't lying. Tao stared intently at Zhangke with eagle eyes, trying to see if she was telling lies. This woman came out of nowhere. There was still some skepticism in the back of his mind, and he didn't fully trust her. However, looking at some posture, they brought back, play with themselves, and then let everyone else play when they are tired of playing. I heard that I was a college student before the end times. It's really nice to play with, fine skin. Only not TM, surprisingly not Chu. That's fine. Xiaobao, when the time comes you stay here and watch her. Don't let her run away, or I'll make you suffer. Mostly, I'm just not tired of playing it yet. Wait until you get tired of playing. Brother Tao, I promise I'll keep an eye on her, and I'll never let her get away. Aya, Brother Tao, you've been so good to me, how could I run away? I'm still waiting for you to take that hotel. Zhangke immediately assured. She couldn't let Tao misunderstand that it was so dangerous out there now, and that following Tao would give her food and drink, unless she's stupid to run. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Tao asked his men to send a private message with the location and waited for the other party to pick it up. When the time comes, we'll see if we go straight for it or take circuitous measures by going to the hotel first. Right, Tao? That woman has a daughter. Maybe we can start there. Tell me more about the hotel? Tao tugged at Zhangke. Zhangke looked at the room full of people, her face red and embarrassed. All that could be done was to keep his head down and tell what he knew off and on, highlighted by the fact that the hotel also has several young lasses. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I wouldn't even lend me a single point. Then sink with me. And then there's Xue Wenxin, who ruthlessly expelled her from the hotel. If she hadn't met Tao, she would have been eaten by the zombie black. The room was full of springtime, and the others turned around with difficulty. Shit. I don't know when Tao will get tired of playing. Everyone was excited to hear that there were still women at the hotel though, so at least give them a share or two. Xue Wenxin this side heard the sound of cell phone mention, saw another private message, took a look at the address. The front is the same, just the back has a subtle difference. It's a coincidence. She similarly replied, okay, be there in 3 hours. You can prepare in advance. Plan to pick it up together then. It took almost a little over an hour to get back to the hotel with the kids from the Banyan Hill orphanage. Handing them over to Sister One, he sugar-coated himself for a while before getting ready to continue on his way. Go pick up the others. This trip back, this mission is about to be completed, and so far it's gone pretty well. Mom, I want to go with you. Sugar Plum had had enough of playing with his buddies and wanted to stay with his mommy again at this time. All right then. Xue Wenxin still agreed. But listen to mommy outside and don't run around, okay? Mom, I promise. Just over an hour later, they arrived at their designated destination. First come, first served. Chapter 75. Xue Wenxin went to the first private message first. An office building with people on the 5th floor. Sugar, we're at the place, let's go up. Okay, Mom. Sugar can walk by herself? Good. Awesome. Across the street, Tao and his associates just happened to see the car pull up across the street, and then a large and small group stepped off of it. You guys sent the wrong location? Tao watched as the other man headed upstairs across the street. It can't be. The man who sent the location opened his cell phone to confirm again. Brother Tao, look, I really didn't send it wrong. Either they're looking for the wrong person, or someone from the opposite building is going to pick them up as well, but it doesn't matter. She'll send a private message if she doesn't find us by then. Zhangke looked at Xue Wenxin's back and snorted coldly. Can't wait to see what happens to her. Without the hotel, I don't see why she should be so proud of herself, an old woman with a child. Brother Tao, they're almost here too. You guys also make preparations earlier. I'll go and hide first. We mustn't arouse her suspicion. The one called Tao didn't say anything, just slapped her on the ass. Slanting a glance at the man called Bob, Pack immediately understood in seconds and followed. One was to watch her, and two, in case it turned out to be cheating on him, then she would eat her words. The others get ready. Never show your face. Don't worry, Brother Tao. This is something we know well. Yeah. There were 10 of them on their side besides the kits. All of them fit. Now it's time to see what's going on across the building. If there are fewer people, they don't do anything useless and just come in hard. If it's crowded, they might take a roundabout route to the hotel before making plans. Not long after, The other party came down the stairs, in addition to the large and small, followed by 2 men and 2 women. Tao had it in his mind that the 10 of them were a sure win, force-wise. Brother Tao, there are only 6 of them, including a small child that can be ignored, 3 other women, and only 2 men. Can't we just get started? Yeah, Brother Tao. I think those 2 men are also skinny. I can handle it all by myself. The one who spoke was a man with a strong and powerful body. He's not just talking nonsense. Before the end times, he could take on 3 people at once. Straight up fuck over each other. That's why I went to jail and met Tao. Well, do it straight away, but just to be on the safe side, get that little girl under control first. Zhang Chong, that little girl is all yours. Zhao De, Zhou Quan, those 2 men from Ohei are all yours. The rest of you will control the women. Zhao De, who was also the Kong Wu who said earlier that he could even take care of those 2 men, said, Brother Tao, I can do it alone. I know you can, but I want to be foolproof. Tao looked at Zhao De, his tone a bit cold. He doesn't like it when people question his decisions. He must ensure absolute leadership. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's all up to Brother Tao's arrangement. Zhao De was also able to bend, and don't look at the 3 big men. His emotional perception was still very sensitive. Knowing that Tao was a bit angry, he immediately apologized and said that he absolutely obeyed the order. Tao then turned cloudy. Later, Lorelei, you opened the door. Luo Li's looks were very confusing, looking svelte, like the sunny and cheerful big boy. Yes. Everyone get ready. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. A woman's voice came. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm a member of the Ant House staff, and I've come to pick someone up. Chapter 76. Coming. Luo Lu saw that everyone was ready and nodded at him before turning the doorknob and opening the door to the room. Just saw a woman pulling a child standing in the doorway to meet them. Luo Lu looked outward, and there was no one else. Where are the others? Xue Wenxin was a bit puzzled. The others? Heh, I mean the end times are so dangerous. How dangerous for you? A woman with a child out there. To think that someone will protect you. Luo Lu immediately looked for a remedy. There's no one to protect us. It's just the 2 of us. Xue Wenxin found these people odd. Taking Sugar's hand tightly, she looked around the room, which was clear of men. All of them are powerful. Eyes burning into himself. Look at their essence. They don't look like they're starving and haven't eaten enough. In the end times, such a group of people are indeed powerful people. Not hungry, why would they think of going to her safe hotel? As of now, the ones who are willing to go to a hotel are the ones who can't survive out there. The others' eyes fell on a man in the center, and Xue Wenxin saw him nod. The others slowly approached towards themselves. Then work hard, boss. Xue, to us to the hotel. Xue Wenxin's face changed, immediately pulling Sugar and running backwards. Hey, don't run. Aren't you taking us to the hotel? Boss Xue. The men quickly formed an encirclement. Surround Xue Wenxin and Sugar in the center. What are you doing? Although Xue Wenxin was a bit scared, she was still not in a panic. Boss Xue, we are somewhat interested in your hotel. I wonder if it's convenient to tell us about it. Xue Wenxin understood that this group of people were coveting their hotel, but they've never even been there, so how could they covet it? A hotel? Don't you know when you go there? What's there to talk about? Xue Wen thought to himself that when he went back, he would delete the video posted on Shiver. Lest we meet such covetous hotel people. AI, sign in today. Xavier wanted to sign in beforehand, all of which he could use at the time or later. With this current situation, there's no telling if we'll sign up for the same thing that would solve the current dilemma. Although they couldn't hurt her or Sugar, they couldn't leave if they kept trapping them. Yes. Sign in successfully. Obtain security charm, *2. Safety talisman. Once used, absolutely no danger to life. Valid for 24 hours. P.S. No protection from minor aches and pains. Xue Wenxin was slightly disappointed that this talisman came at the right time without the protection of the secure hotel system. Compared to the safety talisman, she now needed more instantaneous talismans, attack talismans, and the like. It seems that the 2 systems are unaware of each other's existence. Don't give a fuck. Zhang Chong, go carry the child over here. Give her a little bit of suffering to eat before she cooperates obediently. Xue Wenxin heard the menacing voice and looked back, watching a man walk out of the crowd, his face full of horizontal meat, towards them. Mommy, I'm scared. Sugar Candy looked at the fierce man. Her scared little face turned pale and she hugged Xue Wenxin tightly. The head was also buried in Xue Wenxin's shoulder. Don't you come over. Xue Wenxin stepped back with her child in her arms, but there was someone behind her as well. There were people all around, to be precise, and she had nowhere to run. Shui Wenxin held Sugar tightly, but the other party had already pulled Sugar and pulled him out forcefully. Mom! Woo woo! Sugar wailed in fear. You let go. Shui Wenxin held Sugar tightly with both hands and only kicked the man as hard as she could with both feet. Chapter 77. Ouch! Sugar felt her sternum being pulled back tightly by a pair of large hands. It hurts. Hearing Sugar's cry of pain, Shui Wenxin's hands loosened. Only a mom would be heartbroken. The other guy could care less about tearing vigorously and if Sugar would get hurt. Ooh-hoo, mommy. Listening to Sugar's cries of pain, Shui Wenxin went back to his last life. Her face turned cold, her eyes deep, and a violence in her heart tore at her soul. Let go of the baby. Let go? You're thinking too much. Be smart and hand over the hotel, or else? Threatening in every sense of the word. Egu, isn't this Boss Shui? Why are you in such a sorry state? Shui Wenxin looked over when he heard a familiar voice, and it turned out to be an old acquaintance. It's you? Shui Wenxin, everything can be explained. No wonder this group covets hotels without ever having been there. He himself hadn't said his surname was Shui, so they called him Boss Shui. It turns out that someone is making trouble out of it. Surprised or not, unexpected or not, Zhang Ke looked at Shui Wenxin and sked twice. Fingers pinched on Sugar's little cheeks. Crying is pathetic. What do you want? Get loose. Shui Wenxin saw her hand push harder, knowing that Sugar would be fine, but her heart still tightened. Ha ha ha. You finally realize you're scared? Why didn't you think I'd be scared when you expelled me from the hotel in the first place? Why are you charging us points when you obviously have a hotel? Why don't you let us stay for free? Shui Wenxin felt that she couldn't make sense with this person, and seeing that the other party was going to strike at Sugar, she immediately took out a machete from space, frantically slashing towards Zhang Ke. Ah! Zhang Ke winced in fear and withdrew his hand. Immediately run behind the others. You, what are you doing? Don't you even care about your daughter? Shui Wenxin sneered, huh? With a cold snort, Shui Wenxin's machete slashed towards the man who had grabbed Sugar. It's not soft at all. As soon as Zhang Chang was scared, he immediately let go of his hand. Shui Wenxin immediately hugged Sugar with one hand and held the machete in one hand, keeping a tight guard. If you're not afraid to die, come over here. He also waved his machete viciously towards them after saying that. Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. This group of people were still afraid of death, so they were momentarily intimidated by Shui Wenxin. Sugar, can you scream at the top of your lungs? You can't stop until mommy yells stop? Well, Sugar can. After that, Sugar started screaming. Quick, tell her to stop screaming. We'll all die if we attract walkers later. Death? I'm not afraid. Since you want to bully us, let's die together. Shui Wenxin said viciously. As Zhang Ke looked on, he actually felt that the other one looked like a demon from hell. Because of their movement here, the zombies outside slowly gathered towards this side. Tan Xiaohui, who was sitting in the car, was a little scared at the sight. But thinking of Boss Shui's earlier explanation that they should not get off the bus no matter what happened. But there was some concern when he thought that Boss Shui hadn't come down for so long, seeing that these zombies were actually coming in their direction. Mr. Tan, there's a zombie coming. The others noticed it as well and immediately stuttered a bit in fear. What's with all the walkers? Chapter 78. Come on, drive. Let's get out of here. No way. Boss Shui hasn't come yet. But the walkers are coming. If you guys don't drive, I'll drive. Sun Rin immediately opened the car door and wanted to go to the driver's side. No go. Tan Shui pulled Sun Rin back. This is Boss Shui's car. Boss Shui hasn't come yet. The other two couldn't decide what to do, both wanting to leave and feeling that it would be immoral to do so. So they simply kept their mouths shut and didn't comment. Just as the two men are at a standstill, the walkers have arrived at the RV. Mom, I don't want to die. Me too. But the pale-faced few suddenly realized that the walkers didn't seem to be attacking their car. Instead, they entered towards the office building as if they were invisible. Oops, Boss Shui is still inside. So many walkers, so dangerous. Sun Rin looked at the densely packed zombies, and he didn't dare to get out of the car to help Boss Shui. The same goes for everyone else. It's not one or two walkers. Not something they can fix. Deng Jie, quickly contact Boss Shui and hurry the place to hide. A zombie horde is coming in. Tan Xiaohui worriedly looked inside, immediately said to Deng Jie. After all, it was Deng Jie who had contacted Boss Shui by private message before, and she was the only one who had Boss Shui's contact information. Good. Deng Jie immediately opened her cell phone and made a video call. There's been no answer. Xue Wenxin heard the sound of a cell phone, but she ignored it. After all, one hand was holding Sugar Plum and one hand was clutching the machete. Anyone who comes over wields a machete. At first, some people didn't believe it and had to come up, thinking that Xue Wenxin was just pretending. A woman's family doesn't have the guts to cut someone. But when they saw it land on their bodies and the blood went wild, they knew they were wrong. This woman, she's a tough one. Sugar, close your eyes and don't look.
Yes.
Sugar obeyed, closing her eyes between them, but the screams from her mouth didn't stop. Although her voice was all a bit hoarse, Mom didn't let stop. Fueled by the blood, the closer walkers were even more frantic and excited to move as fast as they could in the direction of the food. Though they feel fast, but walkers are always limited in their daytime activities. Brother Tao, lots of zombies. Tao ran to the window to see that indeed dense zombies were pouring in. Brother Tao, a walker is coming in. Sugar's screams attracted the walkers that were already in the building, and they arrived before the larger group. Wow, that smells good. Food, here we come. Tao, what do we do? What can I do? Run away before there are too many zombies. Withdraw. Brother Tao, just let her go? Zhang Ke pointed at Xue Wenxin, indignant. It's too cheap to let her go just like that. Here's your weapon. Get yourself on. Tao handed her a fruit knife, seeing as she had followed him for a while. Everyone else withdraw. Zhang Ke looked at the 5-centimeter fruit knife in his hand, then looked at the machete in Xue Wenxin's hand, and wanted to cry. Brother Tao, I don't mean that. Let's hurry up and leave. Xue Wenxin laughed coldly at this. Leave? No one can leave today. She quickly backed away with Sugar in her arms, machete brandished in her hand, blocking the doorway. The walkers are still coming too slowly. Needed her to stall a bit longer. Xue Wenxin couldn't let her and Sugar's secret come out. That's why she rushed up to Zhang Ke when he was about to pinch Sugar. As long as it was a little later, Zhang Ke would definitely notice Sugar's abnormality. After all, what others do to Sugar will backfire on you. Once the secret was out, she and Sugar probably wouldn't be at peace. So all of us here have made enemies, and none of us can be spared. Take her machete off her. How can she be mad without a weapon? Chapter 79. Everyone tried to take Xue Wenxin's hand, but they were afraid of death and always cowered. Get out of the way, I'll do it. The man who had been injured earlier stepped out, and since he was injured anyway, he probably couldn't walk out. He walked towards Xue Wenxin as if he were dying, wanting to seize his opponent's weapon. Xue Wenxin slashed down towards his palm. Ah! Her strength was limited and the knife stuck to the bone. The man screamed in agony and immediately pulled the machete in a death grip with his other hand. Hurry! The others saw this and immediately rushed over in a swarm. Now that the other party was unarmed, it was a good time to break out. Punch out, there's always a way to escape. Ah! The man running at the front screamed miserably. A succession of screams followed. Everyone stopped in their tracks, and it turned out that another identical machete had appeared in Xue Wenxin's hand. What a woman! Come on! Xue Wenxin put Sugar down. Sugar can stop. Xue Wenxin's afterimage had already seen the zombies. The smell of blood is strong enough in here now that it doesn't need the stimulation of sound to attract walkers. Today, these people are going to die. If we don't die, there will be waves of trouble later. Simply put an end to it. Crazy woman. Simply crazy woman. Tao cursed in a low voice, but still had to face the reality. Big sister, we were wrong. We promise we will never find trouble with you. You see the zombies are here. We can't all wait for death. It's all because this woman instigated it. I'll give her to you to do with as you please. Tao pushed Zhang Ke out. Tao, how could you? You can't do this to me. Tao. Tao. No matter how much he struggled, Zhang Ke was still pushed in front of Xue Wenxin, looking at the machete dripping with blood and scared. Boss Xue, I was wrong. Forgive me. I didn't do anything. Zhang Ke was incoherent. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xue Wenxin didn't want to dirty his hands. Really? Thank you, Boss Xue. You're a generous man. Zhang Ke's eyes popped out with hope. Of course it's true. With all these walkers, you know if you can get enough. Sometimes people are scarier than walkers. She thought to herself that she hadn't wronged Zhang Ke anywhere. Everything was done according to hotel rules. Everyone else could take it, it was her who couldn't. Refuse to internalize it, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. It's her who has the problem. Can we leave now? As time passed, Tao was getting more and more anxious. As for the hotel or not, he just wanted to leave early now. No way, oh. Shui Wenxin picked up Sugar Plum. You. Tao did not expect his good voice to be unappreciated by the other party. Then don't blame him. There's no time for that, everyone. Sacrifice a few to preserve others. He couldn't believe that so many people couldn't deal with one woman. Don't come any closer. If you get hurt, you'll be a zombie's meal. Why should I be the one to get hurt and not someone else? Look at you. Why are you running so fast? Everyone else is just taking their time to fish in the water. You're too honest. And you? Don't think you didn't see you creeping backward. Shui Wenxin saw a group of people surrounding her, and she knew that there was no way for her to win in a hard fight. Fortunately, it didn't require her to be hard, either. She just needed to stall a little bit. Chapter 80. In 3 to 5 seconds at the most, the zombie army would arrive at the battlefield. Shui Wenxin's attention was focused on the men who were jumping up and down, not noticing Zhang Ku. Only to see her take advantage of Shui Wenxin's unguarded position, she stretched out her hands and ruthlessly pushed her backward. Shui Wenxin's center of gravity was unsteady, and he and Sugar Plum in his arms fell backward. You. Struggling to cut Zhang Ku's arm with the machete in his hand. Ha ha ha. Dead, dead. Zhang Ku covered his bloodied arm. Tao, I took care of her for you. Watching the two fall into the zombie horde, Zhang Ku was fastidious. Unbeknownst to her, Shui Wenxin held Sugar unharmed in the zombie horde. Oh no. Twisted my foot. Zhang Ku also felt a little pain in his foot and thought that he had just pushed too hard and twisted it accidentally and did not care about it. Retreat. As soon as Tao's words left his mouth, he was still too late. The walkers had already arrived at the door. Looking at the dense crowd of zombies behind them, they could no longer get out. Hide in your room. A group of people then immediately ran inside the room. However, many of them had injuries, and the smell of blood was stronger, and the zombies more excited when they ran. Ow! The zombies wailed and pounced on the delicious food. Those who ran slowly could not scream in time to be eaten and swallowed by the zombies. Not even a chance to get infected with the zombie virus and turn into a zombie. After all, there's not even a brain left. The zombies, who had gotten a taste of it, got even more agitated, and the thin door couldn't stand up to the zombies' attacks. Clang! The door fell. People are scared out of their wits too. The next time, it's zombie feast time, and Tao and his group are all but wiped out. Shui Wenxin waited for a while and didn't see anyone come out, making sure that there was no one alive before turning away with Sugar in her arms. Their secret was not discovered, and their troubles are all over. At least there won't be any more trouble because of this group. The four of them, Tan Xiaowei, were so anxious on this that they finally saw Shui Wenxin carrying Sugar in her arms as she backtracked from the zombie horde. OMG, I didn't see it wrong. Deng Jia rubbed her eyes incredulously. You're not wrong because I saw it too. Sun Ren muttered. What kind of person is this? Surprisingly, I'm not afraid of walkers. Boss Shui, get in the car. Tan Xiaowei immediately opened the car door.
Thanks.
Why won't the zombies attack you? Deng Jia came closer and asked with starry eyes. Simply awesome. The Safe Hotel will protect its employees. You will also be protected when you arrive at the hotel and in the hotel's safe area. Shui Wenxin took out a bottle of milk and told Sugar to moisturize her throat. She had just noticed that Sugar had lost some of her voice. Oh, so good. Deng Jia is a very lively girl. Hearing that the hotel is so amazing, the more she wants to go to the hotel quickly. It's so scary out there. Huh, where are the others? Deng Jia curiously looked towards the exit and did not see the others. When Boss Shui had gotten them to the RV earlier, she had said that she had to pick up someone else. But only Boss Shui and the kids came out. No one else was seen. They finally do not want to go to the hotel. How to persuade is useless. Forget it. Regardless of them, we go back to the hotel first. She wasn't lying. She didn't want to go to a hotel. Chapter 81. Originally, if they had gone, this hotel mission would have been mission accomplished. It's still 15 short, but that's okay. It's kind of fast. It was quiet all the way, Sugar from a cry and the screaming costing her energy. So as soon as he got in the car, he started to drift off, and Dunji ended up helping to carry him. It was also just over an hour to the hotel. Tang Xiaowei watched the car hover up the hill. It was the group of mountains that looked a bit like a palm from a distance, and they were now up to where their thumbs were. The view from the top of the mountain was stunning, and although it was now afternoon, it didn't feel too hot. Wow. After living in a city cage for a long time, everyone felt comfortable when they suddenly came to a place with a stunning view. Forget being in the end times, at least for this moment. Well, you guys can go for points redemption and check in now. You can call her Sister One. I'm not around to find her for anything like that. Xue Wenxin took Sugar, and after explaining the situation, he went back to the back of the RV and put Sugar on the bed. Gently tap. It was only when she stopped that she went into a bit of a trance and aftermath. But she has absolutely no regrets. This incident had been a reminder to her that there was quite a bit of trouble ahead, and as long as the hotel existed, then she was sure to encounter people with ill intentions. Be cautious about picking up future hotel residents. Character must pass. Thinking this way, Xue Wenxin took out his cell phone. There's all kinds of bull ***** on the internet, and she doesn't allow people from the hotel to tell random information about the hotel to outsiders. She wasn't so afraid of general coveting. After all, it wasn't life-threatening. But she didn't dare to gamble. She used to write and read her own novels, and 7 out of 10 of them had perverted mad scientists. She didn't want Sugar to be sliced up and studied. Just spend your last days in the end times peacefully. Big deal. When the time comes, the fish will die. Xue Wenxin clenched his back teeth to control his inner rage. Give everyone another chance. If any more people from the hotel were stabbed, she would have absolutely no mercy. Anyway, without a hotel, she still had the check-in system and was able to survive the post-apocalyptic world with Sugar. Xue Wenxin pulled a hotel group, and soon everyone knew about it and didn't disagree so much. Everyone wants the hotel to be good and doesn't want to lose its sanctuary. What else can be done in the end times? But Lu Jiwei saw something strange about the message. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan could see her husband's abnormality. Lu Jiwei looked at his wife's worried eyes. Hey, nothing? It's just that someone from our owner's group is asking, look. He said, handing over his cell phone. I was going to tell him. Now with this, I can't tell him. Lu Yuan took the phone and looked out. It turns out that when they left the cell last time, they were seen and are in the group at everyone, wanting to know how it was done. Ahem. What's so good about this? Asked Boss Xue when the time comes and see what he says. Anyway, we can help if we can. Ask a mouthful of things. Zhang Yuan returned the cell phone and continued. If Boss Xue is unwilling to do so, so be it. There's nothing we can do. After all, we're all parasites. Hey, all right, I'll go out and ask Boss Xue now. After saying that, he immediately went out. But it didn't take long to come back. Looked around, didn't see anyone. Wait till later. Lu Jiwei looked at his sleeping daughter. Tomorrow, I'm going to go out and look for supplies to exchange points. You can't sit on your ass. Lu Yuan sniffed, hung her head, fiddled with her daughter's tiny fingers, and said sullenly, Okay, but you must be careful. Don't risk your life for supplies, even if it's just a little less points per day. She was just afraid that Lu would be radical enough to take the risk. Beware. I know, I have a daughter to watch grow up. Without him, what about their mother and daughter being bullied in the post-apocalyptic world? Chapter 82. For their sake, and for his own, he'll be sure to be careful. Because anyone is afraid to die. Xue Wenxin had also had an exhausting day of energy and fell asleep against Sugar as well. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Sugar had been staring at her. Mommy, why didn't you wake me up? When did you wake up? I see Mommy sleeping, and I crooked you. Wow, Sugar is so good. Okay, let's get up. Mom, are we still going out? Sugar crawled up quickly. Xue Wenxin shook her head. Not going out. Her heart was tired. Besides, it's getting late today. Yeah. Can Mom go with me to see if the peaches are ripe? I told Xiao Bao and the others. Is that okay? Sugar Plum sat on Xue Wenxin's lap, clinging to her neck as she swayed. It looks very cute. Sure. Yeah. I love Mommy the most. With a snap, Xue Wenxin's face was stamped. Finding the second grandmother to borrow a basket, the two of them walked hand in hand toward the back of the mountain. She wasn't afraid of that place being discovered by others because the territory had been circled and there was no way for others to enter. It was her and Sugar's backroads, and no one was to be told. There were still some supplies hidden in that cave, and she intended to slowly enrich those as well. Put a little in every time you go. Soon came the destination. The red peaches were bending the branches, and before we got close, a gust of wind blew by, and the sweetness of the peaches hit our noses. Sugar couldn't wait to trot over and pick 2 peaches, then go to the nearby mountain spring and wash them in style. Distribute 1 to Xue Wenxin. 1 bite, wow. Sweet and juicy. Well, ho 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 eat. It's been a hot time of year, and the peaches are ripening fast. It was a little tart before, but now it's just the right amount of tartness. Sugar quickly settled for that peach of hers. Mommy, I want more peachy. That'll just have to be another one. Yeah. And without any help from his mom, Sugar ran over to pick 2 more. One for each of us, Mom. After cleaning it, Sugar shared it with Xue Wenxin again. Xue Wenxin took it. Thank you, Sugar. Well, you're welcome, Mom. A serious tone and expression made Xue Wenxin's heart soften and soften. Sitting on the grass, eating sweet peaches, blowing in the mountain breeze and smelling the peach scent made it all so comfortable. After the two of them played here for a while, Xue Wenxin and Sugarberry started picking, knowing that they had filled the basket halfway. There were a lot of peaches left on the tree, but she couldn't carry them. Xue Wenxin tried, and she could at most carry half the weight of the basket. Of course, the space is also filled with some of the reddest and biggest peaches, which can be kept fresh and saved for later anyway. In the end, Xue Wenxin lifted the basket to a slightly higher place and gritted his teeth as he carried it. Sugar was holding 2 red peaches that she had personally chosen to share with her best friends, Chow Chow and Xiaobao. If someone asks you where peaches come from, how do you answer? I don't know. It's in the back of the mountain anyway. Answer correctly. Sugar Plum is smart. Sugar shook her head. Orange hope slanted across Sugar's face, sparse fuzz like a peach. Xue Wenxin had also told Sugar before not to tell anyone about this location, much less bring anyone else here. Anyway, this can't be the only wild peach tree in the backcountry, so if other people want to find it, they can find it themselves. Mother and daughter head back to the camping hotel as the sun sets. Sugar couldn't wait to take the peaches she had prepared for her best friend and go find her little friend. Chapter 83. Xue Wenxin also put the peaches at the cash register, so you can get them yourself if you need them. A dozen peaches remained inside the basket. Second Grandma, this is the peach tree we found when we took Sugar to play. It's a little crunchy right now, so if you guys can't bite into it, you can let it sit for a few days and eat it when it's soft. Thanks so. When Xue Wenxin saw Liu, he wanted her to get the peaches, but he noticed that her eyes were red. What's wrong? Still asked routinely. After all, this hotel is Sugar's. She still needs to know as a staff member. It's better to not know anything in case you miss any important information. Boss Xue, everyone else is ignoring me. Just ignore it. We're all adults. Is it hard to have a best friend to go in and out with? It's all post-apocalyptic now, and now it's the minimum needed to survive. The need for socialization is not the primary need right now. Boss Xue, didn't they tell you? Liu asked with red eyes. She was aggravated. Tell what? Let you whisk me away. Make me leave the hotel? Xue Wenxin squared her shoulders. No, could you have misunderstood? Who are you talking about? Everyone. The more Liu thought about it, the more aggravated he was, and a little terrified. She was afraid that she would actually be whisked away. Leaving the hotel, where could she go? The cell phone is gone too, and I can't reach anyone. How does one person survive in the post-apocalyptic world? Don't worry, as long as you haven't broken any hotel rules, no one has the right to let you go, including me. Really? Not lying to me. I got candy for lying to you. Liu was relieved. After all, Boss Xue had said that he wouldn't let himself go, then what else was she afraid of? You tell me what the hell is going on? Where exactly did it give you the illusion to leave? Xue Wenxin was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. Liu crackled and told the story. It turned out that she had seen Granny Jane rush to avoid her when she saw her that day, and at first she hadn't cared. Then the back of the room realized that the others were more or less avoiding themselves. I was a little depressed, so my attitude was a little bad, and I somehow managed to brace myself with Sholem. Xiaolin said in the heat of the moment that she wouldn't be able to hold her own for long, and then the whole hotel would tell her to get lost. Perhaps realizing that she had let her mouth slip, she didn't answer how she was asked later. That's why Liu was scared. So that's what happened. Xue Wenxin combined what's what Qingqing had told him earlier and finally understood. The hotel doesn't allow fights that don't physically harm the residents, but this is the kind of soft knife that the system can't control. Couldn't care less. After all, put it out there. As long as there are people, there are cliques and secret little minds. Don't worry, even if everyone tells you to leave. As long as you haven't broken the hotel rules, you won't leave. As for the others, I guess they're just a little worried because they're worried that you'll be bitten by a zombie and turn out to be one. I'll fix this. Receiving Boss Xue's affirmative reply, Liu's heart settled down. With those words, what was she afraid of? Combined with Boss Xue's words, she probably knew why she was being targeted by others. It must be Sholem who's pulling the strings. Sholem waited to settle the score for herself. And trying to share a room with her, trying to fart eat. Get your own tent, get your own food, don't try to barf yourself. One would not spend even a single point on her again. She would no longer intentionally buy more food and share it with Sholem. Chapter 84. Shui Wenxin finds Xiao Lin and warns her not to do these little things without question. What kind of petty behavior am I doing? I'm also looking out for everyone's well-being. You, as a staff member of the hotel, can't harbor an individual. Xiao Lin had defiance written all over her face. Too many things happened today, and Shui Wenxin didn't want to say much. Do you know how Chenko is doing? What happened to her? She watched with her own eyes as Zhang Ke suddenly disappeared from sight. After so many days, she really didn't know how Zhang Ke was doing. She hadn't wanted to go over to her anyway. She, dead, grabbed by the zombie's arms and legs, split into pieces, and devoured cleanly one bite at a time. Shui Wenxin said coldly. After looking at it, he glanced deeply at Shaolin. Cherish it. With that, he turned to leave. Sholem was stared at in a furtive manner. So scary looking. How come Boss Shui looks like a different person? Returning to the cash register, he saw Lu standing with a couple of peaches in his hand. Seeing that he was back, he immediately greeted him with a naive smile. Boss Shui, you're back? Looking for me for something? Lu Jiwei took out his cell phone, pointing to open the main group of industry. It's like this, the group is asking, I guess they want to come to the hotel, but you said before that you can't tell others about the hotel, so I didn't answer back. Looking for you, just want to ask if it's possible to tell them? Shui Wenxin thought in his heart after hearing that he was still 15 heads short of mission completion. For the moment, the task is still to be accomplished. It could be done differently. You can ask in the group about how many people would like to come to the hotel. You can report the room number in the group and I'll pick it up. Don't tell the hotel's location or specials, just ask if you'd like to leave. Lu Jiwei nodded. Okay, I know. When I type up the text, Boss Shui, take a look and make sure I'll send it again, can I? Yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Jiwei put the peaches aside, picked up his cell phone and started editing. I'm the owner of 12 to 5 in the third building and the last person to leave in an RV. I'm in a very safe and well-fed place. If you'd like to leave the neighborhood, you can report your location in the back of the solitaire and someone will come and pick you up. Boss Shui, do you think it's okay to post it like this? It doesn't reveal more about the hotel, and just do a solitaire afterward. Shui Wenxin looked a little and nodded. Yes, give it time. Just pick it up tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Okay, I'll send it right away then. Lu Jiwei immediately posted in the group. I'm the owner of the third building, 12 to 5, and the person who left in the RV last time. I'm in a very safe and well-fed place. If you're willing to leave the neighborhood, you can report your location at the back of the solitaire and someone will pick you up. Deadline is 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Arrive at the neighborhood at 12 o'clock sharp to pick up. Solitaire. CW Lu, Building 3, 12 to 5, 3 men. After the message was sent out, Lu Jiwei was relieved that he could do what he could do, and he could not guarantee that the other owners would be willing to believe in solitaire. Seems like fraud, at least to him. It's normal if you don't believe it. Boss Shui, it's sent. Okay, are you free tomorrow at noon? Can you come with me? If it's crowded, you'll lead the way for me. It's definitely not a building with a lot of people. I've seen their neighborhood before and it's pretty big, so it's a little faster to have someone to lead the way. If there are fewer people, it's okay if we go gather a little bit of supplies. Lu Jiwei quickly nodded. Okay, no problem. Well, it's a deal then. Go on back and let your wife try the peaches. They were just picked today. They're fresh. Thank you, Boss Shui. We haven't had fruit in a long time. Lu Jiwei smelled the sweetness of the peaches and his saliva secreted rapidly. There were few fruits this fresh even before the end times. After all, they lived in the city, and the fruit they bought outside was certainly not freshly picked. Chapter 85. Take it back and try it. There's plenty more. Take a few more. Shui Wenxin saw that he just took 2. It was too little. Lu Jiwei sniffed and took 2 more. Enough is enough. After that, he took it and ran all the way back. This is why Shui Wenxin picked the peach back. Food vending machine with a variety of food but no fruit. The people in the hotel probably haven't eaten fruit in a long time. Thinking about how many more peaches there are on the tree, at least as many as there are today, when will I pick them back? If I don't pick them back, I'm afraid they'll be overripe and fall to the ground and rot when it blows and rains. What a shame that would be. If I can't eat it all, can I redeem points for this peach? Shui Wenxin casually took a peach and placed it on top of the points converter. Swipe your card in one fell swoop. What? Shui Wenxin was a bit dumbfounded. 20 points for a peach? It's somewhat incredibly high. Then what are they going to gather supplies for? Going straight to the mountains for peaches? Huh? Or plant fruit trees? Shui Wen wanted to make sure if just this peach could be redeemed for so many points or other peaches and fruits as well. Once again, she placed a random peach that was bigger and redder than before. Still 20 points. Shui Wenxin took out 2 large and 2 small oranges of different varieties from space again and put them into the points converter respectively. The same variety of oranges of different sizes are redeemed for the same amount of points. Different varieties of oranges of the same size are not redeemed for the same amount of points. It just seems to be related to the fruit variety and not to the size of the pint. Perhaps planting fruit trees is a way out. The supplies in the outside world are limited. As time passes, surely there are more and more walkers and it's getting more and more dangerous out there. Might as well plant fruit trees in the hills then. And I found out earlier that redeeming food points is also higher. Isn't it possible to start your own farming business? Shui Wenxin took this to heart. In the future, it is possible to consider going in this direction. It is also one more way back. After resuscitation, Lao Tzu finally woke up slowly. Law didn't need to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The old man is their heavyweight. Not the most capable, but the one who has lived the longest. He was experiencing the original beautiful world, although he was very young at that time. Lao Tzu is 107 years old this year, and is one of the ultra-high age old men. It's also been 100 years since the beginning of the end times. Those born behind them had never seen the beautiful world that the old ancestor spoke of. If the old ancestor dies, then the only one in the world who knows is gone. Luo didn't need to do this for no other reason than to retain a bit of connection to the beautiful world before, and he couldn't let anything happen to the old ancestor. For 100 years, they have worked to restore the planet, and it can be that there is still no way to do it. The world outside the base remains bleak. They also eat technological products with no taste, just to stay alive. Base Chief, something important has appeared. Chapter 86. Luo didn't need to want to stop, it was too late. The old ancestor had already heard it, and immediately forced himself to sit up. Show me. The visitor looked at Luo without needing to. This thing was too special. The old ancestor took another look. He was afraid that he couldn't salvage it. Don't look at him. I'm in charge. Take me to see it immediately. Old ancestor Luo's head was a little dizzy as he thought of the familiar things he had seen earlier. Though he knew he couldn't afford to be irritated again, he still wanted to see something familiar. Even if he died, he would be happy to do so. It had been 100 years, full decades since he'd seen any of those things. Then, old ancestor, I'll help you over, and you must promise to try not to get excited. Aha, I promise. Excited or not, can you control yourself? Say yes first. He knew he didn't have much time anyway, and his former companions had long since disappeared into this time, leaving him an old man to live on. Luo didn't need to have a choice, but to help his old ancestor and walk towards the warehouse. Every time something strange and weird showed up at their warehouse 5. At the same time, he let the 2 healing system psychics accompany him, so that if the old ancestor was really agitated and committed an illness, then he could catch the first treatment. The old ancestor was thrilled inside and reached the entrance of warehouse 5 as fast as he could. Looking at the general guarded warehouse number 5 is getting closer and closer to the old ancestor instead of a little close to home. Standing still, hesitant to push open that door. It's not that I'm afraid of dying of excitement. It's that I'm afraid that it's all in a mirror. Those familiar things, they are false. They are hallucinations, illusions. Luo didn't need to rush. If the old ancestor changed his mind and didn't go in, all the better. No need, you're a good leader. I'm comfortable leaving the base in your hands and trusting you to work for our creed. The old ancestor suddenly spoke. All those things I saw before were from that beautiful world 100 years ago. The names and uses can be found in the books written before. While I don't know how they came to be, and I don't suppose I'll ever get the chance to find out, please do find out. I think this is our chance. Perhaps we can soon end this terrible end time and restore the normal world, that beautiful and peaceful world. No need, you have to go for it. As if explaining his last words, the old ancestor resolutely reached out and pushed open the door of warehouse 5 after he finished speaking. A refreshing scent comes to mind. It's peachy orange flavor. The old ancestor felt a surge of blood pressure go straight to the sky. His feet went soft, and he had difficulty breathing, saying with some difficulty, "Quickly, help me over. Come on." Luo didn't need to worry a bit about the old ancestor's state, but seeing his eager gaze, he still helped to walk towards the table. The 2 healing exalts were on the sidelines, and when they were instructed to do so, they also channeled a steady stream of healing exalts to the old ancestor. Just like that, the old ancestor braced himself for a breath, sat down at the table, trembling, took the orange, shaking hands left the orange. Even the white meridian could not come directly into the mouth. Take a bite. That's the flavor. Old Joe ate it up to the point of old tears. Then reach for another red peach and take a bite. Can't bite. Forget that your teeth fell out a long time ago. But it's a death sentence to be able to suck on peach flavor. At that thought, the old ancestor's head tilted and his body went limp. Just die. Elder ancestor. Base chief. The old ancestor has gone west. One of the healing system Exalt quickly checked and found that the old ancestor had lost all breathing and all heartbeats. With that strange red thing in his mouth. This stuff shouldn't be poisonous. Why else would the old man eat it and go away? I don't think so. Luo didn't need to look at the old ancestor and could still see the satisfied smile on his face. The old ancestor should just be at the end of his life. It's just time. Law didn't need to be prepared. After all, he was here at his age. He intended to remove the old ancestor's mouth and have him cremated, but he found that his teeth were so tightly closed that he couldn't open them at all. Trying to wrench the hand, it was also tight, and there was no way to wrench it. In the end, we just had to let the old ancestor be cremated with this sweet-smelling stuff. In the world nowadays, one would not dare to be buried in the ground. The base is too small and the death toll is too high. Buried out in the open, they'll be plowed out by walkers soon enough. Might as well be cremated to keep the walkers from spoiling it. Only Luo didn't need to be interested in these sudden appearances. What are they? And what does it do? Where did they come from? Thinking about what his old ancestor had said before, their generation had compiled a book called The Atlas of Pre-Apocalyptic Earth, which listed many things he had never seen before. Since he had never seen it, he had long forgotten it even if he had seen the atlas. Someone, go get the pre-apocalyptic map atlas. One by one he would find out what they were and what they were for, and then find out from whence it came. Like the old ancestor said, this inexplicable appearance might be an opportunity. An opportunity to end the end times. Chapter 87. Xue Wenxin and the others had no knowledge of this. She didn't know that because of her peaches and oranges, a centenarian had passed away. Gao Yang has not yet returned. Xue Wenxin is a little worried. Sent a message. No response. There shouldn't be any accidents. It shouldn't be. As long as he stays in the car, it's perfectly safe. There may have been some kind of delay. Xue Wenxin planned to make plans if she didn't come back tomorrow. Lu Jiwei returned to his own tent, offering a treasure. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived. Honey, guess what goodies I brought you back? Lu Yuanyu and looked at her daughter, who had just been put to sleep, and showed signs of being disturbed to wake up, so she had to hurry to pacify her. Finally, he drifted back to sleep. Keep your voice down, don't stagger, Lu Yuanyuan said without good humor. Suddenly, she smelled the fresh scent of peaches. It's peaches. Whoa. The poor little tiny infant, who was woken up by mom and dad taking turns, this time really quit and wailed. Lu Yuanyu, and gratefully picked up and carried around inside the tent. Oh, good boy. The baby doesn't cry. Bao Bao sleeps. Mommy eats peaches. Lu Jiwei is very eye-catching. Seeing his wife coaxing the children, he went to the kitchen to wash peaches. Wash it clean. Take one in each hand and feed yourself with one hand and your wife with the other. This also leads to Lu Yuan's words of comfort to her daughter, which are vague. Boo-boo good boy, broken knuckles. It's a good thing the little baby doesn't mind, as long as it's in mom's arms and smells like mom. The peaches were finished and the little baby was asleep. Crap. What's wrong? I'm still in labor. Am I not allowed to eat fruit? Peaches are cold. Zhang Yuan was chagrined. What if the baby takes her milk and gets sick? It's the end times. Where do you go to see a doctor and find medicine? It's okay. It's just one. The rest? I'll help you through the hot water before you eat it. Lu Jiwei wasn't sure if there was a problem. Both parents are gone, so there isn't an elderly person to help. It's all up to them to figure it out. There are all kinds of statements on the internet. Some say you can eat anything. Some of them also say that you have to avoid your mouth. Seeing that his wife was still a little worried, I'll go back to the neighborhood with Boss Xue tomorrow at noon. I'll see if I can go find some medicine for small children, save it for a rainy day. Zhang Yuan was a little worried, but her husband must have gone to the outside world, so she could only urge again and again, be careful, be discreet. You hear me? Lu nodded, assuring himself that he had listened. By the way, what did you just say about going out with Boss Xue tomorrow? Zhang Yuan gently placed the baby on the bed. You can't cuddle and sleep. It's not good to make a habit of it. Lu Jiwei gave Zhang Yuan a complete account of what had just happened. Do you think no one will want to come? Lu Jiwei was a little apprehensive. He's afraid of no one. In fact, even if there is really no one, there is nothing to be afraid of, just a little awkward. All of them were brought up with Boss Xue, and Boss Xue agreed to all of them. See if anyone has solitaire yet. Li Jiwei thought that he had just sent a message without even looking at his cell phone for a glance, and opened WeChat to take a look. Nice guy. Owners group, unread messages 99 plus. I said, why is it so quiet? So the cell phone is on mute. Lu Jiwei slapped his head. Chapter 88. With kids, it's all about habitual cell phone silencing. He clicked on the group chat at Zhang Yuanyuan's urging and located the first unread message. He quickly looked back. He had just sent a message himself, and someone had immediately replied. Whoa, 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 whoa. Comrades, do you have a solitaire? I'm a little unconvinced anyway. Where is there a safe place now? Speaking of which, why isn't there a rescue yet? I want to wait for help. I may have to take over the dragon. My family is already short of food. There's no way to hold on. If I wait any longer, I'll starve to death. My family is the same. I have an old man and a young man, and everyone who has food at home. I'll buy some at a high price. Upstairs, who would have extra food to sell these days? It's not even enough to save food. There are more and more zombies out there. I don't dare to go out. At 3-12-5, why don't you say something? Is it really a liar? No, I don't think so. I'm probably busy. I'm a neighbor of 3-12-5. I saw them the day they moved out. I think they said something about a post-apocalyptic safe hotel. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. I was invited to go there, but I refused. Upstairs, then why didn't you answer last time I asked? There's so much news, it's all over the screen. Lu quickly skimmed through it and saw that there was currently only one solitaire. Huang Wenchuan, 7-16-1, 3 min. Immediately send a message to the group. Excuse me, everyone. I just put my cell phone on silent. I swear by my ancestors, I'll never lie. I'll be bitten to death by a zombie if I lie. You won't regret it. I'll be back in the neighborhood at noon tomorrow too. At 7-16-1, we'll be back to pick you up at noon tomorrow, so you can get your stuff ready ahead of time then. Take away as much as you can. Lu Jiwei saw that at least there was a family willing to solitaire, which was better than none at all. Since Boss Shui wasn't allowed to mention something about the hotel, he could only mention it vaguely. To bring more supplies. If you can use it, or if you can't use it to redeem points, you have a car to pick it up anyway. See Lu Jiwei back to the information technology, originally quiet down the owners group and active. The party has reappeared. Hurry up and ask if you have any questions. Don't disappear again. At 3-12-5, can you take a video? I want to see it. Yeah. Lu Jiwei did not dare to take other shots, and he could not keep bothering Boss Shui. He directly took a picture of the back of his wife and child. Send it to the group. Surprisingly, there are still children, so I don't think it's a lie. Wait, what's that in the lower left corner? If I'm not mistaken, it should be peaches? I can't believe I have peaches to eat now. I'm starving. No, I want solitaire. I'll die early or late, but I don't want to starve to death. At 3-12-5, you said there's food there, right? Lu Jiwei immediately replied, yes. 1,000 times true. You'll know when you come tomorrow, and I guarantee you'll be glad you chose. Then he saw that a few more solitaires had been added, and the number of people who were to come to the hotel was now 11. Whether it increased or not, he would be able to give an account to Boss Shui. I'll say it one last time, you guys solitaire, you definitely won't regret it. It's getting late, I'm going to bed, or else I won't be able to sleep if the cubs make a fuss at night. Lu Jiwei at those solitaire people. You can get your stuff ready ahead of time, and you'll be picked up at 12, noon sharp. After doing all this, Lu Jiwei turned off his cell phone to catch some sleep. He did not tell lies. With kids, grab any time you can to sleep. Otherwise she'll argue you, but not in time. Chapter 89. So he didn't know that he turned off his cell phone and the group was in an uproar again. Some people have solitaire and others are still struggling with it. Of course there are those who don't believe in it from the beginning, like Lu Jiwei's neighbor, Chun Xian. The next day, Gao Yang finally returned. Only this time he didn't return with a lodger. Instead, he pulled a load of supplies. What took you so long to come back? Shui Wenxin was relieved to see that he didn't seem to be injured. Sorry for making you worry. Gao Yang was a bit moody, he continued. I went back home. He had wanted to pick up his mom and dad to come to the hotel with him, driving all day, only to come home to a mom and dad who had turned into zombies. After the heartbreak, move what you can out of the house. Mom and dad are dead, and he has a life to live. So there was a bit of a delay. It's okay. Shui Wenxin looked at his mood. Plus, there was no one in the car yet, and roughly guessed the ending. That's the way it is in the post-apocalyptic world. Who knows who's going to turn into a zombie? Who will survive the end times? Enjoying the moment is enough. Go back and get some rest, and don't go out today. She was worried about his state. And I wonder how many people are in Lau's neighborhood. If there are a lot of people, you may need to use a van. Fewer people the RV can pull off. Forget it. Okay, Sister Shui, wait. I'll exchange these supplies, and we'll split them equally. After all, the car is yours. Shui Wenxin nodded. This was a point she could collect. There's no need to push back. It just so happens that she does need the points as well. I only need a third of that. And just like that, another 400 points arrived. But it's a long way from buying a cute pink tint. In a flash, it was 11:30 a.m. Shui Wenxin felt as if she hadn't done anything. He was about to go to Lu Jiwei when he saw him walking over. Boss Shui, when do we leave? How many people are there in solitaire now? Shui Wenxin didn't know how many people there were yet. It's good to know so you can arrange a vehicle. Lu Jiwei opened the owner's group and showed the solitaire to Boss Shui. A total of 32 people are coming to the hotel? 32 people. That's not enough cars. Sign in first to try it out. AI, sign in today.
Yes.
Congratulations to the host, obtaining item upgrade modification *1. Shui Wenxin's heart rejoiced, more and more certain that he would sign whatever he lacked. She immediately upgraded and remodeled the van rewarded by the hotel system to be just like a caravan, so she could reach her destination in an instant. The cooldown is still 12 hours. When would it be nice to reduce that cooldown a bit? Can you drive a van? Lu nodded uncertainly. Okay then, you'll take the van later and I'll take the motorhome. So I guess we'll have to make 2 trips. If they have a car, can't they drive after us themselves? Someone asked this question earlier in the group. Drive your own car, and you can haul more supplies. But it's okay. If there's a car, follow us. But safety is not guaranteed. The hotel's protection only works on the hotel's own vehicles. Tell you what then, 32 people. We'll definitely have to make 2 trips, just based on the order of solitaire, 16 people 1 trip. Or if you'd like to drive your own car, you can wait for us to pick up the second trip. Unlike Banyan Hill Orphanage, which can fit 25 people in 1 caravan, they only had 2 adults and the youngest child didn't even take up a spot. The other kids are tiny too. Chapter 90. So 32 people this time, even with the addition of a van, was not enough. Sung. The 2 arrived at the neighborhood in a matter of moments. Li Jiwei was still full of doubts. Who am I? Where am I? What? That's it? Seeing that the other party hadn't gotten out of the car, Shui Wenxin tapped on the window. Get out of the car. In a trance, Lu Jiwei got out of the car. His mouth opened. Boss Shui. Shui Wenxin knew that the other party was shocked. It's fine. A few more times and he'll get used to it. Let's go ahead and pick up people in solitaire order. You'll say something in the group about how we're splitting the pickups into 2. Good. Lu Jiwei returned to his senses and immediately complied. Huang Wenxuan, 7-16-1, 3 men. Shui Wenxin and Lu Jiwei arrived at 7-16-1 and knocked on the room door. Just knocked and the door swiped open. Hello, Ant House staff, door-to-door pickup and drop-off. Is this Mr. Huang Wenxuan? Shui Wenxin verified his identity again. In the room was a family of 3, mom, dad and son. At his feet were packed bags. Only the young man nodded. Yes, I am. Huang Wenxuan didn't think that it was actually ahead of schedule. It was originally said to be 12 o'clock sharp. Now it should only be 11:40 or so. Luckily, they started organizing yesterday and are now ready to go. Okay, if you're ready, you can come down to the car with us now, and if you're not, we can wait for you for a while. Good. We're ready. Huang Wenxuan turned to his mom and dad behind him. Mom and dad, let's go now. He'd done a good job with mom and dad yesterday at solitaire, though both were a little worried. But a family has to be neat and tidy, and if the son wants to go, then let him. The family did run out of ammunition anyway. Stay, and either wait to die, or venture out to find food. Any way you do it, you could die. Might as well go for the jugular. So the old couple had no objections, and when they heard their son's words, they immediately bent down to carry their luggage. Huang Wenxuan took the heaviest bags, carrying one and carrying the other. The remaining 2 heaviest ones were taken by Huang Wenxuan's father. Mother Wang was dragging her suitcase with 3 bags on it. Shui Wenxin had no intention of helping, and Lu Jiwei looked at his empty hand and helped Huang Wenxuan's father with a bag. A few people got off the elevator and saw 2 cars parked in front of the unit. The cars all have the words "Ant House" on them. Huang Wenxuan's family looked at each other and resolutely got into the car. Next, For more family members were picked up in solitaire order. The first family was a young couple of 2. The second family is a family of 4, mom, dad, brother, and sister. The third family is a family of 5, grandparents, mom, dad, and kids. The fourth family is a girl. It was still crowded with 16 people in a caravan and van because each family had luggage. Since the cooldown has not yet expired, you can only drive normally. After Lu Jiwei said in the group, although some people do not want to wait for the second batch, in the group to send a hullabaloo to bring rhythm. But Xue Wenxin asked Lu Jiwei to pull himself into the group. Chapter 91. Maybe it was because they saw Xue Wenxin's attitude was a bit tough, or maybe it was the 2, 3, 4 words that made them think that the second batch was not bad. At least someone can scout ahead. So the opposition in the group stopped. There are others who dive in silently, watching the group dynamics before making plans. It took them 7 hours to reach the hotel. Luckily, it gets dark late in the summer, and I could still see vaguely well when I got back to the hotel. Mom! Sugar dashed over to greet her mom. Xue Wenxin drove for 7 hours straight, a little tired but saw Sugar. When she hugged herself, all the fatigue was gone. Mom, have you eaten? Are you hungry? Xue Wenxin suddenly realized that it seemed like her cancer pain hadn't flared up in a long time. Is that really what that painkiller does? The others got out of the car and stood, somewhat rushed, looking around them together. Tents in threes. There were still lights around, not very bright, but at least you could see. Elderly people chatted in 2s and 3s, while children ran and played wildly in the open space. This is, literally, a post-apocalyptic safe hotel. The cool mountain breeze blew away the summer heat. Everyone lined up in solitaire order to redeem points and check in. Then there were eager people to teach them how to use the kiosk. The tents and stuff can come later, but that food vending machine is a favorite. After all, even if the family hadn't cut off food, they couldn't gorge themselves, so everyone's stomachs were famished. Eat first. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission and receive the following rewards. Superbus *1, Clothing Vending Machine *1, Van *1, Hotel Fast Track *1. I can't believe there are 4 rewards this time. Not bad, not bad. Xue Wenxin hugged Sugarplum and looked at the 4 rewards that suddenly appeared. The Hotel Fast Track she already knew the use for and had rewarded once last time. Note, the 2 express lanes have complementary impacts and lead to different places. As before, the land of arrival changes once every 10 days and is random and unspecifiable. The van is the same as the last reward. It seems she still needs to sign up for an item upgrade and remodel before she can do so, and likewise find another driver. The other 2 rewards are different. What is the Superbus? Xue Wenxin looked to the side of the introduction. A super mini bus that could go where it wanted to go on its own, and would come back on its own after picking up a full load of people. So smart? Opening the door and looking inside, there was no driver's compartment. Instead, there was a toilet that could be closed. In the back are bunk single beds. It sleeps 6 people in total. That way the minibus can also help her bring back the residents. That's okay. There are only 6 at a time, but it's a windfall not having to go out and pick them up yourself. As for the clothing vending machines, with the food vending machines and camping vending machines in front of them, it's not too far off. It's all about buying things with points. It only sells clothes and shoes and bags and such. Ding! The host's 3 mission performance situations are excellent, additional rewards. The hotel's security range is expanded by 200 meters, and the points card is upgraded once. What? This is a surprise. Outstanding performance? Xue Wenxin didn't realize that it was just that the task was completed faster and took a shorter time. It's basically being proactive rather than waiting for residents to come to your door at the hotel. After all, she was in a state of mind where she chose a place away from the city as the address for her hotel operation. Waiting for someone to come to your door is probably hard to accomplish. I didn't realize that good things can happen when you're proactive. The safety range is extended by 200 meters. The hotel is now home to over 60 people. This open space is already a bit crowded. Chapter 92. Now that the range has been expanded, more people can be accommodated. The next task could easily fit 100 people, and the safe range was already halfway across the thumb. Xue Wenxin headed down the mountain and saw a circle of somewhat transparent membrane, which was the safety range boundary. The fact that the boundary line was just outside the ground dam of the second grandmother's house meant that the second grandmother's house was already a safe area. Perhaps they would prefer to live back in their own homes. Xue Wenxin walked towards the side, the neighbor who turned zombie that second grandmother saw earlier. She spun around and didn't see the walkers from earlier. Maybe they're being cleaned up because of the expanded hotel security. Their house also happens to be within safe range and closer to the highway. Maybe it would be more appropriate to move the front desk here. 3 cars were parked in the dam of the 2 families. She stepped out of the safe range, and the scorecard would glow hot and emit a faint red light, alerting that it had left the safe range. Guess that's what the scorecard upgrade does. For her and Sugar, it served little purpose, but for the hotel's occupants, the reminder served a useful purpose. Especially those kids who go into the backcountry and pick plants will know exactly if they're still within the hotel's security perimeter. Prevent accidentally exceeding boundaries and encountering danger. Ding. Issuing mission. Please solicit 100 customers to stay in the hotel within a month. 100? Shui Wenxin felt that it wasn't impossible. At 7-16-1, have you arrived at the hotel? At 7-16-1. Okay. Did. The group is already making wild guesses. Huang Wenxuan held a chicken leg in his mouth and came to Shui Wenxin. Sister, can I take a picture of this food and send it to the group? Send it. Shui Wenxin skimmed the message from the group. Great, thanks sis. Finding a good angle to kaboom and shoot his duck leg rice. Send it to the group. We've arrived safely at the hotel and are eating duck leg rice. It wasn't enough for Huang Wenxuan to shoot his own, and with his own duck leg rice, he ran to shoot his dad's cassoulet, fucking tomato and egg over rice. Self-explanatory ran to shoot the dinner of the other people in the pass. What a self-heating pot, green pepper and shredded pork over rice and fish and meat. Plunking an output. Greedy others in the neighborhood homeowners group sucked in their saliva. Ooh, I'm so hungry. I want to eat. It's okay. I can eat tomorrow too. Come on and endure. Of course there were comments in there that threw cold water on the situation, but they were ignored by the others. At Ant House, is solitaire still available? Beautiful sister. Fairy sister. I want a solitaire too. Sis, can the group ask again if there's still solitaire? Huang Wenxuan acquainted himself. Squatting over with his meal again. Catch it. Anyway, pick up the people in the order of the solitaire, and those who don't want to, or have a problem with it, don't pick it up. With all the people in the world right now, why should you be allowed to come and stay in a hotel if you don't follow the rules of the hotel? Great grin, sis. Thanks, sis. Shui Wenxin no longer cared about this, but concentrated on playing house with Sugar Plum. Right now, she's still cooking the big meal. It's busy. Huang Wenxuan had the good sense not to interrupt and returned to his mom and dad with his own bowl of rice. Walking around like that, hurry up and eat. Eat and eat before you get busy. Father Huang finished his dinner. This time of year is a lot like making a cup of tea. Don't seem to have any tea left though. Hey. Chapter 93. Okay, good to know. I'm not helping the owner's group ask here either. Huang Wenxuan quickly shaved the first 2 mouthfuls of rice and continued typing on his cell phone again. While typing, he also said, we're safe and sound now, but those people in the group aren't yet, so I guess their hearts are hanging in the air now. Speaking of which, Huang's father was very pleased with his own son. Worthy of his son, his vision is poisonous. Doing things decisively too. Where else would I be able to eat fragrant rice now? Shui Wenxin returned to the hotel and directly found Old Man Huang, the second grandfather. I only saw that he was smoking a dry cigarette and looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The moonlight spilled over his body, making him look a little lonely. Second grandpa, second grandma, it's Heart Girl, come and see, come and sit. Second grandmother greeted warmly. It was regular rural country talk, and the second grandmother blurted it out. But then it occurred to them that they didn't have a chair and bench inside their tent, just a mat. Didn't even buy an inflatable mattress to save money. Tent living is never comfortable. Their old couple hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. No need, no need. Shui Wenxin waved his hand in a hurry. I've come just to let the 2 old men know that the hotel's security range has been expanded, just enough to cover your home. If you guys want to, you can go home and live there. Really? Second grandma was so happy to hear that. Even Old Man Huang's cloudy eyes glowed slightly. Of course, you guys can live in the mountains if you want. No, we're going back to live. The second grandmother was beaming with joy. Be careful, you are not an outsider, and I am not afraid to tell you that I have hardly slept a wink for so many days. Of course, it's not that your hotel is bad, but it's the first time we old folks have experienced sleeping in a tent after living all our lives, and we're not used to it. Fearing that Shui Wenxin would get angry, second grandmother immediately changed her words. Shui Wenxin smiled. That's definitely not to mention you. I live in a car, the same bed, all feel uncomfortable it. Then, girl Exine, you take Sugar Plum and stay at my house. The countryside house doesn't have much else, it just has a lot of rooms to live in. Old Man Huang heard Shui Wenxin say this, and immediately told them to go back and live in his house. Thanks too. I'm going to move in next door to you guys, just in time to move the hotel receptionist over there too. Their house is closer to the highway. There's also a little bit of living in someone else's house always feels uncomfortable. Over time, it becomes uncomfortable not only for you, but also for the owner. So it might as well be separate. Everything is within the safe confines of the hotel. Whether it was Old Man Huang's house or his neighbor's house, Xue Wenxin could live there. Even if you don't live there, you can assign it. She was letting the two old men come home to live on account of the fact that her second grandma and grandpa had been nice to them as mother and daughter. Otherwise, she took it out and rented it to someone else who was willing. The house is definitely more comfortable to live in than any tent. Tents are fine for occasional stays, long-term or not. But they're house walkers. Don't worry, it's already been taken care of by the hotel. As long as it's within the safety of the area, there will be absolutely no walkers. Also, the scorecard has been upgraded. As you live not far from the safety limit, you must be careful not to accidentally go over the limit. The scorecard will alert you once you exceed it. Xue Wenxin looked at the time and quickly explained that she had to inform the rest of the hotel. It's getting a little late today. Let's move back tomorrow. Good. Thank you, Heart Girl. Xue Wenxin was about to turn around and leave when he finished speaking. Be careful. Hearing her name called, Xue Wenxin turned back. What is it, second grandmother? Chapter 94. Old Man Huang pulled his old partner's hand, signaling her not to say anything. Seeing the movement of the two, and the second grandmother's desire to speak. What's the matter, second grandmother? It's okay, you can say it. The second grandmother looked at Xue Wenxin, then at Old Man Huang, and in the end, it was her daughter who prevailed, rubbing her hands together a little hastily. Be careful, it's like this. I heard from the other residents of the hotel that you can spend 100 points and pick someone up at a designated location? Yeah, it can be like that. If you receive someone, you don't have to pay these 100 points. And you pay these 100 points only if you don't receive someone. Is second grandmother trying to catch someone? Second grandmother nodded repeatedly, her tone tinged with some excitement. I have another daughter, but married far away, and your second grandfather and I have been worried. So we wanted to seek your help. It's a small thing, but not tomorrow. Can you do it the day after? Tomorrow we're going to pick up the next 16 people from the first solitaire. It's already been agreed upon, so we can't change our minds. Yes. Second grandmother nodded happily. But we haven't saved up 100 points yet. They had been working hard for the past few days, but they hadn't saved 100 points by now. So although Old Man Huang was worried about his daughter, he didn't look for Xue Wenxin. After all, although she called her grandparents, she was not a relative. There's blood, but it's all separated rooms. Feelings will be used less and less. So I thought I'd save up 100 points before I asked, but my old partner didn't hold back. He knew his partner was worried about his daughter. This is okay. You guys try to save as much as you can. You can't really give the same later. Besides, you won't even use the 100 points. Thank you. They certainly hope they don't use the points. Then we have a deal, let's say first thing in the morning. But you must be sure of your sister-in-law's address. After Xue Wenxin left her second grandparents, she went back to inform the others of the changes at the hotel. That's when she felt she needed a notifier. It's one of those machines where she posts a message and everyone can see it. There would be no need to notify one person by one person and worrying about who was left out. It's not too crowded now, but it's going to be even more crowded later, and that's even worse to notify. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Oops. One is really stupid. Wouldn't it be better to just pull a group together? At the hotel, cell phones worked perfectly, and there was no need to worry about electricity or internet. Thinking about it, Xue Wenxin explained to the housekeeper to add the WeChat of all the hotel's residents tomorrow and pull a group. In the future, all those who come to stay at the hotel, add a group when you check in. When the time comes, the group tops the hotel rules. It's also convenient to be notified of any news. And there's an extra van, so who's going to drive it? So far, she knows that those who can drive are Gao Yang, Lu Jiwei, Shaoli from the orphanage, and Zhuo Qingqing. Gao Yang he was originally allowed to drive the first van. The second steward was still nowhere to be seen, and there was another van. Zhuo Qingqing can also be disregarded, because her mom and dad are both psychics, and it is easy for their family to support a family of 4 as long as they are not lazy. Just Lu Jiwei and Li time to choose. Lao because of the Moon Mother and Milk Dolls. Behind little Li, on the other hand, there is a large group of orphans. Chapter 95. Tangles came and went, and Xue Wenxin wasn't sure who was a little more stressed. Having children of my own, I know it's hard to raise them. Forget it. Pick both. No hard feelings. Xue Wenxin finds Shaoli Li Yuani, Tang Wenxiu, and Lu Jiwei. Getting right to the point, I'm looking for 2 drivers to help me with my RV and van. I have reduced points for food and lodging. The specific job description is to listen to my arrangements, pick up people wherever I tell you to, and when you're not picking up people you can drive your cars to collect supplies, and we'll split the points we redeem when the time comes. It's the same deal and job description as the other RV driver before. Li Yuani, Lu Jiwei, are you willing? Willing. The two were afraid of answering late and immediately agreed. They are aware of the safety of the hotel car. With a car, not only is food and lodging free, but even though it's only in person, there's a credit left over, isn't there? You can also go gather supplies. That security is greatly improved. All I ask is that I must obey. Guaranteed. Absolutely at your service. Me too. The 2 men looked excited. Xue Wenxin dropped his eyes on Li Yuani. I have an additional request for you. Lu Jiwei is raising his own wife and children, and there are still usually no problems. Li Yuani, on the other hand, is a different story. I want half of your income to go to the orphanage, to be given to Dean Huang, and the 2 of you to supervise each other. Is that okay? I considered the option of coming to drive just because of the stress you must be under to raise so many orphans. If not, forget it. Tang Wenshu looked at Li Yuani and didn't speak first, but waited for him to make a decision. Sure, give it all. Li Yuani didn't disappoint Tang Wenshu, also said it wasn't a disappointment, even if he didn't agree she could understand. Not leaving the children in the end times and letting them come to a safe place, even if Li Yuani no longer cares about the orphanage, she can still accept it. I'm an orphan myself, and I'm not hungry for one person. Don't say half, just give it all. Anyway, food and shelter are included, aren't they? You don't need all of it, just give half of your income, and save the rest to find a daughter-in-law when the time comes. Tang Wenxiu joked. Li Yuani's ears reddened and his eyes averted. Orphanages are a little less stressful now. Tang Wenxiu certainly wasn't putting all his hopes on Li Yuani. She herself would take the oldest child out every day to look for supplies, while the younger ones would take care of the youngest at the hotel. Not too big or small in the middle, Boss Xue was kind enough to allow them to go to the back of the mountain and pick plants to exchange for points. That should add up to feeding these orphans. But it's a little hard to say it's very well raised. Let's just say that you can't starve. Xue Wenxin saw the other party agree to take care of it and settle one thing. You 2 talk about who gets the van and who gets the RV, and it's okay to trade off. Just let me know tomorrow when you've discussed it, and your work starts tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Boss Xue.
Thanks.
The next day, the 2 become temporary workers at the hotel to the jealous eyes of the others. Huang Wenxuan Baba ran over. Sister, can you consider me? I'm a fast and steady driver. I can get paid less than them. Li Yuani and Lu Jiwei looked angrily at each other. Good wow. This guy is here to nakedly engage in male competition? They're both still here. Chapter 96. Guess not. There are enough people now, and it's all finalized. Huang Wenxuan didn't die, picking at the car door. Then sis, consider me next time, okay? Wait until later. While it's unlikely that he'll be considered, words can't be dead. What if the hotel rewards lots and lots of cars in the future and needs lots and lots of drivers? Smile. Okay, sis. I'll leave you guys alone then. Take your time and get busy. Huang Wenxuan left with a smile. In fact, he didn't have to drive this car. It was just good to brush his face in front of Boss Xue. Inside his perception, Boss Xue was able to run such a hotel in the post-apocalyptic world unfathomably. Although she said she was just staff, she didn't see anyone who looked like the owner show up. Even if they are staff, they are definitely not ordinary staff. That's why it's necessary to brush up from time to time. The new van, without the enhanced modifications, Xue Wenxin kept meditating in his mind as he signed in. Sure enough, the heart wants what the heart wants, and that's the one that signed in. Xue Wenxin immediately chose Enhanced Transformation. This way all 3 vehicles have the ability to get to their destination instantly but with a cooldown. Okay, let's go. Xue Wenxin found the first position he was going to pick up today, and all 3 cars entered this position. Today, for the first time, all the vehicles together. Xue Wenxin still followed together sitting in the caravan co-pilot. Later estimated that she had something will not be together. All to them can be. Gao Yang and Li Yuani's eyes stared like bronze bells when they first saw it arrive all at once like this. On the contrary, Lu Jiwei had already felt it once yesterday and was much more calm. A meter or so in and around the car is a safe distance, so if you go to pick up a resident, you must be careful and aware when you get out of the car. And always carry a weapon with you. Having learned from previous lessons, weapons in Xue Wenxin's space were a must. The post-apocalyptic world is not only a threat of zombies, but also a test of humanity. and that was something she didn't want to bet on. In the future, when you collect supplies, you can try to travel together in threes. This is a bit safer. You can even bring a few more people, and when the time comes, the redeemed points can be divided equally, although the points are a bit less, but it is safer. Pick up hotel residence, or for insurance purposes, let the person figure out how to get in the car themselves. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You guys decide on the specifics. Shui Wenqin wished them all peace. We know, we'll think about it. Thank you, Boss Shui. Aha, thanks sis. They still pick it up at the door today. After all, it was all promised before. 3 cars, picking up a total of 19 people. There were 3 of them, a family in the back solitaire, that could be brought along for the ride. We had an early start today and arrived at the hotel just after 1 p.m. Seeing the hotel, an old woman within the group even chanted the blessing of the Bodhisattva, almost knocking on his knees in excitement. Shui Wenqin waited for the group to all check in and then drove the RV to move his supplies to his second grandpa's neighbor's house. The cash register thought about not moving the location, because moving to a new place where people come and go can feel a bit annoying. Anyway, she left this piece to the housekeeper, Juan, and went straight to the top of the mountain to check in. If you don't have a spot at the top of the mountain, find your own spot after checking in. Sister 1, please mark the places where you can set up tents within the safe area of the hotel, and in the future, you can only live within the marked area. Otherwise, it's a mess. Yes, Master. Any other requests? Set aside the fields and other areas suitable for planting. I'm useful. Can it be done? Shui Wenqin wondered if Sister 1, the housekeeper, could do such a big engineering joint. No problem, Master. I'm an all-purpose butler. Chapter 97. Shui Wenqin breaks off contact with the housekeeper, Sister 1. Mommy, is this going to be our home from now on? Sugar stood in front of the house, curiously surveying it. She remembered that the house next to her was her second grandparents' house, and now this was her own. From now on, they'll be neighbors with Heir Zuzu and the others. Yeah, you like it in here? Love it. I love it whenever I'm with Mommy. Shui Wenqin was in a good mood as she listened to Sugar's sugary words. But Mom, are we not allowed to buy that pink tint? She loved the pink tint, and every time she went to the backcountry with Bao and the others, she'd glean a little something back, too. Sometimes it's a handful of grass, sometimes a few flowers, sometimes an unknown fruit. Now she's got 15 points saved up. You like it? We'll buy it when we save up enough points. But we already have a house to live in. Wow. Sugar was all torn up. His teacher had said he couldn't waste it. Shui Wenqin squatted down and said with a smile, we can pitch up in this courtyard dam and live in a tent if we want to, or a house if we want to. Yeah, I like Mommy the best. Hearing the commotion, the second grandmother also came out of the house. You guys are here. We helped you guys clean up your room briefly in the morning. Do you see anything else that needs to be cleaned up? Shui Wenqin didn't expect second grandmother to help them clean up their room. Strange to say that this courtyard dam looked quite clean. Please. Harm. What's the trouble with that? You wait. I'll call your second grandfather to help you move things. After the second grandmother finished speaking, she shouted in the direction of her house. Old man Huang, what are you inking at home? Sugar Candy and the girls have arrived. Come and help move things. Don't. We'll just do it ourselves. Shui Wenqin and second grandmother's voices were in unison. The 2 oldest are so old, they can't be kept busy. Plus, it's not like it's a real grandma and grandpa. It's fine. Don't look at our age. We're used to farm work. Our strength is probably greater than yours. Just stand off to the side with sugar in your hand and tell us where to put our stuff. Shui Wenqin couldn't really stand by herself and just move her mouth. She gave her cell phone to Sugar. Let Sugar sit on the little bench and watch cartoons while she worked with her second grandparents to get the stuff down from the RV. Typical farmhouse structure. In the very center was the parlor, with 2 rooms to the right and 2 to the left. Next to the room on the right was the kitchen, and out came the pens where the animals were kept. Only the original owner presumably didn't have any hogs. There was no odor. A little bit of regulation. The new home is gradually taking shape. Even though it's someone else's house and the family has turned into walkers. But it's the end of the world. Who cares about that? Even if it wasn't the end times, Shui Wenqin, a dying patient with terminal cancer, wouldn't care about this. Plus, the second grandma and grandpa cleaned the room neat and tidy. They also told themselves which room the original owner was staying in, and that they could stay in their other children's room. Their children rarely come back, once a year at most. Shui Wenqin looked at how well preserved the room was and how it had been simply decorated, so she immediately decided to choose this room as the room where she and Sugar Plum would sleep. As the new home took shape little by little, Shui Wenqin felt a sense of satisfaction. It's almost all there. So I'll go back to the $0 store and bring back the poor stuff when the time comes. Thank you, second grandma. Second grandma, let's have dinner together tonight as a celebration of my moving to a new home. Then we'll have a cheeky rub down. Second grandma joked brightly. Shui Wenxin looked at her second grandmother, the traces of life leaving deep marks on her face. But still strong. It's a deal. I'll have Sugar come over and yell for us when the time comes. Chapter 98. No need to come over and yell. We're so close. Just yell from home and we'll come over ourselves. After sending off her second grandmother and second grandfather, Shui Wenxin drove the caravan and went to the top of the mountain. She was still thinking about the hairy peaches, going to pick the rest of it off, looking at the weather forecast for stormy weather the day after tomorrow. It would be a shame if it broke. Shui Wenxin found the backpack and suddenly realized that there was another tiny backpack, just right for Sugar Plum. Then mother and daughter went to the back of the mountain to pick peaches with their backpacks. Watching Sugar bouncing on her back, Shui Wenxin couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take a shot. From Sugar that was born, Shui Wenxin applied for a QQ number specifically for her, specializing in uploading her photo face videos and recording them with sayings. It's been over 4 years now. I don't know how much longer I can record it either. Before she dies, she will give the QQ number and password to Sugar. It's kinda touching to go in there once in a while and see that year today. Watch as she slowly fades into babyhood and grows up. How she wished she could keep recording. Go to elementary school, middle school, high school, college. Entering society, falling in love, getting married and having children. Help her pull her children through the toughest time of her life by bringing them up to grade school. Of course it's okay if she doesn't get married or have kids. The two men picked all the right peaches. Sugar Plum, carrying a tiny basket, said eagerly, "Mommy, put some inside my basket." Shui Wenxin smiled and placed 5 peaches for her. Just right. The two of them walked slowly down the path, smelling the sweetness of the peaches, and suddenly it didn't seem like such a bad day. If it hadn't been for the post-apocalyptic rebirth, she and Sugar would still be stuck in that home. Sugar has to go to school, and she herself has cancer attacks from time to time. There simply wasn't that much time for Sugar. The two returned to the hotel, ready to convert the peaches into points, the space already filled with some of the biggest, best, and sweetest peaches. The rest of it won't be eaten in a while, and this weather is too big for it to sit around and go bad anytime soon. But before she could redeem her points, she was discovered by a hotel resident. According to the normal exchange points, Shui Wenxin took an internal discount of half price. 10 points apiece, no picking and choosing, whichever one you get. It was quickly divided up for the most part. The rest was redeemed for points. Earned 420 points today. One step closer to the goal. Before going home, Shui Wenxin found Li Yuanyi and informed him that she needed to use the caravan tomorrow. Earlier, I promised to pick up my sister-in-law from my second grandmother's house, Huang Chengyu. I heard that she married far away in B City and had a daughter who was 25 years old. All these years except for my brother's passing, he never came back. Shui Wenxin took Sugar back to the house to prepare the evening's dinner. Considering the age of the second grandmother and the second grandfather, Shui Wenxin took out a softly braised pig's feet, crab tofu, green vegetable soup, and a large pot of rice from the space. The meat and veggies are very appetizing, and the colors look teeny tiny together. This was also the first time since the end of the world to eat the stock inside the space. Really missed this bite. It's not that she's picky, the food inside the vending machine is really just to stay alive. It's almost hard to eat compared to these. There's a kitchen here, so maybe you can fix yourself a little meal once in a while and start a small kitchen to improve the food. Chapter 99. Wow, Mom, that smells so good. I'm going to eat 4 bowls of rice today, said holding out 4 fingers. Shui Wenxin didn't believe it without using his brain. It was already good enough to eat half a bowl of rice. Okay, you go to the 2 ancestors and come over for dinner. Then Mommy mustn't steal the food. Oh, you have to wait for me in air zoo zoo zoo. After saying that, he stomped off to the next door. In the summer, rural people love to set up a table and eat dinner at the dam. The cool breeze and the sky is the limit. But you, today, are not talking to anyone, or to be precise, there is no room for talking. In front of the food, and the fact that they hadn't had a normal meal in so long, everyone indulged in the food. Even Sugar is no exception, with soft and flavorful braised pig's feet that are so spicy that they suck it up. Sugar, don't eat it if it's spicy, eat tofu without it. Suck. Not spicy. SSSH not spicy at all. Sugar buried her head in the bowl of soup. Mom, it's really not spicy. I'm just thirsty for a little soup. Okay, if you say it's thirst, it's thirst. Say it's not spicy. They actually did taste not too spicy to the adults, just spicy to Sugar, who doesn't eat chili. Only what she likes to eat, even if it's spicy. If she doesn't like it, she can eat it without the chili and yell spicy. It's okay. A little kid can get an appetite by eating something with flavor, second grandma said cheerfully, and gave Sugar a piece of the best meat. Besides, it's a blessing to be able to eat. Right. Erzuzu is right. Sugar Plum smiled sweetly towards second ancestor before continuing to fight with the delicious pig's feet. Only when a few people had eaten their fill did they slow down. Second grandpa, second grandma, we'll pick up little Annie early tomorrow morning. You know little Annie's address, right? Shuewenqin once again made sure. No, we last time specifically let her write on paper. Old man Huang wiped his hands and pulled out a somewhat yellowed piece of paper from inside his pants pocket. It's some years old, and I don't know if I can see it. We are old. Our eyes are not good. Careful you help us see? Shuewenqin took the paper and opened it. The paper was well kept, so the handwriting could be read. She nodded. Well, it's visible. We'll go tomorrow when we wake up and pack. Okay, thanks. If it weren't for you, second grandma said, and touched the tears in the corners of her eyes. She didn't even know what to say to express her gratitude. Old man Huang also had a lot of feelings about the sudden end of the world. Their old couple is alive because of the heart girl. We have to take them to our daughter tomorrow. Before the end of the world, there were countless times they tried to go to their daughter, to no avail. I'm old, I don't have any money, I can't read a word, and when I go out I can't even type a square. How else to get to your daughter? I'm afraid they'll both get lost halfway through. Shuewenqin is not very good at stirring up emotions, and on the pretext that he will leave tomorrow and take an early rest today to recuperate, he sidetracked the old couple and asked them to take the rest of the meal back if they didn't mind. Keep it in the fridge, warm it up, and you can still eat it tomorrow and the day after. Mom, are we going to look for Erzuzu's daughter tomorrow? Lying in bed, bedtime chat time. Yeah, do you want to join us tomorrow? Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to take my toys and share them with the second Zuzu's daughter. Then we can play together in the car. Shuewenqin listened with some amusement, but didn't laugh out loud, instead patiently explaining. Sugar, the daughter of the second grandparent, is older than mommy and can't possibly play with toys with you. Chapter 100. Huh? Really? Aren't they all daughters? Then we should be the same age. Shuewenqin thought for a moment about how to explain it so that Sugar could understand, to explain it in words she could understand. A few moments later, isn't the Sugar Plum's second grandparent bigger than mommy? So his daughter is bigger than mommy's daughter. Oh. It's like that, yeah. Then I know. Mom. Well, let's go to bed early, good night. Tomorrow we'll go together to pick up the second ancestor's daughter. Okay, mommy. Sugar closed her eyes after that and fell fast asleep. The next day, Shuewenqin got up early. The sun hadn't even come out yet, so it was considered early. As soon as I opened the door, I ended up seeing two old men sitting on the stone curb of the dam. So early. Seeing Shuewenqin open the door, the two old men immediately helped each other stand up. Hey, it's not early. They had been anxious for a long time and had had little sleep and even less last night. Simply come over before dawn and wait. No, then wait for me. I'll get Sugar up and we'll head out. Don't kids sleep long? Why don't you pick her up and I'll hold her in the car for a little while longer? The second grandmother refused in a hurry and made a suggestion. It's okay. Shuewenqin turned around and went into her room. Now that it was June, she could get away with not having to change and add clothes or anything. Straight away, he bent down and picked Sugar up. Sugar, in his second grandmother's arms, presumably sensing that the embrace was different and tasted different, opened his eyes and moved. Sugar Plum's Erzuzu hold you for a nap while mommy drives. Okay. Sugar heard her mom, mumbled in her half-sleep, closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Second grandmother patted her back gently and hummed a bedtime song she hadn't sung in decades. That boy, so obedient. You are not seeing that there are times when annoyance can be annoying, probably because of the environment he grew up in. Most of the time, Sugar was pretty obedient. Aren't all kids like that? Sugar Plum, that's good. Shuewenqin smiled and didn't say anything. It was enough to listen to other people's compliments. She followed the location written on the paper and entered it above the RV navigation. Marrying from afar is not marrying. This sister-in-law married really far, are more than 1,000 kilometers away from the tourist province. Too far, Shuewenqin plans to receive his sister-in-law and then turn around to see this big tourist province that he has only heard about and has never been to. Then wait for the cool down to end before making a quick trip back to the hotel. The vehicle started and set off. The two old men were in a tense mood. wondering what happened to their daughter now. A few moments passed, only just tensing up, when the car came to a stop. What? Careful, is the car rotten? The second grandmother looked worried. No, second grandmother, we're already here. You're here? Didn't you say it was far? Besides, the car is just running, right? The second grandmother looked out the window with some disbelief and realized that the surroundings were indeed different. The architecture is also very different and stylized. Hey, old man, do you think this is the in-laws' house? Old man Huang looked at it carefully, trying to compare it to his memory. It seems like it. The two old men couldn't care less why they arrived so quickly and hurriedly got out of the car. Xue Wenxin picked up Sugar Plum. Let's go find little Annie first. Chapter 101. This is a single-family country home. The gates are closed. A few walkers wandered in the distance. The two old men went up excitedly and wanted to knock on the door, but were a little hesitant as they were worried about attracting walkers. Push the gate, didn't push. Apparently it was locked from the inside. There's someone inside. Old man Huang was a bit agitated. Someone means their daughter is in there. Jade. It's Daddy, open the door. Mom, Jade. But no matter how hard they knocked, no one ever came to the door. Because of the commotion, the hungry zombies in the surrounding area are stirring. The walkers are coming soon. Let's get back to the RV and hide. Although Xue Wenxin himself and Sugar weren't worried about the zombies, the two old men weren't. Huang Laohan looked around. Indeed, the zombies were slowly forming an encirclement towards them. Then he obeyed and took his reluctant companion back to the car. Could it be that there's no one there? Second grandmother looked through the car window at the closed door. Old man Huang was also a bit skeptical, but the gate was locked from the inside. It doesn't make sense that it should be. How do you lock the door from the inside if no one is there? But someone, why not open the door for them? By the way, maybe it's because it's a special time to be afraid to drive. Thinking this way, old man Huang felt that it could be explained. Later, when the walkers disperse, I'll knock on the door and make myself known. Definitely not here to fight. He just wanted to see his daughter and pick the family up at the hotel when the time came for a safe day. It's hard out there now, not enough to eat, and you're on edge every day. The zombies that had lost their target wandered off again. Xue Wenxin parked the RV close to the door so that if second grandpa and the others knocked on the door, they would be within safe range and not have to worry about walkers. Old man Huang and the others got off again, this time with much more force and noise than the last time. Jade, Mommy and Daddy are here to see you. Open the door, will you? Don't worry, Mom and Dad are not here to join you. Won't eat your food. No matter how much they knocked and shouted, the door to the room remained closed. Now even Xue Wenxin suspected that there was no one inside. Second grandpa, will Auntie and the others not be home? Now old man Huang was also a bit uncertain. But they only know the address here. So where are they going to find their daughter if she's not home? To this day, neither of the older two want to think in the other bad direction. Just as the three of them were a bit hesitant, they suddenly heard a child's cry from inside, and although it quickly disappeared, the three of them could hear it clearly. Someone. There's someone inside. But why don't you open the door for them? Second grandpa, second grandma, are you sure this is sister-in-law's house? Xue Wenxin wanted to make sure first. In case it's not unusual for people to not open the door if they don't recognize it. It's supposed to be post-apocalyptic, so who wants strangers at their door when you're holed up in your house? I'm sure. Don't you think so, old man? Old man Huang looked at the house in front of him again and nodded deeply. Well, I came here once, there's absolutely no mistake. And in the past, when my son was around, he video chatted with Jade, sometimes with this house in the background. There are no more identical or similar houses around except for this one. Okay, you guys get out of the way, I'll knock. Chapter 102. Sugar had woken up all the way back to the earlier knock on the door and was dutifully eating breakfast at the RV's dining room table. Xue Wenxin directly told her second grandma and grandpa to get out of the way. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was so loud that it startled the people inside the room. Dying, knocking so loud. What if it attracts the zombies? An old woman rolled her eyes and cursed in a low voice. If she hadn't been scared, high and low would have gone out and cursed. Wind. She was beating a fan with a woman who looked to be about 30 or 40 years old. The movement of her hands stopped for a moment because of the curse. Hearing the woman's words, she immediately waved her fan with vigor, not to heat up her family's baby bump. The woman, also known as Mei Xiangjuan, gently patted her son, listening to the commotion outside with some impatience. Stomping the man next to him with his foot. Your ex-mother-in-law's old man is here. So take care of it yourself and don't disturb Jinbao's sleep. Whatever you think of, make them leave. Never let them meet. With some reluctance, the man muttered, "It's just as well we don't open the door. They think no one's going to leave on their own." Mei Xiangjuan kicked the man's calf. Her face was fierce, but she lowered her voice. "Go when you're told to go. Where's all the nonsense? If you wake up Jinbao, I won't be able to get around you." "Fine, fine. Don't be mad. I'm on my way. We'll definitely send them off." The man's attitude was a bit groveling. Who told him to be in his 50s to have such a baby bump? Kimball is his child with the woman and his son. Nothing should disturb his son's sleep. It's not good if it attracts walkers. Those two broads are out looking for supplies. Shannon's right. We can't let them meet. If they leave, who's going to risk their lives out there every day to get them food? Tear. The door was opened. Mac Dao Quan saw that at the door was a woman he didn't recognize, and behind him stood his two former mothers-in-law and his old husband. "Dao Quan, you're home? Where's Xiao Yu?" Seeing the door open, Xue Wenxin took credit and returned to the RV, leaving the rest to the family. Mu Daoquan looked at the caravan in front of him and a little girl in the caravan who was eating a fragrant little chaos. How can a girl eat this? Should have given it to his Kimball instead. Still, he had to be facetious and didn't say it directly and plainly. But he kind of wanted to change his mind. "Mom and Dad, what brings you guys here?" "Xiao Yu she, what's wrong with her?" Second grandmother's face went white with fear. By the way the other guy was gulping, I don't think it was a good thing. Jade was bitten by a walker yesterday. She turned into a walker. Ah. The two older ones didn't stand still for a moment and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Xue Wenxin stepped in to help. "Where's Raven?" "Makoto is the daughter of Jade and Makoto Quan. Shizuku, hey?" The ouch made the old couple even more desperate. What's wrong with her, you tell me?" "Today, Xiao Yu bit Wenwan and both of them turned into zombies," Mac Dao Quan said sadly. The second grandmother didn't take one and fainted. Several people handily carried her to the caravan. Xue Wenxin hurriedly pinched the human middle and touched the wind oil essence. It took a while for the second grandmother to wake up and cry. Xue Wenxin hurriedly consoled, and even Sugarplum took out her own small snacks, wanting to comfort Heir Zuzu. Mu Daoquan saw that a maiden still had snacks all over her body. Her small eyes narrowed. These things Jinbao must like to eat. And this RV. Chapter 103. Xue Wenxin suddenly accidentally saw how Mu Daoquan was acting. Not sad at all, but with a calculating face. This man is not what he appears to be counting on. "Auntie, I'm Xue Wenxin. I wonder where the remains of my sister-in-law and Wenwen's sister are?" Second grandma and grandpa guess they want to see it one last time. Mu Daochuan's eyes turned. His expression was a little sad. His voice choked. "After so many years as a couple, how could I lay my hands on them? I let the two of them, mother and daughter, leave. Where have they gone now? I don't know." "That's a shame." "Yeah, that's a shame." The second grandmother was still crying over there, and the second grandfather was wiping his tears silently. Xue Wenxin didn't know how to comfort. "The world is impermanent. Please take care of Mom and Dad. I'll go get you some water over here." After saying that, he left in a hurry and locked the door behind you. Xue Wenxin felt a little strange. Has the person left yet? Mei Xiangjuan asked lazily when she saw that Mu Daoquan had returned. "Not yet. Not yet. Then why did you come back? Is it hard to believe that you really think of them as your old husband's mother-in-law?" Mei Xiangjuan roared with controlled volume. Xiang, don't be angry. I don't have other plans. I tell you." Mu Daoquan came over and muttered in a low voice. "I only saw Mei Xiangjuan go from angry to happy." "Very well. Get on with it. Wait for your good news." Snapped and kissed Makoto Quan on the face. Mu Daoquan smiled with his eyebrows. "Isn't this more like a wife than that yellow-faced woman? Not only do you get to have a son, but you get to have a fling." He cheerfully made his way to the stockroom and found a colorless, odorless bag of rat poison. This is still before the yellow-faced woman bought to drug rats. If she came back to know that this package of drugs poisoned her parents, how does the heart feel? Mei Xiangjuan's heart blossomed with joy at the thought. It must be fun. Ho ho ho. Joy burst out laughing. Mu Daoquan found 4 cups and caught 4 cups of cold water directly from the faucet, then put the rat poison in and stirred it well. The drug is sufficiently strong to feel like it could poison a person to death. "Mom and Dad, don't feel bad. Come and drink some water. Xiao Yu and Wenwen would be very sad if they knew." Mu Daoquan passed 2 cups of water to the 2 old men. "Heh, drink it. You're Xiao Yu's niece, right?" I've heard her mention that it was hard for you to bring the two old men here. Drink some water. And little children, so cute. Thirsty. Come and drink. All four had cups of water in their hands. Old Man Huang and his wife were in no mood to drink water. Their minds were on their daughter and granddaughter who had turned into zombies. Sugar, on the other hand, had just eaten small ravioli and drank the ravioli soup and wasn't thirsty or hungry. Only Xue Wenxin was a little thirsty. He hadn't drunk any water since he got up in the morning. The mouth is dry. She picked up the cup and was about to drink. When the cup just touched her mouth, how the water couldn't get into her mouth. While wondering what was going on, Wine's anxious voice immediately sounded. The cup is poisoned. You can't drink it. Toxic? Xue Wenxin's eyes went cold. Wine. Are all water glasses poisoned inside? Yes, it's all poisonous, to the point where it can kill you. But they have no grievance. Why would they poison them? Aren't they related? She gathered her emotions and looked over at her aunt who was being constantly persuaded to drink water by her second grandparents. Auntie, Sugar Candy doesn't want to drink water, so you can help drink this cup of water. Xue Wenxin approached Mu Daoquan with a cup of water. Huh? What's wrong? Kids, drinking lots of water is good for you. Drink. Water is good for the body. Xue Wenxin nodded approvingly. That's why Auntie needs to drink more water too. When he finished speaking, he poured the cup of water into Mu Daoquan's mouth. Chapter 104. The latter kept struggling, and Xue Wenxin grabbed his neck in a death grip and poured water into his mouth. This scene stunned Old Man Huang's trio. Watch out /Heart Girl / what's wrong with mom. Mu Daoquan was a man after all. At first he just didn't pay attention. He really resisted with all his might. It was still very easy. The water still got some into the throat. Spit it out. Trying to spit out the water. But how easily can you spit out water that has gone into your stomach? He immediately reached for his throat. Seeing his movements, what could Xue Wenxin not understand? Makamichi is all informed. Be careful. Why? Second grandmother asked dully, not bothering to cry. Stinking bitch. But when she saw Mu Daoquan raise his hand and try to hit Xue Wenxin, second grandmother still stepped forward. What are you doing? Get out of the way, or I'll even beat you up. Mu Daoquan was angry, although he hadn't drunk much and didn't know if he had any effect. You'd rather beat it up? If you have the ability to poison the water, if you have the ability to come and beat me up, Xue Wenxin had no intention of helping him hide it. What? Poisoning? Word of mouth is no proof. You can't slander me. Xue Wenxin looked at the cup in her hand that no longer had any water in it. It was simple. She brought the glass of water in her second grandfather's hand. If you haven't poisoned it, then drink up this glass. I'll drink if you tell me to. Joke's on me, I'm the elder. Where does a junior make an elder do something? He'll never drink it. She's a junior. So what if I let you drink it? Old Man Huang could sort of see that this kid didn't have good intentions. For his daughter and granddaughter to turn into zombies, it is assumed that he had something to do with it. How else could they have poisoned them? Old undead, you drink. Mu Daoquan stormed out. Anyway, it's just two old nobodies, a woman and child. As long as we take care of Old Man Huang, the remaining three will be a piece of cake. But he didn't expect the water to reach Old Man Huang's mouth, but it wouldn't flow in. Shit. Hell no. Mac Daoquan tries a few more times, shits his pants, runs out of the RV, and clangs the door shut. What do we do now? Xue Wenxin looked to her second grandparents. Would like to hear their thoughts. Let's go back. Old Man Huang's spirit was wilted, and his already old age looked even older. He considered the well-being of Sugar and Heart Girl, though he was eager to clean up that white-eyed wolf himself. Do you guys think my sister-in-law and cousin really want what he says? You guys don't want to go in there and find the answers? We've come all this way, and this house is half of my sister-in-law's, so it wouldn't be too much for us to take some things to go, would it? Also, he tried to poison us. Should we just let them go? Xue Wenxin was furious. This was the first time someone had poisoned herself and tried to tell her to harm her. There was no way to just let him go. But you and Sugar. Why doesn't Old Man Huang want to? But he couldn't let Heart Girl and Sugar accompany them at their risk. Just don't think about us, just your word, to the point of breaking in immediately in the car now. Bad. Revenge? Sugar clenched her fists as well, with a milky, ferocious face. Bullies are bad moms. She could see the guy just now trying to hit mom. The bad guys. Watch me destroy you on behalf of the moon. Chapter 105. Good. Old Man Huang nodded heavily. He wants to go see what's going on, too? Why didn't Jade come home for so many years back there? And is it true that the mother and daughter have turned into zombies? Mak Dao Quan returned to his room with weak feet from fright and a rat poison attack. I should have known not to take so many pills. He was only forced to drink a little bit of it down before he began to have a hard time with the seizure. Well, is it done? Mei Xiangjuan immediately stood up when she saw that Mu Dao Quan had returned, her face full of anticipation. The RV? Yeah. And food? No. Mei Xiangjuan's face fell. What's the point of having you? She didn't notice at all that Makoto Kwan's face didn't look right. They? The words were not finished. Then it stops to a boom. Several people in the convenience were startled, especially a sleeping Kimball, wincing at the dramatically loud noise. Whoa, 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 whoa. The big 4-year-old boy is still crying like a baby doll. What's going on? Mei Xiangjuan immediately picked up Jin Bao and hurriedly coaxed him gently. Did the walkers break in? The face was pale and weak. Abominable. Those two weren't there, or they could have held them off. The old woman, who was also the old mother of Mu Dao Quan, was so scared that she hid under the bed, shivering. Only Mak Dao Quan knew that it wasn't a zombie, because he heard the car turn off. It's the same group that was just there. As long as it wasn't a zombie, he wasn't afraid of the old, sickly little ones. Don't be afraid, daughter-in-law, it's the ones I just mentioned. He didn't even want to shout at his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Just use those guys instead of calling them. What do they mean? Breaking and entering? She was the one who knew the law. Breaking and entering is against the law. But she forgets that poisoning is also illegal, or a felony murder. Xue Wenxin held Sugar and led her second grandparents inside. Then he saw a family of 3, looking angrily at them. They're a family of 3. What are you, Jaden 1? Old man Huang still maintains a little bit of sanity. Maybe he misunderstood. Daddy, lollipop? I want sugar. Jin Bao saw the lollipop clutched in Sugar's hand and salivated. Fussed about having to have a lollipop. How about mommy gives you a piece of rock candy? Lollipops aren't good. Mei Xiangjuan soothed the precious golden lump. I don't. I want a lollipop. Maken Bao is more stubborn than an ox and won't listen to anyone. Mu Dao Quan was heartbroken and immediately said fiercely to Sugar Plum, You're the eldest? Why don't you quickly give the lollipop to Jin Bao? Kimball? I poo. Xue Wenxin saw that Madeo Quan scared Sugar Plum and hurriedly shielded Sugar Plum behind her. My sister-in-law is Huang Chengyu. Is this brat my sister-in-law's child? Does he call out to Huang Chengyu's mom? I heard that my sister-in-law only gave birth to Wenwan. Can't it be that it's a wild seed that sister-in-law picked up and returned? Oh no, since the wild seed picked up by sister-in-law can't be called a wild seed. Sugar Plum, share a lollipop with this little friend? Sugar was a little reluctant. She glanced at the ugly boy who was crying. Good girl. How about you give one and mommy gives you 10 back? She had hoarded quite a few for Sugar before the end of the world anyway. 1 and 10? Sugar had lit up and immediately handed her mom the lollipop in her hand. She wasn't going over there. Snot and tears are too buried. Not like myself at all. Cute and clean, a good boy. No, I want 10. Chapter 106. Get your stinking candy off me. Who's the wild child? How can Kimball call that bitch mom? Is she worthy of it? Mei Xiangjuan was furious. The already unattractive features were crammed together to make them look even worse. And not afraid to lose your life. Hearing that her daughter had been called a bitch, the second grandmother was so angry that she went up to her and tried to whoop her twice. Loss of life? My daughter has turned into a zombie. I'm not afraid of losing my life. Poor Mei Xiangjuan was holding her child and had no way to resist, so she could only dodge in a sorry state. Mu Dao Quan wanted to go forward to help, but was stopped by Old Man Huang. Although Old Man Huang was old, he had always done farm work and was still in good health. Besides, all he needed to do was to stop Mu Dao Quan from helping. After all, the wifey is getting the upper hand. And Mu Dao Quan's rat poison kicked in and his stomach began to throb with pain, so it was considered an even match. No hitting my Jin Bao. Xue Wenxin suddenly heard a voice and saw a human old woman get out from under the bed and pounce on her second grandmother. Xue Wenxin immediately pointed at Sugar and kicked him. Jesus! She suddenly liked kicking so much, both at people and walkers. What to do? Is he or she a special fetish? Ouch, ouch. The old woman was kicked to the bed and screamed in an ouchy, ouchy way. With no one to help, Mei Xiangjuan had to passively take the beating and protect Jin Bao. To die. Honey, save me. It hurts. Despite her anger, second grandmother didn't lay a hand on the child, and her hands, which had worked farming all her life, snapped at Mei Xiangjuan's body. When Mu Dao Quan heard his dear wife calling for help, He had no choice but to move his lips to comfort. Wife, don't be afraid. I'll come to save you in Jinbao right away. The second grandmother heard that. Well, wow. She hit harder. Even old man Huang just stopping it turned into a fight. For a moment the room wailed. Beat you to death. Beat you to death and bury you with my daughter and granddaughter. Burial? For what? That bitch is alive and well. Enough. Don't fight. Your daughter is alive and well. What do you want us to accompany her? Mu Daochuan's heart broke as he watched his own wife being beaten. Immediately roared out. Sure enough, both old men stopped and stared incredulously at Mu Daoquan. You? What did you say? Say it again? Old man Huang was afraid that he was hallucinating. Mak Daoquan took the opportunity to immediately run over and rescue Mei Xiangjun from her former mother-in-law. I said your daughter and granddaughter aren't dead. So they're not dead. Where are the people? Where are the people? Second grandmother looked around and didn't see them. Yuck. Of course I'm going out to look for food, right? Or else eat at home. The second grandmother looked at the old man who had opened his mouth. It's the in-laws. Your family is hiding in your house? Letting my daughter and granddaughter go looking for food? Old man Huang said coldly. It's downright deceptive. And look at the dog man and woman and the sinful seed. Live a family that bullies his daughters. Bitch, you should go out and look for food. If you don't listen, beat it. This, coming from a 5 or 6-year-old. Mind-blowing. One can only imagine what kind of life Sung Yeo Huang and Wen Mak had. Second grandpa and second grandma couldn't control their temper again. I'll beat you to death first. The two rushed forward. Hair pulling for hair pulling, face slapping for face slapping. Son. Ouch, Kimball. Don't fight. The old woman was beside herself, patting the bed in a hurry. But it's going to flash, and you can't even get up if you wanna. Robbers, a bunch of robbers. I'll sue you. Go ahead. Go ahead and sue. See who cares. The house crackles and the walkers outside go crazy. Luckily, the door to the room was closed. A few people were tired of fighting. After all, the second grandpa and grandma were old and couldn't take the strenuous exercise all the time. Everyone was quiet. Even McKinbo had his mouth covered. Because the walkers are out there. After a while, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the walkers wandered off again without a target. Chapter 107. What the hell was that about my daughter and Raven? Are they really alive? Better tell the truth, or else, big deal, we'll die together. Old man Huang looked like an evil spirit from hell. Jade and Shizuku were the last thing on their minds, and anyway, they had lived for decades, long enough. But if you're going to die, you have to take someone with you. He saw that this family would fit right in. Really, no kidding. I'll be back before nightfall. Mu Daoquan was really afraid that this old man would go crazy and hurriedly said, Your family hid in your room and let my Jade and Shizuku could go out to look for supplies. My poor Jade and Shizuku. The second grandmother was wiping tears from her eyes. A wow of heartache. I wonder how much Jade has suffered over the years. And the woman and the child. It really is such a big deal not to tell yourself. I think about when I was little and had to share everything with myself and had absolutely no secrets with my mom. When did it start? If they had told them, they would have come over to back her up even if it was hard, and if not, they could have picked up the mother and daughter and taken them home. Her silly girl. Shui Wenxin didn't say anything, just concentrated on playing with Sugar Plum. When it came to mealtime, Shui Wenxin took out the hotel-bought meals from the caravan refrigerator and simply heated them up, which was their lunch. No need, your second grandpa and I have brought dry food. Please stay with us while we wait for your sister-in-law and cousin. They already owe a lot of favors, and they can't keep eating carefully and cautiously. Shui Wenxin persuaded, but also no longer persuade, cannot finish eating, and so cool and put into the refrigerator, the night can still eat. In the post-apocalyptic world, you can't eat leftovers like you used to. The Mudaoquan family smelled the food and their stomachs rumbled. It had been a long time since they had eaten a normal meal. Those two have been able to bring back fewer and fewer supplies lately, and again, they have to tighten up on Jinbao and Xiangxiang first. He hadn't had a full stomach in a long time. Niece, with so much food, you surely won't be able to finish it, don't waste it. Shui Wenxin gave him a blank look and ignored it, taking care of the sugar candy one to eat by herself. Daddy, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. The boy across the street started spilling his guts again. Cry, shout, and you'll have food when you lure the zombies here. Shui Wenxin said coldly. She wasn't afraid of walkers being drawn in. Sure enough, the words fell out, and the woman kept coaxing the child. But where could she coax it? Kimball cried louder and louder. How much? I'll buy it. Mu Daoquan said through gritted teeth as he watched Jin Bao cry so hard. Shui Wenxin's eyes turned. Money can also be exchanged for points, so it doesn't take up space. 100,000 for all this stuff. 50,000 if it's normal? Do you want 100,000 or 50,000? The money should belong to my sister-in-law partly anyway, so it's good to collect some interest for her first. Why don't you go and rob it? The old woman over there was instantly anxious. Son, no paying for it. I'm just grabbing it. Shui Wenxin snorted out a laugh. For trying to poison their family, Shui Wenxin loathed even the children. There's nothing childishly innocent about it. Hubby, buy. Isn't it just $100,000? Give. Mei Xiangjuan didn't care about the old woman's words. It's only $100,000, as long as there's something to eat. Money is worthless in the end times anyway. Mu Daoquan was a little hesitant, although 100,000 yuan can be taken out, but to give them, he could not give up. Son, listen to mom. Don't buy it, it's obviously a trap for you. Hubby, you've got to think about it. Sure you don't want to buy it? Mei Xiangjuan looked at the old woman with fire. Son, your grandmother and your father don't love you enough to buy you even a little food. When the little boy heard this, he stopped crying and looked at his father and grandmother with fierce eyes. Humph. If you guys don't buy it for me, I won't give you my old age wrestling pots in the future. Buy. Hearing this, how could Mu Daoquan still hold back? What's the point of having a son? Chapter 108. You still want to leave the roots behind, so that someone can retire and wrestle pots in the future? Besides, it's only $100,000. It's not like I can't afford it. Just cash. Cash is cash. After saying that, he opened the safe and took out $100,000 in cash. This is the amount settled for the project, which was intended to be delayed for a while before the workers' wages were paid. Here. Shui Wenxin did not care about the other party's attitude, and with a wave of his hand, he received the $100,000 into the space. I ate some of the food inside earlier and can now afford to put down that cash. I can't believe it's still a shifter. No wonder you're so cocky. But he wasn't afraid. His Xiang Xiang was also a shifter. Here. Shui Wenxin did what he said he would do, and exchanged something with 20 or so points for 100,000. The $100,000 should be good for at least 1,000 points. Earned. There was still plenty of food inside the RV fridge, so she went to heat up another portion and split it between herself and Sugar. In the evening, the second grandparents waited a little anxiously. As the sun set and night was about to fall, the two men were even more anxious. Why isn't Jade back yet? Will there be any danger? Just as the two old men couldn't stay still, they heard another commotion outside and the sound of someone talking. Mom, what's going on at home? Mamoru looked at the front door all but knocked to the ground. Still kind of want to gossip, even though I'm tired after a long day. Let's be careful. Huang Qingyu was worried that it was a zombie. You get behind me and run immediately if there's any danger later. Makoto deflated, actually trying to persuade her mom not to come back to this house. They're both out looking for supplies anyway. Where can't they be? They have to come back to look for a crime. The supplies that were recovered were pitifully small for them to share. Luckily, they came back from eating out. How else could they find supplies to return on the little food they shared when they were starving and had no strength? But she couldn't say it. Hey, take one step at a time. If you get pissed off one day, just do that, family. Makoto gritted her teeth, but was stunned to see the RV parked in the yard. Cool. The gate looks like it was broken by this RV. And I don't know what kind of people. The two were apprehensive as they continued in, the two of them having reasons why they had to come back. Jade. Raven. Huang Qingyu suddenly heard a familiar voice and immediately ran in with quick steps. Dad. Mom. What are you guys doing here? Grandma and Grandpa. Makoto was shocked as well. Nothing else. They're over 1,000 kilometers apart. How do two septuagenarians do that? The second grandmother looked at her daughter. Thin? You child. Why don't you or us when something so big happens? After saying that, he slapped Huang Qingyu's back. It's with force. Mom and Dad. I'm sorry. Huang Qingyu sobbed uncontrollably. She is an ungrateful daughter who makes her mom and dad run around and worry at her age. Chapter 109. Mom and Dad, how did you get here so far away? The second grandmother took her daughter and introduced her. This is Beware, your great-aunt's granddaughter. You even hugged her when you were little. She's the one who drove your father and I here. Xin. This is your sister-in-law, my daughter, Huang Chengyu. And this is her daughter, called Mu Wenwen. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, cousin. Shui Wenxin greeted with a smile. I've known for a long time that my sister-in-law is not doing well, and now she stands with my second grandmother, not wanting to be mother and daughter but like sisters. You can imagine what it used to be like to live at home. You hello? Huang Chengyu was a bit embarrassed. Guests come from far away, and she can't get the hospitality. And there's a good little girl next to her who can't even give a meet and greet. Luckily, her daughter broke her dilemma, only to see Mu Wenwen crouch down exaggeratedly. Wow, what a cute little kid. What's your name? My name is Sugar. What a sweet, sweet name. The two of them had a word for each other, not realizing how quickly Sugar had made a friend who beat her by 20 years. She loves this friend so much. Little aunt, let's take Wenwen back with us. Xue Wenxin looked at her somewhat pale sister-in-law. There was no need for them to stay here. This aunt of Macdao Quan is not a good man at all. No. Xue Wenxin didn't expect her sister-in-law to even think about the hesitation and immediately said no. Jade. The second grandmother didn't understand. Old man Huang, the second grandfather, was also puzzled. What's the point of staying with this family, you say? To let one venture out with you to find supplies? I can't leave anyway. You guys take Wenwen away. Huang Qingyu firmly refused to leave. No matter what, they don't say why. Xue Wenxin looked at her sister-in-law who was over 100 years old. Could this be the legendary love brain? Cold-faced washing each other's underwear no matter how she's treated? Now this situation looks like it's probably going to help take care of Junior for the month and raise Junior's kids. Old man Huang hated it. No way, today you must come with us. Old man Huang sank his face, still a bit fierce. Huang Qingyu grew up afraid of his father's black face. But now, with her eyes averted and her mouth still unrelenting, no, I'm not leaving. You. Old man Huang was furious. What's wrong with this daughter? The hand was raised high, but the sight of his daughter's gray hair and wrinkles delayed his hand. Grandpa, don't hit Mommy. Makoto came over and pulled Grandpa's hand. Mommy has a hard time. Old man Huang then took this step and put his hand down. He didn't really want to hit his daughter either. Tell me 1, 2, 3 instead. Old man Huang huffed, not looking at Huang Chengyu. Raven. They have the sister. The two said in unison. Huang Qingyu didn't want Makoto to say it. For her part, Macwen had to spit it out in one fell swoop, and just so happened to have help here that had to solve the problem. And she saw that the family was covered in wounds, while Grandma and Grandpa were clearly better off than they were. Obviously, Grandma and Grandpa had the upper hand. She really had had enough. This has to be sorted out today. Otherwise, they'd both be rubbed out, and there'd be no way to save their sister. And she suspected her sister was long gone. But considering her mom, she never voiced her suspicions. I'm afraid Mom can't handle it. Sister? Old man Huang's old couple glanced at each other. Jade gave birth to a penis? How come I haven't heard about it? Here's the thing. Mom got pregnant 5 years ago, but it didn't look good, so Mom didn't tell you guys. Chapter 110. It was so hard to keep the baby and give birth to a sister, but they carried her away. All these years of holding my sister hostage to make us work as cattle. When the end times came, it was even used as a threat for them to go out and look for food. But all these years, she's been helping her mom find out what happened to her sister. Have followed them, eavesdropped on their conversations, never had any information on the sister. So she had long suspected that her sister was no longer alive. After all, she had been so small when she was taken. Her father and grandmother and the mistress are not good people. Will you raise your sister properly? She didn't think it was possible. You, confused. Old man Huang really didn't want his daughter to be so stupid and dumb that she was taken in hand. But what to do? No matter how confused, she's still her own daughter. She's not at fault in any way. She's at fault for being soft-hearted and family-oriented. There are tons of ruthless women who leave their husbands and children behind, and her daughter is being held hostage because of that. If it wasn't for the end times and they didn't come over, is it possible that her daughter would have been pressed into eating meat and drinking blood by them for the rest of her life? Say, where is the child? Old man Huang could only take his anger out on Medeo's entire body. Mu Daochuan's stomach hurt, so much that he didn't react for a moment. Say it or not. If you don't say it, I'll let your Jin Bao taste some pain. Old man Huang stared coldly at Jin Bao. It looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. About the same age as that Jade kid. Unlike Jade and Shizuku, Jin Bao and the woman are being raised well. White and chubby. Kimball was frightened and made to hide in his mom's arms. Mom, I'm scared. Mei Xiangjuan only pacified Jin Bao and did not speak up because she knew that speaking up would only enrage the other party. The current situation made it necessary to say it, but it couldn't come out of her mouth. She will not come to bear the wrath. I'll count a 1, 2, 3. Don't. I'll talk. Seeing that he was going to hurt Jean Bao, Madeo Kwan's already not so clear mind blurted out. The baby died a long time ago. No way. At the time you carried her away, she was healthy and had strong little hands and feet. Huang Qingyu couldn't accept it. She remembers the baby crying loudly. Anyway, no, it didn't take long to die. Madeo Kwan said weakly. He's not going to give out the specifics of what was going on at the time. No, it can't be. Huang Qingyu could never believe it. Makoto finally died when she heard the news. It's to be expected, I guess. Say it's hard to have one. It's more of a relief. Girly girl, if you're dead, you're dead? The old woman muttered. The voice was not too loud and not too small, just enough to be heard by Huang Qingyu. What's wrong with a maiden? Aren't you a maiden? You guys say is not you are dead her. Huang Qingyu's eyes were red, eyes staring menacingly at them. Good death, girly girl. Kimball popped up in his mom's arms. Mei Xiangjuan couldn't cover the child's mouth in time. Yeah? Then you go her. Huang Qingyu looked at Mu Jinbao. Makinbo is the same age as her second baby. Why should he be allowed to live well? Huang Qingyu fell into the devil and carried the stick in his hand towards Mu Jinbao. Auntie, just now they tried to poison us. Poured us 4 cups of poison water. Shui Wenxin added another fire. Then took Sugar back to the RV and closed the door. Chapter 111. She'd leave the rest to her sister-in-law's family to sort out, and if they didn't, she didn't mind coming in at the end to make up for it. The other side both wanted her and Sugar's lives, and she had no intention of letting them go. Shui Wenxin covered Sugar's ears and hummed the song softly. 2 tigers running fast, one without ears and one without a tail is so strange. How strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain to fight the tiger. The tiger didn't get it, but ran into the squirrel. The light of the moon in front of the window is suspected to be frost on the ground. Raise your head to look at the moon, and lower your head to think of your hometown. The family walked out with their arms around each other, only when the geese and geese had all finished carrying. 1. You stay with your mom and rest in the RV. Help keep an eye on Sugarplum on the way. The car is safe. Don't get out of the car under any circumstances, you guys. Shui Wenxin admonished. I'll watch my sister. Don't let them off the bus. Sugar was a big boy. Good. Thanks to our Sugarplum then. Shui Wenxin took the second grandpa and second grandma and walked in again. The sight of a few bodies on the ground was a calming one. Take anything of value with you. After all, my sister-in-law deserves it. The second grandpa and grandma should have killed someone for the first time. Their faces were white and their hands and feet were shaking. The killing thing is common in the end times. Either you kill someone or they kill you. It's as if Makoto Kwan wanted to kill them. Instead, they were killed by them. The underdog. Well, good. Old man Huang was a man after all, and overall was still much better than second grandmother. Jade and Shizuku need points to get anywhere in the hotel, so the more points the better. In a flurry of activity, the 3 of them packed up several bags of supplies and carried them to the car, ready to redeem their points at the hotel. Shui Wenxin looked at the time. It was still almost 2 hours before the cooldown ended. Simply drive away from here and find a random place with a nice view. Have a dinner first. That makes it about time. Mommy, it's so beautiful here. Sugar looked out the window and poked around curiously. Outside is a vast expanse of grassland. For those who have never seen a grassland, it is also too shocking to see for the first time. So, Sugar, why don't we just have dinner here before we go home? Yeah. Sugar jumped for joy. The atmosphere in the car was a little better with the little ones active. Shizuku-sama. Shizuku-san, come play with me. Makoto looked to her mom, who was a little worried about her emotions. After all, coming out of that home with low spirits and not much energy, she knew her mom wasn't because of that family, but because of her sister. The sister who was a tiny one when we were separated. It's a shame he wasn't home at that time, or he would never have let their hands go. I can't blame Mom. She had just given birth at that time and was weakening. Moreover, Mu Daoquan and that old woman hid it well and normally, not revealing anything at all. Mom was warm and thoughtful to her during her pregnancy. Now that I think about it, it should have been inside both bellies at that time, not knowing the gender and dangling from both sides. It ended up being a girl inside the mom's belly and a boy inside the bitch's belly, for that to happen later. I'm fine, you go and play with Sugarplum for a while. But keep an eye on Sugarplum, okay? Chapter 112. Okay. Makoto looked at her mom once again before leaving uneasily. She needed to give her mom time and space to get back to full blood. Don't say no to the second grandparents at night. It's kind of a pick-me-up for my sister-in-law and cousin, the first reunion dinner. Okay, when we get back to the hotel, we'll invite you and Sugar Plum over for dinner then, and you can't refuse. Second grandmother thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Today is indeed a good day to celebrate. Okay, no problem. Shui Wenxin then took out the previously prepared food from inside the refrigerator and heated it up. Soon, 3 meat, 2 veggies, and a soup were warmed up. Other than that, it's really quite convenient. Aside from Shui Wenxin, Ma Kunwen, and Sugar, the other few didn't have very good appetites. After the meal, Shui Wenxin refused second grandmother's help to clean up. Looking at her daughter, who was well out of spirits, the second grandmother persuaded with a serious tone. I understand your pain, but you have to cheer up. You still have a daughter and parents, and are not alone. The past is not over, but we have to look forward. Keep it always in your heart. As long as there is someone who remembers, then her trip to the human world wasn't for nothing. She'll find a new reincarnation in a good family, with parents and grandparents who really love her. Will grow up healthy and happy and peaceful. Instead of living in this horrible cannibalistic world we live in now. Why didn't Huang Qingyu know that she just couldn't walk away and wondered if it hurt when that child died? Would she resent her as a mom? Mom, I'll get my emotions in order. Just give me some time. Good. Second grandmother gently patted Huang Qingyu's shoulder, and all was well. Sugar, come back here. We're ready to leave to go back? Because the area was sparsely populated, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. So when Sugar Plum proposed that she wanted to get off the bus and play for a bit, Shui Wenxin agreed. The time cooldown is now over. It's late too. Time to go home and go to bed. Yes, Mom. Sugar's cheerful voice rushed in from far away, all at once. Mom, I won. Sister won lost. Turns out she was racing Raven's sister to see who would get to the RV first. Well, Sugar is awesome. By the time they made it back to the hotel in a few dozen seconds, Makoto's jaw dropped in shock. Mouth so wide open you could fit an egg in it. Even Huang Qingyu, who wasn't in a very good mood, rubbed his eyes with a look of disbelief. This? Look, can't even speak clearly. Welcome to the Ant House Camping Hotel. Shui Wenxin smiled and said, Auntie, cousin this side for the entry. When the time comes you can have your own home without having to buy a tent. Huang Qingyu looked at everything around him and felt so unreal. There's such a place in the post-apocalyptic world? Dumbfounded. I watched my parents carry their stuff out of the car and convert it all into points. All but the clothes on the two were redeemed. You can't let these things be seen and bring back bad memories. If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Go home and just use everything new. A complete separation from my old life. A total of 2,180 points were redeemed. Cousin Annie, take the points card. The points can be used when you buy things at the hotel, and also when you step out of the safety of the hotel, you will be alerted. Sister 1. I'll take you to my best friend. Sugar couldn't wait to pull away from her new friend and go to her old one. Even though her mom told her to call herself Auntie, she felt that Raven was her friend, her sister, not her aunt. Chapter 113. Specifically, you can ask your second grandparents. Do you have a cell phone? Please add this group. There are some notification announcements in the group that you can look at. Drag Raven in for a bit then. After completing all the formalities, Shui Wenxin suddenly thought of a thing. Wait a minute, sister-in-law. She forgot the $100,000 inside the space. This is the meal that Mu Daoquan spent $100,000 to buy for me at that time. This money should belong to you, sister-in-law. You swipe your card here, and I'll busy you converting it into points. Huang Qingyu hastily refused. Don't want it. Don't want it. This is what you sold is what you deserve. In the end, half of the day is broken up, half for each person. 100,000 and redeemed 1,000. Seems like the redemption percentage is a little less than the first time, but that's okay. 500 points credited today. Auntie, you can buy food and clothes from the machine next to it. Do you think you need it? Yes, thank you. Let's go check it out. I don't know if it was the new environment that shocked her into forgetting her previous sadness, or if it was the words of her second grandmother that she listened into. All in all, Huang Qingyu is in a much better state now than he was at the beginning. Drip. Shui Wenxin turned around to see the super small bus that also had the words Ant House printed on it. It's the hotel's last reward. It was left on the doorstep and left on its own, not realizing that it had returned even now. Bringing back 6 so soon? At the time, the superbus blurb said it would go where it wanted to go and bring back who it wanted to bring back on its own. The minibus came to Shui Wenxin and opened the door. Zevin looked anxiously and somewhat excitedly at the door, waiting for the first guests of the minibus. She wanted to see what kind of person the bus wanted to bring back. But no one came down for half a day. What's going on? Did the minibus break down? Drip. The minibus's horn blared again, not loudly. I guess it's malfunctioning. It's not possible for the car horn to sound so low. But she can't fix cars. Xue Wenxin only had to go up and test it, or else ask if there was anyone in the group who could repair the car. Walked into the minibus and looked inside just like before. No, there's something on the ground. No, it's personal. A little baby. A tiny one that looks like it was just born. Probably sensing that the car had stopped and the rocker was gone. The little baby cried out in discomfort. Looking at such a small child lying on the ground, Xue Wenxin immediately picked her up. How come the kid's alone? Where are her parents? It's hard to believe that the super mini bus stole someone's child. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The little baby wailed. Was it hungry? Or did you pee? On the sidelines, Huang Wenyu heard the child's cries and thought he was hallucinating. A bitter laugh. Is it possible that I'm really bewitched? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The child's cries continued to reach inside the ears. It's not demonic, it's real. Listening to the tiny, faint cries, she thought of her daughter, who had cried the same way then. She followed the sound of the child's cries and came to Xue Wenxin, looking at the tiny child in her arms. This? Where did that come from? Chapter 114. Didn't even see the little baby just now. The minibus brought it. Xue Wenxin nudged her mouth, signaling that it was this minibus in front. When the minibus saw that its little guest had left, it ticked twice and set off merrily once more. Where's the kid's mom and dad? Xue Wenxin looked at the minibus's cheerful back. How could she know? Maybe dead. That's why it was brought back by the minibus. Dead, dead. Huang Chengyu hung his head and whispered softly, looking at tiny, ugly little babies. Snapping her head up, her eyes were hopeful, careful. Can I keep this baby? Xue Wenxin sniffed in disbelief. Auntie, are you sure? You have to know that this is the end times. Raising a child isn't simple. She was already worried about what to do with this baby. Definitely wouldn't raise it myself. She might even die someday. Keeping it, adding to Sugar's burden? Xue Wenxin was all for giving her to Dean Tang. She could give some points every month for child support. After all, she was brought back by the hotel minibus, which she doesn't keep, but can contribute some points. I didn't expect to hear Huang Sungyuke say he wanted to raise the child. But she shall not be reminded that this is not pre-apocalyptic. I know. You know all about me. I just felt a connection with her. Maybe it's her daughter coming back to her? I'm not too old now, but I can still pull her up, and I'll try to save more points for her. Mom, I support you. Makoto's voice suddenly came out. Seeing the energy in her mom's eyes, unlike before when she was dead, she supported her mom's idea. And me? I can raise her too. Is she a boy or a girl though? Makoto came over. Opening the dress wrapped around the little baby. It's a sister. Huang Chengyu was shouted by Wenwen's cry of sister, causing the tip of his heart to go numb, spreading throughout his body. Then the child will be yours to raise if you decide. It's the end times, and there's no such process as adoption. Huang Chengyu carried it over to him and considered it an official adoption. Mom, she's so little. What's she going to eat? Milk won't do. Mowgli put her finger to the mouth of the small child. Immediately sucked up. Looks like she's hungry. This problem, Huang Chengyu and Xue Wenxin were both in trouble. This baby was too small. It looked like it was just born. If they were bigger, they could still be fed with milk or those pastes and such. It's still not a good idea to eat these now. Xue Wenxin suddenly remembered. There's also a milk doll in the hotel. Let's see if we can even out a mouthful of milk today. Then please be careful you help say something. The two of them were new to the city, so they couldn't just rush forward. Today it's settled. Tomorrow they go out and see if they can find formula. Finally, Xue Wenxin held the child. Huang Qingyu in his food vending machine bought a carton of milk to carry as a thank you gift. They arrived at Zhang Yuanyuan's tent just before she went to bed. Boss Xue, what brings you here? Whose doll is this? Lu Jiwei saw the milk doll Xue Wenxin was holding in his heart somewhat. This is a child brought in by the hotel bus. Her parents are supposed to be dead, and my sister-in-law intends to keep her, but there's no food for small children. We were wondering if we could trouble your wife to even out a little milk for her. We'll look for formula tomorrow. It's too late in the day. It's too dangerous to go out. Even she wouldn't want to go out at night looking for supplies. Yeah. Give me the child. Zhang Yuanyuan immediately took the child. It wasn't forced at all. Thank you. Xue Wenxin handed the child over. Huang Qingyu immediately sent his thanks. Harm. Not happy about all this, huh? Zhang Yuanyuan hastily refused. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you guys. It's all women here. And as Zhang Yuan sidled over and pulled back her clothes, the little baby looked like she could smell it. Contained the target precisely and sucked it viciously. Looks really hungry. Chapter 115. You guys are a big help to me. My daughter's breast milk is too showy, and it's hard for her to have her milk rise every day. If I were you, I would say you should bring the baby to me from now on and help me solve the problem of rising breast milk directly. Zhang Yuan's chest, which felt like a rock, finally softened. How to feed? Her daughter will not eat. Is about to manually squeeze out. Shui Boss came with the child. The child looked no younger than her daughter, but the milking was even greater than hers. It's finally not unpleasant. Will this leave your children without food? Huang Qingyu was a little hesitant. This is certainly good, and having breast milk is definitely better nutritionally than formula, but it wouldn't be right to leave each other's children underfed because of it. Zhang Yuan smiled. The child is small now and can't eat much. I still have plenty of milk, enough for 2 people to eat. She's what the internet calls a meal milker, where you eat and you get milk and don't need to eat a big meal. Even if you eat big fish, someone at the hotel can get it now. Of course, I'm definitely favoring my kid, and the leftovers will be hers when she's full. You guys will add the formula then. When there really isn't enough at the back, I'm sure I won't be able to even it out for you guys. Doing good is not about commiserating with your family's daughters. Definitely prioritize safeguarding your own family. Huang Qingyu sum. This is better for the child. Then so, I give points every day as payment, but just came not too familiar. How much do you think is appropriate to give? Zhang Yuan looked at it, and being able to have points income would be considered to reduce Shi Wei's pressure. Then I'll shamelessly agree. After all, our family is quite stressed. The children are still small. Can't leave the people. It's only my husband who goes out to earn points. Just give 10 points a day. She doesn't make money off of it either. Just saying a little bit is a little bit. Besides, this was Boss Shui's relative, so she couldn't just sit there and yell out the price. Huang Qingyu saw Shui Wenxin nodding and agreed. Let me get this out of the way. Even if you guys give points, I'm prioritizing securing my own family's kids. That's certainly, we accept. Huang Qingyu felt that there was nothing wrong with this. It was supposed to be the most important thing for your own children. Huang Qingyu child ate and drank enough and fell into a deep sleep, and Zhang Yuan's 2 breasts were finally emptied. Touching her deflated breasts, a sense of relief never felt before. It really is so cozy. You won't blame me for taking matters into my own hands, right? Zhang Yuan looked at Lu Jiwei, having just decided without consulting him. How? I know no. Don't worry, I won't starve our daughters. That's for sure. But Lu Jiwei deliberately spoke only halfway. Zhang Yuan was anxious. It can't be that she still has an opinion in her heart. But what you say? If you don't want to, I'll tell them tomorrow. But I'm hungry. After saying that, he pounced like a hungry wolf on a sheep. Don't, keep it down. Woohoo. Gently. Honey, I missed you so much. The moon is all red with shame. This vegetarian for several months man, tossed up to come to Zhang Yuan half-life. When Huang Qingyu came home with a baby doll in her arms, second grandpa and second grandma said nothing and accepted it gladly. Because looking at the gleam in his daughter's eyes, the words of refusal could not be uttered. It's just a doll for my daughter. They are still able to move in their old age and will do what they can to help her. Only now that they are not widows and orphans over the age of 65, they can no longer pick plants to redeem points. It's okay, big deal, go farther. It's just as easy to go out and get supplies like everyone else, as long as you're careful. The family named the child Nian Huang in the dimly lit parlor. Nostalgia. Forever missed. Nian, Mom's Nian. Huang Qingyu softly chanted, looking at Nian Huang and thinking of her little girl through her. I'm sorry that Mommy didn't protect you. Sleeping sweetly, Huang Nian didn't know that her fate had changed forever. At the moment, she was still blinking in her sleep, as if recalling the sweetness of her earlier milk. Go to bed early. There's nothing in the house, and we have to go get some supplies for Nian tomorrow. You should be able to buy the clothes at the hotel. You'll have to visit to be sure. The others are probably going to have to go out and look for them. Like a drinking bottle. Although you can now drink someone else's milk, the bottle is still needed, occasionally, to drink some water. Powdered milk is also needed later in life. There are also those tools for shampooing and bathing, such as a basin and bath towel, shampoo and body wash for children, and so on. There are also common medications that pediatricians need to have on hand. Montelukast, Meryl, etc. And if you can, there are some toys, teething bars and such. It takes a lot more to raise a child, so take your time collecting. Shui Wenxin coaxed Sugar to almost put herself to sleep, and suddenly thought that she hadn't signed today's arrival yet. Empty and confused, he signed in his head. AI, sign in today.
Yes.
Congratulations on receiving a full body checkup *1. A full body checkup. What's she good for? What's the point of a medical checkup when you're like this? AI, can I choose who I'm going to check up for myself? She didn't want a physical, didn't want to see all the crappy stats about her body. Sorry, cannot. Already in the physical examination cannot be changed. Next time remember to tell me in advance. Oh, isn't that early enough? It's estimated to be just a few seconds. In that case, forget it. AI, next time you draw something like this to be used, don't use it. Wait until I say it's okay to use it, okay? Kanda. The medical report can be accessed tomorrow morning. Shui Wenxin did not pay any attention to falling into a deep sleep. It was a really uneventful day. Almost got poisoned the first time. This is something that has never been experienced before. A plot that only happens on TV. Chapter 116. Shui Wenxin didn't sleep well all night and had nightmares. One moment she dreamed of someone chasing her, someone she couldn't get rid of no matter where she ran. One moment I dreamt that I fell off a cliff and couldn't reach the bottom. A little while later, I dreamt that I was walking barefoot, and I was very uncomfortable, but I couldn't find my shoes. Anyway, she woke up with a terrible headache. I hadn't had a nightmare myself in a while. Was it the medical exam? Physical examination. By the way, AI said you can see the medical report this morning. AI, is the medical report out yet? There was nothing to see in the data of her medical report, but it was all a medical checkup, so it was better to take a look at it. It's out, check it out. A thick medical report appeared in Shui Wenxin's hand. Feeling the thickness, I guess I checked all that I could. If you were to go for a medical checkup on your own, this stack of examination reports would probably cost you tens of thousands of dollars. Physicals are expensive. Shui Wenxin turned to the first page, on which were summarizing remarks. No surprises. Saw the word stage for breast cancer. There are also minor ailments such as gallbladder polyps, thyroid nodules, and fibroids. It's all brother in the face of breast cancer, and doctors don't treat these minor ailments. However, there was something about the last row of words that she couldn't understand. Poisoning, resulting in mild organ failure, and on examination, breast cancer is directly causally related to the poisoning. Her breast cancer was due to poisoning? You get breast cancer because you're poisoned? But how could she be poisoned when she was fine? Xiao AI, can you check what kind of poison that says I've been poisoned is? Shui Wenxin desperately wanted to know. One was healthy and got sick because of the poisoning. Turn to the last page. It's about the poisoning.
Thanks.
Shui Wenxin quickly flipped to the last page, and all that was displayed on it was a string of codes that she didn't recognize. There is a line of explanation below. This poison is a poison that mutates genes. Yes, no wonder. She used to be in good health. Even colds are rare. Even if you have a cold, it's just a matter of a day or two before you're cured on your own, and you don't have to go to the doctor or take any medication at all. Turns out it was poisoning, a genetic mutation that caused cancer. At the time of the diagnosis, I even asked myself one by one why me. But this poison, where did it come from? AI, can you tell how I got this poison? Sorry, not for now. Maybe you can draw the answer later. Well, there's always a chance you can. Sign in immediately now, in case, as per your previous luck, you might be able to draw the answer today. AI, signing off today.
Yes.
Congratulations on obtaining Unsolved Mysteries *1. Hint, you can only answer the ones that are relevant to you. See, there it is. Shui Wenxin did not hesitate to choose to know how she was poisoned. After hearing this, Shui Wenxin's heart was filled with rage. Turns out, she got sick because of Li Kai Luk. He's the one who poisoned himself and waited for him to die. Turns out he didn't die himself, he just had a genetic mutation that gave him cancer, and he couldn't die for a while. Marry a man, dress and eat. Chapter 117. When it comes to her, it's marrying a man, poison to a bowl. But it's kind of even. He poisoned himself and she gave him rat poison. Instead, he was skillful. Though dragging around a dying body, well, at least it outlived him. Thank you. AI. Tears crossed the corners of Shui Wenxin's eyes. If it wasn't for AI, she'd be in the dark in the end. She didn't get a chance to send that family to the afterlife either. Looking at Sugar's sleeping face, Shui Wenxin gathered her mood. The past is the past. Now the last and most important thing is to draw the medicine that can prolong life. She was going to try to live and stay with Sugar. Opening the door of the hall, he happened to see second grandpa, Huang Chengyu and Ma Kunwen heading out with their weapons and backpacks on their backs. Where is second grandpa and Auntie Wan when going so early? Sister Wenxin, we're out looking for supplies to exchange points. Cool off early and see if we can find some stuff for the milk doll's back. Wenxin said, then you guys be safe. We know that. Now that she wasn't needed for picking up people and checking in at the hotel, it was time for her to go out and find some seeds or something to come back and try her hand at gardening. See how many points you can redeem for what you grow? I don't have any in hand to try right now, but last time she redeemed it with rice. Almost a pound of rice for 30 points. Combined with the previous one peach for 20 points, these fresh food redemptions are quite a lot of points. It just takes so long to grow that I don't know if anyone wants to grow it. With a mountain this big, she'd probably have a hard time on her own. Maybe ask the group who wants to rent it. It just so happens that the housekeeper has already divided it. Turn all the fields where you can grow things into one piece. When the time comes, someone can just rent it if they want to. Shui Wenxin explained in her head that the housekeeper, Sister One, could ask the group to register those who were willing to farm. The rent for a piece of land for a year will be tentatively set at 100. The fields belonging to her second grandfather's family, which she had not counted, had left Sister One unmarked in the first place. And the nearer field in front of this house is reserved for yourself. She wants to learn how to grow something too. It looked like second grandmother was at home, so Shui Wenxin went over to inform her first. You say you can redeem points for planting crops? Well, I tried. Rice and peaches are fine. And aren't all those weeds and wildflowers and fruits we went and pulled earlier redeemable for points? The second grandmother nodded. Yes, indeed. She'd been going on a tug for days. I thought we could grow a little less to try it out first, and in case we can't redeem the points or the points are rarely cost-effective, we can eat it ourselves. It won't go to waste. The second grandmother heard that this is also the reason. After a lifetime of planting the land, a while ago not planting the land is still very uncomfortable. As Careful said, it's nice to grow it for your own consumption. That's a deal. I'll start going to the farm today. The previous land was deserted, and the weather was too hot to take care of. Much of it was dried out. Reduced production. But there's also, it's time to plant corn and rice. Second grandmother, there's one more thing I need to talk to you about first. Shui Wenxin spoke out the rent of 100 points per year that the others were temporarily charging for renting the land. Of course I don't charge you rent. Your land is still planted by yourself. Just when the time comes after, if someone asks, you also say this number to avoid trouble. Shui Wenxin didn't like the idea of someone seizing on this and making a scene. Why don't we just charge rent like everyone else? The second grandmother thought for a moment that she didn't have to be too particular herself. I guess Beware was too embarrassed to ask. Then she asked herself. She knew how she could possibly put her mind at ease about farming if she wasn't careful and didn't have a hotel. Don't worry about a walker popping up from the side. Chapter 118. You will not charge rent. And what about the land? It is still planted as it was before. It was originally your family's land, wasn't it? All you have to say when people ask is that you paid your rent. Shui Wenxin didn't eat so ugly, and as the only family member, there was no need to be on the line. She's not short on points for that. I'm going back first. I think Sugar is going to wake up at this time. She'll be scared if she can't find me. Leave immediately after saying that. Sure enough, back in the room, Sugar was already awake. Tears in his eyes. Any later, and you could probably cry. Mom. Mommy's in. This is a strange place. Sugar is not yet familiar with it. And when she wakes up and doesn't see herself, she will inevitably cry in fear. Mom, I thought you didn't want it. How? The two milled around the room for a bit, and by the time they got up, it was quite outside. The July sun shines brightly. Mom, what are we doing today? Careful. Is Sugar up yet? It was the voice of the second grandmother. Wake up, wake up. The second grandmother was holding her little baby doll and had a bag in her hand. I've been mulling around the house a bit since you left and figured out some seeds. Do you think you'll need them? Shui Wenxin took over his seed and sweated. Most were unrecognizable as seeds, and a few were recognizable based on previous experience. This small one, round and thin, is a pepper seed. This one is a loofah seed. This one's a pumpkin. Only it's not the season to plant these. It's too hot right now. Second grandmother knew by looking at Careful that she didn't know how to plant crops. You pick up the seeds, and I'll tell you ahead of time what you can plant when the time comes, and you plant it then. Well, thank you, second grandmother. These seeds are a great help. I was worried about running out of seeds. Shui Wenxin looked at the various kinds of seeds, a little bit of each. Growing your own has been enough lately. Hey, my family doesn't have many seeds, so I don't think it will take long to plant them. The second grandmother was a bit embarrassed. Shui Wenxin looked at the seeds. Can't the seeds grow up and then be saved and continue to be planted? Some can, like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Some are difficult. Even if you can save the seeds again, the yield later on won't work. Shui Wenxin sniffed, originally thinking that with the seeds given by her second grandmother, she would not have to go out and search for seeds. It still looks like it needs to go to seed now. The more the merrier. Of course, there's nothing you can do if you can't find it. You just have to grow your own, and a lower yield is fine. But now that the end times haven't been long, I think seeds can still be found. Shui Wenxin packed up and handed the baby over to sister when, as Sugar said, she wanted to stay at the hotel to play with her friends today. Had an appointment yesterday. Shui Wenxin, on the other hand, randomly chose to walk into an expressway, which was the first time she had ever done so. It's like going through a tunnel and coming out of it to a completely different place. Shui Wenxin searched for half a day, but couldn't see which city it was. Whatever, today's mission is to find seeds. Let's go to the farmer's market first. But where is the farmer's market? By the way, there are cell phones. Shui Wenxin directly opened the map. It turned out that this is the city of S. Search for the nearby farmer's market. Silence your cell phone and follow the navigation all the way. Chapter 119. I didn't expect to have much luck navigating a bunch of walkers piling up behind me. Shui Wenxin looked at the densely packed zombie heads in front of him. Can't always be in a meeting. She was going to bypass the herd of walkers. While the walkers wouldn't attack her, she wouldn't think twice about walking through a horde of song walkers. Get a closer look at their fascinating body odor and appearance. Crystal cores, there are crystal cores in there. AI's excited voice came, and Shui Wenxin immediately stopped in his tracks. AI, are you saying that there are crystals growing inside the brains of the zombies inside this group of zombies? Yes. Shui Wenxin could tell that AI was indeed excited. But with so many zombies, how does she know who has the crystals? Is it hard to kill all the walkers yourself and crack open your head to find them one by one? AI, can you know exactly which zombie has the crystal core? There are too many zombies. What if I make a move and it takes the opportunity to run away? It's too far. I can only sense the general direction, right in the middle. Why don't you come closer and I'll tell you when I sense it?
Yes.
Shui Wenxin looked at the zombie group in front of him. There were dozens, or hundreds of them to say the least. Now that there are more and more zombies out there, and the zombies have evolved to have crystal cores, they're getting stronger and stronger. I wonder how the survivors are doing out there? There were only 3 aliens in the hotel anyway, and for the moment, the aliens weren't very powerful. Shui Wenxin circled around the side and realized that the walkers were just surrounding the room. The walkers in front of them followed their instincts and kept banging on the doors and windows. The zombies behind them also scrambled to squeeze in, afraid that they would be a little late and not be able to eat the food. Looks like there's something in there that appeals to them. Their food, of course, the survivors. Shui Wenxin glanced over and couldn't see inside the room. She took a deep breath and held her breath. Through the zombie horde, waiting to wear it out before turning his back on the walker and breathing heavily. AI, since that walker has a crystal core? Sensed it. It's the zombie that bangs on the door the hardest, the one in the gray top. Shui Wenxin padded to her toes and looked in to see a gray-topped zombie banging on the door with the utmost force and excitement. Shui Wenxin dug right in, pulling the crystallized zombie out as soon as she pulled on the zombie's clothes. AI, is the crystal core inside the brain? Shui Wenxin made sure. After all, the experience crystals from previous novels and movies were inside the brain. Yes. AI was too excited to finally have energy. There is only one, but with this one it means there are countless others. That's good news. It was the first time Shui Wenxin had killed a zombie with his own hands, and for a while he couldn't do it. But it's a process, and it will certainly not be less in the future. Taking a deep breath after doing the mental construction, he swung the machete with his greatest strength, and the zombie's head split in two and slowly fell to the ground. She saw a tiny crystal core wrapped in a brain flower. AI, is this the crystal core? AI's excited voice came before the crystal core disappeared into thin air. Hey, how come it's gone? Shui Wenxin repeatedly made sure that it wasn't a blurring of the eyes just now. She had really seen the crystal core. Absorbed by me. When Shui Wenxin heard it, it was okay. He didn't have to pull out the crystal core from inside the slimy brain flower by himself. AI, how many crystal cores do you need? She knew that AI needed crystals, but she didn't know how many. There had to be a number to know the end goal. Just now, this is only a level 1 crystal core, containing very little energy. AI said, just absorb that one, and didn't even make it to my teeth. When advanced crystal cores appear in the future, containing much more energy, the number of cores needed is much too small. Chapter 120. If it's a level 1 crystal core, you need about 1 billion of them. Level 2 requires about 100 million, level 3 requires about 10 million, level 4 requires about 1 million, and level 5 requires about 100,000. Xue Wenxin sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. My God! So much. Relying on her alone, I'm afraid that all the machetes of the horde will be cut and rolled up the edge of the cell phone. Can't collect so many of them. Then does it take 10,000 grade 6 crystal cores? Grade 7 crystal cores need 1,000? Grade 8 crystal cores need 100? Grade 9 crystal cores need 10? Grade 10 crystal cores only need 1? Theoretically, that's true. But according to the tests, there shouldn't be any crystal cores above level 5 present on this planet. There are also conditions required for the formation of a crystal nucleus. The planet where it is located has to be able to carry the maximum amount of energy. So it is. Xue Wen thought to herself about the 100,000 crystal cores at level 5. It would be so hard for her to help AI get them all together. AI, don't worry. I'll do my best to help you gather the crystal cores so that you'll have the energy to go home. Thank you. The more energy I have, the better the daily check-in will be. Good. Let's have a good cooperation. Xue Wenxin said cheerfully. It's a win-win. AI, isn't there another crystal core in this pile of walkers?
Nope.
There are dozens or hundreds of zombies here, and there's only one level 1 crystal core? It's also too little. It's probably not going to take a decade or decades to get the energy together. I also wonder how fast the zombies will evolve in the future. Then AI, remember to remind me next time you come across a crystal core. With her ordinary eyes, she couldn't tell which zombies had crystal cores and which ones didn't. No problem. Since there were no crystal cores, she was ready to leave. But seeing the room surrounded by zombies, the survivors inside are afraid that they are in danger. Hesitate for a moment. Still decided to check out the situation. If you can save it, save it. If you can't, don't force it. Definitely not in the front. It's already surrounded by walkers inside and out. Even if she could make it to the door unharmed, the people inside wouldn't dare open it. She circled the house. It's a row of storefronts. Just one layer. It doesn't make sense left or right. The only entrances and exits are doors and windows surrounded by walkers. In that case, then, it's just a matter of luring these walkers away. I'm afraid she can't lure away so many walkers on her own. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the horn that had fallen on the ground next to her. Xue Wenxin jogged over and flipped the switch. Refrigerator and washing machine, cell phone and TV, bring it to sell? It turned out to be a horn that walked the streets collecting used appliances. Xue Wenxin saw that some of the zombies were attracted by the sound of the loudspeaker, and her heart rejoiced that it was useful. She immediately looked into it and turned the volume up as high as it would go. Listen up, people in the house. I'll try to help draw the walkers away from you. You guys seize the moment to escape on your own. Brother, did you hear the noise? Are we saved? A little girl's surprised voice rang out from within the facade. Aha! A teenager nodded, and there was hope inside his eyes. They really met nice people. Sis, let's go down and wait. Business down below, partitioned out above, just above where you sleep. Chapter 121. A large and small group of two, then put the ladder down from upstairs and climbed down. The older one is only in his 20s, brother Wei Zheng. The younger one is only in her teens, sister Wei Yuan. The end times came just as Wei Zheng was guarding the store with his sister. Seeing that something was wrong, they immediately closed the doors and windows and hid, waiting for mom and dad to come and rescue them. They're just a sub-store with some stuff in there that's still edible, so it's lasted until now. At first there was hope maintained that mom and dad would come to their rescue, or that they would be able to come to government rescue. But as so many days passed, they grew more and more desperate. Something must have happened to mom and dad, or they couldn't have not come to them. Wei Jing also thought about walking out, but with his 10-year-old sister, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect her. Here at least there's food. And so they stayed safe and sound. Until this morning. In their sleep, they heard someone prying at their door. But the door to their store was reinforced and remodeled, just because it had been broken into before. Not only did the people outside fail to pry open the door, they attracted walkers. There were countless walkers surrounding their door without knowing what was going on outside. Although it had been reinforced and modified, it couldn't hold up to the impact of so many zombies who weren't afraid of pain. While the two were hiding in the attic, shivering and waiting to die, they were surprised to hear that someone was going to help them draw the walkers away. It was a lifesaver. Wei Jing immediately leaned over the door to listen to the movement outside, and indeed, he didn't hear the sound of the zombies crashing violently. He was debating whether to open the door and go out. What's still edible here will last a few more days, and the walkers have been lured away, making it even more meat. But if there was a next time, he was sure there would be others who would risk their lives to help them draw away the walkers. Just as Wei Zhang hesitated, he heard the sound of someone pushing at the door. He immediately opened the door to the somewhat surprised people outside. Were you the one who helped us draw the walkers away? Thank you. Sister, you're awesome. Wei Yuan looked at the visitor adoringly. Ah, oh yes, do you have supplies inside? Let's pack up and get the hell out of here. Ding Zilan looked in. It seemed to be a side store. That's great. Wei Jing looked at the greed inside the other party's eyes and felt a little uncomfortable, but thought that she had helped us. It seemed a bit ungrateful not to share some of her supplies. He sidestepped his body. Take the rest, whatever you want for yourself. They had just collected some supplies and the siblings were carried on their backs. Too right and cannot take away, too heavy in danger to interfere with the escape. After hearing this, Ding Zilan took a big step forward and with a wave of his big hand, everything inside the small store disappeared into thin air. Wei Jing looked a little bad in the face, but he couldn't say anything. After all, people had saved him and his sister. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, looked surprised. Ah, sister is so powerful. Is it an alien? Ding Zilan had a proud face. Of course, I'm a spatial ability alien. Super loadable. How about I help you load up the stuff on your backs? Yeah. No need. Wei Yuan Wei Zheng spoke in unison. Seeing her brother's reluctance, Wei Yuan also changed her words in a hurry. Thank you, sister. The stuff isn't heavy. I can do it myself. All right then. Ding Zilan was a little disappointed, but it was okay. Sooner or later. Where are you guys planning to go now? Do you want to travel with me? Ding Zilan looked to the tall boy's mind floating. Should be able to kill walkers to protect her. As for this little nub, it's too small and will only slow down and feed, so just get rid of it at some point. I'm going to a secure base in Q. There's a secure base in Q City? Wei Jing didn't know yet. Chapter 122. They've been isolated inside this little store for the past few days, and there's been no news from the outside at all. Yeah. Don't you all know that the Q City security base is the closest one to us? Let's go together. No way. We still have to go home and find mom and dad? Wei Jing always felt that there was something wrong with the person in front of him. Even though she saved them, he didn't want to go with her. Although Wei Yuan wanted to go, she wanted to find her mom and dad even more. Yes, we still have to find our mom and dad. How about this then? I'll accompany you guys, and then we'll go to the Q City base together. Ding Zilan's eyes twinkled, and he immediately thought of a solution. This can't be denied now. I've saved you all, and don't care to help you get home to your mommy and daddy together again. That's all that's been said. Sure enough, Wei Zheng reluctantly agreed. The three men stepped out cautiously. Sister, how did you lure the walkers away? Got rid of them so quickly? Wei Yuan held her brother and asked Ding Zilan curiously. I just picked up a junk horn and ran forward with those stupid zombies. When I got to the corner, I threw the horn forward, and then they followed, and I came back. Wei Jing listened, indeed. He had vaguely heard the sound of horns walking the streets collecting used appliances earlier. The three slowly disappeared around the corner. Xue Wenxin kept leading the zombies forward and stopped only when she felt it was almost time. Looking back, holy shit. Scared. How do you not realize that you have a whole bunch of walkers behind you? It's twice as much as it was there at the beginning. Just as she was shocked, the door behind her burst open and it was yanked and pulled into the room. Xue Wenxin stood firm and looked defensively at the person inside. About a dozen people, all quite young. The person who pulled her in was a dry, short-haired girl with a self-effacing air of detachment. The hair is kind of dog-eared though. Charleno was a little uncomfortable by the look and ran a hand through her short hair. Cut it myself, so skilled. Long hair is inconvenient. Xue Wenxin nodded her head. Really beautiful, beautiful in any way. Even with a head of short, dog-eared hair. Still beautiful.
Thanks.
Academic Sister Xia saved you, and you don't even have a word of thanks? A girl behind her didn't sound too good. The anger in her eyes made her face, which was considered to be a clear one, turn a bit grim. Although she didn't need saving, the other person did mean well. Thank you. Beauty. Charleno blushed. She was distressed. She's too thin-skinned. You have to blush at the slightest thing. So simply ignore people at school and take the high road. That's why there's an iceberg beauty. It wasn't really that she was an iceberg. She just didn't want to be seen as thin-skinned. Why were you just standing out there gawking? Nope, just happened to be passing by. Xue Wenxin couldn't say that he had just been skating zombies. Just have to find an excuse. Shui Wenxin looked at the 10 or so men and women inside the room. You're all college students? She heard just called the beauty in front of her as a schoolmate. Plus, none of them are very old. Well, we're all students from Eastwood University. One of the boys with glasses having small tiger teeth replied. Chapter 123. Shui Wenxin looked at the group. Some heart. Might as well turn back to the hotel. This 100-person mission isn't even close. She still wanted to speed up as much as possible to complete the quest. Would there be an extra reward for all the same then? Act when your heart is set on it. I know a safe place. Do you guys want to go? Shui Wenxin went straight to the point. A safe place? Yi Guozi, the boy with tiger teeth and glasses, was curious. She must be a liar. Don't let him fool you. Shui Wenxin looked over towards the voice. It was that girl again. Dream. Charlino was a little angry. Dingming deflated. That's what it was. Where is there a safe place in the last days? If you ask me, we'd be better off going to Q City Base. Q City Base? Is it an officially established base? It was the first time Shui Wenxin had heard of a base in the end times. It's a little confusing to say the least. So far, she hadn't seen some official sounds such as official rescue. It was the same in the last life. Belatedly. Why? And looking at the actions of those police officers earlier, it didn't look like they were uninformed. That one, why is famous for its speed and efficiency, hasn't made a move until now. Will this Q City base be an official base? We're not sure about this. It's just that we suddenly received a message 3 days ago that there was a base in Q City, so we had nowhere to go anyway, so we're planning to take a look. Yi Guozi looked chatty. Charlino nodded back. Even if it's not official, it's still safer than a place that cats and dogs say is safe. Shui Wenxin gave a cold look. It doesn't happen more than 3 times. She put up with her 3 times, seeing as she wasn't very old. I know of a safe hotel that is perfectly safe within the confines of the hotel, with 10 points for a night stay, and food vending machines and clothing vending machines to buy from. It's really safe. And it's right in the city, it's close. This one can be reached directly with fast tracks, and it doesn't seem wrong to say it's right in the city. And I don't mean anything else, just repaying you for saving me and giving you one more option. Those present listened. You looked at me. I looked at you. All hesitated to speak. One of the girls with long hair. What do you guys think? I think it's okay to just stay in the city. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave in Q. The mood was a little low after that. They were several people short just walking from the school. And one of them was her best friend. Is that hotel you mentioned far from here? Not far, 1 or 2 hours away. Shui Wenxin estimated the time he had just spent in his mind. The long-haired girl looked over at Charlino. Xia Senpai, I think we can go to the safety hotel. After all, it's close. A few others, too, nodded their heads. They too were inclined to go to the hotel. It's so hard out there in the world that it can be a struggle. A few others didn't comment, but you could see the shaking. Everyone, don't be fooled by this liar. How can there be a safe hotel in this world? As she said, this isn't a novel. Dingming spoke again. You can be skeptical, and you can choose not to believe me, but please keep your mouth shut and don't insult people with a mouthful of liars and cats and dogs. Shui Wenxin looked at Dingming coldly. I don't mind teaching you how to respect people. Teach me? Funny. You ugly old woman, who are you qualified? Pop. G and Pop fell at the same time. Chapter 124. Crisp slap marks landed on Dingming's face. I've said that things don't come in threes, and they definitely don't come in threes. You hit me? You hit me. Dingming stormed out, raising her hand to try to fight back. Instead, Shui Wenxin kicked him out. Dream. Is everything okay? What are you doing targeting people for a good reason? That's just it. You can choose not to believe and be skeptical, but there's no need to call people names. Everyone was a companion, and when they saw Dingming being kicked to the ground, they still went forward to care. But everyone couldn't understand why Dingming was so malicious towards this big sister. Ah, she hit me, and you guys blame me for not helping? Dingming was so angry that her face turned red. She looked at these people viciously. Humph. I'll make you all look good when I get to Q base. She was supposed to be a liar. Do you believe that? Is it as safe as she says it is now? Shui Wenxin looked around the circle. I can guarantee with my character that what I said is absolutely true. But there's no forcing you to believe. Whether you're willing to go to the Q City base or go back to the hotel with me, it's all a free choice. Drip, 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 drip. Just as Shui Wenxin's words fell, he heard the familiar sound of a car horn. She peered in the doorway and saw that it was the hotel super minibus. Is there someone here it wants to pick up? The hotel minibus is here to pick up. Can I open the door? Shui Wenxin asked the others for advice. A hotel minibus? Do hotels still have cars running around? Everyone else heard the horn. It's also amazing to hear it said that way. There was a flurry of running to the bed by the door to look out. Sure enough, I saw a car parked outside. I don't know who, all at once, pulled the door open and a boy ran out. It's the Ant House Safe Hotel. It's the Ant House. Everyone look. It's really an ant house. The group of students got excited. Looking at their excitement, Shui Wenxin was curious. You guys know about Ant House Safe Hotel? Yeah. We had brushed the video before, had hesitated and then determined that we wanted to get in touch, and took over and suddenly couldn't find that video. Yi Guozi was super excited. I didn't realize that the hotel was right in front of the door. I'm going to the Ant House. Charlino decided immediately. I'm going too. I'm not going to Q City Base. Then I'll go to the Ant House too. Q is too far away. I'd go with Ant House too. Everyone else had made their choices, leaving only Dingming. What about you, Dream? Where are you going? A girl who knew Dingming a little better shouted, Come with us to the Ant House Safe Hotel? I'm not going. I'm going to Q Base. But Dream, the Q City Base is too far away. We may not be able to reach our destination alive. If you're going, you're going. I'm going to Q City Base anyway. Timon was not amused. Love to go. Shui Wenxin would not be persuaded. The others saw this and didn't try to persuade them. After all, people have their own aspirations. The hotel minibus opened its doors and the horn ticked twice, as if welcoming a rush to get on board. Everyone leapt up in a single bound, leaving Dingming alone. Charlene knew looked at the lone Dingming, unable to bear it, and asked again, Little Ming, let's go to the hotel together. At least we can take care of each other. I'm not going. Just don't regret it if you guys don't go to Q City Base. Dingming looked at the people in the car. In the heart of the vicious thought, this hotel is a fraud. Let them have a life to go, no life back to the good. These people look at Charlene as beautiful and flatter her at every turn, when it's clear that they're the right ones. She was the chosen one, a special invitee to the Q City Base, and would surely arrive at the Q City Base safe and sound. Let these people regret it when the time comes. Chapter 125. That's right, she received an internal invitation from the Q City Base to stay for free if you bring more than one person. Now that the people have run out, I believe I will have little problem finding another one. Academic Sister Xia, if student Ding doesn't want to, we can't force him, forget it. No amount of talking would be appreciated anyway. People are not forced to do what they want. Okay. Charlene stopped dwelling on it and turned to get into the car. There was a lot of talk in here. Oh my god, it's unmanned. So advanced. It's so cool inside. It's such a contrast. It's really not a place for people to be outside. Yeah. With only 6 beds, it's okay for these 10 people to squeeze in. The fat and strong ones will take a place by themselves. The thinner ones will be 2 people squeezed in and still fit. Aren't you coming with us? Charlene looked at Shui Wenxin still standing below. It's still okay for you to come up and we'll squeeze in. With that said, he gave up his seat and prepared to go and squeeze in with the others. It's true that people are beautiful and kind. Shui Wenxin smiled and said, No, you guys go ahead. I just came out of the hotel and I still want to go get some supplies. A car to take you there will get you to the hotel faster. Don't worry. Drip. The little bus closed its doors. Blaring its horn, it set off on its merry way. Shui Wenxin was dumbfounded. She hadn't finished her sentence yet. Why did she feel like the minibus was playing a prank? Could it be a delusion of his own? Shui Wenxin shook her head. Forget about it. She didn't want to. She still had to go look for seeds. Looking around, it's a commercial area, so there should be no seeds. In town, just look at the farmer's market, or the countryside has a high likelihood of seeds. She ignored Dingming, didn't even look at her, and left directly. Or go back to that farmer's market from before and check it out. Maybe there's a seed store too. Looks like that farmer's market is pretty big. Arriving at the storefront previously surrounded by walkers, it's empty and appears to have run away. Okay. Shui Wenxin walked in to see that it was already bare and nothing was left inside. Was it an empty facade before? Shui Wenxin was only puzzled for a split second when she saw a greenery store. Maybe there are seeds. She quickly made her way through the walkers to the seed store. It's an alley entrance. Originally, a lot of flowers and greenery were placed on both sides of the lane. Probably because of the post-apocalyptic escapades, the plants were a mess, falling everywhere. Because of the hot weather, the plants have been absent due to lack of water. Although Shui Wenxin was a bit sad, her focus was still on finding the seeds. especially food and vegetable seeds. The seeds are seeded. Some of them are loose and she doesn't recognize them. What the hell? Let's bring it back first. Shui Wenxin then found a bag on the stall and filled it with all the seeds. Some of the packaged ones can be seen with so chickweed seeds, string bean and cowpea seeds, and chili squash and winter squash seeds. All are common seeds. It's not really too heavy when all the seeds are loaded. Shui Wenxin looked at the remnants of the flowers and greenery on the ground, hesitated for a moment, looked for a bag and picked a flower that looked like it could be kept alive, and packed it in. Take it back and transplant it around the house. Sugar should like it. Chapter 126. Carrying 2 big bags of stuff is still a bit heavy, so next time I come out I'll let whichever car comes along. This time, I mainly wanted to experience the fast track. Shui Wen thought to himself that usually this kind of store would have carts. Immediately looking around, he finally found a wheelbarrow in a hidden part of the corner. It's not as convenient as an RV van, but at least it's a lot less labor-intensive. Put 2 bags up, still have some empty. Why not just pack up all the fertilizers and potions here? Maybe we can use them? Dirt wouldn't be necessary. A few hoes anywhere in the countryside is dirt. Since this was a food market, Shui Wenxin didn't let it go. Anyway, there was still a little bit of space, so he simply filled it up, walked into the food market, and found a real mess. Various vegetable leaves were left on the ground, being stomped on by people who were zombies. It was also snapped up at the vendors. All kinds of dishes are gone. Forget it. The store that just collected the seeds is pretty well preserved in comparison. Just flower pots and such were knocked over in the passing lane. But because it's not edible, it's ignored by others. Shui Wenxin finally searched the entire food market to finally fill up the cart. Not vegetables and fruits, but fans, electronic scales, and other supplies. The weather in July and August was blazing. Shui Wenxin then did not yet feel very hot. Her body was too weak and did not feel hot. Not even one sweat. Go home. Sugar is still waiting. Shui Wenxin muttered to herself, pushing a wheelbarrow down the highway. The zombies wandering off to the side ignored her, wandering aimlessly to themselves. In a room off to the side, a little girl crouched on the balcony, staring down with an expressionless face. Looking at the horrible zombies seems to have numbed them. Mom hasn't been home all day already. She kept her mom's words in mind and stayed home, no crying or fussing, until she returned. She did. But Mom's not back yet. Suddenly a woman's figure appeared in her eyes and her eyes glowed. Mommy! As Shui Wenxin walked, he heard a crisp voice. I think it's Mom? She tilted her head to look up and saw a little girl on the balcony holding onto the railing. Because of the little girl's voice, the loitering zombies downstairs suddenly found their target and gathered around. Mommy! The little girl saw clearly that it wasn't her mother and hurriedly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, seeing the walkers surrounded, whimpering and crying in fear. Seeing this, Shui Wenxin immediately pushed his cart and approached. Shoo away the gathered walkers. Are you home alone? The little girl didn't dare make a sound, but could only nod her head. This auntie is so awesome that she's not afraid of these walkers. Luckily brave enough to shoo these walkers away. Can Annie come up? The little girl hesitated, nodded and whispered, My house is in 3-2. Don't go the wrong way. Well, wait for Annie. Shui Wenxin immediately pushed the cart and looked for the passageway up the stairs. It's a staircase house. Shui Wenxin tried. This wheelbarrow is still difficult to take up. Simply put it underneath. Put it directly under the stairs. She had just taken a few steps out and thought for a moment that defense was not an option and that she could drop anything else, but the seeds were her main goal this time. Can't be busy for nothing. Chapter 127. She backed up and lifted the bag with the seeds in it. 嘿呦嘿呦地爬上3楼，敲响3-2的房门. Soon, the sound of bare feet running on the floor was heard inside. The door opened from the inside. A small, somewhat nervous face was revealed. Shui Wenxin looked at it. It should be a little older than Sugar, about 5 or 6 years old. Little friend, where are your mom and dad? Why are you the only one home? Mommy's out looking for food, and Daddy's at the other house with his aunt and brother. The little girl's face fell a little when she spoke of her father. Hearing this, Shui Wenxin roughly knew her family's situation. Presumably the family is divorced. How long has Mom been gone? Shui Wenxin walked in and closed the door, afraid of attracting walkers later. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, Mommy went out the day before yesterday. The little girl did the math. The day before yesterday, and so far have not even yet come back. I think it is very bad. Shui Wenxin sighed in his heart. This situation was very common in the end times. But looking at a child about the same age as my own daughter, it's hard not to worry about her anyway. How could she survive in the post-apocalyptic world if she was tiny? Are you willing to go with Auntie? Don't worry, Auntie is not a bad person. Shui Wanxin squatted down and looked solemnly into the little girl's eyes. The little girl first nodded and immediately shook her head. No, I can't. I'll cry if Mommy comes back and can't find me. Tell you what, let's write a note and leave it with your mom, okay? Or you can tell me your mom's cell phone number and I'll send her a text message. That way Mom will know where you've been. Then she can come look for you. The little girl gave it some serious thought and finally nodded. She was too scared to be alone in the house, especially at night. The wailing of the zombies kept her awake and hungry. Besides, she thought her aunt's eyes were bright and she seemed like a nice person and super awesome good people. The little girl thumped back into her room and then thumped out, holding the paper and pen she used to draw with. Auntie, can you write for me? I can't write. Shui Wenxin took the paper and pen. Okay. She wrote on the paper that she would take the little girl to the Ant House Safe Hotel. The back dropped the location of the hotel. Can you recite your mom's cell phone number? I'll send her a text, double insurance. That way Mom is sure to find you. 199 xxxx 末世养仔都末世了，谁还惯着你? Q6 xxxx. The little girl memorized it skillfully. Shui Wenxin immediately made a note of it and edited a text message with more or less the same content. But the end added, if necessary, you can text the address. The hotel can always come to pick up. Click send. Well, Annie's all done handing them out, so how about we put this one up on the TV? That way Mommy will see it first thing when she gets home. Okay, I'll draw another big flower so Mommy can see it more easily. The little girl said happily. Good, then you draw, and Annie will pack a little something for you that the hotel will be able to use when the time comes. Like clothes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and such.
Yes.
The little girl concentrated on painting. Shui Wenxin, on the other hand, first went to the bathroom and took out the little girl's toiletries. Then to the bedroom, one bathroom, one kitchen, and one bath. So there's just one bedroom, and you don't have to ask which one. She opened the closet and brought in some of the little girl's clothes. Although the hotel could have bought them, in the little girl's case, it was better to economize a little. It was soon packed. Shui Wenxin didn't know that one of her unintentional actions had given her an unexpected reward. Chapter 128. Shui Wenxin quickly cleaned up and came out when the little girl was finished painting. A large red flower wrapped around the words she had written. There are quite a few hearts drawn on the side. It's kinda nice. Looks like he took a drawing class before the end times. Auntie, can you write a few words for me? Right here. The little girl pointed to a blank corner. Great. Write what? Just write, Mom, I've been waiting for you. Come find me. I'll be good. After saying that, he looked at Shui Wenxin good-naturedly. Good. Shui Wenxin gathered his emotions and focused on writing these words. The little girl took the pen and drew a horizontal line underneath, then wrote her name, Wang Yisin, crookedly. So carefully pressed and pressed. When he and Shui Wenxin went out the door, Wang Yisin's little friend even looked back at the piece of paper to make sure that his mom could see it as soon as she walked in the door. Annie, wait for me. After saying that, he ran to the balcony and turned off the balcony partition. Now the paper won't blow off in the wind. Wang Yisin held Shui Wenxin's hand and walked outside her. Annie's hands, soft like Mom's. Only Mom's hands are a little warmer. But Annie's hands are so nice and cool to touch this day. Shui Wenxin led Wang Yisin with one hand and carried her luggage and her own seeds to the first floor, where she had put the cart before. Who is it? So ungrateful that the wheelbarrow is taken. There's no food in there, just some flowers, fertilizers, pesticides, and the like. What's wrong with Auntie? Wang Yisin held his aunt's hand tightly as soon as he stepped out of the house. Some fear. Seeing her aunt stop immediately, she asked a nervous question. You're not going to throw her away, are you? It's okay, let's go. Those things didn't matter, just that I couldn't plant flowers for sugar. It's just so not fun enough to have worked so hard to put it together yourself, and then worked so hard to push it around for so long. Just like that the peach has been plucked. It wasn't long before she went upstairs. But this was the end times, and she couldn't say that someone else had stolen them. After all, they weren't her own. Forget it. Just that person don't regret being nervous about bringing it back and making sure they didn't realize none of it was edible. Luckily, she found a suitcase for the kids to carry their stuff in. Holding Ishin with one hand and placing the seeds on the suitcase with the other, the two of them walked down the road filled with walkers. At first, Wang Yisin saw that there were zombies right in front of him and pulled Shui Wenxin in fear to prevent her from moving forward. Auntie, there's a monster. They're going to eat us. Looking at the little girl's frightened appearance, Shui Wenxin knew that the zombies must have left a bad impression on it. Don't worry, it won't attack us, as long as you hold my hand tightly and don't let go. Really? Wang Yixin was a bit puzzled. Mom had said that they must stay away from these horrible monsters, but then she said they wouldn't attack them. That's weird. Looking at Wang Yixin's puzzled gaze, Shui Wenxin opened her mouth to explain, lest by then she really thought that the zombies didn't eat people and were just ugly. This is Auntie's superpower. Being with Auntie can protect you. Like the woofers? They're different dogs. Right. Shui Wenxin thought the analogy was still good. Do you like woofers too? My favorite is Tian because he can fly. Dogs fly in the sky. Chapter 129. Really? My daughter loves Tintin too, and thinks he's the prettiest dog ever. Auntie, do you have a daughter? What's her name? You can call her Sugar Plum, who is 4.5 years old. You can be friends by then? Yes. My name is Wang Yixin. I'm 5 years old. A small group, chatted as they pulled their suitcases forward. The sound of suitcase wheels rolling across the floor seemed a little noisy, but the walkers just turned their heads to sniff and look around before repeating their own previous actions. The monster really didn't attack them either. Annie's ability is so awesome. I wonder if she can learn? Finally saw the fast track. Still a little tired after all that walking on a 3-volt day. Shui Wenxin immediately pulled Wang Yixin inside, then walked 2 or 3 steps to the top of the hill by the cash register. There's not much in the flat dam at the moment. There are only a few orphanage kids out there. There's also Sugar, Chow Chow and Bao Bao, who play games together to play house. Sister One, help this little friend check in.
Yes.
Sister One gently greeted the little girl. Hello there, my little friend. Welcome to the ant house. Shui Wenxin placed the things she had packed for her to exchange for points on top of the point exchanger. A total of 25 points were redeemed. Shui Wenxin asked Sister One to open 2 nights for her. Watching her eyes get fixated on the pictures of food on the food vending machine, she couldn't even pull them back. Ishin, are you hungry? Wang Yixin was embarrassed and nodded as he covered his stomach. Shui Wenxin came to the food machine to help her order a tomato scrambled egg over rice that could be eaten immediately. Also picked up some small snacks and such that can be stored. You just eat here at Auntie Wen's place. I'm going over there for something to come over to you later. Wang Yixin looked at the direction Shui Wenxin was pointing. It wasn't far, then looked at the fragrant rice in his hand and nodded. Dutifully, he walked next to Wan Mei. I'll be good, and Auntie must remember to come back for me. Okay, I definitely remember. Shui Wenxin was going to Dean Tang to solve Wang Yixin's problem. She was often away from the hotel, and Wang Yixin couldn't have been with her. Anyway, Dean Tang's orphanage had so many small children that it probably wouldn't matter if there was one more. The main reason is that Wang Yixin is too young to live on her own until her mom comes to get her. Though she didn't think her mom would be able to pick her up after being out for so long without coming home, more than likely. And the text message she sent, stone cold, has not been answered to this day. Dean Tang, busy? No. Boss Shui, do you want something from me? Tang Wenshou stood up smilingly. Thanks to Boss Shui, they have such a safe place. No need to worry about walkers or going hungry. It's a post-apocalyptic paradise. Shui Wenxin directly opened the door. I went out today and brought back a child, a little girl, 5 years old. Her mom went out looking for food the day before yesterday and hasn't been back since, so let's see if we can put her in your orphanage. Mainly because it's too small, and it's still a bit unsettling to be alone. When Dean Tang heard this, of course you can. Weekend orphanage is just a lot of dolls. This side of the discussion, but I did not expect the well-behaved Wang Yixin this time, but how reluctant, and reacted greatly. Chapter 130. I don't want to go to the orphanage. Wang Yixin cried her heart out. All the tomato and egg-covered rice that I had just eaten wowed out. Whoa. No. Orphanage. No. Shui Wenxin and Tang Dean Do froze. How could there be such a big reaction? Seems very resistant to the orphanage. Wang Yixin cried so much that she was about to faint. Shui Wenxin worried about the food forked out and hurriedly consoled. Okay. We're not going to the orphanage. No orphanage. Shui Wenxin patted Wang Yixin's back tightly. The commotion on this side attracted Sugar and his buddies who were having a good time. Ran over to watch my mom hugging a crying sister. It's all goofy. Although there was some unhappiness in my heart that my mom hugged someone else. But look at my sister crying so hard. Forget it. Lend your mom to her for now yourself. Shui Wenxin knew that Sugar was coming over and only had time to say to Sugar, Mommy will hold you later. Tada. Wang Yixin, comforted, gradually moved less and less, finally stopped struggling and crying, but his mouth still chanted, "I don't want to go to the orphanage." Shui Wenxin looked quieter and motioned for Sugar to come over. "Look, this is Annie's sister. You two can play together at the hotel from now on." Wang Yisun huffed and puffed, looking at the lovely sister in front of her, feeling a little embarrassed that she was the older sister and was still crying. Red face. "Hello, sister. My name is Wang Yisun. I'm 5 years old. Can we be friends?" Sugar Candy reached out and pulled Wang Yisun's small hand. "My name is Sugar Candy. I'm 4.5 years old. We will be good friends from now on." "Come on, I'll introduce you to my other good friends, okay? Sister won't cry anymore. Otherwise, it won't be pretty anymore."
Yes.
Shui Wenxin watched as the two children went hand in hand to the other children. "I'll have a nice talk with her later, when she's in a better mood." "Good. It's normal for children to resist orphanages. Take your time." Dean Tang had seen too many orphans. Some of them came in and cried like the little girl just now and were very resistant. There's also not crying, being quiet, and then doing whatever you're told to do. There are also little faces that don't match the numbness of a child's expression. But their kindergarten is definitely safe for the children, although they say the conditions are not the best. Many orphans grow up to be adults and voluntarily feed the orphanage. Well, I guess she's still convinced that her mom will come for her. That's why she's so disgusted. Dean Don probably understood. "I think I have an idea. I'll give it a try later." Shui Wenxin nodded and agreed. "If you can't, you'll just have to bring it home. It's about the same age as Sugar, and it'll make a good companion. And a lot of things can be done. Unlike the little baby before who needed to do everything herself, she doesn't have the energy. As long as I hold out for a few more years, the two little girls will be just a little bit older and will still be able to keep each other company. Of course, it's better to be willing to go to an orphanage, and being in the same hotel, the two can be friends." Watching Wang Yisun quickly blend in with the children, she seemed to be in a much better mood. Kids' emotions come and go quickly. Dean Tang walked over. "Little friend Yisun, can I ask you a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Wang Yisun stopped his playful movements in his hands. "These children belong to my family, but I'm too busy to take care of them by myself. Can you help me take care of them? As payment, I can pay for your 3 meals a day and hotel accommodations." Wang Yisun cocked his head in thought and didn't answer immediately. "Until your mom comes to pick you up, can you help me in the meantime?" "Granny, I'm so tired in my old age." Dean Tang sells herself short. Sure enough, Wang Yisun faltered and nodded. "Okay, I can only help you until mom comes to pick me up." "Good. Thank you," Dean Tang said happily. "I don't know what I would have done without you." "You're welcome, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Can you teach me?" "I promise I'll learn as soon as I can. Your job is to keep an eye on these little ones for me. Play with them, not allow them to do anything dangerous, much less leave the safety of the hotel." "Okay, this one's easy. I'm sure I'll get the job done." Dean Tang and Shui Wenxin looked at each other. "Done. It's still got to be the dean. Handle these with ease. I'll subsidize the points for the 1 heart over here." Shui Wenxin mainly wanted someone who could take care of her. She's always the one out there running around, and she's afraid of being negligent. Where is the need for you to subsidize it? You've provided us with such a nice place, and also facilitated driving for Li. It has no effect on her one. How many points can you use for something so small? Dean Tang wouldn't really want Boss Shui to subsidize it. Their orphanage could still support these children at the moment. In the end, Shui Wenxin didn't keep pulling back and forth. When the time came to give the occasional donation to the orphanage, or any good policies toward them would be good. Banyan Hill Orphanage. "Well, any news?" Huang Ling saw Wu Zheng walk in from outside. Seeing him shake his head, his heart sank. Where would the orphanage people go? She couldn't believe that the entire orphanage had been wiped out and not a single person remained. And the interior of the orphanage is well preserved, with no signs of a fight. So if there were survivors, then they left on their own. If you leave on your own, then why do you leave? It's still safe here, not a single walker. If it's because there's no food, then just go out and look for food. There's no way you can take that many little kids all the way. It's been so many days, not a single clue. I can't wait any longer. Huang Ling was an acute person. Immediately, he stood up. We can't wait here any longer, and the perimeter has been searched all over. So pack up and let's go farther away. Good. Wu Zheng nodded. They have nothing anyway. So what if they go out and take a chance? While it was still early in the day, the two men packed up their things, grabbed their weapons and headed out. The two of them carefully dodged the walkers, finding a random direction to move forward. Suddenly Huang Ling's foot stepped on something, and there was a catching sound. Lowering his head, he saw that it was a cell phone. Cell phones? I've got an idea. Chapter 131. They had lost their own cell phones on the way to escape, but they could find other cell phones or whatever communication tools to contact Dean Tang and the others. Huang Ling bent down to pick up the cell phone on the ground and clicked on the screen. Unfortunately, it should have been broken or out of battery. It won't open. Let's go find good cell phones that can contact Dean Don. Yeah, there's a group at the orphanage, so we can log into WeChat and ask in the group to see if anyone replies. We're going now. The two keep an eye out for walkers while looking for cell phones and computers and such. I saw a few cell phones along the way, but none of them worked. Either the screen is broken or the battery is already dead. Now, after so many days, the electricity of the cell phone is not durable, and the average cell phone, without using the standby at all, can only manage 2 or 3 days. Maybe we can go and find out if there are any survivors. They might be able to have cell phones. The two turned to the battlefield. Looking around, there is a villa area right next to it. Let's go in there. The two avoided the zombies in front of them and walked gingerly towards the villa area. A zombie in uniform is inside the security booth. Wu Zhang and the two of them carefully circled around, trying their best not to attract the attention of the zombies. But not much luck. I don't know if they were too close to the walkers or if a gust of wind blew by and just sent their scent into the security booth. The security walker spotted them. Faces lurched toward them. Run! Wu Zhang took Huang Ling's hand and quickly ran forward. Panicked, they ran to the nearest villa. Anyone? Can you open the door and let us in? Seeing that the walkers were about to catch up with them, they just had to keep running ahead. It wasn't just the security walker behind them, because their movements attracted a number of walkers to follow them. The two were running out of breath and just about to hold on when there was a heavenly voice. You guys get in here. Good man. Wu Zheng and Huang Ling immediately ran towards the villa in front of them, and just as they ran closer, the electric gate slowly opened. The two of them immediately dodged inside, then watched as the motorized door closed, closing so slowly that the walkers had come to heel with the motorized steel door. Wu Zhang gritted his teeth and kicked over the zombie in front of him, even bringing down the zombie behind him. Taking this time, the motorized iron gate was finally replaced and the walkers outside were isolated. Wu Zhang and Huang Ling let out a sigh of relief in unison and collapsed to the ground. Sweat had dampened their hair and clothes, and it took a long time to recover from heavy breathing. Let's go thank the homeowner. If it wasn't for him or her, the two would not have escaped today, I'm afraid. The door of the villa opened and a middle-aged man came out from inside. Even in the end times, he was well-dressed. Thank you. If it weren't for your help, we'd probably be in danger. You're welcome, it's just a favor. Do you want to come in for a rest? Huang Ling and Wu Zhang were still a bit wary, which had to do with their life experiences from childhood. Chapter 132. No, thank you. We're leaving now. The walkers are still here. If you don't mind, you guys can rest in the courtyard and leave after the zombies are gone. Yu Yizhong did not force himself, and there was still a somewhat relieved expression on his face. He wasn't meant to have any purpose. With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. So, excuse me, do you have a cell phone? Can you lend it to us? Wu Zhang thought of their purpose. Cell phone? Yes, there is. Wait a minute. I'll go in and get it. Yu Yizhong quickly walked out with his cell phone and handed it to Wu Zhang.
Thanks.
Wu Zhang was grateful and took the cell phone to dial the number he had been keeping in mind.
Done it.
Hello. Hello. Hearing a familiar voice, Young Tae got excited. Mom Tang, are you okay? I'm Wu Zhang. I'm with Huang Ling. Dean Tang, who was at the Ant Hotel, immediately stood up in excitement at the familiar name. Xiaozheng, where are you guys? We're in a very safe place right now. Tell me the address and I'll have Xiaoli come pick you up. Wu Zheng and Huang Ling, both children who grew up in the orphanage, are also her children. How can you not be excited to finally hear from them now? Wu Zheng looked around and reported an address. Dean Tang immediately took note of it and instructed, you mustn't leave. I'll have Xiaoli or someone else come up and get you right away, okay? Good. Mama Tang just had a big brother save us. We're at his house now, and he borrowed this cell phone. Can you bring us something to show our gratitude? Huang Ling and I have nothing on us. Dean Tang was his mom, so Wu Zhang spoke naturally. Now they both do have empty pockets and no indication that people saved him. The big deal is to give it back to Don's mom later. Good. It should be. It's to bring a thank you gift. Dean Don once again urged not to leave before hanging up. Immediately contacted Xiaoli and asked him to pick up the two Wu Zhang people and bring a little something as a thank you gift. Wu Zhang returned the cell phone to the villa owner. We may need to trouble you a little while longer. I found my family. They'll be picking us up later. Need to treat us inside the yard for a while, is that okay? Don't worry, we'll never affect you, and we won't make any loud noises to attract walkers. Yu Yizhong nodded. That's fine. You guys feel free. With that, he went back to the villa and closed the door. They didn't dare to go inside the villa, and he didn't dare to let them in. People's hearts are in the wrong place, and who knows what kind of person Yuri is. He had invited them then, and had spoken baldly, and was relieved when he heard them decline. Well, has the person left? Yu Yizhong had just closed the door when his wife and daughter gathered around. Not yet. Contacted my family on my cell phone, and am going to wait here to pick it up. Doesn't look like a bad guy. Don't worry, guys. Chu Hongmei gave a blank look. Of course I'm not at ease. It's so chaotic out there now. If it was just the two of us, I would definitely support you. But you have to think about Rongrong too. The one you saved this time wasn't a bad guy. Who knows if it'll be a good guy or a bad guy next time. Now that it's the end of the world, can you curb your rotten kindness? Even if it's not for your sake, it's not for my sake, for Rongrong's sake, can you? Lao Yu, this person just like to help others in the past, even if it is a peaceful era. To help people will not be too big a problem. The big deal is to help lose some money at the end of the day and give up your money. But this is the end times. If they save a white-eyed wolf and come back, their whole family could be dead. Fine, fine. I promise you everything. All right, Daddy promises, and don't be mad at me, Mom. Dad will definitely correct it. Yu Xinrong took his mom's hand and helped his dad say good words. Chapter 133. It wasn't as if Chu Hongmei hadn't seen the father and daughter scowling. Every time you promise a good thing, but which time do you really do it? The family is still fainting on this one. Just 2 more today. These 2 don't want to come in, though, so they don't seem like bad guys. Next time, we must not let Lao Yu be capricious. Wu Zheng and Huang Ling thought that they would have to wait for at least an hour or 2, but in the blink of an eye, they saw a caravan parked outside the villa. Tronfied the walker, by the way. The commotion over here attracted Yu Yizhong, who had been observing the commotion outside the villa. Wu Zheng, Huang Ling. Li, how did you get here so fast? Were you nearby before? Wu Zheng and Huang Ling immediately came to the iron gate and looked away from little Li. No, I can't talk about it for a while. Let's wait until we get to the hotel and we'll talk. The 3 of them were of similar age and had been in contact before and were quite familiar with each other. Meeting at the end of the world, these few moments of familiarity expanded so much more. Hotel? Yeah, our orphanage moved to the Ant House Mordecai Safe Hotel, and Dean Tang asked me to pick you up. Nah, how about this as a thank you gift? Wu Zheng took the bag handed over by Xiao Li and opened it. Can, this is very expensive, but repaying her for saving her life with Huang Ling was worth it. Now is the end of the world. The gift is certainly not the same as before the end of the world. The packaging is not exquisite, and the inside is not cigarettes and wine's name brand. Instead, it's a couple boxes of boxed lunches. It still looks fresh. I'll pay you back later, just wait for us. I'll leave with you as soon as I've delivered it. All right, go on. Is it worth returning this? No need, no need. Xiao Li waved his hand. That's a few dozen points, not even 100. Just bring some random supplies and go back to exchange them. This is what he redeemed and kept inside the refrigerator of the RV for his own meals. It's all cheap meals. Wu Zheng was a bit strange. Food was so important in the end times? How dare Li say it's not worth paying back? Are they so rich now? He put these thoughts out of his mind and carried the bag and knocked on the door of the villa with Huang Ling. A moment later, Yu Yizhong opened the door. Hello. Our family has come to get us. This is a small token of our appreciation for opening the door and saving us both. No need anymore. Yu Yizhong hastily refused. Just a show of hands. You take it. This is what you deserve. You saved us, we gave it willingly, and it's not an expensive item. It's just a few boxes of rice. How many boxes of food? Yu Yizhong, who had wanted to refuse, had a hard time doing so. The villa is still safe, but it's sitting on the ground, not so much that it's out of ammunition, but it's not much of a stockpile. The family hadn't had a full meal in a long time. Then I'll shamelessly accept it, thank you. Like his wife said, not for himself, but also for Rongrong. The daughter is starving and thin, though Glory reassured them that they happened to lose weight. Before the end of the world, she didn't have the perseverance to lose weight, but this end of the world has helped her a lot. But as a parent, who doesn't want their child to be raised white and fat? Hey, does this teacher want to go with us to the Ant House Mordecai Safe Hotel? Xiao Li saw Huang Ling and the others chatting with someone. Picking up one person is picking up one more anyway. Chapter 134. Although Boss Xue hadn't given them a task, but judging from what she meant, she still wanted the hotel to have more residents. Wu Zheng's trio was startled when they heard Xiao Li's loud shout. You want to die? It turns out that Li is seen sitting nicely in his car, the walker next to him deaf to his voice. The hotel is safe. No walkers can get in, and there's plenty of food inside. The food inside the bag the hotel bought, and lots of variety. Yu Yizhong opened the bag and saw that there were 3 kinds of stir-fries, including shredded pork with fish, shredded pork with green pepper, and shredded potato with hot and sour sauce, as well as 3 boxes full of rice. Smelling the familiar scent was incredible. These are bought by the hotel, and there's a huge variety to choose from in there. How is this so unreal? You guys wait, I need to discuss this. After saying that, he hurriedly closed the door and ran to find his wife and children. Wife. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chu Hongmei immediately poked her head out of the room when she heard the sound. The families of those 2 young men have come to pick them up. Just pick it up. What's all the fuss about? Chu Hongmei thought something had happened. That's it? No. They're from a post-apocalyptic safety hotel where there are no walkers and plenty of food. Look, this is what the hotel bought. Yu Yizhong opened the bag for them to see. They're asking if we want to go? What do you guys think? Yu Yizhong couldn't decide. Their villa was quite safe so far, and now all they lacked was food. Could it be a fraud? How could it come so soon? Is it a bureau? Chu Hongmei was a bit disbelieving. Where would you find such a nice place nowadays? Then I'll go rebuff them? Yu Yizhong immediately turned around and went to tell them that they would just stay away. Wait. Chu Hongmei stopped Yu Yizhong, who was heading out. I'll go with you to see if maybe it's true. She thought about how little food was left in the house. No amount of frugality will last more than a few days. Besides, even if it was a bureau, everyone else already knew about their family, and if they didn't go, they might come on hard. More passive at that time. That's something she didn't say. Good. Where's Rong Rong? Together? No. Rong, you hide. You can't come out until we yell at you to come out. No, Mom, I'm an adult, not a child anymore. No matter what happens, we'll face it together as a family. Yu Xinrong rejected her mom's suggestion. Good. We'll face it together as a family? Xiao Li's eyes lit up quite a bit when he saw 3 people walk out from inside the villa, especially when he saw the girl. Can you guys tell me about the hotel? Chu Hongmei ran her eyes over the 3 young men. Doesn't look like a bad guy. Li's eyes went uncontrollably to the girl. The sun is pretty, as bright as the sun in the sky. The name of the hotel, it's called the Ant House Inn times Safety Camping Hotel. Anything at the hotel can be exchanged for points, and it only costs 10 points per day to check in. You can buy yourself a tent and other camping equipment, or you can bring your own. You can also buy food and clothes, lots of variety. Li reddened his ears and described the hotel clearly. Where exactly is the hotel located? Chu Hongmei pursued. Li was a little embarrassed when he thought of the previous statement that he could not disclose information about the hotel. As much as it was tempting to say it, he couldn't reveal a word of what he shouldn't say. So he shook his head. The boss won't let me say. Anyway, you guys trust me, I would never lie to you. He looked at Wu Zhang and Huang Ling. Dean Tang is also here. You know how Dean Tang is, she won't lie. Chapter 135. And she wouldn't put the children at the orphanage in danger. Orphanage? Dean Tang? You're talking about the Rongshan orphanage's Dean Tang Wenxiu? Yu Yizhong immediately asked. He knew the director of the Yongsan orphanage. Yes, we're all from the Yongshan orphanage. You know our director? Yu Yizhong nodded. I've eaten with President Tang before and donated to your orphanage. Yeah? That's perfect. You guys can come with us, it's not far. Li said excitedly. It's really safe there. There's quite a few old people and children there. Wu Zhang looked at the previously silent and inarticulately was so proactive in selling the introduction, some incredulous. But for his saviors, he was willing to let them tag along to safety. But he hadn't been there, no matter to be sure, so he didn't ask. Why don't you guys come with us and check it out, and if you're not satisfied, I'll pick it up and drop it off. Yu Yizhong and Chu Hongmei were a bit intrigued, but there was still a hint of hesitation. Instead, Yu Xinrong smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I think we can go take a look. She noticed it, the young man yet in the car. Even with all the commotion, the walkers didn't attack him at all. Maybe he's telling the truth. There really is that one safe place. It doesn't hurt to look anyway. Okay, Mom and Dad listen to you. Yeah, love Mom and Dad the most. Yu Xinrong held on to her mom and dad and smiled with an unbelievably cheerful smile. Li looked on, incredibly envious. Even though he's a boy. But he also wants family harmony, where Mom and Dad love the kids and the kids love Mom and Dad. But he didn't. He hasn't met his mom and dad. So he was immensely envious of such healthy families. You can stop packing and go take a look around first, and if you think it's good, I'll send you back to pack. Yu Yizhong nodded. So he took his wife and children to close the villa's gate and courtyard door and followed along to the car. Say it's not far. It's really not far. It's right here in the city. The drive took just over 2 hours to reach the summit. Once they got out of the car, they saw Dean Tang, who had been waiting for them. Immediately dart over. Yu Yizhong also saw the familiar Dean Tang, but looking at their excitement, he was very self-conscious and did not go forward to disturb them. Sister 1, this gentleman will take a look at it later before deciding whether to move in or not. When Mei looked over, welcome to the Little Ant House Safe Camping Hotel. You guys can just wander around, and if you're not sure, feel free to ask me anytime. Okay.
Thanks.
Yu Yizhong was really strolling around. The temperature here is pleasant, even in the summer, it's not too hot, in the acceptable range. And he noticed that there were really old people and children in the hotel, and the look that spread across everyone's face couldn't be fooled. It was all very peaceful, calm, and satisfying, and I saw people operating 3 machines and actually buying out boxed lunches. It's all true. The family muttered and disgusted in the corner. Emergency family meeting. Raise your hand if you're willing to come to the hotel. 1, 2, 3. All 3 raised their hands at the same time. Then it looks like a unanimous vote. Then let's go ahead and check in now, then go back and pack. Sung. Chapter 136. All 3 felt that staying here was definitely the right choice at the villa, although it seemed pretty safe for now. But over time, the food would run out and they would have to venture out in search of food, and not necessarily find it to fill their bellies. There is also the possibility that their villa will be occupied by outsiders with an eye on it. Will there be any room for their family to fight back then? Hello. How do I check in? Please? How much does the hotel cost a night? Yu Yizhong came to the cashier. Sister Wen looked at it, and it was true that no one could say no to a post-apocalyptic security hotel. There's no charge for hotel stays, only points, 10 points a person a night. Points? Right? Anything can be exchanged for points, and points can also be used to buy things on the 3 machines next to it. This one is a camping equipment vending machine, in which you can buy all kinds of camping-related equipment. As you can see, we are a camping hotel here. You can either bring your own or buy camping equipment here. This one is a food vending machine. You can buy all kinds of common food here. As for the flavor, the benevolent is different, but it's edible. This is a clothing vending machine. You can buy all kinds of clothes, men, women, children, spring, summer, fall, and winter. The more Yu Yizhong's family of 3 looked at it, the more shocked they were. How strong this hotel had to be in order to have so many supplies to take out and sell. And the hotel is insulated from walkers. Is this really something a normal person can do? Excuse me, can I redeem my points for check-in now? Yu Yizhong's family wanted to, but they didn't have anything on them that could be exchanged for points. Hubby, take off your belt watch. Rong, take off your necklace as well. After Chu Hongmei finished speaking, she also took off her own necklace ring. More than that is gone. That's all there is. Let's see how many points we can cash in, shall we? As soon as you have 30 points, check in first and take the pit. What if something happens? Not allowed to stay, then it's a big loss. Okay, that's 380 points in total. Everyone here needs a point card. May I ask how the points are distributed? 102 for the 2 of us, 104 for her. Yu Yizhong quickly distributed them. How many days can I stay first, please? You can renew daily or stay longer at once and renew when it expires. Then stay for 30 days. Okay, it's been processed. Please keep your points card. With it, you can renew your stay and buy things.
Thanks.
Wu Zheng and Huang Ling came over to check in as well, the 2 of them being unarmed or given points by Dean Tang. It's really true that I relied on Don's mom for little things. And now that I'm older, I still need to rely on Don's mom. Dean Tang, this gentleman says he knows you and has donated money to the orphanage. Ouch. It's Boss Yu. Sorry. I didn't recognize him just now. It was only then that Dean Tang realized that it was actually their famous local philanthropist who had indeed donated money to the orphanage before. Just now the attention was on Wu Zheng and Huang Ling. It's all fate. We'll be neighbors from now on. There's no Boss Yu now, just call me Xiao Yu. Now everyone is the same, and he's not the boss. This can't be. Live together in the future, and come and go often. Dean Tang was happy to see an old acquaintance. I'll take you guys home to move your stuff. Anything you don't need can be used to exchange for points, and bring along anything you need. Xiao Li saw everyone finish checking in and walked out. Yeah, Li, you go help. Well, I know. It was all promised before I came, transportation included. Thank you, little comrade. You're welcome, you're welcome. Feel free to order anything. You used to donate to our orphanage. It's equivalent to me being raised by you. What a thing to say, you child. Drive carefully later. I'll wait for you to have dinner together tonight. Okay. Dean Tang promised to complete the task. Dean Tang watched Xiaoli drive away with Boss Yu's family in his car, thinking, what's wrong with this kid today? It's not even like the old him. Chapter 137. The descent is a bit quicker, 2 hours. Boss Yu, let me help you guys move things. I'm strong. Thank you then, little brother. I'll treat you to dinner then. Oh, well, it's a deal. Yu Yizhong's family of 3 split up, first packing what they were going to use themselves. Pack up the rest of the stuff you don't need and get ready to take it for points. The villa is so big it's a pain in the ass to clean up. Xiao Li's afterglow saw that Yu Xinrong was exerting all her strength to move a bag of supplies to the living room, immediately stopping what she was doing and jogging over. Let me help you. Thank you. Yu Xinrong arched her eyebrows and smiled happily. No, you're welcome. Is it to be put together in the living room? Aha, yeah. Yu Yizhong and Chu Hongmei packed all the way to the guest room, and once they opened it, they looked at each other. I forgot about her. Me too. So what now? Just leave her here? It's better to take her with you. 10 points a day anyway, just consider it a virtue. That's fine. Chu Hongmei was still willing to listen to Lao Yu on these small matters. Save it all. Save it to the end. I just don't know what's going on with this guy. Still not awake after all these days. If it weren't for the breathing and pulse, she would have thought it was a dead man. You keep packing. I'll carry her out. Chu Hongmei arranged to. The other woman wasn't as fat as she could be. When she saw Yu Xinrong mother carrying a person over, Li was startled and rushed up to give a hand. This? Your relative? Looking at the woman's age, it didn't look like Yu Xinrong's older sibling. Probably an aunt and sister-in-law or something. But she was dressed in a way that didn't fit in with them. It looks a lot worse. So Li was a little uncertain. No, she's someone my dad saved. It's been in a coma. Boss Yu is really a good man. Dad was given a good guy card, and Yu Xinrong covered his mouth and snickered. A few people combined their efforts and finally took away all that the villa could take away. Not even a single meter was left behind. Flowers in the flower bed, even if it is too late, there is not enough time. Yu Yizhong dug 2 of his wife's favorite flowers. The RV is stuffed to the gills. By this time, the sun had gone down, and there was much less dryness in the air. Yu Yizhong's family took a somewhat reluctant look at the villa and thus bid farewell to the home where they had lived for many years and started a new journey. As long as the family is together, what's the panic about changing places? Li saw the scene in the rearview mirror, the sunlight pouring down on the 3 of them, standing close together, just feeling the years. Ignoring, of course, the ugly howling walkers outside. With the setting sun, they set out on a new journey, and with the stars and moon, they returned to the hotel. Sister 1. Redeem the points. Because they came back late, the others who were out looking for supplies had long since returned. After all, they didn't have a hotel car that could protect them, so they had to go back to the hotel early. Good. Things go up here. Yu Yizhong's family moved several times before they finished moving all the unwanted stuff and redeemed a total of 1,314 points. Please also give us a place to stay. Chu Hongmei and Yu Xinrong together moved the unconscious woman down from the caravan. Charge her card with 300 points for 30 days. Chapter 138. When the time comes, if you're still awake, renew your stay.
Yes.
It was processed quickly. Yu Yizhong's side also shopped for a tent, 2 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, shopping for a piece of installation features. An extra single tent was chosen and the unnamed unconscious woman was placed in it. It was right next to their tent. And there's no fear of someone making a bad move, because that's what the hotel's rules say. So very reassuring. For strangers, they've been kind enough to do this. It's not a villa, there's plenty of room, so feel free to place it in one of the guest bedrooms. Yu Yizhong looked at the 3 rooms and 2 rooms. The price difference is a little big. Although they just had over 1,000 points, who knew what kind of situation was behind them? You must have points in hand to feel more secure. So spend it economically. The family was in the middle of resettlement when Dean Tang came over. Boss Yu, let's have dinner together in the evening. Consider it a celebration. A new housewarming? Ha ha ha, indeed it's worth celebrating. But let's forget about today. Tomorrow I'll treat you all, and call out to Xiao Li and those 2 young men. Little Li helped us a lot today, said I'd treat him to dinner, and those 2 young men, if not for them, we wouldn't have come to this safe place. Speaking of which, we have to thank them properly. They wouldn't have the eyesight to interrupt a reunion. Tomorrow. Just in time. The other side is also reunited. and they are packed up and returned to one. That's a deal. We'll just eat together tomorrow, but as promised, my treat. Dean Tang saw that the other party was also a bit tired and that their things hadn't been packed properly. Also thought tomorrow would be more appropriate. Then let's say yes. We'll just have dinner together tomorrow night and get together to liaise. Yu Yizhong agreed. Don't care who invites who, there's plenty of opportunity to invite them back later. There's no need to pull and pull and pull and make a fool of yourself. Good. Let's all get together tomorrow. Finalization. Dean Dan also left their tent to return to his own tent area. There were so many people in their orphanage that they bought several tents, asked Boss Shue's permission, and formed a circle, with the area in the center for the children's activities. Eating also takes place in the center. A group of people, large and small, are happily eating dinner at the moment. Ishin, come over here and eat. Right away. Wang Yixin really had the decency to take care of children younger than her. At the moment was feeding a 2-year-old girl. Here comes the airplane. Take a spoonful of rice and fly it around in the air, pretending it's an airplane. It made the little girl's mouth open wide. Ah! The child who doesn't like to eat becomes a child who is motivated to eat. Only after the little girl was full did Wang Yixin walk over to eat his own meal. Wow! Yixin kids are so great. Thank you. I'm not a little friend. I'm a big friend. Wang Yixin proudly puffed out his chest. She thought she was just too good. It's the best. The top gift to yourself. After dinner, Wang Yixin again grabbed help and washed the little one's face and feet. In the middle of the night, suddenly waking up, she suddenly missed her mom so much that she started crying silently, then whimpering, and finally couldn't control herself bawling. Dean Tang, who slept with her, immediately wrapped his arms around her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Wang Yixin huffed. I miss mommy so much. When will mommy come to pick me up? Chapter 139. So our Ishin misses his mom? That's okay. I think your mom will be coming for you soon. Really? Wang Yixin tearfully looked at Dean Tang in the darkness. Dean Tang sighed in his heart, but his tone was still light. Of course it's true. Didn't Boss Shue say that he left a note for your mom and sent a text message? Your mom will definitely come to you the first time she sees it. Well, I also think mom will definitely come looking for me. Wang Yixin clenched his fists and nodded heavily, not sure if he was trying to convince himself. Then let's go to bed early. We have to look nice and refreshed until mommy comes to pick us up, okay?
Yes.
Wang Yixin closed his eyes again and silently thought about his mom in his mind. Today Yu Yizhong's family brought the new unconscious woman, and her fingers moved. Too bad no one noticed. Kong Chioping felt like he was being racked and roasted on a stove. Toss and turn, inside and out. Maybe that's how roast ducks get cooked. At some point, she became conscious. But one can never open one's eyes and wake up. It was like there was strong glue glued to her eyes and her limbs were firmly glued. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move a muscle. Suddenly, she realized she could move her index finger. Heart pounding with joy, she continued her efforts, using up all the strength she could muster. Take a break when you're tired, and then do it all over again. And so the weeks went by, and I don't know how long. She finally breaks free from her bondage, shakes off the darkness, and sees the light. This is? Where? Kong Chioping sat up and looked at his surroundings, finding them unfamiliar. Why is she here? Heart. Kong Chioping immediately looked around and did not see Xian. Right. She remembered. There's no more food in the house. She gathered her courage and stepped out, trying to find something to eat to go back to. She did find food then, just as she was happy and ready to go home. I was surprised to meet Heart's dad. Wang De Gang, I will kill you. Kong Chioping thought of this with red eyes, gritted teeth, and hatred and killing intent in his eyes. Wang Dagong, also known as Xinxin's father, saw her come back with food and actually went up to her and tried to ask for it. She didn't agree, because the supplies she found weren't much, not enough to feed the two of them for 2 days. Besides, if a woman of her own can go out and find food, can't a man of his find it? Are you that cruel? Junjun is still a child. He's starving and thin at home. What's wrong with giving a little food? I'm sure it's not as loving as Yi. If you don't eat it yourself, you have to let your child eat it. Hearing this, Kong Chioping was even more unlikely to part with the supplies he had worked so hard to find. Junjun is Junior's son. Yi is a junior. Junjun is Yi's mom. Nima, even a mudblood, has a temperament. I wouldn't give it to that bitch, and can't even if I had to feed it to the dogs. She could also not eat herself and leave the food for Heart. She was more than capable of risking her life to get food for Heart. But who was she to give the supplies she had risked her life to find to a pariah? Chapter 140. She underestimated human nature. I didn't expect Wang Dagong to come to win for this bit of food for himself. She pushed her when she wasn't looking, then tried to grab the bag out of her hand. Luckily, she held on tight and the other man didn't get his hands on her. But Wang Dagong even pushed her directly towards the zombies. Even if she wrapped herself thickly, the walkers scratched her skin. Luckily, she got lucky and escaped at the hands of a walker. But later on, her consciousness became blurred and she was hot and limp before falling into a coma. She fought her way to a villa. Without waiting for the arrivals, he was completely unconscious and plunged into darkness. Looks like the family saved her. I wonder how long she's been out. Is Xian home alone? Is she crying in fear? Wasn't hungry. Kong Xiaoping struggled to sit up and wanted to go back to Xian. The first order of business was to find Xin, and then she made sure that Wang Dagong's family got their lives. Wang Dagong is also Xian's father, who didn't care about her before the end of the world and didn't get alimony even though. It's amazing that you can rob Heart's food in the end times. And knowing that, she and Heart are dependent on each other. Never asked his daughter a question when they met and had to rob her for his son. No mercy in pushing yourself towards the walkers. Knowing full well that if something happened to her, a 5-year-old girl would have absolutely no way to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Since Wang Dagong didn't take their lives as his life, then let him watch his son die in front of him, thought what a nice scene it would be. I wonder if he'll beg for mercy, if he'll be afraid? Kong Xiaoping felt his surging hatred and also noticed the changes in his body. She, it seemed, had become stronger, more powerful. A fist hammered into the ground, surprisingly punching through the tent and seeing a deep crater left in the ground. You're awake. Just then Kong Xiaoping heard a woman's voice behind him. You saved me?
Thanks.
Kong Xiaoping was grateful. If she hadn't saved herself, she would probably have been eaten by the walkers out there. Nor will it be a blessing in disguise. My husband saved you, to be precise. We're not at the villa anymore. We moved to this hotel yesterday. Chu Hongmei was glad that the other party had woken up. Hotel? Yes, this is the Ant House post-apocalyptic safety hotel. It's safe here, no zombies or lack of food or clothing. Anything here can be exchanged for points. We checked you in for a month. You'll need to renew your stay later. Thank you guys. But I want to go home. My daughter is still waiting for me at home. Kong Xiaoping was interested in this place. She wanted to go and bring Heart here. It didn't occur to her that the other woman was lying to her. Because what does one have that's worth cheating on? My name is Kong Xiaoping. May I ask what your name is? I can't repay you for your great kindness. When I find my daughter, I will repay you. My name is Chu Hongmei. It's all a show of hands. No need to take it to heart. You quickly go home to find your daughter. Must be worried sick. The hotel has a car. I just saw that it hasn't left yet. You can ask if you can get a ride down the mountain. Chu Hongmei heard that the other party still has a daughter. Will be Heart, our doing mother, certainly anxious. After all, she'd been in a coma for days. I'll take you there. I'm still a little familiar with that driver, Li. I'll ask for you. The two of them rushed to catch up, but luckily Li hadn't left yet. Li, can I get a ride? Auntie, you are going down? No, it's her. She wants to go home to her daughter. Is there a charge? Charge it to my scorecard. Li looked to the woman standing next to him with an anxious look on her face. Looking at the dress, it's the same woman who passed out yesterday. Chapter 141. Xiaoli nodded. Of course that's possible. There are two ways. One is to hitchhike to the bottom of the mountain. This does not require points. The other is to spend 100 points to pick up someone at a designated location. You have to give 100 points for not picking up someone. If you do, it's free. Of course, the second way is the fastest and gets you to the designated location immediately. Then the second way, I'll pay for the points. Chu Hongmei immediately said. Kong Xiaoping had a look of gratitude. When I return, I will double these points back to you. Thank you, big sister Chu. Right now she really has no points. That's a done deal. Just get in the car, and you give me the address. Points wait until we get back. Kong Xiaoping immediately pulled open the car door and reported a location, which was none other than her and Xin's home. A few moments later, Kong Xiaoping looked at the familiar building dumbfounded. Arrived. Then go and see your daughter quickly. I'll be right here waiting for you, and then you can bring something back to the hotel that you can use for yourself or redeem for points. Okay, thanks. Not caring about the shock, Kong Xiaoping immediately opened the car door and ran upstairs as fast as he could. When you come across a zombie that gets in the way, you just punch it in the face and create a zombie to fly away. Now she felt strong as hell. coupled with the longing for his daughter. Of course, he kills the Buddha when he meets him. Heart. When she opened the door and looked into the empty room, she didn't see Heart running towards her. The heart went cold. Xin, don't scare mommy. Kong Xiaoping's voice trembled as she searched the room with soft legs and still did not see the child's figure. Paralyzed on the floor. The mind kept thinking, where could Heart have gone? The room was closed. It wasn't walkers or people from outside breaking in. Then there's only the possibility of walking out on your own. But it's so dangerous out there now. She a 5-year-old. Kong Xiaoping didn't dare to imagine. Blame yourself. No, it was all Wang Dagong's fault. If it wasn't for him, he would have gone home long ago. Kong Xiaoping's eyes were scarlet as he rushed to the kitchen and picked up a bone chopper about to charge outside. Suddenly, the afterglow caught sight of a piece of paper. That? She made sure she didn't before she left. Immediately rushed over with his knife, read the words on it, and cried out with a wow. It's tears of joy. When he saw the words Ant House, Kong Xiaoping thought of the place he had left. Turns out, they missed it. Heart was there too. Just don't know it yourself. It's okay. It's okay. Both myself and Heart have met good people. Xin, mommy's coming to get you. Kong Xiaoping immediately pinched the paper and wanted to go downstairs to the hotel. Just get to the door and break. Heart is safe and sound at the hotel. She has no points on her and still owes her benefactor points. You can't use these things at home anyway, so simply take what you can and redeem the points. Just had a car too. When he said he would do it, Kong Xiaoping was packing up his things when he realized that Xin's clothes and toiletries and some toys were all gone. I think the person who took Heart away took it for her. Seems like a fine-minded person. It really is a blessing. And I don't know what great guy. When he arrived at the hotel high and low to kowtow one. As fast as he could, Kong Xiaoping packed and carried his things to the car. Chapter 142. Packed and ready to go. Li looked at the other one running up and down several times, had not seen the child, and thought it would end up down together. But it didn't.
Now,
Where's the kid? Li was a little uncertain. Could it be that something had happened to the child? But it didn't look like it by the look on her face. If you don't love your child, you were so anxious and worried before. Yes, go back to the hotel immediately now. My child is at the hotels. Kong Xiaoping had been pinching Heart's painting in his hand. I didn't know before, but I can't believe we were in the same hotel and missed it. At the hotel? Such a coincidence? Xiao Liao felt so unbelievable. What in heaven's name could be so coincidental? Yeah, look at you, this is the painting she left me. Kong Xiaoping was eager to share. It's really so exciting. Li's mind was still spinning rapidly as to who at the hotel was her child. Filter one by one. Seeing the painting, Li immediately took it and flipped through it. I know who it is. You know Heart? Her name is Wang Yisin, right? Just came to the hotel the day before yesterday, and it was our Dean Tang who took care of her. Really? That's just too much of a coincidence. Did you guys save her? Thank you, thank you. Xiao Li answered as he drove. Seems not. I heard that it was the hotel's boss Xue who brought her back to the hotel, and Dean Tang was just in charge of looking after her. I didn't inquire very carefully about the specifics. You can ask Dean Tang when you get back to the hotel. She knows better than I do. Good, and thank you for helping me take care of Heart. I really appreciate it. I think that's a good point about our hotel. It's very personable and there's nothing particularly extreme. You'll love the hotel. Staying at the hotel is definitely not a bad idea. Kong Xiaoping expressed her deep approval. If not, she wouldn't have immediately decided to pack up and go to the hotel. What's taking so long? Kong Xiaoping couldn't wait to see Xin. She remembered coming for just a few seconds. How come it took so long to go back and drive? Going back, we only have to take the fast track. It's going to take a bit longer than coming. You'll see why later. Xiao Li himself couldn't explain why. Good. Kong Xiaoping suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the scenery outside the window. So many days after the end of the world, the outside has changed drastically. Gone are the days of prosperity. Only the mass of blood signaled the horror of these last days. Groups of zombies were constantly on the prowl, the streets were empty, and there was no telling how many survivors were left in the world. Hopefully they're just hiding. Suddenly, Kong Xiaoping's afterimage saw someone fleeing for their life. Over there, someone. Xiao Li made an emergency brake and looked in the direction, and saw a man running desperately, followed by a group of zombies. Seeing that the walkers were about to catch up to the man. Sit back and pull up the armrests. Li started the vehicle, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and turned the car in the direction of the man. Lu Zhenming felt that he couldn't see the sun tomorrow. He had been running for a long time and was about to lose it. can clearly feel the walkers getting closer and closer to him, the stench of them starting to wrap around him. Desperation mixed with a hint of resignation. He clenched his teeth and held the child in his arms tightly as he ran forward as hard as he could. Never give up. What if there's still hope? Once you give up, the only way is death. His eyes were blurry, and he could only run on instinct. Daddy, I'm sorry. Whoa. Don't cry, you're right. It's Daddy who isn't strong enough. Can't protect you. Chapter 143. Get in the car. An RV suddenly braked sharply and stopped in front of him. Opening the car door, he saw a pair of not-so-slim white hands. There was a handful of strength that yanked him and his son into the car in one fell swoop. Before he could react, he saw the walker isolated from the car, leaving only a buttload of car exhaust behind.
Thanks.
Lu Junming was a bit dumbfounded, obviously not yet recovered from the shock. The feet could not lift their strength in the slightest, and one buttock was still sitting on Kong Qiuping's leg. Daddy, you're crushing Andy. I'm sorry. It was only when he heard his son's voice that Lu Junming reacted. Immediately tried to get up, but the space was too tight, and accidentally touching places that shouldn't be touched. Yes, I'm sorry. Lu Junming was about to collapse. Qingtang Daoyang, he really didn't mean it. Don't think of him as a pervert. It's fine. Kong Qiuping wasn't a little girl anymore. She was just a little embarrassed and didn't have that particularly embarrassing feeling. Li drove out of the walker encirclement before stopping the car. You guys just sit on the passenger side. I'll go to the back. Kong Qiuping opened the car door and immediately jumped out of the car. The back was full of her stuff, and the squeeze still managed to fit one person in. It's better to be comfortable than two people being awkward in front of each other. The car started slowly, reorienting itself and driving towards the entrance to the fast track. Kong Qiuping's heart had flown to the hotel. Seeing the familiar place through the window, she couldn't wait to jump out of the car just as it stopped, not even having time to exchange her supplies for points. Comrade Li, can you take me to Xian? Kong Qiuping grabbed Li Lei and looked at him urgently. All she knew was that Hart was at the hotel, but she didn't know where she was. Okay, you come with me. Li Lei could understand the other party's mood, but this woman had a bit of strength. Her grip hurt him. He struggled to get free, looking at the fingerprints on his wrists with what must have been a lot of force. Kong Qiuping laughed uncomfortably. She really didn't mean it. It's just that this time when she woke up she realized that her strength had become great. Sometimes unconsciously too much force is used. Looks like we'll have to pay attention in the future. Li Lei rubbed his wrist and said to the man beside him, if you have any questions, you can ask this Sister One. We still have something to do. Sister One, this is brought back from the road. Please help introduce the hotel. Okay, you go and get busy. I will receive this customer. Sister One said gently. One is really realistic and no one knows she's not human. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Junming thanked the two for saving his life as they hurriedly left. There are no words to describe the gratitude within, only the most simple word of thanks. He'll keep that in mind for saving his life. I will find an opportunity to repay them later. Welcome to the Ant House End Time Security Hotel. Sister One greeted politely. To ensure the absolute safety of the residents within the safety of the hotel, not only from zombie threats or human harm. The hotel also offers unlimited camping equipment, all types of clothing, and a variety of food for sale that is inexpensive and good value. Lu Junming's eyes went straight when he heard about unlimited food. Did I hear it right? Unlimited variety of food? Of course it's true. The hotel offers unlimited food, but you need to buy it with points. Points? What's that? Lu Junming felt as if he didn't understand anything. His son's attention wasn't here, though, but staring at a pretty little girl. A white, fragrant egg in her hand, to be exact. It smells so good. He was very sorry at the moment for his past self of not wanting to eat eggs. Couldn't help but gulp. Anything can be exchanged for points. It's just a matter of how many. Staying at the hotel is 10 points per person per day, and purchasing tent clothes and food is all about using points. Chapter 144. Do guests need to redeem points and check in? Lu Junming immediately nodded. Yes. It's just silly not to live in such a nice place. But when you look around yourself, there is nothing to redeem points for, except for your son. The face was a bit constricted. Sister One knew his situation and thoughtfully gave her advice. This customer can go through the fast track here and pick up something outside to exchange for points. Remember to return the same way. Okay, thanks. Son, you wait for me here. Lu Junming explained to his son not to run around. He couldn't risk his son following him. The two had just come back from the dead and were still in shock. If something happens to you, your son will be safe in the hotel. He had heard that orphaned children under the age of 6 could glean grass anytime they wished within the safety of the hotel, and all could be redeemed for points. Then he'll be able to support himself safely too, although it will be a bit of hard work. What's the harm in a little hard work as long as you stay alive? He touched the top of his son's head, looked deeply at him, and then walked resolutely into the fast lane. He remembers coming up the fast track on the left. This time it was also a subconscious choice of left. A little more familiar, after all. Lu Zhenming's son, Lu Dongdong, is over 3 years old. He didn't quite understand yet, and at the moment his eyes were still on the pretty young lady across the street. What a nice-smelling young lady. Gollum. He's so hungry for it. Covering his deflated little belly. He remembered that he used to have a bulging belly. Sugar had been observing the expression on the little boy's face across the room, and it was just so much fun. She took small bites. Because she doesn't like egg yolks, they have to be dry and can't be swallowed. Seeing that his mom hadn't noticed him, he quietly slipped past. Do you like yolks? Ludo sucked in his saliva and nodded fiercely. Here, you eat it for me. Don't let my mom see you. Sugar glanced at her mom, who was busy with something else and wasn't looking at herself. She immediately snapped out the yolk with precision and put it in Lu Dongdong's mouth. The aroma of the eggs melted in his mouth, and Lu Dongdong felt that the flavor was excellent. Wolfing it down. Even if he almost got stymied, he rolled his eyes and got over it. But he couldn't be bothered to waste a single bit of me. It's so good. Still want it. He looked to the pretty young lady. Sugar spread her hands. I only have 1 egg a day, no more. Live, here, every day. Can I get eggs? That's for sure. Ludo has envisioned eating eggs every day. I could eat 100 a day. Soon, he'll be smacked in the face by himself. Have a drink. A gentle voice rang out. Mom. Turns out this is Pretty Missy's mom, and she can't let her find out she ate the egg yolk. Mend the roar, Cersei. He said with his mouth closed in a blur. Fear of leaking the flavor of the egg yolk. Chapter 145. After all, he thought it really smelled good, and if he opened his mouth, he was sure to be smelled. Drink. You must be thirsty. Drink slowly and wait for your father to come back. After saying this, Shui Wenxin placed the cup of water in the little boy's hand. Then pretend to get busy with the rest. But the afterglow kept looking at the two little people. Every move the two had made before was in her eyes, as long as Sugar was by her side. No matter what he was doing, his afterglow was unconsciously not glancing at her. See if she's safe? So of course she saw Sugar quietly handing out egg yolks to the little boy who had just arrived. Also saw the little boy almost get choked up. So immediately bring a glass of water. Not a word of the other words. Drink up. Mommy left. Sugar came over. The egg yolks are so dry. They're so hard to eat. I can't swallow them without water every time. Ludo didn't think the egg yolks were bad. He thinks egg yolks are the best thing in the world. But did get a little thirsty, and Tonton drank it. Wow. The water is also good. It was the best tasting water he'd ever had. Hiccup. Drinking a cup of water in one go. Plus the egg yolk from earlier. Deflated little belly. Finally full. This feels really good. On the other side, Kong Xiaoping followed Li Lei as he sped along to the area of their orphanage. There were no new arrivals to be seen in the area where the children had gathered to play. Did it lose the rest of the place? Wait, I'll ask Dean Tang. Okay, thanks. Kong Xiaoping also didn't see Xian inside the pile of children. Li Lei came outside Dean Tang's tent. Dean Tang, are you there? Is it convenient for me to come in? Come in. Some tired voice of Dean Tang came from inside. Li Lei immediately opened the tent and walked in. Dean Tang, what's wrong with you? Looking at Dean Tang's dark circles under his eyes and somewhat shriveled expression. It's all right. It's just that one of the kids had a sudden high fever last night. Tired her out. It's getting old too. In the past, even if I stayed up all night, I would still be alive the next day. Whereas now, just staying up half the night can't come. High fever? It's not the new little girl, is it? Li Lei thought about not seeing the new arrival. Duo, that's her. Her name is Wang Yisin. Li Lei looked down and saw that his little face was still flushed. Wasn't it? Bad. The kid's mom is here. Will they think they didn't take care of the cause? What's wrong? Dean Tang was unsure. Why did Li look like this? Her mom is here, right outside the tent. Really? Quickly let her in. Xin was crying for mommy in the middle of the night yesterday. I'm sure she'd be happy if she knew her mom had come to pick her up. When people are happy, they get well faster. That's a deal. I'll let her in now. Li Lei quickly came outside the tent. Turning to Kong Qiuping, he said, quickly go inside. The child is inside. Good, good, good.
Thanks.
Kong Qiuping immediately lifted the curtain and walked in. Sure enough, I saw Hart on the bed. Only the eyes were closed and there was a pad on his forehead. Chapter 146. An auntie sitting aside was taking care of her. She immediately realized, is she running a fever? Dean Tang nodded. Yes, in the latter part of the night yesterday, she suddenly cried for her mom, and when she was coaxed back to health, she burned up. But don't worry, after giving her Merrill Lynch, she just had a low fever back and forth later. No more high fever. Luckily, the orphanage had prepared a lot of medicines and had taken them along when they first came to the hotel. Thank you. When Kong Qiuping saw the other party's tiredness and the blue color under his eyes, he knew that the other party must have stayed awake last night to take care of Xin. Heart, always night fever, as long as the mood swings ups and downs are relatively large, can easily cause or not fever. So Kong Qiuping was not at all surprised by the other party's statement that she had a fever after crying for her mother. A stranger can take care of Heart all the time when she has a fever. Her father, on the other hand, feels that she is disturbing his sleep and yells at the sick Heart. Not only that, but they want to kill themselves and leave Heart alone in this post-apocalyptic world. It's just not human when you compare it like that. Doesn't deserve to live on this earth. Thank you for taking care of Xian for me. You go rest first. I'll take care of her. By the way, can I trouble you guys to help me convert the stuff in the car into points, and I'll give you half of it as payment. Help me redeem points and payment for taking care of Heart. What's the point? By the way, I'll just exchange the points for you. There's no need to pay. To give, should give. You guys have to know the mood of a mom. Kong Qiuping took out the points card. There is also the 100 points payment needed for the pickup. Help me give it together as well. This is what should be given. After all, she didn't receive anyone. No need to pay for that. Didn't we bring back 2 people? That counts too. Li Lei took the other party's points card and clunked out. He moved his stuff down to redeem his points law and was going to rush out again while it was still early. There are people to pick up, no one looking for supplies for points. Kong Qiuping is now dedicated to taking care of Xian. It had only been a few days since she'd seen her, but she felt like ages and ages had passed. She touched her forehead and it was still a little hot, not at the height of a fever-reducing pill. She then gave her a physical cool down. Wang Yisin seemed to smell his mother's scent. But Mom's not here. She deflated her mouth, forcing herself not to cry out. She couldn't cause trouble for Granny Tang. Xin, don't cry. Mommy's here. Immediately after she heard a familiar voice, her eyes snapped open and she actually saw her mom. Mommy, you finally came to pick me up. I missed you so much. Wang Yisin hugged his mom. Mom, I'm not dreaming. Kong Qiuping hugged Xin. No, Xin didn't dream. Mom really came back. Heart now realized that it really wasn't a dream, and she was too happy. Mommy, I miss you so much. Mommy, how did you know I was here? Mommy, I'm sorry. I was too hungry and too scared, so I followed Annie Shui. Mom, did I worry you? Mom, I love it here so much. I'm telling you, Mom, I can feed myself these days while you're away. I help Grandma Tang take care of the other kids, and she feeds me and houses me. Kong Qiuping saw that Xin's little mouth didn't stop for a moment and kept blah blah blah, looking at her in good spirits. It shouldn't be a big deal. It used to feel like she yelled mommy for everything, and sometimes she would get annoyed as hell. After this, she thought it was the best sound in the world. Being called mom, having a mom to call. It's the happiest thing in the world. Chapter 147. During their chat, Kong Qiuping knew all the things that had happened to Xin in the past few days. Because there was no food left in the house, she had to leave and go outside to find food. He himself was in a coma for a few days because of Wang Dagong. Hart meets the hotel's owner, Mr. Shui, while he is at home, scared and hungry. She takes Hart to the hotel and leaves her a note and texted, except that he had accidentally lost his cell phone while he was out looking for supplies. When she came to the hotel, it was Dean Don who took care of her. Although she said that Granny Tang had asked for her help, that could only fool a small child. She and Hart, really, both met good people. If random people hadn't met them, she and Hart would have been separated from each other. Mommy, I think I'm getting better. Can I go take care of the other kids? Great. Then I'll go out with you while Mommy goes and works on a little something else, okay? Are you still going to leave the hotel? Wang Yisin clutched Kong Qiuping's hand with an apprehensive expression. No, Mom is right there at the front desk of the hotel. If you want Mom to come back to me, Is that okay? Good. Hart was relieved to hear that her mom wasn't leaving the hotel. It seems like she loves this hotel and believes in it. Kong Xiaoping came to the hotel. She thanked on her big sister and also thanked the people who took care of Xian Xian. No thanks yet to the owner of this hotel, Mr. Shui. She went to the front desk and saw that Lei Lei was helping her redeem her points. You're here? The points have been cashed in, a total of 960 points. So, did you split your half yet? No need. Really, it's all a favor. That won't do. It has to be half with you guys. Kong Xiaoping insisted. Hello, please split this credit in half for him. She turned to the staff. No need. Dean Tang said no need. Xiaoli wasn't very good at talking and only knew these few sentences when he flipped around. No need. What Dean Don said. Just accept it. I see that she is also giving it sincerely. Shui when she knew the ins and outs. Your orphanage still has so many children to feed, so consider it a charitable donation. Donations, your orphanage has to collect them, right? Yes, I am donating to your orphanage. Kong Xiaoping saw that Li Lei was somewhat relaxed and immediately went along with the conversation. Okay then, but don't transfer it to me. Transfer it to Dean Tang. Good. Kong Xiaoping immediately agreed. It was the same to transfer it to anyone, as long as they were willing to take the points. Boss Shui, Sister One and Mother Xin, you guys take your time and get busy. I'll go out again while it's still early. Then take care of your safety. Didn't you have 2 more people from your orphanage? You can act together, so the safety factor is greater. Shui Wenxin suggested. She was afraid that being alone would be dangerous. It's all a little safer to be familiar with an orphanage. Especially looking for supplies, you have to get out of the car. All right, I'll immediately go shout them together. Li Lei happily ran away. In fact, he had that in mind. Only the car wasn't his. Feeling a little bad. Now that Boss Shui had asked, then of course he hurried to tell Wu Zheng and Huang Ling. Although the 3 of them had only known each other before and were not very familiar with each other. Chapter 148. But in the last days, all the last days 3 quarters can become 5 quarters. And the 2 of them were able to walk away from the orphanage and not forget the orphanage, calling in money every month and coming back once a year. Even more so, he rushed to the orphanage at the first sign of the end of the world. You can just tell that they are not bad people, definitely not bad. The 3 of them go out together to look for supplies with care, although the points have to be split between a few people and will be less after they've been divided. But it's better and safer. Shui Wenxin is also very pleased to see him listen to persuasion, and when the time comes, Gao Yang and Li Jiwei will also have to say a word. It was just that the 2 of them didn't have anyone else they knew well, so maybe they could partner up with someone else at the hotel. Of course she was just suggesting, and in the end it was up to them whether they listened or not. Your boss, Shui? Shui Wenxin saw the woman who just had to give points. She hadn't seen it before. I think it's new. Yeah, I actually work for the hotel, they just shout like that. She does work for Sugar, no problem. Actually, Wang Yisin's mom. Thank you for bringing her back to the hotel. Kong Xiaoping excitedly held Shui Wenxin's hand. Shui Wenxin felt the pain in his hand. This person was afraid that he was not a Hercules. You can't judge a book by its cover. It looks soft and weak, but I didn't realize it was so strong. Kong Xiaoping realized that he was agitated and hurriedly removed his strength. So it's you. I heard Yisin say that you went out to look for food and didn't he come back for several days, I thought? Shui Wenxin was a little embarrassed thinking that she was dead. That's why I took Yisin without your permission. I'm sorry for worrying you. She's a mom too and knows what a child means to a mom. No, I'm really quite thankful to you. She's alone at home with her fear and tummy at its peak. She will definitely leave the house on her own to find me. That's when it's really dangerous. Kong Xiaoping had a face of afterthought. And I was also caught by a zombie because I was backstabbed by someone else and fainted. And I also met a kind person who saved me and brought me to the hotel. No, I just woke up this morning and then went home before I saw the note you guys left and realized I missed it with Hart. Kong Xiaoping still felt that really everything was so coincidental even now. Really? That's a real coincidence. You guys actually came to the hotel one after another. Shui Wenxin also felt odd after hearing this. Fantastic. Yeah, I think so too. Auntie, Sister Xine is still crying. Sugar squeezed over and tattled. Shui Wenxin pulled Sugar. You tattletale, you're just as likely to cry when mommy isn't around. It's not the same. Sis is crying that she won't go to the orphanage, not that mommy isn't around. Sugar retorted sharply. She knew the 2 were not the same. Then do you want to go to the orphanage? Shui Wenxin squatted down to guide her. Think. Dean Don's orphanage has lots of good friends. Her favorite thing is to find spring flowers and summer plants to play house with. But would it be willing to not see Mom? Sugar cocked her head. But can't Mommy come with me to play with my friends? I want you to come hang out with me. Kids are like that. They don't have much heart. Speaking of which, I'm still surprised that Xin can stay at the orphanage. How? Shui Wenxin didn't continue to dwell on that topic with Sugarplum, children, because I used to fight with his dad, and his dad threatened to send Xin to an orphanage so she'd never see me again. So it leaves a psychological shadow, right? I see. No wonder Ishin's little friend reacted so strongly that day when he heard about going to the orphanage. Chapter 149. Thinking about this, Kang Xiaoping was so angry that his teeth hurt. See if that's what a father should do? It wasn't that Wang Dagong was such a person himself, but that he did this to her and Xin. He was so good to Junior and Junior's kids. To be able to venture out in search of food for the two of them, and laid hands on her. She would never let the family live comfortably. Once she had settled heart and expressed her gratitude, she went to the family first thing. Mom. Little friend Wang Yisin ran over. Sister, can we play together? Sugar immediately stuck up. Younger kids love to play with their older sisters and brothers. It's okay. Let's go over there. Wang Yisin was relieved to see her mom at the hotel. There are kids waiting for me over there. Good. Sugar took her sister's hand and followed. Brother, do you want to go play with us?
Yes.
Lu Dongdong wasn't hungry anymore. When I heard about playing, I immediately agreed to do it, forgetting about having to wait for my dad. You guys go have fun, be careful and don't leave the hotel, and then no fighting. Got it. Got it. The three little ones giggled and ran off, holding hands the whole way. Little kids' friendships just come fast. Of course, if there's a conflict, the friendship goes fast. A short while later, Lu vibrated a large bag back. Not something of value. But think of your son and come back as fast as you can. But I didn't see my son at the cash register and was shaken with fear. Hello. May I ask if you have seen my son? Who is this tall little boy? Sister Wen can't forget her eyes and doesn't need to describe her to know who his son is. Went over there to play with the other kids. Don't worry, as long as you don't leave the safety of the hotel, you're perfectly safe. Once Lu Zhiming heard this, he was finally relieved, but he still turned around and saw his son with his own eyes before he was completely relieved. I just saw my son playing like crazy and looked so happy. The end of the world had suffocated him for so many days. Let him play. Lu Zhiming went back to the front desk and exchanged the jumbos he brought back for points. What stainless steel dishes and chopsticks, chopping boards, plastic buckets. Whatever I saw and could carry was brought back. A total of 65 points. We have to go by head count for our point cards. So you need to get 2 point cards. How will the points be distributed? We'll check in for 2 days, put 5 points inside for my son, and put the rest on my points card. Give it 5 points, it's mean. Not a lot of points right now. With the remaining points, Lu Zhiming realized that it wasn't enough to buy a tent, as he still had to save some points to buy food. Eventually decided to just leave it for the night and buy it tomorrow when I went out to gather supplies. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you sleep in the open air for a night or two on a July or August day. Ludo liked it a lot. Nestled in my dad's arms, looking at the stars in the sky. Before going to sleep, dreamily muttered, Mommy! Chapter 150. Son, that woman is not worth thinking about. Daddy will try to raise you right. Lu Zhenming glanced at the sky, which was filled with stars, and also closed his eyes and fell asleep. After all, it's been a mentally tight day. Daddy, can we still sleep in the open air tomorrow? No good. Lu Zhenming bounced his son's little head. Get up. After a night of sleeping with him in his arms, he got comfortable and took pity on his old back and arms and legs and neck. Vow to absolutely buy the tent inflatable mattress today, even if it's the cheapest one. What do you want to eat in the morning, son?
Eggs.
Rudongdong said without hesitation. Drawing sideways glances from Lu Zhenming, how had his own son changed? Didn't you used to hate eggs? But eggs are nutritious and it's good that he's willing to eat them. In the end, Lu Zhenming bought an egg, a carton of milk, and 2 steamed buns from the food vending machine. Just spent all his points. Eggs, milk, and a small half bun were Rudongdong's, and the remaining 1.5 buns were his breakfast. What he eats for lunch depends on how many supplies he can retrieve in the morning for how many points. Son, Daddy will go outside later to look for supplies to exchange points and earn money to come back for dinner. You have to be good and wait for me at home, okay? Although he was a bit uneasy, he was not willing to let his son take the risk. So Dad, just when are you coming back? Daddy will be back when he finds enough supplies. Lu Dongdong pinched the corner of his dad's coat. Can Dad take me with him? Don't worry, I'll be a good boy. No way. It's too dangerous outside. Lu Jiming strongly disagreed. Son is still too young. There is so much uncertainty out there. But I don't want to be here alone. I'm scared. Little Ludo was teary-eyed. It's like he forgot how much fun he had yesterday when Daddy wasn't there. I guess it's because the little ones aren't out to play right now. This brother, new to the hotel? Just as Lu Jinming was in a dilemma, a man's voice came. He turned around to see a 24 or 25-year-old man standing back there with breakfast in his hand. Sorry, didn't mean to overhear you guys. I was just getting a little breakfast from the kiosk. Walked by and overheard. Good, will think you were going out looking for supplies, were you? Lu Jinming nodded. Yes, I only came to the hotel yesterday. You also know that if you don't look for substances and can't exchange points, there's no way to stay at the hotel. Such a safe place, we don't want to miss it as father and son. My name is Lu Jiwei. I'm a few days ahead of you, and that tin is mine. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you're willing to accept it. The man with the breakfast, also known as Lu Jiwei, sniffed and asked. Since the other party came to the hotel before himself, he must be more familiar with it. Although he didn't know what his suggestion was, it was right to listen and prepare. And it didn't seem like there was any malice in it. Little brother, you say? Lu Jiming reflexively tried to pull out his cigarettes, but realized that the two wallets were as heavy as each other, and only rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It's like this. I'm driving for the hotel. Yesterday Boss Shui suggested that it's safer to go out with several people, but I don't have any familiar friends or relatives in the hotel, and I just happened to run into you. So I'd like to ask if you're willing to take a ride with me? After Boss Shui talked to him yesterday, he went back and discussed it with his wife. To just pick up the guests is fine, cannot need to get off the car, but looking for supplies, always have to get off the car, cannot have a lot of supplies or scattered on the road waiting for him to pick up. But there was no one I knew at the hotel, so I couldn't think of anyone. I just happened to have just overheard the two conversing, and seeing that the other's son was also so young, I took the liberty of asking. The other guy looked tall and secure, and he didn't even abandon his child in the end times. He didn't mind that he was a drag, and his character could be justified. Another one, just a gut feeling, looked like he'd be a good fit as a partner. Chapter 151. Are you likely Ray? Both hotel drivers? Lu Jinming was inspired. Yesterday when Boss Shui spoke to Li Lei, he happened to be next to him. I was going to make a gross recommendation, but seeing as the other party seemed to have someone in mind, I was too embarrassed to open my mouth as a newcomer. Yes, the hotel has a driver besides the two of us, named Gao Yang. Only it seems like he didn't come back yesterday. Lu Jiwei nodded his head. Gao Yang is a bold man and often doesn't return to the hotel at night. He can't. It's too scary at night. Plus his wife and kids are at the hotel, so he comes back every night. That's fine. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Lu Jinming immediately agreed. This opportunity was given to anyone, and others would have been happy to follow. He must take advantage of this opportunity. I've heard that hotel cars, like hotels, are protected from walkers. I think I experienced it yesterday, but I was not aware of it at that time, so I didn't pay attention to the details of it. That's fine. First things first, the hotel's car prioritizes picking up residents. If there are any, Boss Shui will notify us. Then it's time to find the supplies, and it's 50-50 between my side and Boss Shui's side, and then 50-50 between the two of us. Do you think that's okay? Lu Jinming immediately nodded his head. It's not appropriate for us to split it 50-50, so you 7 and I 3, let's split it 3-7. Since it's fate that we all met at the hotel, and besides, you have a child to feed, we can just split it 50-50. Don't worry, even if it's half of half, the points are enough for us to spend. There was no need for Lu Jiwei to fight for an extra 20%. I have only one request, and that is to go out and come back safe and sound. Nair, then I'll thank you. Lu Jinming extended his hand. It's a deal. Good. It's a deal. The two big men smiled at each other, and it was all over. What's most important in a post-apocalyptic world? Of course that's safe. Both men have responsibilities on their shoulders and must be safe and alive for the most part. By the way, the child is still young. You can ask Grandma Jane at the hotel for help. She's bringing up her grandchildren all by herself. And there are other residents at the hotel who let her help keep an eye on the kids. But you have to give points every day. Jane's mother-in-law started out with one child, and gradually the business expanded to include an additional small child. She then specializes in keeping an eye on the kids and not letting them run out of the hotel boundaries. Of course, it's just watching, not the old form of full custodial care with some talent tutoring homework to be paid and such. Actually, her wife could have watched the kids, but he didn't want her to get too tired. She already has to work hard to take care of a baby, and with a 3 or 4-year-old, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. And it's not necessary. It's not like you're so poor that you don't have any points to eat. On Jane's mother-in-law's side, there are more children, and they can still play together, and it's also much easier. Then could you please take me to this Granny Jane? It's normal to give points. After all, people have put in their labor. Lu Jinming thought this was good. He had just arrived and didn't recognize who Granny Jane was. All right, I'll take you there. Lu Jiwei led Lu Jinming to the outside of Granny Jane's tent. This is Granny Jane's tent. Communicate amongst yourselves. I'll take the breakfast back first, and we'll gather at the front desk later. Lu Jiwei raised the breakfast in his hand. Hope is still waiting for him. Thanks, bro. I'll come meet you later when I get the kids settled. Lu Jinming watched Lu Jiwei walk away before he was outside the tent before he stood outside the tent and asked, May I ask if Granny Jane is there? In. Who is it? From inside the tent emerged an old woman with gray hair, neatly combed and immaculate. Lu Jinming also saw that the other party was grateful and not at all unkempt. The heart is satisfied. Chapter 152. Hello, Granny Jane. I'm new here. I've just been introduced to you. Can you look after my son for me? Granny Jane looked at the little boy, standing behind his father, docile, not looking too hard to bring up. Okay, no problem. Let me make it clear. I have 4 kids here plus my grandson and him. I'm only responsible for taking care of them and not letting them leave the hotel, and for 3 meals, but you need to prepare the meals yourselves. Okay, so how many points a day do you see? Just give it 20 points. Granny Jane said. Just super they gave 50 points, which is more expensive, and she didn't charge that much for the later ones. Since the last kid had 1 brother in her family, 50 points was too much to give, and she was trying to help them out, so she charged 20 points. She also told Qingqing's mom and dad that they didn't have to give 50 points, just 20 points for the same. But they wouldn't listen, and they were trying to take care of her as a fellow countryman, and she was grateful. When Lu Jinming heard it, 20 points was okay, not much. Dong, would you like to be at Grandma Jane's house? There are 2 other brothers and a sister at his house to play with. Daddy comes back to pick you up every night.
Yes.
He knew Daddy was going to earn money. But Daddy must come back to get me. Pull the hook. Watching his son walk to the side of Granny Jane, Lu Jinming also thought of one more thing. His face was a little embarrassed to open his mouth. That Granny Jane. I'm sorry. We just came here yesterday. The points are used up. Can you help me to advance a meal at noon, and I'll come back to give the points at night. Just a meal at noon is fine. Shy and groundless, a big man to open his mouth to find a granny all pad a meal points for his son. But he couldn't let his son starve for a meal, although he had done so before. But at noon, all the other kids are eating. So how pathetic for him to watch from the sidelines. Little things. It can be. Granny Jane didn't care. A meal she could still afford, only not too good. As long as we can fill our bellies, the end times. With that settled, Lu Jinming watched Dong follow Granny Jane into the tent 3 steps behind, and he also quickly walked to the front desk. Lao is already waiting. Sorry to be late. It's fine, I just arrived too. Let's leave now then. Go early and come back early. Okay. Lu Jinming also had this idea. That's why Lao asked him to come along. Both were going back to the hotel every day at the same pace. Can you drive? Will. That's just as well. We can switch driving. Lu Jiwei led Lu Jinming to a van with the words, Ant House, printed on it. There is also a particularly cute 1-ant pattern. That's the gear they'll both need to find supplies. It's better to load it in a van than to carry it by hand yourself. And it's more convenient. Lu Jinming got into the car and found that in addition to the passenger seat reserved, the tables and chairs in the back row were all withdrawn and bare. This will hold more supplies and more people. Lu Jinming nodded in understanding. The 2 men started the vehicle when they heard an anxious voice. Wait. Chapter 153. Lu slammed on the brakes and waited for the person to approach, realizing it was a strange woman. Hello. Can I get a ride? Is that you? The visitor was Kong Qiuping. You know each other? Lu Jiwei hadn't seen this woman, since the 2 of them then knew each other, indicating that they came to the hotel together. Well, she saved me and Toto yesterday. In that case, get in the car. Where do you want to go? We'll take you there. Can you give me a ride to Dupo District? Kong Qiuping asked. Yesterday she had inquired about it, even if there was a fast track that would take her straight to the city where their home was. But the exit is still some distance away from Wang Dagong's crappy house. And I've heard that this exit is going to undergo a transformation tomorrow, and it's unknown where it's going to go. So when he heard the news, Kong Qiuping didn't sleep well for a night, and finally decided that he must go down the mountain today to get his revenge. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to go back after today. After all, it takes a lot more time to get from the hotel to that bitch's house, not to mention the dangers of the road. This morning, I coaxed my heart to go out in a hurry with my machete. Just saw a car starting up. All right, get up here. Lu Jiwei felt that he was just looking for supplies anyway, so he was going anywhere. It's kind of on the way. Kong Xiaoping immediately floated a smile at his words. Thank you, thank you. I've caused you trouble? With that, he was ready to pull open the door and get in the car. Wait, you take the co-pilot, I'll go to the back. After Lu Jiming finished speaking, he opened the co-pilot and walked over. Only when he opened the door at the back did Kong Xiaoping see that the back was empty and the seats had all been removed. In fact, it was nothing to not have a seat. But seeing that Lu Jinming's tall body had already gotten into the car, Kong Xiaoping still got into the passenger side after expressing his thanks. Lu Jinming wasn't pitying her or anything, just because she saved herself and Dong Dong yesterday. Be grateful to her. The car sets off and soon pulls out of the fast lane, which is the Mulsan area. According to the navigation tips, it is about half an hour drive from Dupo district. Lu Jiwei didn't use the instant arrival function. That one was to be saved for special emergency moments. Usually looking for supplies usually just drive normally. Soon, the Dupo district arrived. Kong Xiaoping came down to the car and did not let them continue to send, because it was supposed to be just a ride. Not in a position to ask for much. Good thing the drop-off wasn't far from the crappy guy's house. Walking distance is estimated at 10 minutes. At the moment, she was already brewing emotions. An ungrateful walker rushed forward and was punched in the head by her. Without even a squeak, he fell limply to the ground. Lu Jiwei and Lu Jinming, who saw this scene in the car, sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The two of them looked at each other, and I'll be damned. Is this still human? So sick and fierce? Let's gather supplies in this neighborhood. Lu Jinming suggested. There are quite a lot of stores here. Lu looked at it and nodded. I don't know what's going on in this post-apocalyptic world. And by all accounts, the early days of the end times shouldn't be this chaotic. But it's like a sudden full-blown explosion. Nationwide. All at once, the country is overrun by zombies, and order collapses as soon as it begins. Some of this is unacceptably fast. Like the $0 purchase, which popped up at the beginning of the end times, with one comes two. $0 purchases are starting to become prevalent. It's not that Lu Jiwei is a saintly mother. It's just that he, like everyone else, has this doubt. Think some of this is too soon. As a matter of normalcy, in the early days of the end times, people still had a reverence for rules and regulations and social morality. But in order to survive, some of this is not something they, the little people, can change. Chapter 154. That's why they all join $0 buy, but they will never hurt or harm anyone. They just want to find supplies and redeem their points. I'll drive the car up and park it directly in front of the store. Grab your weapon when you get out. Lu Jiwei pointed to the back where a few iron bars were placed. These were the weapons he had collected earlier and did not take them to exchange for points, but left them for defense. The iron bars work well. Close enough for defense, far enough for offense. A stick to the walker's head, though not as good as the woman who just opened up the walker's head directly with her hand. At this moment, Kong Xiaoping had already followed the plan he had thought of last night. Wrapping himself up tightly, he carried a bulging bag of stuff in his hand. Coming downstairs to Wang Dagong, it was true that as long as Wang Dagong stood on the balcony, he could definitely see her and her supplies. Wandered around, waited a while, and headed for his flat. Don't ask why you know where Wang Dagang and Junior's home is. Since this used to be her and Hart's home, the two go and turtled up and throw her and Hart out. At first, Wang Dagong bit the bullet and refused to take Xin away, and custody was to go to him. Unless voluntarily one is willing to go clean. Needless to say, it was all that mistress's idea, because the day before, Wang Dagong are promised to divorce, daughter custody to their own, half of the property. When she arrived at Junior's house, she turned around and disowned him, and if it wasn't Junior's idea, she wouldn't believe it if it killed her. So it's all packed away together today. At that time, I thought of my heart and compromised for fear of hurting my child's mind by pulling it like that. Originally, each side of the road to the west, the past is forgotten. Well water does not offend the river water. I didn't expect that lousy Wang Dagong to come and mess with him. Hello, is anyone there? There was no one inside the room to open the door or make a sound. It's hard to believe no one's home. Or maybe that lousy Wang Dagong only dared to make a move on himself and rob her of her supplies. Covering his face himself, he thought it was a stranger and didn't dare make a move. Grandma's a bully. It seems he thinks he's too good to be bullied. Since she won't open the door, She'll go in herself. Bang, bang, bang. After several kicks in a row, the door began to warp. As soon as he saw that there was a show, Kong Chioping immediately exerted his whole body strength, clanging and clanging and clanging and clanging and clanging and clanging and clanging a few more feet. The door, finally too much to bear, opened. Kong Chioping grabbed the bone chopper and walked in aggressively. Just see a family of 3 shivering in the living room. Yo. Voila. Wang Dagong's bearish and cowardly look still shielded the youngest 3 children behind him. It's really very tomboyish. But none of this was for her or heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an eyesore to look at. This big. Wang Dagong looked at the other party covered tightly, and for a moment he could not tell whether it was a big brother or a big sister. The words slipped out of his mouth. This warrior, please spare my life. You can take away anything in the house. Just please spare our family's lives. Here it is, filming a costume drama. Kong Chioping did not squeak. Looking around, the place has been greatly changed, without the slightest trace of her. The eyes finally landed on a bottle of lollipops sitting on the coffee table. If nothing else, it was the supplies she had found last time and was going to bring back to heart. It's half-eaten now. Seeing her eyes fall to the lollipop position, a plump little boy of 4 or so immediately said menacingly, "That's mine. Don't take it." Chapter 155. Kong Chioping knows him, is the child of Wang Dagang and Xiao San. The date of birth is 2 months younger than Xian. It's the heart of Wang Dagang and Xiao San. Huh, is that right? Well, I'll give you a choice. Do you want a lollipop or a mommy and daddy? What do you mean? You know that you won't be able to find such a delicious lollipop in the end times anymore. I love it so much. Kong Chioping deliberately guided. I cannot take your lollipop, then how about you let your father or mother's life in exchange? Do you choose daddy to die, or mommy to die? Or do you choose not to have this last delicious lollipop? Little Tubby looked at daddy and mommy, and then at lollipop. Wang Dagong and Junior wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Kong Chioping. A kick to the coffee table immediately split in 2. You guys shut up, oh. The 2 men did shut up in fear. This kick would have been great if it had been on you. Wang Dagang's body moved to the side, trying to lower his presence. Little friend, have you thought about it? Kong Chioping was full of malice. Come to think of it, I'll take all 3. Oh, that's not good enough. Must give up one, or you die. 3 counts, you have to give me the answer, oh. 3. Kong Chioping walked slowly towards the 3 with his machete. 2-1. After saying that, he raised his machete and charged towards them. Pick daddy. I'll pick daddy. Let daddy die. Yaozu. Wang Dagang couldn't believe his ears. Is he or she no better than a couple of lollipops? Not to mention the fact that he brought the candy back. What's all the yelling about? You're not my real dad anyway, so if you're dead, you're dead. Wang Yaozu's words gave Wang Dagong a blow to the head. How about feeling green in the head? He wondered if it was true. But Kong Chioping didn't give him a chance. It is to let him die in peace. Kids are awesome. Raising the bone chopper and slashing at Wang Dagong's head. Oh, sorry, forgot you're a human, not a zombie. But it doesn't matter, as long as you die anyway. Kong Chioping's clean killing technique scared Xiaohuan and Wang Yaozu. Now it's your turn. Kong Chioping terrorized leisurely back at Xiaohuan and Wang Yaozu. But the machete is stuck in the skull. Seeing this, Xiaohuan immediately pulled Wang Yaozu and ran outside. Hi, don't run. Kong Chioping turns around and lands a 1-2. Clunk. Fall to the ground. Then he stepped on Wang Dagong's corpse and lifted it with force, and the machete was taken out with the bone scraps. Without further ado, 1 for each. Settle the finish. The smell of blood here is too heavy. Kong Chioping immediately left. Not a single point here want to take away. Come outside and quickly take off the clothes with the face and the face towel, which must be thrown away because of the blood. Otherwise, it'll attract walkers. Wang Dagong's trio died through and through, and it was estimated that their bodies would end up being eaten clean by the zombies. Kong Chioping is refreshed and happy, and the great revenge has been avenged. She returned along the same road just in time to see the hotel van. Looks like the 2 are in trouble. She quickly went forward, only to see the 2 of them, Lu Jinming and Lu Jiwei, surrounded by several people. Hand over the car keys. The car still looks intact. That's why Zhang Chong and the others wanted car keys, not a violent drive. The car had supplies they had gathered. Just in time. It's all theirs. There's no way Lu could have handed over the key. As long as the key is handed over, there's no way they can live. Chapter 156. Abominable. The group came at just the right time. If they were the ones by the car or in the car, neither of them were afraid because they were within the safety of the hotel. They can never hurt them. But it was such bad luck that both of them were inside the store gathering supplies. Away from the security of the hotel, to think of a way to get to the car. But the way to the car was blocked by them. Hard charging? Definitely not. Outwit? Before he could think of a way, someone on the other side had already suggested, "Boss, why don't you just take them?" Made a neck-wiping motion. The key is always on them. We'll just take it ourselves when we're dead. Well, Huang Ma-zi, you're right. The one called Boss waved his hand. Everyone do it. Seeing this, Lu Jiwei immediately whispered quickly, "Wait for a chance to go to the side of the car. As long as we are 1 meter around the car, we will survive. If either of us is unfortunate enough to die, please take care of the family. Both have attachments. A death in your own family is a death. Just worried about what the family can do. Good. Let's try to both go back alive." Lu Jinming turned around and leaned back to back with Lu Jiwei. They were just 2 or 3 meters from the van. As long as they survive the 1 or 2 meters, they'll survive. Before they could come over, they quickly approached the car. Less distance if you can. The opponent's weapon was already close at hand. The two gritted their teeth to bear it, stopping most of the attacks with the iron bars in their hands. But there's still quite a bit left to fall on. Pain. It hurts too much. There was blood spilling out of his body. A short distance of less than a meter, they never made it. Lu Jinming felt that he was probably going to end up here today. His consciousness is a little fuzzy and all his body aches, and he doesn't know who gave him the fatal wound and He was fuming, trying to put together a bloody path for Lu to get him to the car. Just ask him to be kind to his dong. Move. Lu Jinming no longer defended, but instead swung the iron rod with a fury, making a little bit of a safe area, and pushed Lu Jiwei over as soon as he could. And on his body, there were more wounds and blood was flowing. Good thing that's just a little bit of distance for Lu to get into a safe range. Once at a safe range, other people's weapons couldn't attack him. Dong dong. Lu Jiwei saw Lu Jinming's mouthpiece through the crowd and burst into tears. He's dying to get out, but reason would not allow him to go out. If he dies, who'll take care of Dong Dong? What do you do with a 3-year-old child who has no one to look after him? And his wife and child who are not out of the womb? Reason and morality are pulling at the extremes. He's going crazy. No, don't come over. Lu Jinming shook his head and slowly fell to the ground. Don't sacrifice indifferently. He's tired anyway. I just hope he'll look at the fact that he saved his life and treat Toto kindly. It's not that he's a saintly mother. It's that he doesn't even know who cut him mortally. Wouldn't have survived. As long as he could live, he would certainly not hesitate to choose to live himself. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Jiwei saw hope and saw that the woman in the morning held up a machete bone knife and rushed over. One cut. Seeing this, Lu Jiwei also took a deep breath. Damn. Spell it out. Raising his iron club, he charged. To the death, without mercy. The two of them combined their efforts to kill a bloody path. Hang on. We're going back now. Chapter 157. Lu Jiwei opened an iron bar to a man not far from his side, threw away the iron bar, and picked up Lu Jinming in a hug. Let's go back first. There were still some enemies that hadn't fallen, but Lu Jinming's life was more important. He looked deeply, memorizing the faces of these people so that he would not encounter them in the future. Kong Qiuping looked at the bloodied Lu Jinming and nodded. Good. She stood by to protect them both. Anyone who comes by will be slashed. No mercy at all. Frightened by Kong Qiuping's aura, no one wanted to die, so those who were still alive hesitated. Watching as they were about to leave, the feud having been settled, the boss roared, "Anyone who doesn't fucking do it will be fed to the zombies." At a command, the hesitant ones gritted their teeth and rushed forward. If you don't move your hands, you're dead. If you all rush together, you still have a chance to live. But it was too late. A meter away from the van would have been a safe distance. The one closest to them raised a knife and was about to strike at them. But it was only 0.01 centimeters away from them, and it could never get in. There was no way to hurt them. This? TM to hell with it. The others rushed over is the same. Old boss, it's fucking evil. Yeah, boss, we can't even hurt them. No way. Didn't we just hurt them all? That boss didn't believe me and came to raise his own knife to try it, and it was just the same. I'll stop his bleeding first. Lu Jiwei put no time to pay attention to them, not hiding anything at all at this time. Find all the medicines that are kept in the car, but there are too many wounds on Lu Jinming. There are too few hemostatic drugs to do anything about it. Let's go back first. Maybe someone at the hotel has medicine. There is no medicine, and he must be allowed to see his son one last time. Brother, hold on. We'll be right back at the hotel. Be sure to hold on. Dong 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 dong. Lu Jinming was already in a semi-conscious state, and his mouth kept chanting. Well, just wait a minute. We'll be right back at the hotel. You'll be able to see Dong Dong in no time. After saying that, then quickly returned to the driver's side and started the vehicle. To Kong Chioping, who was unilaterally harvesting outside, he shouted, "Get in the car. Please press the bleeding point on his chest." It was his deadliest wound. Kong Chioping didn't get attached to the battle, and after harvesting the last man, he quickly jumped on the car. Seeing the pale Lu Jinming lying in the car, he tightly pressed the bleeding mouth on his chest. Never sleep. We're almost there. Think about your son. If you die and someone bullies him, he'll have no one to help him, and he'll be left to cry in the corner alone. He'll still be underfed, underclothed, and dirty. Lu Jinming felt that he would have to live for another 100 years before he could do so, but he was so tired and cold, didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Moments caravan back to the hotel. Lu Jiwei rushed out of the car covered in blood. Save people, save people. Does anyone have a bleeding stopper? Is there a doctor at the hotel? Boss Shui, Sister One, does the hotel have medicine? Is there a doctor? Please save Lu Jinming. Hearing the commotion, Shui Wenxin was startled. Where are the people? In the car. Shui Wenxin and Sister One immediately walked over and opened the car door. Saw Lu Jinming, who was lying in the car covered in blood. Please help him. Go get his son, Dondo, to come here. No matter what, he had to let him see Dong Dong for the last time. And at this point, he didn't care if he would scare Dong Dong. Sister One immediately got into the car, checked it out, and shook her head at Shui Wenxin. The injuries are too serious. Chapter 158. Shui Wenxin looked at the large and small wounds on her body and took out the hemostatic pills and painkillers from the space. As soon as the hemostatic was sprinkled on, it was washed away. It doesn't work at all. All she could do was feed the painkillers in. It's signed for a very potent painkiller. At least it'll keep him out of pain. Is there no way out? Kong Chioping watched as none of them made a move. I'm sorry. He's too badly hurt. Shui Wenxin has signed on for today, or there's still a chance. But there's only tomorrow now, and he doesn't look like he can wait for tomorrow. There is another way. Shui Wenxin hesitated. What way? Lu Jiwei ran over quickly with Dong Dong in his arms, just in time to hear these words. When Dong Dong saw his dad, he immediately cried and struggled to get over. Lu Jiwei carefully put him down, then looked at Shui Wenxin with bated breath. Dong Dong. Lu Jinming heard his son's voice and struggled to open his eyes. I looked at his golden peas and wanted to wipe them for him, but I couldn't lift my hand. No cry. He struggled to move his eyes toward Lu. Ma, trouble. I know. I'll take care of Dong Dong. As long as I have a bite to eat, I definitely won't miss him a bite. Lu Jiwei assured. Jean then looked up. Boss Shui, you just said there is another way. What way is it? There's nothing we can do to save him in this condition, but letting the walkers get a hold of him for a bit might give him a chance to become a shifter. That way, he has a chance to live. It's also possible to turn into a zombie. After listening to Mr. Shui's words, he said that no one can guarantee that they will live, just that there is a certain chance to live. Need to try? Shui Wenxin looked to Lu Jinming. She was partial to trying it out, and the big deal was that she was dead anyway. Take a chance for the sake of your son too. That's what she thinks, and that's how she'll take a gamble someday when her life comes to an end. Try. Lu Jinming struggled to utter a single word. Watching Dong Dong cry and come up for air, he sparked a little hope. I'm going to catch the zombies. Lu Jiwei immediately prepared to rush out of the car to catch the zombies. I'll go. Sister Wen stepped forward. She was faster. She detected that the injured man wouldn't last long. Not if you die, even if you get infected with the zombie virus. With that said, she disappeared in front of everyone. Is it still human speed? Shui Wenxin knew that Sister Wen wasn't human, but he didn't know that she was so fast. No wonder they say it's an all-around butler. Being fast is also part of the all-around package. Soon, Sister Wen grabbed a zombie and ran over, not blushing. The walkers are coming. I don't know how Sister Wen did it. The zombie is dying. Shui Wenxin grabbed the zombie's hand. Again, I ask, sure you want to give it a try? Lu Jinming didn't hesitate and nodded vigorously. In fact, in front of outsiders, his head only moved in small increments. But everyone still saw it clearly. Shui Wenxin grabbed the zombie's sharp claws and slashed a wound on Lu Jinming's arm. We'll leave it to time next. If it turns into a zombie, the hotel will just evict him, so don't worry. The zombie won't hurt anyone. She let go of the walker's hand when she was done, and the walker disappeared right in front of their eyes. Chapter 159. The hotel was really safe. The next thing they could do was all they could do, and the rest was left to God to see what it would do. It is? What happened? Just as everyone fell silent, Zhang Yuanyuan hurried over with her son in her arms. Just now she seemed to hear Lu Jiwei's voice, but just as her son was making noise again, she was somewhat unsure. After getting my son settled and distracted, I decided to come out with my son in my arms anyway. Just saw the car driven by Lu Jiwei parked at the hotel. It's not supposed to be in the hotel at this hour. Husband. The first thing Zhang Yuanyuan saw was that her husband was covered in blood. His face was also pitifully white. Don't cry. I'm fine.
Hiss.
I hadn't felt it just now when I was too nervous, but now that I wasn't that nervous, I suddenly felt the fiery pain of the wounds on my body. You want one too? It stops the pain. Xue Wenxin also poured one for Lu Jiwei. Just now, with all his attention on Lu Jinming, he hadn't noticed that Lu Jiwei was also covered in blood. Do you want one? She saw that Kong Qiuping also had blood on his body and was presumably injured as well. Kong Qiuping immediately took it and tilted his head back to swallow it in one gulp. What the hell happened? Why are you all so badly injured? Especially Lu Jinming. It's all my fault. Kong Qiuping hugged Dong Dong to pacify him, regretting and blaming himself. If it wasn't for her, they would have been there and they wouldn't have met the group. That way they wouldn't get hurt, and especially Lu Jinming wouldn't live or die. It's not your fault. It's all because of that group of evildoers. Lu Jiwei hated his teeth when he thought of that group of people. Lu Jiwei told the whole thing. They just want to kill people and get away with it. It's not just seeking wealth. After hearing that, everyone in the room was silent. It's the end times, the evil of human nature is greatly amplified, and the beast within can no longer be shut up. This time, two big men were so seriously injured, and there was a hotel car. If you met by yourself, there is still a chance to go back to the hotel alive? Probably dead on the spot. People are in fear. But what can we do? The hotel is safe. Have you been hiding here? It's not possible. Without points, you will be evicted from the hotel. Just when everyone was in a low mood, the Lu Jinming zombie virus lying on the ground began to take effect. Only his face turned from white to red and his temperature began to rise. Way to go, Dad. Dad, Dong Dong can't live without you. Daddy, wake up. I'm scared. 3-year-old Dong Dong did not speak these words, but rather Kong Qiuping taught one sentence and he said one. Annie said it would wake Daddy up. He doesn't want Daddy to sleep. It is estimated that there will not be results for a while. You guys spread out. Should go back to change and rejoice. Should rest. I will watch here first. Xue Wenxin saw that Lu Jiwei and Kong Qiuping were not in a very good state either. There's no point in anyone else gathering around. Might as well spread out and let Lu Jinming absorb the electric fresh air. Dong Dong was unwilling to leave, so Xue Wenxian let him stay. Kong Qiuping quickly went and returned, holding a quilt in his hands. Chapter 160. The bottom of this car is too hard, padding, may be more comfortable. Kong Qiuping explained. She patted the floral quilt underneath, and then easily moved Lu Jinming onto the quilt. Looking at a big man lying on a flowery quilt, if it wasn't for the bad timing, Kong Qiuping would have loved to smile. Don't blame yourself, it has nothing to do with you. Even if you can't meet them today, there's a chance you'll meet them next time. The post-apocalyptic world is full of crises everywhere. Xue Wenxin persuaded. She could see that Kong Qiuping was blaming himself, but it wasn't her fault. But I can't get past this in my heart. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have run into that group. If anything really happens to him, I'll have a bad conscience for the rest of my life. If she had known, she would have cleaned up that lousy family alone and never dragged anyone else down. Or maybe let them off the hook and don't go looking for them, and Lu Jinming will be fine. That lousy guy, dying without dying properly and dragging others down with him. Sure enough, rotten people are rotten people. Xue Wenxin didn't know how to persuade him. Looking at the child who was still a bit confused, what he's most attached to right now should be this child. If you really feel sorry for him, you can help him look after him more in the future. I think he'll be very happy. Well, I know. I've just decided that if he really dies, I'll raise the child Dong Dong. Kong Qiuping touched his face. Boss Xue, you go busy with the rest. I'll watch him. Seeing as you're in bad shape, you go rest. She was seeing that Kong Qiuping was in a bad state of mind and Lu Jiwei was in a bad state of health. I can't sleep. Just let me watch from here, so that I feel better in my heart. Kong Qiuping's eyes carried a prayer. Okay, but don't push yourself. If you can't take it physically, let us know. We're always here.
Yes.
After seeing Xue Wenxin leave, she came to sit cross-legged beside Lu Jinming. In his ear, he said viciously, "If you don't wake up, I'll bully your waifu every day. I won't feed her and I'll even beat him. So you'd better harden your will and get through this. Just get through it. I was there at the beginning. I know it's hard, but think of the baby and get through it. Get over it and you'll be a shifter, and you'll be as good as me, and then we'll go and kill them all and get back what's left of them." Kong Qiuping rambled on, saying whatever came to mind. She couldn't change the problem of talking too much when she was nervous. It wasn't long before Lu Jiwei came over as well. He had his wounds tended to and changed his clothes. "You have quite a few wounds too. Go back and rest. I'm here." Kong Qiuping looked at him shaken. Apparently the injuries weren't bad either. Not only did he feel guilty about Lu Jinming, but he felt the same way about Lu Jiwei. It's just that Lu's life is not in danger, and she still has a chance to make amends. "I can't sleep. Just keep watch here. I'm a little more at peace." Lu Jiwei shook his head. He tries to close his eyes and rest under his wife's coercion. But when you close your eyes, blood appears, lots of blood. A scene where Lu Junming risked his life to save him, and the way the men hideously held up their knives. He wouldn't dare close his eyes. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me." Kong Qiuping blamed himself to no end. "It has nothing to do with you. And it wasn't you who used to force us. We made all the decisions on our own. Blame it on those people. I remember them all." I'll remember that too. I will absolutely not let them go." Kong Qiuping's sight fell in the distance, thinking in his heart that if he were to encounter them again, he would absolutely not let them go. Chapter 161. The two men fell silent, quietly focusing on Lu Jinming's state. Lu Jiwei in the back couldn't hold on and leaned against the wall of the car, dazed. Lu Dongdong was also tired of crying and fell into a deep sleep in Kong Qiuping's arms. Even when you're asleep, you're still not twitching. In the evening, Yu Wenwen comes to forcefully replace the two of them. Must go back to rest. Otherwise, she was afraid that the two would not be able to hold out if they stayed up any longer. She heard Lu Jiwei's words and knew that it was Lu Jinming who saved him. So even if she's not out of the month yet, she should come and take care of it for the sake of the baby's father. Xue Wenxin had insisted on not falling asleep. Just after 12 in the morning, Xue Wenxin immediately signed in. The hotel lacked a medicine. It would have been nice to have a medicine vending machine. But the hotel's mission was not yet complete, and the rewards for waiting to complete the mission were not available for a while. Only depends on the daily check-in. AI. Signing off today. After saying that, he mumbled medicines in his mind.
Yes.
Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining life-saving pills *3. Description. Life-saving pills can snatch life from the hands of Hades, but only for trauma. Xue Wenxin was slightly disappointed, thinking that she could use it as well. But luckily, Lu Jinming can use it. "Sister One, can you come to my house?" Xue Wenxin looked at the sleeping Sugar Plum and thought of Sister Wen's speed. "Let her deliver the medicine. It's faster." "Yes, master. Be right there." In a few seconds, Sister One arrived, and Xue Wenxin gave her one of the pills she had just signed for. "Hurry up and give this to Lu Jinming. It might help him get his life back." That was all she could do. The rest was really up to God. "Yes, master." Sister Wen didn't ask what it was. Even if it was poison, she would feed it to Lu Junming without any hesitation. In seconds, she came back to the van and stepped inside. Zhang Yuanyu and hadn't been sleeping, and when she heard the commotion, she lifted her head to see that it was Sister One. "Sister One, why are you still up?" "I'm fine here. I'll take care of him. Boss Xue asked me to feed this pill to him, saying that it would help him get his life back," Sister Wen said as she walked over. Directly wrenching open Lu Jinming's mouth, he sent the pill in. "It melts in your mouth." It quickly disappeared. Sister Wen also specifically checked to make sure the pills were swallowed before closing Lu Jinming's mouth. The next day, Lu Jinming still had a fever and showed no signs of waking up. But that's fine. No news is good news. Lu Jiwei came over early with his son in his arms to change back to his wife. "You go back and rest. I'll do it here. I'm much better already." Looking at the blue color under his wife's eyes, Lu Jiwei felt a little guilty. It's making her scared to follow. Good. Zhang Yuan didn't force herself. "Originally, my body was much weaker after giving birth. Coupled with the fact that he had just encountered a post-apocalyptic outbreak before, he was scared and lacked food, and his body was even worse than before. By the way, don't worry too much. Last night Boss Xue asked Sister One to come and feed him a pill, saying that it could snatch a life back. and I can see that his face looks much better after taking the pill. Lu Jiwei sniffed and immediately took a closer look at Lu Zhenming's face. Sure enough, unlike yesterday's dead air, today is much more vibrant. It's really thanks to Boss Shui. The two of them were convinced of Boss Shui. Well, so don't worry too much. I trust Boss Shui. He'll be fine. Chapter 162. Hey, it's really not good luck for two people to be partnered for only one day and have such a big thing happen to them. Shortly after Zhang Yuanyuan left, Lu Dongdong also ran over. Dad, I'm coming. Uncle, Daddy is so lazy and still sleeping. Dongdong is all up. Right. Dongdong is the most capable. Unlike your father who is lazy and can't get it up. Lu Jiwei was a little bitter inside. I hope Lu Zhenming wakes up early. Dongdong, why did you come alone? Auntie and sister are still sleeping. I miss Daddy, so I snuck over here. Auntie and sister should be Kong Qiuping and Wang Yisin. She's the one who's been taking care of Easton since the accident yesterday. I wanted to take it back myself, but Kong Qiuping said, you're also injured, and your wife isn't here, so it's better if I come. Then next time don't give your aunt and sister a heads up so they know where you've been, or they'll be anxious. Suddenly, he noticed that Lu Zhenming and Dongdong's scorecards were flickering faintly. What's going on here? Is it to be evicted from the hotel? Lu Jiwei feet plopped down and hands softly picked up the scorecard to take a look. It turned out to be a reminder to renew residence. False alarm, false alarm. Dongdong, you stay here and watch over Dad for a bit. I'm going to redeem the points for you guys. If there's anything, just give me a shout and I'll be right over. Is that okay? The supplies are on this cart anyway, and the cash register for redeeming points is right up front. He can come immediately if anything happens. Kanda. Lu exchanged the supplies he searched for yesterday into points and recharged them to Lu Zhenming and Lu Dongdong's cards, renewing their stays for a month. Then he dared to go to Kong Qiuping's side, intending to inform her. As a result, she was seen rushing out of the tent with a nervous face. Don't worry, Dongdong is at his father's place. I just heard him say that he ran out quietly and came over here specifically to tell you. Kong Qiuping's tense heart finally relaxed a bit and took a deep breath. God knows how scared I was when I just woke up without seeing him. She thought she'd lost Ludo. How could she take it if she did? Harmed his father, both sons. I know, that's why I came over to let you know. Don't worry, he's fine. They just had a reminder from their points card to check in, and I redeemed their supplies and checked in for a renewal. That's good. How is Lu Zhenming doing? Last night, Boss Shui had sister would feed him a pill, saying that it would bring back his life, and I saw that his face had much more life in it this morning. Lu Jiwei told what he knew. I don't think his life is in danger. It's only a matter of time before he wakes up. Kong Qiuping saw Lu Zhenming with his own eyes and really settled his heart as Lu Jiwei said. It might take a few more days to wake up, not for a while. That's what happened to me in the first place, after 4 or 5 days. Did you awaken your powers as well? Yeah. Or do you think I was born this strong? Also, Lu Zhenming's life was not in danger, and both of them had to relax a lot. It's not a good time for the group that robbed the car. Yesterday the car disappeared out of sight, not to mention. The strong smell of blood attracted a large number of zombies. After bringing a dozen brothers out, there are 2 left. Xu Yong knew that there would be no good consequences when he went back, but he had to head for the base under pressure. Have to find a way to minimize the punishment. Ant House. Thinking about the sign on that car just now, and the weird scene approaching the vehicle, Xu Yong narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed. Perhaps this was his chance to turn the tables. Chapter 163. Asshole. You brought out 15 people, the supplies weren't found, and the people were folded. You still have the face to come back? Guo Junyi was furious. A kick to the heart of Xu Yong shows no mercy. Xu Yong was immediately kicked to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Not bothering to cry out in pain, he immediately knelt up respectfully. My lord, spare my life. I have important clues to report. He wanted to report it in the first place, but Guo Junyi didn't give him time, and gave him a kick as soon as he caught a glimpse of him. What important clues? Guo Junyi's grim voice rang out. Xu Yong felt like he was staring closely like a poisonous snake, and goosebumps instantly appeared. Guo Junyi is a ruthless man who killed his entire family to join the base. His parents and wife, all of whom he killed with his own hands. If he didn't give him satisfactory clues, it was probably hard to escape death today. Xu Yong did not care to wipe the forehead-clattering sweat directly on the way back to the organization of the language. My lord, we came across a very strange van on the road. It had the words Ant House printed on it. And hearing them talk about the hotel, I suspect Ant House is the name of the hotel. We were going to snatch them back and offer them to His Excellency, and everything was going well, but when they came to the perimeter of the van, we couldn't hurt them in any way. And they fled to the car, which disappeared in front of us in a flash. Don't worry, my lord. One of the opponents was heavily injured by us and definitely won't survive. After Xu Yung finished speaking, he carefully looked at Guo Junyi. My lord, their car is really peculiar, as if it can protect them. If we can grab this vehicle, then we definitely have an advantage over the other squads when we go out looking for supplies. Guo Junyi felt that it was a complete excuse after hearing it. How could there be such a thing? The killing intent in the bottom of his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Xu Yung looked increasingly nervous. My lord, I really didn't tell a lie. I swear, if I tell a lie, I'll die without a corpse. Then I'll give you one last chance to find this car that you say is amazing. You have 1 month. If not, then go feed the zombies. Guo Junyi said coldly. It's a waste of time anyway, so give him a month, and if it's really what he says it is, then he'll definitely make the doctor look the other way when he presents it. If you don't find it, then go feed the doctor's walkers in a month. I guaranteed to complete the mission. Xu Yung was thrilled to have retrieved a life. Although there was only a month's time, as long as he completed the mission perfectly, then he would definitely be able to survive. And maybe a bonus. He went out with confidence, but how was he to know that the location of the fast track had changed? It's hard to meet a hotel car. Because of Lu Jinming's matter, the hotel's atmosphere was a bit low. Everyone is at risk. Terrified, Lu Jinming, who had thought it would take a few more days to wake up, suddenly opened his eyes. His confused eyes fell on Toto. Mom, uncle is awake. Wang Yixin was playing with Dong Dong with his mom. Without realizing it, I saw my uncle, who was lying down, open his eyes. Hearing to her words, Kong Xiaoping and Dong Dong immediately stopped the movements in their hands. Their gods synchronized, and together they turned back their heads. Dad. Lu Dong Dong immediately flew over. Daddy, you're finally awake. Shy face, sleepy face. Dondo doesn't even sleep through the night. Lu Jinming touched his little head and smiled. Yes, Daddy Shy face. How are you? Are you uncomfortable in any way? Should I help you sit up? Kong Xiaoping also walked over. Chapter 164. Lu Jiwei just went back to rest. Lu Jinming shook his hand. No need. I think I'm completely fine. When he finished, he sat himself up. It's just a little powerful. You're finally awake. Kong Xiaoping felt much better about his guilt. If I don't wake up, but you're going to beat my waifu every day, and you won't give him anything to eat, do I dare not wake up? Oops. Kong Xiaoping thought of what he had said earlier. His old face reddened. A little less than kind. I that also wanted you to have the will to live, and did not really want to treat Dong Dong that way. She hurried to explain. What if there's a misunderstanding? Heh, I know, teasing you. Lu Jinming laughed brightly, then solemnly said to Kong Xiaoping, thank you for saving me once again, and for helping me take care of Dong Dong. Although the man was unconscious, he was still conscious and could hear and feel every word and action around him. He is mindful of those who cared and helped him. No, you're welcome. If it wasn't for me, nothing would have happened to either of you. And it's always me that got you into trouble. No, it's not that. Don't blame yourself, really? Luckily, you're fine. Kong Xiaoping reddened his eyes. I'll go tell Lu Jiwei and Boss Shui the good news. Kong Xiaoping instructed Xian to wait for her right here, then hurriedly ran out. She happened to see Shui Wanxin at the front desk and immediately said excitedly, Boss Shui, Lu Jinming is awake. Really? That's so nice. I'll go take a look. Shui Wanxin stopped what she was busy with and got up with the same joy. He's in the car. I'll go tell Lu Jiwei the good news. Kong Xiaoping immediately ran to find Lu Jiwei. He'd be happy to know that too. Boss Shui, you're awake. When Lu Jinming saw that Boss Shui had arrived, he immediately stood up with Dong Dong in his arms. Boss Shui, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have died a long time ago. Although a man may have tears in his eyes, he has not gone to the gates of hell. He was still horrified at the thought. It wasn't Boss Shui who made the suggestion to infect him with the zombie virus to fight it off, and the pill in the middle of the night. Originally, the pill had helped him when he was fighting the zombie virus, or he wouldn't have woken up so early. No need to thank you. It's also your luck that you're alive. God doesn't accept you. Shui Wanxin was unimpressed by his thanks. In the end, she hadn't actually done anything. It's just a matter of moving your lips. The main idea is that the pills are too. How are you feeling right now? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? She looked at Lu Jinming. and her face didn't look anything out of the ordinary when she looked what up. Thanks for the concern. I'm feeling pretty good right now, just a little disengaged. Distressed? It's probably because you've been dripping for so long. Just eat something to replenish your energy. Shui Wenxin felt that this shouldn't be a big problem. Have you awakened your powers? Not having been evicted from the hotel and waking up again, it seems like it should have been an awakening of psychic abilities. I just don't know what kind of powers. She was kind of curious. After all, there was a natural curiosity among ordinary people towards the altered. Lu Zhenming felt it with his heart. It seems like an alien ability has awakened. What is it? Chapter 165.
Look.
As Lu Zhenming's words fell, the surrounding metals were dumbfounded and slowly rose. It looks like it's a gold ability that can manipulate metal. Congratulations. That congratulations is not an overstatement. The hotel was now nearly 100 people strong, with only as many shifters as could be counted on one hand. A blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. Yes, as the saying goes, there will be a blessing after a great disaster. Lu Jiwei hurried over and saw this scene. Brother, it's fortunate that nothing happened to you. Otherwise, I would have a hard time with my conscience in my life. Lu Jiwei was also red-eyed. In the past, where he had experienced these life and death events, he was actually not very old. Until then, it's all about forcing yourself to be calm. Actually panicked internally. Well, these are all happy. So let's get together for a dinner tonight and celebrate. Yeah, celebrate. That's fine, you guys take your time and rest for a while. I'll go and notify. Shui Wenxin's cell phone was placed at the front desk. To notify people, just say so in the group. What they call a potluck is when everyone buys their own food and puts it together and talks about it, instead of which one is treating you. Now those guys have a lot of points in their hands. It still takes quite a few points to invite that many people, and it's not necessary. It's just like when the community used to have events, where each family would put out a dish, put it together, and have a damn feast. Lu Jiwei saw Boss Shui leave, and then looked at Lu Zhenming somewhat lustfully. Lu Zhenming knew in his heart that he probably knew what he wanted to say. Also understandable. He was fine on his own before, and after such a big incident, after only one day of being partnered with himself, it's understandable that he doesn't want to continue to be partnered with himself. Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. It's okay. Lu Jiwei opened his mouth, feeling somewhat unable to open his mouth, but since the other party has said so, all men, it is meaningless to cower. Brother, then I'll be blunt. Lu Jiwei's face was solemn. Neither of us wanted to, and it wasn't anyone's fault about yesterday's accident, but I understand if you don't want to continue to partner with me. Lu Jiwei hadn't thought about this before. After all, at that time Lu Zhenming's life and death were uncertain. Now that he was alive and looking alive, he thought about that. Since he almost died on the first day of the hitch, it's normal for him not to want to continue the hitch. Are you still willing to partner with me? Lu Zhenming asked rhetorically. I'm willing. Brother, your character. I have practically felt it. Partner with you, rest assured. Lu Jiwei replied without thinking. But if you're not willing, I won't force myself. Lu Zhenming laughed out loud and slapped on Lu Jiwei's shoulder. Let's continue to partner in the future. Your character is also trustworthy. I'm also relieved to partner with you. In fact, Lu Zhenming wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid that Dong Dong would have no one to take care of him. After that experience yesterday, he knew that if he died, Toto had someone to take care of him. Whether it's Lu Jiwei, Kong Qiuping, or Ba Shui, they all take care of Dong Dong and are able to give him a place in the hotel. Can I join? Kong Qiuping's voice came from the side, and she saw them talk before she spoke. Even though I'm a female, I'm definitely not much, and I'm super strong. After saying that, he also showed off his biceps. But it was soft and unconvincing. Kong Qiuping immediately picked up the iron bar on the ground and easily bent it. What do you think? Lu Zhenping asked Lu Jiwei. Because the car, it's Lu Jiwei's. I think so. Lu Jiwei had seen Kong Qiuping's force yesterday. Chapter 166. It was more than two of him. With her on board, they would never have to go through what happened yesterday. Well then, let's hope that the three of us become the iron triangle that can deliver the back. First, never betray. Secondly, if someone is unfortunately killed, the other one must treat the child well.
Yes.
In the post-apocalyptic world, the most reassuring thing is the children. The three reached out and started a new chapter for all three. In the evening, everyone gathered together. Lu Zhenming's recovery enlivened the subdued hotel atmosphere. Everyone ate and drank until the moon was over the trees, when they gradually dispersed. Although the incident of Lu Jinming has passed, it has brought a lot of influence to the hotel. Everyone is in danger of going out to look for supplies, but also in groups of 3 or 5, absolutely not a person yet go out. Weapons must be prepared, and never just one. There is also a need for everyone to strengthen their exercise and improve their physical fitness so that they can pick up their lives in case of danger. Every time I go out, I am also more cautious, and when I meet strangers, I just go around and never go up to them to talk. As far away as possible. With that, the hotel's occupants became fewer, and there were only super little buses that brought some people back from time to time. 5 short of the mission goal of 100. During this period of time, Shui Wenxin had been signing in day after day, all of which were food and supplies, nothing particularly useful. Watch out, I've got good news for you. Shui Wenxin was reading a picture book to Sugar and teaching her to recognize words in the meantime. At present, I can still recognize simple words like heaven, earth, man, top and bottom, southeast, northwest, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. What good news! Shui Wenxin looked up curiously when she saw her second grandmother running over like a child. Wasn't I harvesting corn the other day? I was going to say plant it. It can't be wasted and spoiled in the ground. Then after the collection, I thought about carrying a backpack to redeem points and try it out. And guess what? How many points do you get for a basket? Shui Wenxin knew that there were a lot of points when she saw her second grandmother's face full of excitement. Think of the peaches before, 20 points apiece. If you convert that, 1 corn counts for 10 points, and there are an estimated 50 in a basket. So just 500 points? I guess 500 points. The second grandmother waved her hand. This girl also dared to guess so boldly. Not that much, 1 backpack. I redeemed 350 points. 350 points is quite a lot. Don't just look at this. 350 points is not much. This is only 1 basket. I have at least dozens of baskets at home, so when you calculate it, my goodness, it's a lot. The second grandmother slapped her thigh in excitement. Shui Wenxin made a quick calculation in his mind and realized that it seemed as if his brain wasn't working too well after he got sick and used medication. So he immediately took out his cell phone and opened the computer. Even if it's 30 backpacks, 350 times 30 is equal to 10,500 points. That's $1 million. Second grandmother came over and whispered, "Careful, I think there's something to this planting thing you were talking about before. You priced it too low before, and looking at the points I got for selling corn, there are people renting it at a higher price. And look, planting crops within the safety of the hotel just means it's a little more tiring, but it beats safety. And, let me tell you, I found it," second grandmother said mysteriously. Chapter 167.
What?
I've noticed a change in the climate here. It wasn't the right weather for growing greens, but now it is. You come with me. Second grandmother pulled Shui Wenxin toward the vegetable patch in front of her house. Just a small patch of green, vibrant seedlings in the middle of the vegetable patch. I was just going to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to really work. And it only took a few days for it to grow this big. I think it will only take 2 or 3 days at most before we can eat the seedlings. That fast? Although she was still experienced as a child, even the fastest Brussels sprouts weren't this fast. That's right. After 2 or 3 more days, let's pull some to exchange points and see how many we can exchange. If you have more, then it's nice to grow these greens and take them for points. It's short and doesn't take much effort. Shui Wenxin was thoughtful. Second grandmother, can you call me to join you then? She wants to see it too. That's something. I'll yell for you when the time comes. Wouldn't it be nice if the points were high enough that hotel patrons could just garden within the safety of the hotel? Shui Wen thought to himself that the hotel was 5 people short of completing its mission. Would it reward a wider range of security then? Currently halfway up the mountain. Will it go straight to the bottom next time? Tomorrow, if there aren't 5 new residents today, then she goes out and gets 5 customers back. Shui Wenxin returned home and looked at the rewards from signing in a few days ago and had an idea in his heart. She cleaned up and took one of each of the food items from the check-in and took it to redeem her points. What with Hei Jilang jelly, pearl milk tea, instant noodles and golden soup, Chongqing noodles, snail noodles, and beef jerky. Carrying a small bag to the top of the hill, experimenting and redeeming them one by one. Heezy jelly, 1 point. Pearl milk tea, 5 points. Gin and tonic instant noodles, 5 points. Chongqing xiaomian, 5 points. Spiro, 6 points. Beef jerky, 7 points. Don't look at a single point that isn't very high, but realize that it's in units of 1. How big is a joy jelly? That's 1 point. If you do the math, the overall food redemption points are going to be that much more, right? But corn, peaches like this, have more food points than this seems to have over this type of food. I'll be almost sure in a couple of days when I come with my second grandmother to redeem the baby bok choy. Planting isn't really something to mess with. In the evening, all 3 cars returned. Only Gao Yang brought back 1 person. There are currently 4 people short. Gao Yang, take me with you when you go out tomorrow. The hotel is still short 4 residents. Let's go out for a spin tomorrow. Xue Wenxin called out to Gao Yang, who was about to leave. Gao Yang stopped and looked back. Good move. Though he wondered why the hotel was still 4 residents short, but he doesn't ask. The next day, Gao Yang was waiting in the car early, and Xue Wenxin settled sugar before arriving late. Sorry I'm late. Long wait I guess. It took a while to get the baby. It's fine, it's fine. I just got here too. Gao Yang could have no problem with that. It doesn't matter even if Boss Xue comes in the afternoon. A laborer has to have the awareness of a laborer. Sister Xue, where are we going? Is there a destination? Nah, just pick any fast track. Okay, sit tight, Sister Xue. We'll leave right away. Gao Yang started the vehicle and quickly drove out of the fast lane. Looking at the familiar streets, it was surprisingly the city where Xue Wenxin used to live. I didn't realize that the destination of this fast track was her former city. As far as the eye can see, up ahead is the neighborhood where she lives. Want to check it out? No, don't want to. Turn around. Xue Wenxin saw the familiar neighborhood, and those not-so-fabulous memories surfaced, putting her in a bad mood. Out of sight, out of mind. Okay. Without saying a word, Gao Yang directly turned the van around. The ungrateful zombies were directly crushed. I don't know why, but recently there are fewer survivors outside than before. Gao Yang looked at the streets outside. It was all bustling with walkers as far as the eye could see. Chapter 168. Crystal Core, I smell crystal core. AI's voice in her head was agitating. Crystals? This was the second crystal core she had encountered. In which direction? Xue Wenxin asked AI inside his head. The building in front, 3rd floor? Xue Wenxin looked up and saw a building in front of him, 10 single buildings. Gao Yang, park in that building right in front of you. Then you wait for me in the car. Sister Xue, I'll go with you. It's safer with more people. Gao Yang arrived at his destination and stepped on the brakes. Xue Wenxin refused. It wasn't safe for her to have many people, and she had to be distracted. She opened the car door, and in the midst of Gao Yang's dumbfounded stares, she walked straight through the herd of zombies and into the building in front of her. Tall man. Team G, we're surrounded by zombies. If we can't rush out, we'll probably all be accounted for here. A uniformed man's tone was a bit bad. But how do you punch it? You tell me? We're out of weapons. Qiao Mu and Chu Tao and the others are unconscious. How are we going to rush out with just the 3 of us with 2 unconscious people? Are we going to give up on them? Ji Guifan looked at the 2 who were arguing. No one is wrong. That's the state they're in, 2 unconscious, no weapons, no food, and surrounded by walkers. In and out, listening to the howls of the walkers outside and the sounds of banging on doors and windows. Either that or rush in and become a zombie snack. It's either that or hide here and starve to death. Left and right are dead. It's just death anyway. I might as well go out and kill 1 zombie for no loss, and 2 for profit. The man who spoke first, Huang Zihao, couldn't help himself and stood up. Don't be impulsive. What if someone comes to save us? Zhu Jun pulled back Huang Zihao, who was furiously heading out. Huang Zihao, who was more impatient in nature, immediately said upon hearing this, if someone comes to save us, I'll kneel down and kowtow to him. How could anyone possibly come to their rescue now? And it's so many walkers out there surrounding them. That 1 zombie has a crystal core? Xue Wenxin came to the 3rd floor and looked at the densely packed zombies. What? Having a zombie party here? There were so many walkers that she couldn't find out which one actually had the crystals. Inside, right inside the room, AI's excited voice rang out. The closer she got to the crystal core, the more excited AI became. If it had a physical body, it would have popped up a long time ago. Inside? Xue Wenxin looked at the 3 layers of zombies inside and outside, took a deep breath, and held her breath as she rushed inside. Make way. Make way, please. Let me in. Team G, did you hear the sound of someone talking? Zhu Jun stood up somewhat incredulously. I'm afraid I didn't hear it wrong, right? There are only zombies outside. How could anyone possibly talk? Huang Zihao didn't believe it. Honestly, Ji Guifan didn't believe it either. Zhu Jun walked to the door and listened carefully. He felt that he couldn't have heard it wrong. Someone is really talking. Xue Wenxin managed to get to the innermost part of the room and found that the door was tightly shut. AI, sure the crystal core is in there? Okay. Shui Wenxin directly pushed the door and found that she couldn't. AI, is anyone in there? There are 3. No wonder there are so many walkers surrounding the place. Days. Isn't there a crystal core in there? Means there are walkers inside. Surprisingly, there are still people. Aren't they afraid to die? Dare to share a room with a walker with a crystal core. Chapter 169. In her impression, zombies with crystal cores were definitely a bit more powerful than those without. Thinking about pushing harder with his hands. Still can't push it. It was also true that the door that hadn't been opened by so many walkers was probably hard to do with her strength. Change from pushing to knocking. Now not only did Zhu Jun hear it, even Ji Guifan and Huang Zihao heard it. The 2 men brushed themselves to their feet. What? The zombies are knocking on the door? Huang Zihao could never believe that someone outside had come through the heavy zombies to knock on the door. Listen to the people inside. Open the door immediately, and immediately, you are in danger now. Shui Wenxin knocked on the door for half a day without opening it. Immediately there was some urgency. The force in his hand increased, banging the door. Team Ji, Huang Zihao and Zhu Jun both looked at Ji Guifan, wanting him to make a decision. Open? Or not? Can they still not know they're in danger? Isn't it dangerous enough to open the door with all those walkers out there? Ji Guifan went to the window, pulled open the curtains, and saw a dense crowd of hideous zombies. Can't see the doorway. And the gate didn't have a cat's eye or anything like that, so they didn't know if what knocked on the door was friend or foe. Ji Guifan mused, grab your weapons. Prepare to open the door. Put up a fight. Sooner or later you're dead anyway. It's hard to wait for a little change, and if you don't take advantage of it, you might just die. Huang Zihao immediately picked up his weapon. He had wanted to open the door for a long time. Killing 1 zombie was not a loss. Killing 2 would be a profit. Zhu Jun was a bit hesitant, but also still grabbed the weapon. Their attention was on the door, not noticing the unconscious man behind them, quietly opening his eyes. The eyes narrowed and the whites of the eyes filled almost the entire eye, covering even the tiny black eye with a white color. The skin turned a greenish gray and was standing up crookedly. Guess it's a new body, not quite used to it yet. Martial law. Ji Guifan stood in the doorway and pulled it open as a figure slipped in. Snap. The door was slammed heavily. The zombies outside who tried to fish in the water were mercilessly shut out. The zombie that moved the fastest had its high nose pinched off. It's you. Ji Guifan recognized the woman in front of him as the one he had met a few times before. I didn't expect to meet again, but the other party raised a watermelon knife towards him. Team Qi. Team Qi. Boom. Boom. The sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Ji Guifan felt that he had dodged a bit of a mess, and it turned out that the other party's target was not himself. He stood up awkwardly and looked at the other one that had fallen to the ground, which was clearly his teammate Chu Tao. Xu Tao. Xu Tao. Huang Zihao's rage came to an abrupt end when he saw Chu Tao's altered appearance. Chu Tao unexpectedly turned into a zombie without their knowledge. If it wasn't for her, then wouldn't they all have died at the mouth of Chu Tao? You guys are quite bold. How dare you share a room with a zombie? What a depth of feeling that must be. Looking at the camouflage uniforms that several of them were wearing, could they be soldiers? No wonder people say that friends inside the army are friends for life. The bond is so deep that even teammates turn into zombies. It's touching. Shui Wenxin's thoughts were heavenly, and if Ji Guifan and the others knew what she was thinking, they would definitely deny it with piercing mouths. They just didn't know that Chu Tao had turned into a zombie. Crystal Core, Crystal Core. Chapter 170. Shui Wenxin saw the crystal core, which was wrapped in the brain flower, disappear. The others didn't seem to notice. AI, are there any other crystal cores here? There are so many zombies here, and there's only one crystal core? The output rate is too low. Maybe there's more. AI's cheerful voice came. By eating the crystal core, it had a tiny bit more energy, and it was a little bit closer to getting home. Shui Wenxin was puzzled. Maybe there's more to it than that? It used to be yes or no. How come today it's a maybe yes? There's another unconscious one in there. If he wakes up and turns into an alien, he won't have any crystals. If he turns into a zombie, he'll have delicious crystals again. At those words, Shui Wenxin's eyes fell on the uniformed man lying inside. The footsteps that had been intended to leave stopped. For AI's sake, it looks like it needs to wait. Nor can he be taken to a van or a hotel, because once he turns into a zombie, he'll be evicted from the hotel. When the crystal core in her mouth flew away, the sky was huge. Where would she find it? Clunk. Shui Wenxin was given a jump when she saw a uniformed man actually take off his shirt and kneel straight down towards her. What are you doing? You want to kill me? Shui Wenxin's body and eyes hurriedly moved away. Who wouldn't take a glance at a bare-chested, muscular man? Look at that mermaid line. I told you, I'll kneel and kowtow to whoever comes to save us. Huang Zihao was a hothead, but he did what he said he would do. He immediately changed direction and knuckled towards Shui Wenxin. After kowtowing, he stood up nimbly, bedclothes, and stood erect. If the other person wasn't a woman and inconvenient, his pants would have to come off. You can't just kneel others in this outfit. One can only retreat to the next best thing. Take off your shirt only. Otherwise, it's not showing appreciation and keeping your word. It's bullshitting. Shui Wenxin was embarrassed, clearing his throat. That, and it'll be a little while before we can get out. Let's see if he wakes up first. Half an hour at the most. AI told her about it. It's about time. I guess there's still half an hour left. All right, in half an hour when we leave. Ji Guifan said to Huang Zihao and Zhu Jun, take advantage of this world to build up your strength.
Yes. Yes.
It's you. Shui Wenxin recognized Ji Guifan. After all, her attention hadn't been on him just now. First the walker, then the naked one. Yeah, it's been a while, and it's really good to see you in the end times. It means the other side is still alive. He wanted to ask the little girl, but was afraid that if, by any chance, he did, it would lead to grief. It has indeed been a long time. Shui Wenxin didn't expect to see him here. Looking at the clothes and the deep emotions he was wearing, it didn't look like he was having a very good time. Couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind. Have you always known about walkers? Last time we met, the one that was being controlled was a walker, right? Zhu Jun and Huang Zihao didn't expect the two to still know each other. Ji Guifan closed his eyes and nodded. It wasn't a secret anymore. Then why? And still let the end times break out and there's no action at all right now? The only base she'd heard of in so long was still the Q-City base, and that wasn't even a base. Obviously, in her last life, the rescue had begun to unfold before she died. Why is there no action at all in this life? It was a question she had kept in the back of her mind, not knowing where to look for answers before. Now at last I've met someone who might know the answer. Chapter 171. It's a long story at this point, so I'll tell you more about it when I have the chance. In a word, the country is now at its most difficult time. Ji Guifan's tone was heavy. They have been betrayed, and all their past preparations have been plucked from the peach. Abominable. Shui Wenxin looked at the other party's heavy face and knew what good news you were. In these last days, it's possible to save yourself and Sugar. Preserve the hotel if you can. This is what she can do. She didn't know that she had drawn attention to herself, even though she had been careful not to be too high profile. Just haven't found her yet. In less than half an hour, Shui Wenxin heard AI's excited voice. Crystal core, there's a crystal core. Shui Wenxin's eyes fell on the uniformed man lying in the corner inside. Having a crystal core means he's turned into a zombie. Only not awake yet. Ji Guifan had a bad thought in his heart when he saw the other party's pitying eyes. But he didn't speak, instead following her eyes as they fell on Joki. After about 10 seconds or so, under everyone's attention, the skin on Jomiai's body changed, turning into the characteristic greenish-gray color of zombies. Then watch as he opens his eyes and becomes zombie-like as well, struggling to his feet. Roar! Staggering towards them. Shui Wenxin cut off his head with a knife. The crystal core was sucked away by AI. Smells good. AI absorbed 2 crystal cores today. So satisfying. Ji Guifan, on the other hand, was full of heaviness and took away the badges of the 2 men. Along the way, they've seen too many of their companions fall, and their hearts have become numb, but it's still hard to breathe. How many people have been destroyed by this disaster? Let's go. I'll show you out.
Thanks.
Ji Guifan and the 3 of them didn't disbelieve her. They didn't believe her if she dared to appear inside the zombie pile alone and didn't have 2 brushes. Shui Wenxin looked at the 3. If they were pulling, they could avoid the zombie attack. But 3 people, how do you hold them? 1 holding her, 2 outside, 2 pulling her hand? Imagining that image was too much for her. And don't want to expose yourself to this feature, even if they are wearing camouflage uniforms. Later, I'll lure away the zombies, and you guys seize the opportunity to rush out. There's a van downstairs you can get in. Shui Wenxin sent a message and told Gao Yang to open the car door and wait to be picked up. Then looking at it, their weapons, the knives were curling their edges not fast enough anymore. It would take more effort to kill a walker with that. Pull out 3 watermelon knives from the space. Use this. Ji Guifan looked at the 3 watermelon knives that appeared out of thin air. His eyebrows jumped. It seemed that this person was not simple. At least he was a spatial system alien.
Thanks.
Xue Wenxin quickly dodged and walked out, then closed the door. Let's go. Let's go. What's all the huddle about? Play a song on your cell phone, Madame Poussin. Over the mountains. Across the endless ocean. If the expectation remains. It's always spring until the flowers bloom. Please stay gently. Let the dreams roll away the dust. The scent wafts beyond the study hall. Playing beautiful celestial music. Whose DNA is dumb enough not to say. Chapter 172. Most of these zombies were attracted away by the noise created by Xue Wenxin. The remaining small portion, Ji Guifan's trio also solved it. The 3 of them came downstairs, and sure enough, they saw an open van. Get in the car. Gao Yang took a look at the number of people on the other side and their attire and knew that it was the person's sister Xue had asked to be picked up. Ji Guifan looked at the zombies that surrounded him not far away, and without hesitation, he directly rushed into the van. Vigilantly, he looked behind him at the walkers. Xue Wenxin hadn't returned to the car yet, so even though they were a little nervous, they didn't urge to hurry up and leave. Go! Xue Wenxin left the walker behind and got into the passenger side. Gao Yang started the vehicle, stepped on the brakes, and the car instantly drove forward. Sister Xue, where are we going now? Xue Wenxin looked at the 3 people behind him, and there was still one missing. If only that one hadn't turned zombie right. That way the mission is accomplished. It's still early, so we'll just hang around and see if there are any survivors before we head back to the hotel. Okay, Sister Xue. Their conversation didn't avoid the people behind them. Ji Guifan sniffed. Hotel? Do people still run hotels in the last days? Or was it just a hotel they found as a place to stay? I'm currently working at the Ant House End Times Safe Camping Hotel, and we're out here to complete the hotel mission, except you're 1 resident short. If you guys want to leave, you'll also have to check in at the hotel before you can leave. Think of it as a thank you for me saving your lives. Help me finish the job. Perhaps it was because he had met Ji Guifan a few times and was considered a little familiar with him. So Xue Wenxin directly opened the door, even though it was suspected of cheating. But now she was desperate to finish the mission and see if she would expand her safety. Prepare for the big planting project behind you. Okay, we'll go with you to the hotel. Ji Guifan immediately said. Team Qi, we're not. Team Qi. Ji Guifan waved his hand, spending little time to see if this so-called safe hotel was really safe or not. Xue Wenxin felt lucky to have picked up a little wretch on the side of the road. A half-grown kid in his late teens. Do you still have family? The dirty boy pursed his lips and shook his head. Xue Wenxin handed him a steamed bun. Are you willing to come with me? A crisp yes was exchanged. Why don't we have buns? We're willing to. Huang Zihao mumbled as he covered his stomach. They hadn't eaten for days. As a result, the child heard this, gnawing steamed bread speed faster, 3 times, a steamed bread on the belly. Choked and nearly rolled his eyes. Slow down, we won't steal from you. Huang Zihao walked over to pat the kid on the back. He was only able to mumble a couple times. It's hard not to really get your hands dirty grabbing food from little kids, but other people will rob it. The little boy stopped coughing and said with tears in his eyes. Huang Zihao didn't say anything. I've seen this kind of thing a lot. He fell silent. Only his hand didn't stop, and there was one tap to help him. Here you go, 1 for each of you. No more. 3 big white and fragrant steamed buns appeared in front of Huang Zihao. This was bought from a food vending machine on the way out. For the sake of not being lunch if you can't get back at noon. It's not that she eats a lot or is frugal. It's just that the buns are a buy 3 get 1 free deal. Really for us? The steamed buns were close in front of him, and Huang Zihao recoiled with some incredulity. You know how precious post-apocalyptic food is. Let's eat. Just 1 for each person. I don't have any more. Pad your stomach. After you eat, get off the bus and find some supplies to take back to the hotel. You'll need them when you check into the hotel. Xue Wenxin didn't say it because the clothes on the 3 of them gave them extra points. Normally, she wouldn't. Chapter 173. As for the kid, she gave it to him when she saw he was about to faint from hunger. Thank you. If there's anything you need from us, just ask. Ji Guifan was nonchalant and directly took a large steamed bun. What seemed large in Xue Wenxin's hands was somewhat petite in his. But how long had it been since they'd had a nice soft white bun? It's sweet in your mouth. Seeing that Ji Guifan had brought it to eat, Huang Zihao and Zhu Jun were not polite either. If there is anything you can use us for, just let us know. The buns are so flavorful. Feel free to get out of the car and find anything you guys need. The hotel needs points to check in and anything can be exchanged for supplies. After Shui Wenxin finished speaking, Gao Yang chose a place where there were fewer zombies to park. Ji Guifan 3 people ate fragrant steamed buns. The work is not ambiguous. The car just stopped, directly carrying a watermelon knife down the car. Sister Shui, I'll get off to get some supplies too. Gao Yang was also dumbfounded, feeling safe following 3 tall military men. After all, there aren't many zombies here. If there were more zombies, these 3 tall soldiers wouldn't be of much use. The little boy, Mahajia, also got out of the car when he saw this and followed. He's not too young to understand words. If you want to go with your aunt, then you have to have supplies for points. Seeing this, Shui Wenxin seemed to look a bit out of place in the car by herself. While she wasn't short on points, she wouldn't mind having fewer of them. She also dryly opened the door and got out of the car. Huang Zihao saw it and asked Gao Yang, who was beside him, "Is it okay to leave the car right here?" Their previous troopers' cars were parked outside, and they were all driven away. The van looks brand new, so I'm guessing someone with an eye on it might have seen it and maybe stolen it. It's fine, don't worry. Gao Yang didn't care. He still knew what the hotel was capable of. Since the owner didn't care, Huang Zihao didn't continue to speak, so as not to annoy anyone. They had a line of people who took everything they saw, move it to the car in batches. Even the tiny people of the Mago Festival did everything they could to move things. The little face was red and sweaty. Soon the car was piled high. It's almost time. If we leave it any longer later, you won't have anywhere to sit. Shui Wenxin looked at the supplies in the car, and it was already a bit full. Several people returned to the car, 3 large men and a small child, huddled together. Look a little funny and pathetic. Your feet are touching mine. Kid, come to the front. I'll hold you. Shui Wenxin said to Mahajia. Me? My name is Mahajia. You can call me Xiaojia. I'll just squeeze in the back. He was big and a little embarrassed. Then it's a deal. Shui Wenxin didn't force himself. As for her going to the back, there was no such idea. You hand me that bag and I'll hold it. They were going to have a little more room after Shui Wenxin carried off the bag. The car swung around and soon came to the fast-track intersection. A few moments of traveling brought us to the hotel. Okay, to the place. Shui Wenxin was the first to jump out of the car, followed by the others who came out in order. Ji Guifan didn't move a deep color to mask this so-called hotel. On the side of the highway, there was a cashier's desk with the words Ant House on it, which appeared to be the name of the hotel. There were a couple of robots next to it that looked like kiosks. Chapter 174. There are people in line to buy it. Here is a big flat dam. Tents of all shapes and colors, large and small, are currently available. It's not too crowded, and it's basically mostly old people and children who are out there. Everyone's faces are calmer, not like the world outside that spends its days in fear, and all rosy-cheeked, without the powerlessness of starvation. Welcome to the Ant House post-apocalyptic safety camping hotel. A gentle voice interrupted Ji Guifan's surveying. Hello. May I ask how to check in? Ji Guifan approached. Hello. Put the supplies you want to redeem your points for on this, and you'll be able to redeem your points automatically.
Yes.
Ji Guifan looked at the supplies in the car and was a little confused. These are all mixed together, it's impossible to tell who's who. He discussed with the others, why don't we split these points equally? That's kind of the best way to operate. Of course, fairness says no. It's just that everyone isn't that calculating, and it doesn't matter who loses or who gains. I think it's okay. Shui Wenxin was the first to speak. I have no problem with that either. Gao Yang followed closely behind boss Shui. We're more than okay with it. Huang Zihao and Zhu Jun also waved their hands, which had so. Mahajia ended up commenting with a red face, as he knew he was on the side of earning. Then I thank you all. Shui Wenxin rubbed his head. This is a child without a mom or dad, and if they had a mom or dad around, they definitely wouldn't look this constricted. Mahajia was not at all polite, going back and forth, carrying things to the best of his ability. He knew everything was up to him now. Thinking of what his mom and dad had said when they fended off the walkers behind him, he would live on no matter how hard he had to. Mom and Dad, I've had better luck than you, and now I seem to be in a great place. I'll try. In the end, each person got 50 points. Because none of those things seem to be worth a lot of points, but it beats the hell out of them. One night costs 10 points each. How many nights, please? Sister Wen followed the process of introduction. Friendly reminder to save enough points to buy tents and food. The 3 of us are staying for one night, Ji Guifan said. They were just visiting, and had no intention of actually staying long-term. Then I'll also stay for a night first. Mahajia thought about it for a while and also decided to stay for a night first because he didn't know how much the tent cost and how expensive is the food. Okay, check-in procedures have been completed. Please take the points card. Sister Wen numbly checked in. Friendly reminder, points cards can be used for hotel purchases. It will also remind to renew your stay when it's time. There are also reminders for exceeding the hotel's security perimeter, so be sure to keep an eye on your scorecard. Okay, we'll make a note of that. Sister Wen pointed to the 3 machines next to her and introduced, these 3 are the camping equipment self-service vending machine, food vending machine, and clothing vending machine. The operation is the same as other self-service vending machines. Just follow the prompts. The 4 occupants, all of whom appear to be able to operate machines. It's the smaller one that I'm not so sure about. Nadi, do you know how to operate a kiosk? Mahajia nodded. I will. I've bought them before. That's fine. You guys can choose for yourselves whatever you need. There are all kinds of price points. Just choose the right one. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewarded. Medicine vending machine *1. Daily goods vending machine *1. Projector *1. Game console *1. Shuttle baby bus *1. Ding. Task issued. Recruit 200 residents. Limited to 1 month. Chapter 175. Still only 5 rewards. Pharmaceutical vending machines and daily necessities vending machines. These 2 are particularly useful. It seems the hotel system knows all about Lujianming. That's why this is rewarded. There's also a projector and a game console. Shui Wenxin's eyes fell on the projector that had already been hung up. Only now the weather was still a little bright. The picture is not very clear to see. It's better for nightfall, when the hotel can watch an outdoor movie. As for game consoles, they're the pre-apocalyptic coin-operated kind for kids who are a little younger. The hotel system did not continue to be born, and Shui Wenxin was slightly disappointed. No increase in scope this time, but a reward is better than none. Ji Guifan was originally researching camping equipment vending machines to look at camping equipment, and then see if they have the need to buy tents for these. Next to the 3 self-service vending machines, 2 machines with the same appearance suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This? A huge projector appeared next to the vending machine, and next to it was a game console for children. Surprisingly, the people in the hotel didn't show any abnormality for the sudden appearance of something new. Instead, they were excited to start operating these machines. Team G, there's so much food here, and it seems to be unlimited. Ji Guifan's thoughts were interrupted by Huang Ziheo's call. He rushed over immediately. Suddenly something seems to have changed. Ji Guifan's previous feelings about these things disappeared, and now he was only shocked that there was so much to eat. Team G, we still have 40 points each. Can we buy some food? Huang Ziheo stared blearily at the various delicacies on the screen. Saliva is constantly secreting. Buy it. Just sleep in the open air tonight. Ji Guifan agreed. Still don't know what tomorrow will bring? Fill your stomach first. Sleeping in the open air is commonplace for them. Without saying a word, Huang Ziheo chose his favorite spicy chicken rice noodles and ordered a cup of milk tea, spending 40 points. Team G, you first. Zhu Jun still pretended to be polite. When Ji Guifan refused, Zhu Jun also immediately flew and chose sauerkraut and egg dumplings, radish and beef soup, which also cost him all of his 40 points. Ji Guifan immediately walked up and chose a roast duck set meal, spending 35 points. The 3 of them couldn't think of anything else, so they found a place to squat down and feasted. Eat a mouthful of grease. Satisfied. Hiccup. This is the life of a human being. Zhu Jun nodded with deep approval. It makes me not want to leave. Huang Ziheo continued. The speaker doesn't mean to listen. Zhu Jun looked at Ji Guifan without saying anything. He had that little idea in his heart. Ji Guifan laid down and looked at the sky, digressing. I'm going to check out the other vending machines. After saying that, the slender legs stood up and strutted towards the vending machine. Zhu Jun sighed softly and didn't say anything. He also knew that this idea was impossible. The country and its people are still in dire straits, and there is absolutely no way they can put on this body and abandon them. Otherwise, one's conscience will never be satisfied. It also violates the oath he took in the first place. He was alone anyway, and one day, like Xiao Mu and Chu Tao, his duty in this life would be complete. Chapter 176. The top is worthy of the country and the people, and the bottom is worthy of one's own ideal aspirations. Just sorry for his parents and wife and kids. Huang Ziheo also realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and in order to ease the embarrassment stood up and patted his butt. I'm going to check it out too. Do you want to go? Together. Zhu Jun stood up and followed towards the vending machine. Geez, this food seems to be unlimited. You can buy whatever you want, as much as you want? Huang Zihao was pleasantly surprised. He realized that so many people were buying, and he hadn't seen anyone come to stock it. And everyone seems to buy different ones. The kiosk out there, does it have that? Even though it says it's a kiosk, it's just that you buy it on your own, without the service of a clerk. But someone still needs to stock it, and the variety is limited. This kiosk seems very different. Huang Zihao circled around the vending machine several times without seeing anything. Jesus, there's medicine here. Huang Zihao realized that the machine next to the clothing vending machine was actually a medicine vending machine. Ji Guifan immediately walked over and clicked on the screen, which had all the common medicines on it. If you want to say what is the most important and scarce in the end times, it is food and medicine. For the other two, clothing and daily necessities are slightly less important in comparison. It's like you're in the end times with a cold and a fever, and you've been hungry for 2 or 3 days, and your clothes are ragged and dirty. Given a choice of 2 items, food, clothing, medicine, and laundry detergent, what would you choose? I'm sure most of them will choose food and medicine. After all, the lack of these 2 things is killing people. The other 2 were bearable to endure. Team G, do you think we can buy these and bring them back? Zhu Jun boldly said an idea. Ji Guifan immediately nodded. I'll go ask. After saying that, he saw the hotel staff, the one called Sister One at the front desk, and immediately walked towards her. Hello. I wanted to ask, is the kiosk stuff? Can I buy it and take it with me? Hello, customer. Of course you can, but you can't sell it to the public. It's fine for your own use. Ji Guifan immediately pursued. Is it okay if I don't sell it and give it to someone else to eat?
Yes.
Ji Guifan sniffed and a delighted smile appeared on his face. Tomorrow, we won't leave for a while. We'll go find some supplies to exchange for points and then bring back as much food and medicine as we can.
Yes. Yes.
Huang Zihao grinned. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. Staying put for a while tomorrow means there will still be a couple of meals at the hotel. When the time came, he made sure to gather more supplies so he could bring food back with him. That way he'd get some share, so he shouldn't go hungry. Zhu Jun's face couldn't be seen. It was the same expression as before, but those who were familiar with him could also tell from his eyes that he was in a good mood. Ji Guifan felt a little sorry for them. One by one the people around them fell along the way, and in their small group, there were only 3 of them left. Finding a place suitable for post-apocalyptic survival doesn't stop there either. He was a little confused at this moment. Can they do anything to save the country with the people they have survived now? It was a little wrong of her to think that, but it was where they were. The status quo that has to be faced. Because of the betrayal, they were the only unit still holding out. Originally, because of the special nature, they had only 3,000 men in this unit, all the way down to just 200 or 300 people. Chapter 177. As night fell, pitch blackness completely enveloped the entire security hotel. With only a little bit of moonlight spilling over, it was a great time to watch a movie. Sugar, you guys go and inform the people at the hotel to get ready to start the movie. Movie time. Movie time. The children ran and cheered. Expecting it early, it had been surrounding Xue Wenxin, making so much noise that her head was spinning. Every few seconds someone must ask when the movie starts. No, it had just gotten completely dark, and she immediately told these kids to go yell for someone. Finally, it's been dispatched. The ears are clear. Xue Wenxin looked at the hotel children or more. The first step is to choose a children love to watch. She had just studied it thoroughly. There's a tablet-like screen you can just type in the name and search or choose from the homepage and categories as well. Very good operation. Xue Wenxin chose a big Woof Woof movie and waited until the kids were almost here before she started clicking play. Immediately the projector started playing the Woof Woof movie theme song. The children were so mesmerized that they didn't make any noise at all, and their little eyes couldn't take their eyes off of it. Some haven't seen a movie in a long time. And not to mention it's an open-air movie and watched with a lot of kids, the experience pulls right through. Some adults are standing back and following along, even if it's a childish cartoon. Xue Wenxin made a notice in the group. A movie was shown every night, random and unspecified. This is also because there are so many people with different favorites that it would be hard to unify them if we asked for opinions. It might as well be the hotel's own decision. Anyway, the type of movie played every day is of a different style. You can read whatever you like today, and if you don't, you can read it next time. Everyone does this, and some conflicts can be avoided. Xue Wenxin handed over Pingba to Sister One for management, and explained that a movie is chosen to be shown every night at this time. The top categories rotate and randomly select movies. Okay, promise to finish the task. Sister 1 results in the tablet and keeps it safe. In her hands, there was no possibility of damage being lost. Luckily, there's you. Shui Wenxin exclaimed. With Sister 1, she's going to save a lot of work. Sister 1 did all these trivial and troublesome things very well. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. Sister Wen's voice sounded inside her mind. Sister Wen does this very well, and definitely doesn't say anything outside that she shouldn't. Like, definitely not using your mouth to call her master. The movie ended and the kids left reluctantly, sleeping at night dreaming of Ryder, Tintin, Archie, and Fluffy. The dog flew up to the sky. Wrap it around me. Don't throw it away. Reuse it. Dreams are sweet. The sky had just turned white when Ji Gui Fan Huang Zihao and Zhu Jun opened their eyes. Anyway, sleeping on the floor and in their clothes, they didn't have anything to pack. No other luggage either. Just while it was early, they were going to run from the top to the bottom of the hill to sort of move their bodies and check out the rest of the hotel location. When just halfway up the hill, the scorecard glowed a glowing white light, alerting them that they were about to pass the hotel safety zone. That's pretty amazing. Ji Gui Fan stopped and looked around. There was nothing special. Everyone on guard. With that said, the trio took out their watermelon knives and stepped out of safety. 3 walkers outside. The trio settled quickly. This is amazing. The walkers are right here and they're not going up. Obviously, there are a lot of people up there, which should logically attract walkers. Chapter 178. Sure enough, it's a safe hotel. It's really safe. Keep in mind that they were only yesterday still on watch, worried that a walker might break in. It turned out that the hotel staff gave them a heads up and stopped them, then gave them a science talk. It was the best sleep they'd had since the end times. It's still light out, so we'll just glean some plants around here and go back to exchange them. Outside, in case they encountered a lot of walkers, the 3 of them would be in danger. Might as well just take some plants back while the walkers are taken care of and renew the lease first, then walk a little farther for supplies. Otherwise, when the time comes to expel them from the hotel, there's no place to cry. They've asked around. They are adults and cannot pick plants for points within the safety zone. Only those who are old and weak are allowed. But they have no problem picking outside the safety zone. The watermelon knife was used by them as a scythe, and the 3 of them divided their labor, 1 on guard and 2 to harvest. Then in rotation, the alert also amounts to a break. Before long, the 3 of them had harvested and picked a lot of plants, organizing and bundling them. The 3 looked around to make sure they didn't see any walkers and held all the plants. Flying up the hill. It's not about running for your life or being in a hurry. Instead, it was used as weight training. Not too heavy though. Hello. Redeeming points? Sister Wen looked at the 3 big men with green grass foaming on their heads. Don't worry, it was harvested outside the safe zone. Okay, put it here. Sister Wen pointed at the points converter. If it wasn't outside the safe zone, it would have been impossible to redeem it. Points redeemers will confiscate and not give points. That's a total of 90 points. Mainly because there are a bit too many of them. A smile appeared on Ji Guifan's face. Renew our stay for another day. The rest of the points will be 20 points each. Okay, it has been processed successfully. Please keep the points card. Ji Guifan took the point cards and returned Huang Zihao's and Zhu Jun's to them. Points will split it equally when the time comes. 80% take it out and uniformly buy something to bring back and turn it in. The remaining 20% you guys distribute among yourselves and buy whatever you want. Team G is awesome. I love you. Huang Zihao jumped up exaggeratedly. You crawl away. I don't. Ha ha ha. It's a place where they can briefly lay down the responsibilities on their shoulders and be ordinary people. Huang Zihao is actually only 22 years old. If it weren't for his status and the end times, he'd still be a kid. Let's take this expressway this time. Ji Guifan pointed to the fast track next to him. Pitch black. It looks unremarkable at all, but I've heard it gets you to the city fast, and it changes in 3 days. If they wanted to go back, they had to take the same passage they had taken last time by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, or else we won't know where we'll arrive next time. To get back, you have to travel more. Maybe in the same city, maybe not in the same provincial city. It may not even be in the same country either. It would be hard to go back then. So today and tomorrow morning's time is when they try to earn points. The 3 were ready to go when a van honked its horn and gave chase. Do. Ji Guifan turned around and saw that it was the one who drove the car yesterday. I think his name was Gao Yang. Hello. Are you guys out looking for supplies or leaving the hotel? Gao Yang rolled down the window and asked enthusiastically. Hello. We're getting ready to go get supplies. Chapter 179. Then coincidentally, are you interested in us working together? Gao Yang revealed his small tiger teeth and smiled a harmless smile. Where's the coincidence? But he's been waiting? How to cooperate? Ji Guifan came to be interested. Simple. We'll go out together and look for supplies. You guys pay for the men. I'll pay for the car. I'll be 4 and you'll be 6. Gao Yang immediately said when he saw that there was something going on. Several other drivers have regular partners. He didn't. He prefers picking up such casuals than fixing them. A little more free. You mean you're driving us to the supplies, we risk our lives to collect them, and you're going to take 40%? Huang Zihao felt that it was a bit too much. This brother, let me tell you, 40% is the lowest. In fact, I'm not the only one 40%. I have to share half of this 40% to the hotel, which is equivalent to 20%. Gao Yang continued, 40% is the minimum. If it's 30 or 20%, I might as well venture out on my own to find some random supplies. 40% for 40%. Ji Guifan agreed. It's easier to have a van for them. Earn more points too. The difference in price in between can be accounted for even if you give out 40%. As for the danger, without a car they had to go and gather supplies, just as dangerous. Gao Yang was still thinking of continuing to persuade, didn't expect to agree, with a sunny face. It's definitely worth every penny. Get in the car. Ji Guifan and the 3 of them pulled open the car door and sat in it. The car quickly pulled out of the fast lane and into the city. Let's move forward a bit. This neighborhood is all gripped up. Because of its proximity to the entrance, there were people lined up early for each update. Wait for dawn to gather supplies directly in the neighborhood. If you're in danger, you can still just run back. So every entrance is a bare, inch-by-inch kind of thing. I saw a villa area up ahead yesterday. How about we go there? Fewer people, fewer zombies, and more supplies. It's all valuable stuff. Gao Yang said with gusto. With a sudden lurch, something occurred to him. Can you guys buy it for $0? Ji Guifan nodded. Special treatment for special times. They also take food and water out for points. Just don't grab it with your hands. Unclaimed property is requisitioned first. What else? Can't they still build supplies? That's fine. Let's go to that villa area. Gao Yang drove towards the villa area. After about 10 minutes, the way to isolate the zombies and arrive at the Hongguang Golf Villa area. If a person walks, they may not be able to get there safely, but the street they passed through before was full of zombies. They then stopped in front of a villa and Gao Yang said, I'll wait for you here. If you are in danger, you must rush back. Within a 1-meter radius of the van, you are all safe. What happened to Lu Zhenming last time scared them. So rather err on the side of caution. Got it. The 3 of them, Ji Guifan, stepped out of the car with their weapons. Just as he stepped out of safety, a walker came out of the side. Huang Zihao slashed down, and the zombie fell limply as his hand rose and fell. Holy shit! Is it really that amazing? Huang Zihao exclaimed. Just now they were standing outside the car, and the walkers were ignoring them. Just go a little farther and immediately attack them. How on earth does this hotel do it? Go! They looked at the villa with the gate wide open and figured it was an unoccupied one. The 3 of them walked into the villa on guard, and the 3 zombies inside immediately pounced frantically at the smell. Ji Guifan, Huang Zihao, and Zhu Jun took one each and quickly solved it. For their physical fitness and conditioned reflexes, the average zombie couldn't deal with the 3 of them. Unless there are lots and lots of walkers. Like last time. After resolving the 3 zombies, they didn't let their guard down to immediately gather supplies. Instead, they checked inside and out to make sure there were no walkers or danger before they started gathering supplies. The entire villa has been collected for supplies. The kitchen cabinets, the refrigerator were raided. They were good though, no need to gather supplies. Anything could be exchanged for points, and then the supplies needed could be purchased at the hotel. So adhering to the principle of not letting go, anyway, there is a car. As long as it can be moved to put down all takeaway. This villa has been determined to be safe for the time being. There's no need to go somewhere else and risk it all again. They went to the master bedroom first and saw that the jewelry closet had been opened and was empty. But the designer clothes inside the closet and some worthless bags are still there. Take away. Bedside lamps to take away. Finally, the refrigerators were carried on the car. Plus pots and pans, small appliance decorations, and more. Just this cottage alone filled the van. We'll go back first. Come back later. It was a day of 5 runs from morning to night, the last of which they didn't rush back to the hotel until sundown. In the end, everyone collected 1,850 points. Although he was tired, Ji Guifan was satisfied. You can buy a lot of food and medicine back. Dude, thank you. Hey, to each his own, to each his own. Ji Guifan asked directly. Can we still cooperate tomorrow morning? We're leaving tomorrow afternoon. Gao Yang nodded. No problem. As long as Boss Xue doesn't have instructions, we'll meet by the car at 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
With the points today, they didn't buy a tint, but kept the points. But for dinner, they didn't shortchange their stomachs. I bought all my favorites and didn't feel expensive at all. The next day, Ji Guifan and the others worked with Gao Yang again to find supplies for the morning. Each earned 890 points safely. Everyone took out 80% of their points to purchase storage-resistant food and regular, much-needed medicines. The three of them left the hotel reluctantly, carrying large bags on their backs. Huang Zihao, in particular, was literally taking 1 step forward and 3 steps back. It's like he's want to stay here all the time. He looked at the hotel that was getting farther and farther away, then at Ji Guifan, and swallowed what he wanted to say. Perhaps these were his last and happiest days. Safe, not hungry. Chapter 180. Xue Wenxin still had a few concerns about leaving the hotel, because since the hotel opened, no one had ever had to leave after checking in. But looking at what they were wearing, it made a few things clear. Suddenly, she tapped her head and forgot. Before Ji Guifan long story, find a time to slowly say. As it turned out, they had all left and she still didn't know the inside 1, 2, or 3. Never mind. If there's a chance to ask next time, it's really not a big deal if you don't have a chance. It's just that your heart wants to scratch like a cat's claw and you want to know. Watch out, come on, let's go exchange points. No, the second grandmother came by with a small basket. Then the greens can be harvested? Xue Wenxin almost exclaimed in shock. It looked pretty small at the time. Well, that's fine. This is the time of year to eat tender seedlings, and it would be fine if they were a little more ripe, except that the wife can't wait a bit. Then let's get going. Mommy, I want to go too. Sugar squeezed over, eyeing her mom. Okay, we'll go together. The three came to the road just as a baby bus was traveling by. It's the same shuttle baby bus that was awarded last time. We're going up in this. You won't have to climb up and walk down by yourself. The baby bus is small, much smaller than the last one. Again, unmanned. Inside, the sleepers become seats. It can only seat 4 people. It was pretty fast though, and it wasn't long before we were at the top of the hill. Mommy, I want to play the game console. Sugar looked at the game console over there where a lot of kids were gathered and wanted to play so badly. Go on. I'll yell for you when we get back later. Yeah. Sugar jumped up and down with joy, took her scorecard and ran over. Game Boy. Here comes Sugar Plum. On Xue Wenxin's side, she didn't worry about Sugar's safety at the hotel, as long as she looked at her from time to time. Oh my God. In her ear came the excited voice of the second grandmother. Watch out. A vegetable seedling can be sold for 1 point. 1 point per seedling, 10 for a day's hotel stay. The second grandmother excitedly dumped a bunch of seedlings inside the basket and redeemed a total of 110 points. The corners of his mouth were shivering with excitement. 0.1% at the time of today's ripped vegetable seedlings. Her little piece of vegetable seedling could be exchanged for over 1,000 points, and that wasn't any safer than finding supplies out in the open. A little bit of random planting is totally enough to chew on for a family. Families no longer have to venture out for supplies. Watch out, something's up with this one. Xue Wenxin is also counting in his mind. Do definitely have to do, but it is just too many people and too little land. Such a small field is totally insufficient for division. She was a little torn, but suddenly she thought about it. What was she thinking so much about? Is this something she has to think about? Her original intention was just to give her and Sugar a place to live in the post-apocalyptic world. Hasn't that been realized now? Why bother with all that worrying? Wouldn't it be nice to be first come, first served? As for the uneven distribution, what's it to her? If you don't like it, you can leave. Xue Wenxin didn't dwell on it after he figured it out. She found Sister Wan and asked how many fields were now divided. Chapter 181. Sister Wan gave her an unexpected answer. She actually got a 3D map of the whole hotel. How many tents are there, and where are they located? How many fields are there? All numbered, and the location too. Sister Wan awesome. It really is an all-around butler. Second grandma came along and she could read it all. Hey, isn't this my house? Careful, this is your house. And the land is hers, clear as day. Second grandmother, you said that these fields are rented out according to their size, charging 100 to 500 points a year. Would anyone be willing to rent them? Willing, why not? I'm willing to rent it anyway. Xue Wenxin came over and whispered, Second grandmother, You don't have to rent it, as agreed before. You can just say rent to the outside world. That won't do. Your second grandpa could have specifically told me that we do what everyone else does. It's special enough for our family to live in our own house. It can't get any more special than that. And it's a credit we can totally afford. She and her partner have both farmed all their lives and know this well enough to make the rent back completely. Second grandmother saw that Shui Wenxin still wanted to say something. Be careful. It's not easy for you to manage such a big hotel now. Everything is done according to the rules. It's only when others are convinced. How we can't starve if we work. It's a secret, but there's no guarantee it won't be discovered, and then everyone else will have an opinion. Seeing that second grandmother was speaking seriously, Shui Wenxin compromised. Originally, I was just thinking that I was a relative, so I could help out a little bit. So, second grandmother, which fields will you choose to rent first? While they were talking, Sister One had already marked each plot of land for rent according to its size. I'll take this one then. The second grandmother watched, silently reading the number in her mind. From 1 to 87, there are 87 pieces. There were probably about 100 people in their hotel in total, excluding the small children, and at most one person had a piece of something. She knew these fields well, and quickly chose a large field, a very fertile one from someone else's house that had been so coveted by her old partner before. And it's not far from her house, which is convenient and fertile. I'll take this one. Number 13. Shui Wenxin saw Sister One operate for a moment, and number 13 turned gray. Then pull out a lease agreement. The second grandmother could not read or write, but trusted Shui Wenxin and signed her name without saying a word. The three crooked words, Hidia. The rent can either be paid now, or when the year is up, it can be paid again. Sister One took the two agreements back to double-check to make sure there was no mistake. A copy of their own put away. A copy back to Hidia, that is, Shui Wenxin's second grandmother. Then I'll give it now. After selling the corn earlier, she still had over 1,000 points on her. The land was the most expensive and only 500 points, so it was easy and quick to give. Consider this support careful. Then took the agreement and went home happy. My old partner would be happy if she knew. Shui Wenxin herself chose 2 small plots of land around the house. She didn't rely on it. She just planted it to pass the time and to have some fresh vegetables. 3 pieces now turned gray. Immediately after that, she explained to Sister One that she would send out a notice in the group that the rent recognition would start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. Moreover, it was made clear that planting could only be done in these numbered fields, and it was not permitted to destroy those woods and reclaim them, and those who had been found would certainly be severely punished. If we don't make the rules, I'm afraid the whole hill will be reclaimed and messed up. The fact that crops could be exchanged for more points was something that Shui Wenxin didn't let be mentioned. It's a lot, but it's not so much that it's an exaggeration. And since it takes time for crops to grow, the only advantage of the conversion is that it is safer. Lo doesn't need to go through a couple days of having a hard time figuring out the names and what everything does. Some things are more recognizable and others, which are not recorded inside the picture book either, need to be identified by mouth. No, another plant has appeared in the warehouse. Smells refreshing. Not like the stinky plants they have here. It's rare enough that it doesn't stink. Chapter 182. Not only do animals mutate, but even plants. It all turns into cannibalism and zombie eating. Even if they don't mutate, they become hard and malodorous, which is a means of protecting themselves. But this plant is different, bright green. Soft and supple, with juice coming out at the slightest pressure. Luo didn't need to gently sniff with the tip of his nose, and a sweet smell went straight to the sky. He hesitated and took a gentle taste. It was light and crisp and delicious. Unable to help himself, he squinted and sped up in tasting a leaf. Feel the heavy load of your body. Loosen up. Someone. Have Dr. Jiang come here. No, I'll go myself. Luo didn't need to take this green plant that arrived today and hurriedly left the warehouse, heading towards the lab. Shui Wenxin knew nothing about this. She was born to cook green vegetable and egg soup. The Brussels sprouts are from the second grandma. Eggs from second grandma too. This bowl of soup costs tens of points. While food vending machines are also available, the flavor is definitely not as fresh as this. Even Sugar had 2 bowls. Mommy, it's delicious. I want more tomorrow. Her belly had indeed bulged, and there was no more room for this delicious vegetable soup. I don't think I can tomorrow. It's a little bit of a gift from the second ancestor, and the second ancestor has to trade it for points? Sugar sniffed with a loss of breath. Mommy, this vegetable dish is so delicious. Well then, let's go plant it later, shall we? We'll grow it ourselves and eat it when it grows up. It tastes better when we grow it ourselves. She had found quite a few seeds before and several types of greens. It should be relatively easy, just scatter the seeds. Okay, okay, Mom, eat quickly. We'll go planting together after dinner. Sugar was excited.
Yes.
Shui Wenxin accelerated the speed to finish dinner, cleaned up, inside the room to help you find a hoe, took out the seeds to a small piece of open space next to you, just about where it intersects with second grandma's house. Sugar, stand a little to the side, while Mommy turns the ground over, then lets you help spread the seeds. Good. Mom, is it okay if I just stand here? Okay. Come over when Mommy tells you to come over later, haha. Shui Wenxin hadn't even dug 2 hoes before his second grandmother found him, walking over with Nian in his arms. Heart, where's the digging? What are you going to plant? I'd like to grow a little greens and see. Have you guys eaten yet? Eat, eat. This little girl, she won't let me stay in the house. She wants me to carry her outside. Shui Wenxin glanced at Huang Yinyin in second grandmother's arms. White and tender, well kept, looking around with big round eyes and a sad face, like a little old lady with something on her mind. Old man come out. Soon, the second male came out from inside the room. What's all the fuss about? Heart girl, Sugar, have you eaten yet? Second ancestor, we're eating too. Look at my belly. Sugar loved the 2 Zuzus. After saying that, he also stretched his round belly. Yo, eat a lot. Gonna grow taller than your mom. Old man, Xin wants to grow greens, so help him dig up the soil and sprinkle some grass ash from home. No, I'll just dig it myself. Shui Wenxin hastily refused. Heart girl, digging is not the way you dig. I'll teach you. Old man Huang took a look at where Shui Wenxin was digging and shook his head. Now these young people can't grow crops. Chapter 183. When their generation dies, I'm afraid no one will be able to grow crops. Seeing second grandpa say this, Shui Wenxin resentfully handed the hoe over. Second grandpa, teach me. She thought it was just a matter of digging the soil loose and dropping the seeds in. Old man Huang took over the hoe and demonstrated to Shui Wenxin. The ground must be dug deep enough. Only when the soil is dug loose will the crops grow well. Shui Wenxin looked at his own digging, then looked at second grandpa's digging and sweated. One really seems to have only scratched the surface. And you can sprinkle some grass ash, which is the ash from burning wood at home. It can effectively kill bacteria and mitigate pests. Shui Wenxin nodded, indicating that he had learned. The rest of the day was Shui Wenxin's study time, following behind second grandfather and listening to him teach himself how to grow crops. It's true that there are doors for insiders. She, an amateur, only knows a surface. Her 2 plots were not large and were planted just as it was getting dark. The water must be well watered, or it will affect the growth of the seeds. And you can't water when the sun is shining and the temperature is high. You can water a little earlier or a little later, or the crops will die from the heat. I know. Thank you, second grandpa. Shui Wenxin felt so strong now. He's a good crop grower. By now the group was in an uproar. Surprisingly, you can buy a field. Some are very interested, some not so much. How many young people today know how to grow crops? It's amazing to recognize who's who. Some can't even tell a wheat seedling from a garlic seedling. But leaving the city and returning to the countryside is the dream of every social animal. This is a dream come true. This is really going back to the countryside. I'm going to rent a piece. There was no place to rent it in the city before. I'm going to rent a piece. I'm going to rent a piece too. Finally, my dream has come true. It's only a few hundred points a year, so I think it's okay. I'll just plant the land as a way to regulate this uninteresting life. Upstairs, isn't this day exciting enough? How can you still think it's boring? Are zombies exciting enough? This is not boring. Do you know how to grow crops? Who's going to teach me? I'm a complete idiot at planting crops. Ibid. I repeat. The next day, there was a long, orderly line at the cash register early. Those who are in the front of the queue will be able to choose their favorite first. The latter will have to watch as someone else picks away at the field of their choice. When did you come to the line, please? A man thought he was early enough. It starts at 8:30, and he's been in line since 7:30. Turns out there were dozens of people in line in front of him, 10 or 20 meters away from the cash register. So when he saw the first man walk up with the agreement with a smile on his face, he immediately stopped to ask about it. Me. Came in line at 3 o'clock. Much? How many points? He seriously doubted he'd heard wrong. I said, I came to the line at 3. The older woman said and left. Hey, Finally, a piece of land of my own. Finally, she can use her talents. When I was at home, I didn't have the means to grow only a little bit of vegetables in plastic boxes and pots. It's such a big field now that it's perfectly adequate. The older woman left joyfully, leaving the young man who had asked the question in the wind. Deserve to be at the back of this line. Chapter 184. Lu Jie stood on tiptoe and looked ahead, hoping that there would be fields to rent by the time he arrived. He loves to farm, too. There's only a few more behind him. The group moved slowly, and Lu Jie looked at the group from time to time, fearing that the group leader would say in the group that it had been rented out. It's okay. It's okay. By the time the queue reached Lu Jie, there were still a few plots to choose from, most of which had turned gray. None of them are very large and not very well located. But he doesn't also pick and choose a piece at random. It wasn't that he didn't want to pick 2 more pieces. Instead, the rules state that each family can only choose 1 piece, and only if there are any left over can they choose again. It just so happens that the last person can only choose the last piece. The people who came to the line, they all picked it. Most people choose to pay rent when the year is up. Of course, there were people who didn't show up for the line. Take Shireen, for example. She saw Liu walking back with the agreement with a happy face, and Shaolin rolled her eyes. And not that I'm talking about you, but do you know how to farm? Might as well leave the land to someone who wants it. Liu slanted a glance at her. She's been living apart from her since the last time they had a falling out. At first, Sholem was dead set on not leaving the tent, letting it be known that she was going to go. It means that he can leave himself, and he can't take the tent with him. Without saying a word, Liu split the tent in 2 with scissors, took his half, then rebought a tent and stayed away from shoreline. I didn't expect her to follow her over here with her dead skin and try to rub her tent. She barred Linda Shaw straight out. Eventually, the other man bought a small tent and pitched it next to her. Although Liu was angry, where the other party hitched her ride was her freedom, she couldn't care less. One can only go out early and stay out late and try to ignore Sholem. She didn't expect Sholem to be this Sholem. I was really blind before. Who needs it? Is it you who needs it? Then I'll give it to you, okay? Liu couldn't hold back. Really? That's a good sentiment. But you give the rent first, right? The corners of Shaolin's mouth turned up. Liu is a fool. Haven't you looked in the mirror in a long time? You don't even know what a pussy you look like yourself? Liu gave a blank look and walked around her into his tent. Liu, I'll get angry if you keep this up. There will be serious consequences. Shaolin's furious voice came. I'm never going to be friends with you again. Jilted. Liu couldn't bear it and stuck his head out from inside the tent. We've long since cut ties. Sholem has a bag on the brain. Must stay away from her. Little did she know that the next day, Sholem's shamelessness would shock her. Although she had the land, she didn't have the tools or seeds, so she spent the last 2 days out looking for them. Haven't been able to visit my own land. It was a great sight to see that Sholem was turning the floor inside. Liu checked the number again to make sure the land was his. Why are you rummaging through my house? You say your house is your house? It's clearly mine to rent. Shaolin didn't raise her head and continued to turn over the ground. She didn't know it before, but later on she actually inquired about the fact that the crops she planted could be exchanged for a lot of points. A tiny vegetable seedling can be exchanged for 1 point. Chapter 185. So she regretted it. But it was too late. All the fields had already been rented out. But now she came up with a good, absolutely great idea. I have a lease agreement. Liu huffed. Agreement? Take it out and talk about it. You wait. Liu angrily runs towards her home, but she doesn't see the agreement where she put it. If she hadn't remembered it accurately, she probably would have thought she had misremembered. It's such an important thing to do, or to get in line early in the morning yourself, so surely you can't misremember. I said you don't have a deal, do you? Don't lie. Shaolin followed suit. I rented the land. The first time I went back to turn over the land, and now your mouth turned over and said that it was yours. The agreement did not. This is not a plain wrongdoing. The commotion over here attracted some spectators. Although Shaolin made a pitiful face, the onlookers knew well that they only ate without commenting. You said it's yours, so do you have an agreement? Liu calmed down, his mind spinning rapidly. There was no way her own agreement had gone missing. Someone must have run into her tent and stolen it while she was gone. Who this person is speaks for itself. There is. Why not? Sholem pulled out the agreement and waved it off. Show me. I'm not stupid. Shaolin quickly put the agreement away. Liu sneered. You wouldn't be unaware that the agreement is in duplicate? The hotel still has 1 copy. Do you dare to go with me to find Sister One? Why should I go with you? Liu colored. She really didn't know about this one, because she wasn't even there that day. She turned so as to leave, but was grabbed by a hand. Go, follow me to find Sister One. I'm not going. You let go. Shaolin struggled with great effort, but she was no match for Liu and was dragged to the front desk. What are you guys doing? Sister One had long heard the commotion. Sister One, please take a look at who rented number 65? Liu didn't talk about all that nonsense and went straight to the point. Wait a minute, I'll check. Sister One moved quickly and immediately looked for information. It's rented by Liu. See. So tell me where you got your agreement? I don't believe the hotel would sell two places in one. Liu asked Shaolin. It just so happens that Sister One is here. So take out your agreement and let's see what's going on. The last few words rolled off the tongue, and Liu knew for sure that Shaolin had stolen her agreement. But then she was going to let Sholem speak for herself. This? Liu stammered, unable to say anything. She turned around and tried to escape, but the crowd of onlookers around her was blocking the area so tightly that after just 2 steps, there was no way out. I'm sorry, I was wrong, forgive me. Liu, we're the best of friends. Friends? Heh, don't you insult the word. I have no thieving friends. Sister One, she burglarized the house. How should this be punished? Liu didn't want to let Shaolin off the hook. Day by day, she was annoyed. As a rule, eviction from the hotel. As soon as she heard about the punishment, Shaolin panicked. She remembered what happened to Zhang Ke. She immediately begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. There is absolutely no next time. You guys spare me once, I swear. I will never do it again. Sister One looked to Liu. This depends on the attitude of the parties involved. If Liu is adamant, then Shaolin will definitely be evicted. If Liu is willing to let her go, then it could also be treated as an internal conflict. Liu glanced at the unwillingness deep in the other party's eyes and thought of the last time she encouraged the hotel's people to try to drive herself out of the hotel. Toughing his heart and clenching his teeth, punish me as you deserve. Chapter 186. Finally, Shaolin was hit with a sudden suction before she could react. No, shouldn't have to. Before the sound dissipated, the person had already disappeared. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Most of the onlookers were seeing this scene for the first time, and the person swished out of sight. Liu was a little down. Her psychic ability is a bit special. She can sense the good and evil in others. She felt a strong sense of malice in Shaolin, even if she was looking at her with a smile on her face. But she did once consider Sholem a friend. In the same dormitory, she had the best relationship with Shaolin. This is what she deserves. Don't be psychologically pressurized. Sister One could see her emotions and soothed her. Well, I know. Sister One looked at the onlookers and admonished a wave of them in passing. All bad behavior is strictly forbidden in the hotel: theft and robbery, fighting and brawling. It has been discovered and expelled directly from the hotel. The onlookers nodded their heads in agreement. Absolutely not. Don't worry, Sister One. Yeah, I'm just a tin good citizen who would never do that. What's not to like about being so safe in a hotel? I'm not going to do anything to die. It's the end of the world. I'm going to live my life peacefully in a hotel. Sister One nodded. She didn't want the hotel to become a mess either. Everyone disperse. Do whatever you need to do. Everyone scattered in threes. It's time to eat and eat. It's time to turn over the ground. Shui Wenqin also heard Sister One report back and was undeniable about her decision. One less rat turd to worry about, and it's nice to deter the hotel in the process. More people, more things. She didn't want the hotel to be a mess. Then though she thought of the first person to be evicted from the hotel, Zhang Ku, giving her not too much trouble. Sister One, can you find out what's going on with Shaolin right now? I'm sorry. She left the hotel, and I had no way to perceive it. Master, did I do something wrong? Sister Wen's somewhat apprehensive voice came in her head. No, forget it if you don't know. I'm just asking. Shui Wenqin immediately said. At the same time, in his mind, he thought, it can't be such bad luck that he survives every time and brings trouble to the hotel. With all the walkers out there, randomly just expelling them to the pile would make her unlivable and a threat to the hotel. Shui Wenqin remembered it at first, raising his guard, and as time passed, he put the matter behind him. She had a new worry. The hotel didn't have many tenants coming in for a few days, except for a few trips back and forth on the superbus, which brought back about a dozen people. There would be no other tenants coming to the door, seeing as how it's almost halfway through the day. That's not good. She gave the 3 hotel drivers their assignments. It also doesn't have to be about how many people you have to bring back each day, but rather that you can only go out and find lodgers, not supplies, until the mission is complete. They have enough points to last a while. Shui Wenxin handed Sugar to Sister Wan and let the shuttle baby bus drive her outside herself. Originally, the baby bus only traveled inside the hotel, but Shui Wenxin could control it and go traveling outside. Things seemed to be even more dire out there, with the car driving down the road and not a soul in sight for so long. Instead, there are more and more walkers. And it seems like the zombies have evolved from before. Crystal Core, Crystal Core. Because AI's excited voice rang in her head from time to time. Frequency, I'm much higher than I used to be. As long as AI reminded her, Shui Wenxin would stop and chop off the heads of the zombies with crystal cores. Chapter 187. Then AI absorbed the crystal core herself. One day down, not a single person was found, but 6 crystal cores were found. That's more than the previous total. Where has this guy been hiding? Hiding too tightly, too. It was getting late, and Shui Wenxin was ready to return to the hotel when she suddenly heard AI's even more excited voice. Crystallized nuclei crystals. There are second-grade crystals up ahead. A secondary core? This is the first time I've seen it. Where? Take me there. Shui Wenxin was also eager to see what was different about a zombie with a level 2 crystal core. Next, Xiao AI turned on the navigation mode and led Shui Wenxin in all directions. Right up ahead. Shui Wenxin's scalp went numb as he looked at the densely packed zombies. At the same time, his mind wondered why there were so many zombies gathered here. Could there be survivors inside? In that case, she would have to go in and take a look after she helped AI fetch the crystals. AI, which zombie was it that had a level 2 crystal core? This one. The appearance of a zombie immediately appeared in Shui Wenxin's mind. It was a tiny zombie, only 3 or 4 years old by the looks of it, with a princess dress on. Only now the dress was so dirty that you couldn't see the original color. One of the little leather shoes has also fallen off. 1 foot in a little leather shoe and 1 bare foot. So small, and there's a level 2 crystal core. It's incredible. Crystalline cores have nothing to do with zombie size. It's the same as human aliens, regardless of gender or age. Shui Wenxin nodded. I know. I'll go fetch the crystal cores for you now. You have to be careful. Zombies with level 2 crystals are even more powerful. I know. Shui Wenxin wasn't worried at all. AI doesn't realize that she's protected by the hotel system and that the walkers can't hurt her. So it's a piece of cake to help it get its crystal core. The hardest part is finding the walkers amongst the many. But AI can be found, so it's easier. Shui Wenxin followed AI's instructions and finally found the little princess dress zombie inside the many piles of zombies. Shui Wenxin took out the watermelon knife from her space, but seeing the zombie that was about the same size as Sugar Plum, she was a little unable to lay her hands on it. But the little love was numb in his head, and that little bit of emotion came and went quickly. Her grip tightened seeing as she slashed at the head of the princess-skirted walker. Sensing the danger, Princess Dress immediately stepped back and disappeared into the dense crowd of zombies. Is this the difference between a level 2 crystallized walker and a level 1 crystallized walker? There's crisis awareness, and there's escape. It was important to realize that before. A level 1 crystal core zombie would just stand frozen and let her chop off its head. That's a level 2 crystal core. And what's the difference between a level 3 crystal core, a level 4 crystal core, or even a level 5 crystal core walker? Shui Wenxin was surprisingly looking forward to it. AI, now where did it go? With Xiao AI around, even if it can escape and hide again, there is no escape that it can't hide. Right. Left. 2 more steps forward. Shui Wenxin did as he was told, and he saw the little princess-skirted zombie hiding and shivering next to a female zombie. We can't let her get away this time. The little zombie in the male skirt sensed the danger and showed its teeth towards Shui Wenxin, milky and fierce. But there was no effect at all. Shui Wen's heart knife fell, and the princess dress zombie's head was split in 2. The crystal core disappeared. Its hand was still holding onto the female walker's hand. Chapter 188. The female walker saw this and immediately pulled up a small hand to nibble on it. Zombies eat zombies, too. Shui Wenxin sighed. AI, are there any more crystal cores here? With so many zombies here, there can't be only 1 zombie with a crystal core. AI felt it. There are 3 more level 1 cores. Taking over, Xiao AI commanded, and Shui Wenxin took their crystal cores without difficulty. AI died of contentment today. If only I could eat like this every day. AI, can you tell what's in here? Shui Wenxin asked curiously as she looked at so many zombies here. There are humans in there. AI felt it. Xue Wenxin's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. Wasn't he just a poor resident? Bring these people back to finish the job. Just have to see, first, what the character is. Black sheep, prefer not to. It's more or less obvious, even though you know what you know. It would just be nice to have some kind of feature to tell if someone is good or evil. It suddenly occurred to me that I hadn't signed in today. AI, sign in today. Okay then. You can specify the major category today, oh? AI's pleasant voice rang out. I can't believe I forgot about it myself. Luckily, AI reminded her. Then limit it to mind reading or something like that, where you can see if someone is good or bad, if they mean you harm or something like that. Okay da. AI-chan understands. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the good-bad screener *1. PS. Valid for 1 month. There's also the expiration date, which surprisingly isn't long-term. Xue Wenxin raised his eyebrows. Forget it. It's not bad. Is it to be used immediately? Use immediately. Well duh, it's used up. Xue Wenxin didn't feel any difference, but she trusted AI. AI's products are absolutely extraordinary. She ignored the walkers and wandered around, trying to find the entrance. It could be that there's no other entrance to the place except the gate, and maybe that's why they're hiding in there. Or maybe they were forced to hide in there because they were desperate. Xue Wenxin tried to push the door and it wouldn't budge. How do I get in? Xue Wenxin was in trouble. To give it up, she wasn't quite willing. Just as she was trying to figure out what to do, a sudden scream came from inside. The zombies outside immediately surged wildly. It kept hitting the gate. Stupid. Shut up. Inside the room, a woman had to keep her mouth shut as she was glared at angrily by the others. But the heart of the face was still very unconvinced. What to do? The zombies, which were quieted down so easily, are getting restless again. Chimu Lei's face was unsightly. Listening to the sound of the door slamming outside, the zombies would have gradually dispersed. They were going to wait for the walkers to disperse and then find a way out of here. Now everything is ruined by that woman. Not so. We have broken food yesterday. There was hope. This? What Bao Rou did not say, everyone understands. The whole atmosphere was a bit subdued. There were 3 men and 3 women in the room, all as old as flowers. Chapter 189. 20-something years old. The others looked at Deng Lele with indignation. It was all her screaming that caused this. Deng Lele, you say? What's your name? Why are you screaming? Bao Rou name has a soft word. In fact, not at all gentle. On the contrary, sex is a bit anxious. Deng Lele looked at all the gazes glaring at her and cringed a little. A rat just crawled over my foot. I didn't mean to. It was just a moment of fear. Is it the rats that are scared or the walkers? You're just clueless. Deng Lele's eyes reddened. Lu Wei, you died a horrible death. They all bullied me when you weren't there. Here we go again. Here we go again. The other 3 men and 2 women were speechless and miserable. Lu Wei was Deng Lele's boyfriend who died to save her in the first place. Originally, for Lu Wei's sake, she was repeatedly tolerated, but as a result, every time she took Lu Wei out to say something, what had been a love affair was now pretty much consumed. At first, they went out in groups to get supplies, and she said they bullied her for not having a boyfriend. Good, then don't let her go. She also talks about bullying her for not having a boyfriend when supplies are unevenly distributed. Anyway, as soon as something came up, she pulled Lu Wei out to slip. Cry and cry until she gets what she wants. Everybody's tired. Especially the short-tempered Bao Rou, directly viciously whispered fiercely, You like Lu Wei so much, why don't you just go and accompany him? They can't serve it. Why do you look like this? Lu Wei, look, they're all bullying me now that you're gone. Deng Lele started crying again, crying Lu Wei. Chimu Lei was also unable to hold back. If we still have a chance to get out, then let's go our separate ways. I definitely don't want to follow her all the way anymore. Any of you guys can follow whoever you like. Then he dropped his eyes on his girlfriend, concerned heart. When the time comes, you'll come with me and I'll protect you. Okay. Along the way, Zimmerei is a worthwhile person. He wanted himself to leave with him, without saying a word. The rest, in addition to Deng Lele, 2 men and 1 woman face to face. One of the men wearing glasses, Zhang Luyun in the heart. Zimmerei, that's not right. How can we leave a weak woman behind? She's a weak woman? With her own strength, she can wipe out our entire army. I've endured long enough. Chimu Lei lowered his voice in anger. Then you stay with her. You're a big hero anyway. Surely you can protect her. Deng Lele looked at someone willing to stand up for herself and immediately cried even harder. That's really sad to hear. Unfortunately, no one present, except for Zhang Luyun, would be intolerant. mainly because the sentiment was all consumed. Happy, don't cry. I'll protect you from now on. Ooh, you're so nice. Deng Lele cried and jumped into Zhang Liuyun's arms. To Zhang Liuyun's delight, he immediately hugged back tightly. The other four looked at each other in disbelief. All right, don't be angry. Let's figure out how to get out of here is the proper thing to do. Wu Jian looked sad. It's not a good situation right now. Big deal. Fight it out. Bao Rou said through gritted teeth as she carried her knife. Take it easy. Take it easy. Maybe there's a way out? Khan pulled back the furious Bao Rou. It really looks gentle and soft. I didn't realize the real her was this nature. Oddly cute though. Ways. What ways are there now? Either we rush out and fight it out, or we wait in here and starve to death. It's death either way. Maybe there's a chance of survival if we rush out? Bao Rou's thoughts were also Qimu Lei's thoughts. I think Bao Rou is right. We might put up a fight. All right, then let's put up a fight. Wu Jian was ruthless. If they dragged on any longer, they'd be so hungry they wouldn't have the strength to fight if they wanted to. Outside, Xue Wenxin didn't find the entrance, and hearing the screams from inside, he knew there must be someone inside. Looking at all the walkers, she did the first good thing and shooed some of them out. Go yell? Go yell. It's like helping Grandma drive the ducks when I was a kid. Chapter 190. When she came back again after chasing off most of the zombies, she was surprised to have a beautiful woman swooping towards her. What? A beautiful woman from heaven? She's not a guy. Ah. But don't dare what Xue Wenxin still reached out and caught her. It hurts. Xue Wenxin was crushed underneath and almost exploded. And at this time, Bao Rou is tightly closed eyes, shivering, dead. Damn it. She'd be damned if she let that backstabber go. She had just opened the window to see what was going on outside. A sudden external force hit her, and she fell through the window. But why doesn't it hurt at all? You don't hurt, I do. Get up, crush me. Bao Rou heard an unfamiliar voice and immediately opened her eyes, looking at herself pressed against an older sister. I'm sorry. She instantly realized what was going on, immediately struggled to his feet. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Xue Wenxin used her strength to climb up and move his old arms and legs. Fortunately, no bones were broken. But how did you fly down from the sky? Speaking of this, Bao Rou are angry. I was pushed down. No, I'm going back for revenge. Xue Wenxin likes it and has an axe to grind. At the same time, she saw the window she had overlooked before. Above the door, Boro. Just then, the door opens and Khan nervously runs out, followed by Zimmerei. The two were struggling to decimate the walkers, trying to break through them to come over. Bao Rou then realized why there were so many fewer zombies. And not attack her? But now she couldn't think too much and quickly pulled Xue Wenxin inside. Because she saw that the two Wu Jian were about to lose their support. They have to go back. And this guy who saved her life can't leave her out there alone either. She arrived just in time to stop a sneaking zombie claw. I'm fine. Let's get inside. Ah. They had just turned around to see Zimmerei's girlfriend, Concerned Heart, being wheeled out of the room. The door closed from the inside. Heart. Seeing that Concerned Heart was about to be bitten by a zombie, Qimu Lei immediately pounced on him by reflex. But a stranger swooped in first. It was Xue Wenxin. She noticed it first, and she had to be much closer, so she was 2 seconds ahead of Zimmerei.
Thanks.
Concern and Zimmerei, who arrived later, said in unison. You're welcome. She was also the one who drove some of the walkers away, or else it must have been fatal. Well, no injuries, right? Qimu Lei had a worried look on his face. It's okay. Let's find a place to hide first is the right thing to do. Concern's brows clenched. Things are bad for them right now. There were quite a few walkers surrounding them. Zimmerei knew it too, swinging his weapon and gritting his teeth as he led Concern to rejoin the two of them with Bao Rou. We have to kill our way out. Surely they won't let us in. Bao Rou spat out a mouthful of water. What a bitch. Used to hide it deep enough. All of them didn't see it.
Yes.
Chapter 191. Everyone swung their swords harder and harder, all working together to get out alive. Xue Wenxin also looked outside from time to time. Through the gap in the walkers, she saw the baby bus appear in front of her. Everyone hold on a little longer. We'll be saved soon. Bao Rou watched as this big sister wielded her machete, one slash at a time, powerful. When he heard her words, he thought it was because she had help. Somewhat exhausted hands filled with strength. Who gives up when there's hope? However, both were dumbfounded when they saw a tiny mini bus pull up in front of them. It is? This bus isn't even a full moon yet. Everyone get in the car. The others were already a bit exhausted, so if they kept going, sooner or later something was going to happen. When I heard that, I got on the baby bus without saying a word. When I got into the car, I realized that the zombies, which were very ugly and disgusting with their teeth and claws, seemed to have lost their target. Bewildered, he stopped. Why don't they attack us anymore? Bao asked out strangely. Maybe the car is better sealed and can't smell us. While this is somewhat unlikely, it's not impossible. Now is not the time to think about that reason. Xin, were you also pushed out by Ding Lele? Bao Rou's eyes smoldered with anger inside as she thought about what happened before. Even if he couldn't stand Deng Lele and wanted to separate, he didn't think of harming her life. Concern nodded with a furious look on her face. It was the two of them who jointly pushed me out. What about me? Did you guys see who pushed it, and was it that bitch Dunlop too? Wu Jin was all very angry when he heard this. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I can't stand this breath. Bao Rou paced back and forth in the small space of the car. There it is. Bao Rou's eyes lit up and she immediately turned on her cell phone and played deafening music. You guys wait for me, he said, and was about to get out of the car with his cell phone. No need to go down there. I'll have the minibus drive up to the door and you can just throw it through the window. Shui Wenxin realized that the good and bad screener had come into play while several people were talking. The men all had a green on top of their heads, and the two people vaguely visible in that window were red dots on top of their heads. Green for the good guys and red for the bad guys. It kinda worked. The expiration date was only a month, and she made sure to get as many residents as she could during that expiration date. This ensures that the hotel is all good people. Seeing that the small, gentle girl was right up her alley, even the idea of her cell phone playing music to attract walkers was not about to go away. Eventually, the minibus leaves, and the loud music attracts walkers. Looking at the increasing number of zombies, Deng Lele's face turned white with fear, and her feet shook a little. Help us. Don't you go away. Hearing their cries for help, the walkers bang on the door even more frantically. I'm sorry. We were wrong. You adults don't remember our mistakes. Zhang Luyun followed suit, watching them settle in the car and now regretting it miserably. I should have known better than to push them. Bao Zhou Deadman watched coldly and didn't reply. They are truly cold-hearted. Along the way, they all took more care of Deng Lele and never bullied the two of them. Instead, they were able to get behind the scenes at a critical time. This sister, thank you for saving us. Bao Rou had always made a clear distinction between grudges. It's fine, I'm just stopping by. Except what's next for you guys? Bao Rou's few people looked at each other, their mouths full of bitterness. What other plans can there be? One more day to live. Yeah, where can I find a bite to eat? Where it would be nice to sleep safely? Aren't you going home? Shui Wenxin asked. Going home? My home is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. How could it be? When the end times first broke out, I contacted my family and told them not to come looking for me. Chapter 192. Me too. It's not 1,000 kilometers, but it's hundreds, and there's no way to get home on my own. But I did tell my family not to come looking for me, and to each try to stay alive. I don't know how long I can survive in the end times, but I'll live one day at a time. You guys are okay. My house isn't too far away, but I can't reach my family at all. Deng Lele looked worried. Chimu Lei was quick to reassure. Maybe they just lost their phone. Surely they'll look for you again. Since you have nowhere to go, are you willing to go to the hotel with me? Shui Wenxin immediately said. Hotel? Yes, Mordecai Safe Hotel. This little bus is our hotel caro. And the hotel is safe. No walkers, and you don't have to worry about food. Bao Rou was incredulous after hearing this. There really is such a place in the end times? 1,000 times over. That must be expensive. Deng Lele thought that such a nice place must be very expensive, not something they could afford to live in as students, right? They are now penniless, so to speak. It's not expensive, only 10 points a day for one person, and anything can be exchanged for points. Is it really that good? Should we go and take a look? Bao Rou was heartened and looked to the other three. We don't have anywhere to go anyway, so where are we not going? I also think that if she hadn't saved us just now, we'd be dead. We don't really have anything worth scheming for. Since Bao Rou and Concerned Heart both said so, Chimu Lei and Wu Jian agreed. Then we'll go with you. But do we need to find something to bring back to exchange for points? Not bad for a college student. Your brain is quick. Yeah, but let's look for supplies somewhere else with less walkers. There's too many walkers here. Dangerous as hell. Look for any supplies you can find. There's no need to risk it here. Okay, we hear you. Shui Wenxin nodded. expressing his satisfaction. Who doesn't want a resident who is free of mischief, who is obedient and knows what he is doing? There's also a service that will pick you up once you've checked into the hotel. Shui Wenxin looked at the 4 pairs of clueless eyes and continued. As long as you provide the address, the hotel can drive to pick them up. If you receive someone, you don't need points. If you don't, you need to pay 100 points for the use of the vehicle. Anywhere? My house is 1,000 kilometers away. It's very far. Anywhere, even abroad? Shui Wenxin assured. Upon hearing about the foreign country, Ying Kan's eyes lit up for a moment and asked excitedly, "Is it really okay to be abroad?" "Well, is your family abroad?" Shui Wenxin saw that the young man who just talked about his family didn't open his mouth and had a downcast face. She thought that there was no one at home. Before the end of the world broke out, my dad and my mom went to F country for vacation. Can we go to F country to pick them up? Wu Jian's eyes were full of anticipation. Yes, but just know to identify the place, like a certain attraction hotel, and be able to search for it on a map. Great. 100 points, right? I'll definitely try my best to gather supplies. Wu Jian got excited. Whether he could find mom and dad or not, but at least he tried. And there are opportunities for him to work on it too. Okay, are all 4 of you looking for family? There are only 3 cars at the hotel, and one of you is going to be a little late. The 4 of them looked at me and I looked at you. All of them knew the importance of time. Maybe a few minutes late, it could turn the world upside down. In the end, Bao Rou pretended to be relaxed and said, "I'll go last. Anyway, my place is sparsely populated and there aren't that many zombies. It's better if I'm last. My house is the closest." Deng Lele eventually spoke up as well. "I'll do it last. It's going to be over in a long time anyway, so it's okay to be a few days late." Forget it. I'll end up. Who told my dad and my mom to show their love had to run so far, and didn't even bring me?" Wu Jian spoke with difficulty. "It was supposed to be the last thing you said, and the last thing you did was normal." Chapter 193. Watching a few people humbling themselves, Shui Wenxin heard the key words. Looking to the gentle girl, "How close would you say your home is? How close?" Concerned though puzzled, still answered honestly, "It's right next door in Q City." Q City? Not far indeed. But there seems to be a base in Q. I heard about it just the other day. Tell you what, we'll go back to the hotel and check in, then we'll go back and pick up the family today or tomorrow. You? My name is Concerned Heart. You can call me Heart. Xian. Your family will take this minibus there. It'll take about 4 or 5 hours to get there. Do you think it's okay? Shui Wenxin suggested. Otherwise, we'll have to wait 2 days. Can. Concern was grateful. Really don't even know how to thank her. Shui Wenxin clapped his hands. Then it's a deal. Later on the road, first casually find some supplies to exchange for points to check in. Drip. The baby bus looks like it understands. Drops twice and the car starts. Shui Wenxin contacted Gao Yang, Lu Jiwei, and Li Lei to make sure that the immediate arrival function had not been used yet, and told them to go back to the hotel immediately and wait to be picked up. As for them, for the sake of speed, they also found some random supplies on the road, and then came directly to the hotel through the fast track. Whoa! Bao Rou's 4 people got out of the car, their mouths wide open. It's amazing that there is such a purgatory in the end times. Children were laughing and playing freely. The old folks were happily watching. Welcome to the Ant House Post-Apocalyptic Safety Camping Hotel. How many check-in? Bao Rou and the others nodded dumbly. You guys check in first. The car will be back in a few minutes. Okay, thank you. Sister Shui. They had inquired on the way, and her last name was Shui. A little older than them, so calling her Sister Shui was just right. Soon, as instructed, all 4 finished checking in. None of them had many points, just enough for a day or 2. But their main concern right now was their family, and Sister Shui had said that they could collect supplies along the way when they want to pick them up again. Collect as much as you can as long as the car fits. There are 3 cars here, so choose one at random for yourselves, and the driver will take you to your assigned location when the time comes. Xin, I'll take the minibus to Q City with you. I wonder where the superbus went. Anyway, a quick trip back and out. It's basically invisible. Okay, Sister Shui. Everyone take care along the way. I'll see you at the hotel. There was no telling if this trip would be dangerous. Concern for the other was in the eyes of the young couple, Concern and Qimu Lei. But their families are waiting for them. They had to separate. Wu Jian also sneaked a look at Bao Rou and saw that she had a look of impatience on her face, so she knew that this girl was not enlightened at all. That's all. Bao Rou, be careful. I know it, and so do you. Chapter 194. Shui Wenxin followed Concerned Heart, partly because she wanted to see the Q City base. See what's going on? You'll enter the address here, and then the minibus will follow the address and travel on its own. This new member, not yet navigationally enhanced, had no immediate way to get there. But the good thing is that it's only 4 or 5 hours away, so even at night, I'm not afraid. The walkers won't attack. Concern started to get nervous after losing the address, and I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing. She had lost her cell phone one time earlier when she was running for her life. It's been out of touch ever since. Even when I answered my companion's cell phone, I never made contact. I wonder if they're still alive? It was her fault for being useless. If she was good, she would have killed her way home long ago. Xue Wenxin could see that she was nervous, so he chatted with him in one way or another to divert her attention. Makes her less nervous. Until she suddenly realized that the other party did not answer her words. Xue Wenxin took a look and actually fell asleep leaning back. Doesn't look like he's ever gotten a good night's sleep before. It's what caused the wobbling in the car and falling asleep. Xue Wenxin shut up and stopped talking, letting her fall asleep peacefully against his simple shoulder. Turning his head, he looked out at the vicissitudes of the street. Zombies are running rampant, and the streets are a mess. All kinds of garbage, blood stains without exception indicate the previous tragic situation. The shoulder-to-shoulder walkers are ugly. Crystal core, there's a crystal core. The sudden sound Xue Wenxin startled. Concerned heart moved and fell back into a deep sleep. AI, where's the crystal core? Left, the male walker in the flowered shirt. Xue Wenxin had the minibus back up and slow down as Xue Wenxin harvested the heads of the zombies in one go through the window. AI absorbed it immediately.
Thanks.
You're welcome. This interlude passed, and the car continued on its way. The sun was about to set, and the tiny bus stopped. Xue Wenxin saw a unit building in front of him. Maybe it's the home of the caring heart. Looking at the time, it was getting late. Xue Wenxin did not hesitate to push Concerned Heart. Heart, here it is. What floor is your house on? Concerned immediately opened her eyes at the words, and what she saw was a familiar building, which was none other than her family's flat. My house is on the 12th floor, room 6. Let's go up first. Be careful. There's a lot of walkers out there. Well, concerned as she was, she knew that in a hurry, she must be stable. Taking a deep breath and gripping a crowbar, he opened the car door and stepped out. On the face of a zombie with an open bloody mouth and a big basin rushed at her to bite, Care Heart knocked the zombie away with a stick. Half the time he didn't struggle up. Hurry. She ran into the unit building as soon as she pulled Xue Wenxin. The elevator was out of order, and they had to climb the stairs. Why don't you just wait for me in the car? After all, 12 floors, not too easy to climb up. I'll accompany you. 2 people can take care of each other. It's only the 12th floor. We'll climb slowly. Xue Wenxin looked at the delicate little girl, sent the Buddha to the west, to help others to the end.
Thanks.
There weren't many walkers in the staircase, and the 2 cleared them as they came across them. It took several breaks along the way to see the number 12. Chapter 195. Concerned, he walked ahead and carefully pulled open the fire escape door. Squeak. A sound. It looked particularly intimidating in the serene setting. The walkers in the hallway hear the commotion and turn crookedly, coming this way. Watch out, a walker is coming. Concern rushed forward with a tight grip on his stick. It's all here, and it can never be undone. Xue Wenxin also stepped forward to help. Luckily, there were only 4 walkers in the hallway, and the 2 of them worked together to take care of them. Xue Wenxin and nodded. Although the age of small, usually looks gentle and soft, quite quiet a little girl, down to no ambiguity. And being able to look at reality isn't too delicate to take on a scary zombie. Room 6, the End household. After clearing away the zombies, Concern immediately trotted over. Verification successful. The fingerprint lock opens. Sister Xue, come on in. Coming. The 2 entered the interior of the room, which was neatly organized, but there was no one in sight. Concern ran in and out of the room, searching the entire room for anyone. Xue Wenxin touched the dust on the coffee table. It looks like it's been a while since I stayed here. Where would they go? Concern sat dejectedly on the couch, muttering to herself. It was so hard for her to come home to them, and no one was there. When he thought that he hadn't been able to get in touch before, the trepidation in Concerned Heart's heart amplified. Suffocation struck. Before, I was able to take a chance that maybe my mom and dad were just like me and dropped their cell phones and were still well at home. But now, your mom and dad should have left here on their own. Xue Wenxin spun around and said with certainty. Seeing Concern looking at herself in disbelief, she continued, look at this room. It's not messy at all, which means that they left in a relatively normal manner. not like they were fleeing for their lives in an emergency. And look in your refrigerator cupboards. Is there any food left in your house? And their closets. Xue Wenxin thought about the last time Wang Yisin kids. Would you see if they would leave a message with you somewhere about where they went? Since there was no rush to leave, then it's entirely possible that a message would have been left to inform her.
Yes.
Caring Heart sniffed and immediately brought up the spirit to jump up. First, he went to his room and saw that their closet was neatly organized, only less often worn. There's also important items like jewelry and gold inside the safe that aren't there. Looks like it's taken away. Concern hurried to the kitchen, and sure enough, he saw a sticky note in the kitchen. Found it. Found it. They left a message saying they went to the base. If I come back, tell me to meet them at the base. Base. Could it be the Q City base? They couldn't have traveled very far from their base to get there either. This is Q City, and it must be the Q City base that I heard about before. Can we go to the base and get them? Concern asked cautiously. Xue Wenxin was silent for a moment and nodded. Yes, but I don't know if it's dangerous to go on this trip. You are responsible for your own safety and security. Can you do that? She can't always be 100% sure that she's focused on her well-being at all times. Life and death have their own destiny of riches and honor. If an accident does happen, I'll admit it. Concern couldn't just give up on her mom and dad. It's a little better if you don't know where they went. Now that she knew where they had gone, she was one step away from them, and she would regret it if she gave up. Good. Xue Wenxin nodded. The most important thing now is to know where this base is. It's on the sticky note, just south of us in Q, the city gym. Since you know the way, while it's still early, then we go now? Chapter 196. It took about half an hour to get there. They parked the car in a secluded corner, got out, and walked over. Don't tell anyone about the car. Xue Wenxin urged in advance. Okay, Sister Xue. I promise I won't tell anyone, not even my mom and dad. The perimeter of the stadium has been barricaded up and looks presentable. This was the first time Xue Wenxin had seen the base. Kinda curious. What man? Stop. Xue Wenxin and Concerned Heart were stopped. Hello. May I ask if this is the Q City base? We're here to find someone. Concern stepped forward and handed over the note. The gatekeeper wound up taking a look at it and looking it up and down. The person you are looking for, what is their last name? How old are they? Are they male or female? Register here. Xue Wenxin looked at the two gatekeepers in front of him. The color of their heads was red. It made her feel less good about the base. But it didn't say anything, so maybe it was just happenstance. Concern quickly finished registering mom and dad's information. It's registered. Can we go in? Wait. A condescending attitude, Concerned Heart endured. After all, she was the one who had asked for it. So instead of speaking again, he stood patiently and waited. But there was no sign of anyone leaving or coming over, and she was a little confused as to what to wait for. The sun is completely off duty and the night is low. Outside, the zombies were more active and the howling was alarming. A timid child could probably just cry in terror. Concerned to stand on her feet and legs were a bit sore and weak. Finally, her patience ran out and she walked over, inquiring nicely, "Two big brothers, may I ask how much longer we have to wait? When can we probably get in?" Get in? You think any cat or dog can get in? Wait. One of the gatekeepers didn't even raise his head. Then, what conditions or qualifications do we need to enter? Xue Wenxin walked over. I said. Before the gatekeeper could finish his sentence, 2 packages of instant noodles appeared in front of their eyes. Would you two please be accommodating? This is the last bit of food we have. If we don't enter the base, we'll only die. The 2 of them immediately showed their smiling faces and quickly put away the instant noodles, then faked a dry cough twice. Go in. But the only way to find someone is for you to take your time. There's nothing we can do about it. Then this registration? Xue Wenxin looked at the registration book. This is arranged from above. No need to care. You guys go in. Xue Wenxin did not continue to ask, but pulled Concerned Heart inside. At night, it's no place for people to be outside. Let's go inside and find someone to ask about your mom and dad. As long as we're on this base, are we afraid we won't find anyone? A gymnasium can only hold a few thousand to 10,000 people at the maximum. So if you put in some effort, you can find people anyhow.
Yes.
The 2 walked in and found it densely packed with people. Everyone's face was numb. Sleep on the floor. They camping hotels at least have tents and more space. It's really too dense here. And it smells bad. Too much weather and not so much water for a daily shower. People gathered in a pile and the smell was palpable. Excuse me, do you know Guan Jianhua and Luo Qiuyue? Guan Wenxin chose a young man who was still in a bit better spirits. The other man shook his head and didn't even say anything. Undeterred, Concern asked several people in quick succession, all shaking their heads or waving their hands numbly. She was a little down. Could it be that mom and dad weren't even on this base? And where could she look? Chapter 197. Little girl, you want to find someone? Is it your family? An old voice came. Concern immediately looked over, her eyes full of anticipation. Yes, yes. Granny, do you know about Guan Jianhua and Luo Chuyue? The wife does not know. Oh. The old man with a head full of white hair shook his head, exhaling less and exhaling more. It looked like he should be hungry and the person was weak. Next to her was a small child who was watching them uneasily. But you guys can check out the center section of the gym where you can post quests. Maybe your family posted quests. Yes?
Thanks.
No thanks, go on. Granny bent down and wrapped her arms around her grandson, her big dry hands patting once and for all. Why does she know? Because she often went over to check the news to see if there was any news of her son-in-law. Because she couldn't afford the supplies, there was no way to post a quest, only to check it out. It's a shame we haven't heard anything for so long. Seeing the little girl's anxious look made her think of herself. It looked like someone who was new to the base, so he was willing to open his mouth and mention it. Otherwise, you might as well shut up and save some energy. Thank you, Granny. You've been nothing short of helpful. Suddenly, she felt something more in her hand. She watched the other woman go away without making a sound, and lo and behold, put it inside her clothes. Good boy. Do you need to go to the bathroom? The little boy shook his head. He was so hungry he didn't want to go to the bathroom at all. He just wanted to eat. Good boy, go one with Grandma. Go to the toilet so you can sleep. You won't be hungry when you're asleep. They, as a group, try to sleep when they can because it saves energy. Okay, I'll stay with Grandma. A large and a small group explained to the people next door to help watch the location and trudged away. You can't just not account for it. Once you leave, it could be overrun by someone else. She also didn't feel comfortable leaving her grandson alone. The good thing is that next door is someone who is fairly familiar and has a better heart, and that's how they've been taking each other's places over the past few days. The two went to the restroom. Several cubicles were empty. It's all very dirty, but couldn't care less, because it's the only place that's the most separate. Everywhere else is crowded. Luo Chunhua carefully took out what the woman had just given her and opened it to reveal a pack of compressed cookies. Jesus! Surprisingly, it's food. What's this, Grandma? Hush, good boy, don't talk. Luo Chunhua covered her grandson's mouth. She gently tore open the bag and took out a piece and fed it into her grandson's mouth. Don't tell anyone, okay? Or someone else will take it. She knew she'd never be able to keep it if anyone else found out. With the sudden sweet flavor in his mouth, Zeidendar's eyes rounded like a cat's that had stolen a fish. Yummy. Grandma, you eat too. Zeidendar whispered, keeping in mind his grandmother's words. Well, Grandma, eat. You eat too. Luo Chunhua took a small piece and fed it into her mouth. Then feed a chunk into your grandson's mouth. She can't afford to have an accident. She hasn't found her son's daughter-in-law yet, and if something happens to her, what will happen to her grandchildren? You take a bite. I take a bite. The two of them eat a small packet. The rest Luo Chunhua continued to hide. Originally, her back was all curved, and she could still hide a little something quite well. The two came out and rinsed their mouths with tap water, then double-checked that there was no residue on their bodies before walking slowly back. Just remember, don't tell anyone, okay? Uh-huh. Zeidendar nodded heavily, still reminiscing about the sin of that cookie. Chapter 198. Concern and Xue Wenxin asked all the way to the quest release, and she immediately checked it out. I didn't expect to actually see my name in one of the many search notices. Concerned and delighted, he immediately pulled out the missing person notice that was in the corner and found the staff member, excitedly inquiring about it. Hello, I am Concerned. May I ask where Guan Jianhua and Luo Chuyue are? The same people who issued this quest. Wait, let me see the record. The staff wasn't too nice, but seeing as he was immediately going through the records, it was understandable. Maybe it's too busy. Maybe it's the fact that you have to go to work at the end of the world, and you're in a rather foul mood. Anyway, Concerned Heart waited patiently, keeping his eyes on the staff member. But suddenly he saw the other's face change. There was a bad feeling in his heart. Are you Guan Jianhua and Luo Chuyue's daughter? Concerned Heart? The staff member raised her head to look up and down. Concern nodded apprehensively. Yes, I am their daughter. Then who is she? The staff's eyes fell on Xue Wenxin. Xue Wenxin immediately stepped forward. I saved her from the mouth of a zombie in passing. She said she wanted to come to the base, so I thought I had no place to go, so I hitched a ride over. Concern nodded back. Yes, she saved me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to walk here. The staff member sniffed and seemed to relax. Shui Wenxin wondered. Relaxing about what? She looked to the top of the staff's head, which was reddish in color. Guan Jianhua and Luo Chueyue are dead. What? Dead? Concern was unbelievable. Obviously, she had found their finder's bulletin. Obviously, they all came to the base. How could they be dead? When did they die? How did they die? Concerned tears rolled down her face uncontrollably. How do I know? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The staff impatiently shooed people away. Just an ordinary person. I don't think I can make any waves. Don't bother wasting your breath. Please, tell me how they died. Concern's face was ghastly white, and tears fell like rain. Well, let's get out of here. Where did the staff know that much? People can't come back from the dead. Shui Wenxin looked at a probing man next to him with a green head. When he saw himself looking at him, he immediately ducked away. But it didn't matter. Shui Wenxin remembered the color of the clothes he was wearing and his appearance. Also see the direction he left. Her own memory wasn't very good, so she hurriedly pulled Concerned Heart away, chanting over and over as she went, people can't come back from the dead. Take care of yourself. Your mom and dad surely want you to live a good life. Let's go find a place to rest. Too tired. These words are addressed to the staff. Only when some distance away did Shui Wenxin whisper to Concerned Heart, don't stretch. I saw someone who might know about your mom and dad. Of course she wasn't sure, and saying so was just a way to get Concerned to buck up. Really? Shui Wenxin nodded. Follow me. Then she headed in the direction of the man with the Concerned Heart. Sure enough, I saw him in one of the crowds. But then she realized that the other woman was waving her hand at them in a small, hard motion, and she could read her lips to say, back. In the back? Shui Wenxin pretended to turn her head back without realizing it, and was surprised to see that there was a person who had been following them not far away. I can't believe I didn't know someone had been following them. Shui Wenxin helped Concerned Heart to continue walking forward and found a relatively empty spot to stop. Concerned and puzzled, she was about to open her mouth when she heard Shui Wenxin say, we'll just settle down here. I'm sorry for your loss. Your mom and dad definitely want you to live well. Concern felt the exertion on Sister Shui's arm and nodded her head, making a show of powerfully rising spirits. Sister Shui, I know, I'll adjust. The two sat on the floor. Chapter 199. Shui Wenxin looked around every now and then, as if she was curious. It was actually looking at the person who had been following them earlier. The other wasn't far behind and sitting down. Obviously, these people knew him, and he didn't want to be in close proximity to other dirty people. So a small, empty circle forms around him. Shui Wenxin pretended to let Concern rest on her shoulder. In a voice that only two people could hear, someone's been following us. I suspect your mom and dad's deaths weren't simple. We can't do anything rash for a while. We'll wait until the surveillance on us is withdrawn before we take the next step. Concern said softly, yes. Bitter inside, wondering how mom and dad really died. She wasn't happy yet. She was so close. Sister Shui was right. They couldn't do anything rash now, and tears slipped from their closed eyes. It dripped on Shui Wenxin's shoulder. Shui Wenxin sighed in her heart and gently patted her back. Jane Daodu couldn't help but nod her head when she saw the other party's performance. Luckily, the other side knows how to get up. Bean, what are you looking at? It's okay, Grandma. I saw two new faces and was just a little curious. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Grandma, who had a head full of white hair, couldn't stop coughing again. Jane Duku hurriedly helped her grandmother pat her back for a long time before she was able to catch her breath. How normal it is for new faces to come and go. Too many people. Hey, I wonder how your mom and dad are doing? Jane Duku clenched her fists, and it took a long time for her to find her voice. They must be fine. I don't know if I'm telling Grandma or myself. Every once in a while, the base organizes people to go out in search of supplies under the guise of a good name. But these people don't come back 9 times out of 10. Despite the concern, her mom and dad had to go. The mom and dad of that young lady just now, she knew them, and they were also from the mom and dad batch. No one's back yet. The staff member went so far as to just say the person was dead, and they only went out yesterday. She couldn't believe it was such a coincidence. Or did they already know that once they went, they would never come back? Sight fell on the two men. Maybe she could try. But looking at her elderly grandmother made her cringe a little. If they were found out, she and her grandmother wouldn't even be alive. If they continued to live, maybe she and her grandmother would still be alive. Just forget about it yourself. If you're dead, you're dead. This damn post-apocalyptic world, was not something she wanted to be in at all. Dirty and smelly, she would never have been able to take it if it had been before the end times. Not only that, but I was hungry. Being here is not good for anything other than the fact that there are no walkers. She regrets coming here. If they were at home, their family would still be together properly. Just as she was torn, Shui Wenshin's eyes met hers and then quickly chunked. The two pretended to go about their own business. Jane Dougal put her grandmother to bed and patted her chest herself with a little help, so that she can sleep comfortably. At the same time, a decision was made in his mind. Grandma, I hope you don't blame me.